Lin Qingliu, a time traveler, unexpectedly acquires a godhood cultivation system and opens a psychological clinic in a post-apocalyptic world overrun by monstrous beasts. It all began 2 days ago. Lin Qingliu, a game developer, was celebrating the success of his project when a drunk driver insisted on giving him a ride to witness the headlights of an oncoming semi-truck. The headlights remained intact, but the brakes failed, and Lin Qingliu found himself transported to an unfamiliar world. In this new world, the original Lin Qingliu had just been struck dead by debris during a beastly siege on the city. Conveniently, the time traveler took over his body and inherited a dilapidated psychological clinic. To his surprise, a golden cross-shaped USB drive appeared around his neck. Not only did it contain his discarded game drafts and settings, but it also came with a godhood cultivation system. The system had a single core function bestowing blessings. Those who received blessings became Lin Qingliu's followers and awakened special abilities. Lin Qingliu, in turn, gained feedback from their awakenings and grew stronger as their powers evolved. If any follower betrayed him, the system could remotely strip them of their abilities and erase their memories. As he marveled at this unexpected gift, the memories of this world's Lin Qingliu flooded his mind. 52 years ago, a small asteroid carrying a unique form of radiation crashed into and sank an island nation, triggering catastrophic mutations. Countless lives perished in agony or transformed into part of an endless beast horde. The surviving humans relocated to the other side of the planet to build the Last Hope City, where some individuals began awakening extraordinary powers. Lin Qingliu's first follower was Wang Xiao, a chubby man with dark brown hair. Lin Qingliu performed a so-called baptism using a bathtub, reciting a chaotic mix of prayers while inserting the holographic golden cross-shaped USB drive into the back of Wang Xiao's neck. A blood-red mark appeared momentarily before fading, though Wang Xiao remained completely unaware. After Wang Xiao left, Lin Qingliu eagerly pried open the donation box, extracting 20 information coins made of a special plastic material. He glanced up at the gaping hole in the roof, calculating whether it would be more cost-effective to buy cement and fix it himself. Wang Xiao, 20 years old, is not a student. He is a man with little time left to live. After the advent of the new era, the rampage of beasts and monsters drastically reduced human lifespans. In this harsh reality, Hope City compressed the education cycle, ending general education by the age of 14. Through intensive surveys and talent assessments, young people were quickly funneled into various fields to ensure the survival and functioning of society with its mere population of several million. Wang Xiao was one such product of this system. He received a simplified version of medical training, enabling him to perform some tasks of a doctor with the aid of machines, though he could hardly be called a real doctor. Originally, he was just an ordinary young man slightly overweight due to the stress of graduation until a small-scale beast tide 2 days ago completely changed his life. Beast tides were as common as the ebb and flow of the city. Wang Xiao had no idea that a young man named Lin Qingliu had lost his life in that battle. But he quickly learned that his father, a regular city defense soldier, had also fallen during the attack, never to return. Overwhelmed by grief and anger, Wang Xiao made an impulsive decision to enlist in the military. However, reality dealt him an even crueler blow. His medical examination revealed a massive tumor in his abdomen, leaving him with only 3 months to live. In the current state of the world, most people didn't live long enough to develop tumors, and the limited medical resources were naturally not allocated to someone like him. The military, citing humanitarian reasons, rejected his enlistment application. He, too, gave up on the idea of treatment. In his final days, Wang Xiao withdrew all his savings. His father's compensation was still under review, but none of that mattered anymore. He devised a simple plan for himself: enjoy a good meal, sleep soundly, and then quietly leave this world. On his way home, he was drawn to a peculiar psychological clinic. The stark contrast between the building's dilapidated exterior and its newly renovated interior caught his attention. The flashing LED sign above the entrance was as glaring as those of dubious massage parlors. Even someone who had never experienced psychological issues would understand anyone calmly planning their own suicide was clearly not in a normal state of mind. As if driven by an instinct for self-preservation, Wang Xiao found himself inexplicably stepping inside. In the clinic, a doctor in a white coat, roughly his age, sat upright with a composed demeanor. Facing this psychologist he had never met before, Wang Xiao poured out much of his thoughts but deliberately withheld one crucial detail: the plan to end his life the next time he woke up. The doctor, perceptive of the turmoil within him, gently attempted to offer guidance using professional yet soothing words. However, the effort seemed to yield little effect. Just as Wang Xiao was about to get up and leave, the doctor unexpectedly shifted the conversation toward religion. Wasn't all of this disproven long before the new era began? Wang Xiao silently scoffed, wondering if he somehow looked like an easy target. While the doctor's theories sounded somewhat novel, to Wang Xiao, they were just the same ideas dressed up differently. Yet, the doctor explained earnestly, people often know these things aren't real, but what they truly need is a fitting source of solace. With a sly smile, he added, besides, this isn't the new era anymore, is it? If superhumans can exist, why not gods? Despite his resistance, a mix of curiosity and an inexplicable sense of pity led Wang Xiao to reluctantly hand over 2,000 information credits to purchase the so-called luxury baptism package. The doctor confidently assured him that the baptism symbolized a fresh start, helping him leave the past behind and begin a new chapter in life. Expecting some advanced, technological ritual, Wang Xiao was instead greeted by the sight of the frail doctor wobbling as he carried a red plastic basin filled with water. The absurdity of the scene made Wang Xiao chuckle inwardly, but he didn't resist, allowing himself to be guided through the process. Under the dim light, the doctor's demeanor suddenly turned solemn, and his white coat seemed to transform into a sanctified robe. Before Wang Xiao could fully process what was happening, a firm hand pressed the back of his neck, submerging his head into the water. The last words he heard were, "The greatness of God needs no explanation." Accompanied by unfamiliar prayers, his consciousness briefly wavered before returning to clarity. After the ritual, Wang Xiao glanced at the 2,000 credits he had just spent and couldn't help but marvel at how quickly psychologists could make money. He silently resolved to take up this profession in his next life. When he returned home, he softly said, "I'm back." Once brimming with energy, this greeting had grown subdued after his mother's passing. Now, in the empty house left behind by his father's absence, it was barely audible. After his usual nighttime routine, Wang Xiao lay on his bed, staring at the familiar ceiling before firmly closing his eyes. As his consciousness began to blur and drift, a strangely familiar sensation surged within him. After some reflection, he realized it was identical to the fleeting disorientation he felt during the baptism. With this realization, his awareness sank deeper, like descending into the depths of the ocean. After seeing Wang Xiao off, Lin Qingliu glanced at the clock on the wall. It was already past 9 in the evening. He closed the door of the clinic and turned to face the house he had unexpectedly acquired. The recent beast tide had left visible scars on its walls and roof, with debris and broken bricks scattered everywhere. He sighed, crouched down, and began to clean up the wreckage. He would have to buy some cement tomorrow to patch up the damage. As he mechanically cleared the rubble, Lin Qingliu couldn't help but mock himself. What kind of deity has to clean up his own mess? Taking advantage of this moment of solitude, he started conversing with the system. Is blessing my only real ability? Yes, until you fully awaken as a creator. Blessing is your sole core ability. Are the abilities granted to followers through blessings random? They are pseudo-random. The abilities are determined by the desires and aspirations that arise during the blessing process, as well as fragments of revelation received. Wait, Lin Qingliu's breath hitched. The pathways and revelations you mentioned, could they be based on those draft stories and stitched together narratives from my USB drive? Yes. This answer made Lin Qingliu feel as though he were sitting on pins and needles. Those fan edits and patchwork stories from his youth had now become reality. This was social death in its purest form. Fortunately, it seemed no one knew he was the author of those writings. Can I control my followers? This is way too embarrassing. Yes, you can erase their memories and revoke their abilities. Are you really my USB drive turned sentient? Yes. Impressive. And the creator is it the one I wrote about in my settings? Insufficient permissions. Hey, this is my USB drive. Insufficient permissions. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao was making his way across a vast wilderness alone. The cool night breeze brushed against his face, offering a refreshing sense of alertness. Such an expansive, uninhabited zone should have long been overrun by monsters, yet it was eerily calm. Could this place be from before the new era? He murmured to himself. Not far ahead, a middle-aged man in worn-out clothing was walking slowly. Just as Wang Xiao was about to approach and greet him, a sharp screech pierced the air. Looking up, he saw a gaunt vulture chasing a grand white dove. Driven by extreme hunger, the vulture's gaze was fierce and unwavering. The terrified dove darted straight into the arms of the middle-aged man. Though starving, the vulture dared not confront an adult human directly but was reluctant to leave. Circling above, it spoke in a voice that was both menacing and plaintive. Will you let me starve to death just to save that dove? The middle-aged man raised his head expressionlessly and asked, What kind of food do you need? Meat. I need meat, the vulture snarled. Wang Xiao had just reached the man's side when he saw him lift his arm without hesitation and begin cutting into it. What a brutal act. Wang Xiao involuntarily took 2 steps back. As a 20-year-old young man, aside from his anatomy class, he had never witnessed such a gruesome scene. While his heart raced with fear, the bald eagle made a chilling demand. The flesh cut off must weigh the same as the dove. The middle-aged man continued slicing his own flesh, pushing himself to the brink of becoming a skeleton, yet it still failed to balance the scale against the small dove. Wang Xiao was first shocked, then angered. Suppressing his inner fear, He strode forward. I get the logic, but why is this dove so heavy? The bald eagle turned its head, its fierce gaze locking onto Wang Xiao. Realizing the dire situation and his own resolute determination, Wang Xiao gritted his teeth and shouted, "What are you looking at? If his isn't enough, then cut mine." With that, he grabbed the knife and without hesitation, sliced a piece of flesh from his own arm and placed it on the scale. Yet, the dove remained as immovable as a mountain. The bald eagle suddenly turned to the middle-aged man. "Do you have no regrets?" The man replied with a blank expression, "Not even a little." "I don't believe you," the bald eagle snarled. "If I'm telling the truth, let the flesh on my body grow back." As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Xiao watched in astonishment as the middle-aged man's wounds healed visibly, his flesh regenerating within seconds until his body was fully restored. Even more shocking, the bald eagle transformed into a human figure in an instant and bowed respectfully to the man. Wang Xiao's gaze shifted between the two, then to his still bleeding arm. He couldn't help but grumble, "Seriously, you could have mentioned you could grow it back." Both turned to Wang Xiao and smiled. "Aren't you the same?" "Huh." Wang Xiao froze in confusion. Just as he was about to examine his arm, a wave of dizziness washed over him, dragging his consciousness into deeper darkness. On this spring night, Wang Xiao's room was filled with the sound of labored breathing. His body trembled violently, cold sweat beaded on his forehead, his face flushed, and he sank into a deep, unshakable slumber. Thick yellow-black fluid seeped from beneath his skin, mixing with sweat and soaking into the bedding. His body temperature climbed steadily, and his fat reserves burned at an alarming rate, as though something was trying to break free from within. At that moment, a system notification suddenly flashed. Blessing activated. Follower Wang Xiao has awakened. Current power level, 1. Current pathway, unique. Flesh manifestation ability. Proliferation. Why does this have to happen in the middle of the night? No manners at all. Lin Qingliu, who had just finished 2 hours of physical labor, was jolted awake. About to complain, another notification popped up. Blessing feedback triggered. You have acquired a new ability pathway. Flesh manifestation ability. Proliferation? Well, that's more like it. Wang Xiao, you're forgiven. Lin Qingliu chuckled. This life-saving ability, as the first one to awaken, brought a sense of relief to someone who had been crushed to death just 2 days ago. Despite being the creator of this setting, he still felt a sense of unease after the ability awakened. As the influx of information surged, a warm sensation coursed through Lin Qingliu's body. His muscles and organs seemed to be infused with a stimulant, expelling toxins accumulated over 20 years. No me bedsheets. The bedsheets. The physical transformation brought a mix of subtle exhilaration and pain. Lin Qingliu could clearly sense harmful substances seeping out of his body, accompanied by a slight fever. He immediately rushed into the bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the cold water wash over him. After about 10 minutes, he sat on the edge of the bed, carefully observing the changes in his body. The most noticeable improvement was his vision. What had once been severe myopia requiring glasses had not only returned to normal, but had even surpassed the visual acuity of an average person. His other senses were similarly enhanced to an extraordinary degree. By simply focusing, he could identify the specific manufacturer of the synthetic nutrient paste he had consumed earlier that evening, just by its scent. This sommelier-level sensitivity intrigued Lin Qingliu. He began testing his other senses one by one and found that his hearing and taste, when concentrated, could provide far more detailed information than ever before. What astonished him even more was his newfound precise control over his body, could now regulate the secretion of substances within himself at will, directly manage the functioning of his organs, and even disable the pain nerves in specific areas. After completing his self-assessment, he turned his attention to the information provided by the system. It detailed 2 core abilities. Flesh regeneration. The body can recover from the loss of up to 10 of its mass within 5 seconds. Up to 20 can be restored within 15 seconds. The brain is calculated separately. Flesh transformation. The ability to modify and enhance one's own flesh and organs in a targeted manner, with each transformation taking 5 seconds. Up to 3 transformation processes can occur simultaneously. The brain is also calculated separately. Looking down at the defined lines of his abdomen, Lin Qingliu suddenly had a thought. Should I grow an extra stomach to improve digestion efficiency? That might help me sustain my energy for longer. As he continued reading, he uncovered some basic principles of this world. Energy levels were the standard for measuring the power of superhumans and mutant beasts, with each level up representing a leap in life's fundamental structure. Currently, both humans and mutant beasts could only reach the 4th energy level. However, as a recipient, his abilities evolved through a unique system distinct from that of ordinary superhumans. This piqued Lin Qingliu's curiosity. Through further reading, he grasped a key difference. While ordinary superhumans experienced a mere amplification of their existing abilities upon leveling up, a recipient not only enhanced their original powers but also awakened entirely new external abilities. So, he summarized in his mind, when ordinary superhumans level up, their fireballs might get bigger or more numerous? This understanding was generally accurate. External abilities referred to the unique powers a recipient manifested at their current energy level. So, what you're saying is, I don't grant specific abilities, but rather a complete system. It's just that their limited power prevents them from fully utilizing it. Lin Qingliu pondered and concluded. Exactly. Then, what kind of feedback does this blessing provide? Your abilities in that particular pathway will always surpass those of your most powerful follower. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Qingliu's face. After the system merged with this world, although its original design had changed somewhat, it essentially remained a mechanism for harvesting. So long as the blessed individual steadily improved, he could reap the benefits effortlessly. Suddenly, a question made his expression turn slightly serious. Can multiple blessed individuals and followers exist simultaneously within the same pathway? No. What happens if the current blessed individual dies? The acquired abilities remain, and you can choose a new target to continue the blessing. Lin Qingliu nodded thoughtfully. It seems casting a wide net is the way to goth more fish, the better. Having clarified the situation, he skillfully regulated his body's functions, prompting his brain to release melatonin, and soon fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao abruptly woke from a deep sleep, coughing violently. Cough, cough. His throat was clogged with a thick, viscous substance. Sitting up abruptly, he spat out a mouthful of black, congealed blood onto the floor beside the bed. After a brief bout of dizziness, he noticed something unusual about his body, not a decline, but an unprecedented improvement. Despite being covered in a sticky, yellow-black substance, he could feel an overwhelming vitality coursing through him. Pulling off the heavy blanket, now soaked with an unknown liquid, Wang Xiao was stunned to see what appeared to be a completely transformed body. The fat that had accumulated around his abdomen from years of overwork had almost entirely vanished, revealing defined abdominal muscles with the slightest flex. His arms and legs now displayed the toned contours of a professional athlete. However, there was one anomaly, strange bulge on the left side of his abdomen, marked by a bizarre mix of deep black and bluish hues. It was precisely where a tumor had been detected during his last medical checkup. Suddenly, an unprecedented sensation surged into his consciousness. He realized he could directly perceive and control certain parts of his body. Focusing his mind, he fixed his gaze on the bulge and began experimenting with this newfound ability. The tumor began to protrude at a visible rate, gradually emerging from beneath his skin until it formed a fist-sized lump on the surface. As he continued to exert his influence, the blood vessels feeding the tumor shriveled, and the skin covering it turned from a normal tone to a sickly yellow. The entire mass shrank steadily, eventually resembling a shriveled, dried-out fruit. When Wang Zhao's heightened sense could no longer detect the presence of the tumor, he cautiously touched the area. All that remained was a rough, hardened mass. Gritting his teeth, he grabbed the blackened lump, twisting and pulling it free along with a small patch of skin and a few unidentifiable fibers. Ugh! He groaned under his breath as a few drops of fresh blood splattered. But to his astonishment, the torn wound healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, quickly regenerating tender pink skin. Panting heavily, Wang Xiao stared at the blackened lump in his hand and his now fully healed abdomen, his mind a whirlwind of confusion. If the terminal illness was gone, was there still any reason to end his life? To protect against the rampaging beast tides, the outskirts of Hope City were surrounded by towering concrete walls, tens of meters high. As a result, people living in the outer districts might go their entire lives without ever witnessing the sunrise on the horizon. Wang Xiao stood in front of the mirror, examining his transformed body. His once obvious overweight figure had shifted into a perfectly sculpted shape, with sharply defined muscles. He instinctively ran his fingers through his slightly longer hair, noticing that the dark brown dye had faded away during the detox process. At 5 in the morning, the sky was a blend of light and dark hues of blue, and his room had been meticulously cleaned to perfection. In the past few hours, Wang Xiao had conducted a series of daring self-experiments. From minor cuts on his hands to stabbing his palm with a fruit knife, and even simulating a slash wound, every injury healed at an astonishing speed. The marks left by thin blades vanished almost the moment the weapon was removed, leaving only faint traces. Aside from the undeniable sensation of pain, none of these injuries seemed capable of leaving permanent scars on his body. With his limited medical knowledge, Wang Xiao understood that such phenomena could only be explained by superhuman abilities. But this realization brought even more questions. Why now? Most superhumans awaken their abilities during adolescence, and he had undergone countless tests throughout his life, all of which confirmed he was just an ordinary person. Yet now, after that mysterious baptism, he had acquired this extraordinary power. After lunch, Wang Xiao finally made up his mind. This unexpected gift of power could not become an excuse for avoidance. Instead, it should be wielded as a weapon for avenging his father. This was a divine blessing, and he intended to make full use of it. He was going to the battlefield. Just then, a rapid knock echoed from the door of the psychological clinic. Lin Qingliu, toothbrush still in his mouth, opened the door to find a completely transformed Wang Xiao, muscular build, chiseled facial features, and short hair casually draped at the back of his head. Still half asleep, Lin Qingliu glanced at the resting sign on the door and casually used a marker to change the opening hours from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. After quickly freshening up and donning a crisp, new white coat, Lin Qingliu invited Wang Xiao into the clinic. Before Wang Xiao could say a word, Lin Qingliu spoke first. "You've awakened superpowers. How did you know?" Wang Xiao barely opened his mouth before being interrupted by Lin Qingliu. "Of course, it was a revelation from the divine," Lin Qingliu declared resolutely. "Just like the visions you saw in your dream, this is a manifestation of grace. Your ability to regenerate flesh rapidly is undoubtedly a gift from the deity." Wang Xiao opened his mouth again, but every question he intended to ask was preemptively answered. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. After a brief silence, he cautiously asked, "Then who exactly are you?" "I am a follower of the divine, and an emissary of its will in this realm." Lin Qingliu paused, his eyes flickering as if carefully choosing his words, "One of many. You may call me father or preacher. Why was I chosen?" Lin Qingliu silently thought, "Because you're gullible enough to pay 2,000 yuan," but outwardly he maintained a solemn demeanor. "I don't know. Everything is part of its plan. What can I do for it?" While Wang Zhao's doubts were partially resolved, he remained wary of this so-called gift. At this, Lin Qingliu immediately straightened his posture and said seriously, "First, you must not engage in any form of physical worship. That would be a grave blasphemy. The deity only requires praise within your heart." Internally, he calculated every believer had to be a quality recruit, and someone like Wang Xiao, willing to pay, was the ideal target. Second, the deity manifests to save humanity. Your decision to join the army and fight against the beast tide aligns perfectly with its will. He understood that abilities tied to flesh and blood could only grow through life and death experiences. Passive believers were of no use to him. And finally, you must not disclose the deity's existence to outsiders. If you encounter any issues, come to me for prayers and confessions. But once you step out of this door, I am merely an ordinary psychologist. As a time traveler seeking stability, he had no desire to attract unnecessary attention. Lin Qingliu stood up, walked over to Wang Xiao, and placed his right hand lightly on his forehead. "As a new believer, praise it from the depths of your heart. Repeat after me." Wang Xiao closed his eyes devoutly and recited, "Praise be to you, creator of the world. You are the beginning of all things and the end of all things." Each word seemed etched into his memory, effortlessly surfacing without effort. In that moment, he was certain of the deity's existence. After bidding farewell to Lin Qingliu, Wang Xiao resolutely headed toward the recruitment medical examination center. Meanwhile, Lin Qingliu tossed the signboard displaying his business hours into the trash, only to retrieve it moments later and place it back where it belonged. He switched the clinic status to closed, pocketed a few information coins, and walked to the nearby market to buy cement to repair his home. The life of a reserved deity was simple, unpretentious, and monotonous. Inside the recruitment medical examination room, the officer responsible for verifying information glanced back and forth between Wang Zhao's chiseled face and the photo on file. "Is this picture of you?" the officer asked with a frown. "It is," Wang Xiao replied. "Really?" The officer's tone was laced with doubt. Calmly, Wang Xiao pointed at the photo and explained, "I used to be much heavier back then." The officer's right hand subtly moved toward the holster at his waist, his voice turning icy. "Stop pretending. I was on duty yesterday too. That kid had a terminal illness and didn't have long to live." Before the officer finished speaking, the surrounding guards had already closed in with precision. "Now, tell me, what did you do to him?" An hour later, inside the interrogation room, the officer held the medical report in his hand, staring in disbelief at Wang Xiao, who sat across from him. "It's actually you? Overnight, your abilities awakened, and your illness was cured." He paused in thought for a long moment before finally remarking, "Talk about being lucky. So, about my enlistment?" Wang Xiao cut straight to the point. "We'll need to test, classify, and document your abilities," the officer said seriously. "I hope you're as capable as you claim. These tests are no joke, they hurt." Wang Xiao nodded and followed several staff members, clad in isolation suits, into the testing room. For physical enhancement type superhumans, especially those with rapid healing abilities, the testing methods were always straightforward and brutal. He calmly extended his left arm, allowing the staff to secure it, and watched the descending needles and various blades with an unflinching expression. Half an hour later, he received his ability test report. Ability: rapid healing. Rarity: Low. Growth potential, low. Overall rating, E. Ability description, a common rapid healing ability. 80 of awakeners with physical abilities possess or include this effect. Wang Xiao raised an eyebrow, clearly surprised by the results. Noticing his reaction, the officer took the report, skimmed it, and patted Wang Xiao on the shoulder. The average awakening rate for superhumans is less than 2. Many people's abilities are practically useless. You're already among the elite of humanity. Wang Xiao didn't respond to the consolation, silently thinking that his ability might not be as simple as the report suggested after all. He hadn't yet tested it against more severe injuries, like dismemberment. I looked through your background, the officer continued. You've had medical training? I didn't graduate, so it doesn't really count. Wang Xiao replied honestly. Just 6 months short, huh? Still makes you a valuable asset. The officer's tone shifted. You'll be assigned as a medic. My unit's lost quite a few doctors in recent skirmishes. What? Wang Xiao blurted out instinctively, his reluctance evident. The machine gun he had envisioned was suddenly replaced by a scalpel, and the abrupt shift left him struggling to process it. The officer's expression turned serious as he spoke firmly. You've passed the physical examination. As your superior, I have the authority to decide your assignment. Besides, you don't actually think being a battlefield medic is a safe job, do you? He gave Wang Zhao's shoulder a firm pat and softened his tone. Truly safe positions are never short of personnel. Train well. You're a lucky kid, and I hope you manage to live a few more years. And so, Wang Xiao was sent to a crash course boot camp to begin his training. Meanwhile, Lin Qingliu was out in the outer district, procuring supplies. At the market, he noticed crowds of people with hair dyed in various colors. These were remnants from different nations of the old era. Although they initially settled in groups based on nationality, decades had passed, and the social structure had evolved into a stratified system centered around spheres of control. The current Hope City was firmly controlled by 3 major institutions: the military, the factories, and the research institute. The military was responsible for defending against the beast tides and maintaining order, the factories managed civilian production, and the research institute focused on technological development and education. On the surface, the highest governing body was the Hope Council, but in reality, it was dominated by these 3 factions, serving as a body for policymaking and conflict mediation. Lin Qingliu couldn't help but smile at the names of these institutions. Aside from the slightly grandiose Hope Council, the other institutions were named with the simplest terms, as if deliberately pursuing a sense of plainness. After some deliberation, Lin Qingliu ultimately opted for unlicensed, locally made cement, saving 50 information coins. With an additional 100, he purchased a small piece of frozen zombie meat and a bundle of shriveled dried vegetables. Although his body had recently undergone a transformation, leaving him in peak health, the sensation of hunger was still present. A thought crossed his mind. Given his regenerative abilities, he could theoretically sustain himself on his own flesh, though it would result in energy loss. Half an hour later, Lin Qingliu pushed open the clinic door, carrying the cement and the food supplies. As he cut the meat, he couldn't help but reflect on the absurd price of goods in this world. With resources so scarce, meat and vegetables had become luxuries. He knew he couldn't afford to eat such foods regularly and would have to rely on nutrition paste for sustenance in the short term. Thinking about the ingredients of the paste and recalling the movie Snowpiercer, he chose to avoid dwelling on it to preserve his appetite. As the electric skillet began to sear the meat, Lin Qingliu found himself pondering the state of technological progress in this world. Hope City had abundant electricity, thanks to tidal power from the eastern seas and geothermal resources underground, sufficient to meet the basic needs of millions. However, other areas of development seemed to have stagnated. While pre-catastrophe technology might have surpassed that of his original world, post-catastrophe, advancements had been limited almost exclusively to military technology and the biological sciences driven by superhumans, leaving other fields virtually at a standstill. In this last human city, everything was designed for simplicity and utility. With no mobile phones, people relied on their legs and landlines for communication. Without television, they resorted to radio broadcasts. Computers were restricted to use by the 3 major institutions. Hope City concentrated all its resources, striving to eliminate any form of waste. The entire human society had descended into a state of extreme frugality just to survive. Over the next few days, Lin Qingliu's small clinic did see a few visitors, but none of them were his target customers. Most were either too frugal or overly pragmatic, and not a single one purchased his meticulously designed blessing package. Although the blessing ritual didn't technically require a baptism step, Lin Qingliu felt that as a god, he needed to maintain some semblance of dignity. Simply granting superpowers outright would not only make him seem overly eager, but it also risked complications if a staunch atheist started bragging about it everywhere. Even though he could erase memories and revoke abilities, it would still be a waste of time. In this light, the baptism functioned more like a loyalty test. Despite the current situation, Lin Qingliu wasn't in a rush. Each day, He continued to experiment with and refine his abilities, patiently waiting for the right crop of followers to appear. The turning point came unexpectedly one late night. Lin Qingliu had already gone to bed, but found himself too hungry to sleep. With his newfound powers from the flesh path, he no longer worried about gaining weight. So he decided to get up and fry himself a meat patty. Just as he took a piece of zombie meat from the fridge and was about to start cooking, two sharp gunshots shattered the stillness of the night outside. Though he had never been around firearms before, the sudden noise made him pause momentarily. Soon, his innate curiosity kicked in. He turned the frying pan to low heat and activated his enhanced senses to listen closely to what was happening outside. In Hope City, particularly in the outer districts, gunfire wasn't exactly common, but it wasn't unheard of either. Through certain channels, people could get their hands on traditional handguns, and with enough money, even genuine ones with the serial numbers scratched off. While guns themselves weren't expensive, the price of bullets was outrageous. Over the past week, Lin Qingliu had heard gunshots a few times, and, thanks to his flesh path abilities, wasn't overly concerned about such threats. But tonight felt different. After the gunshots, the sound of chaotic footsteps grew louder, seemingly heading straight for his building. Lin Qingliu's heart sank as he realized something was off. He immediately rushed downstairs. Before he even reached the first floor, he heard the sound of the front door lock being picked. A boy, no older than 12 or 13, was cautiously closing the door behind him. In his hand, he held two paper clips bent into a peculiar shape, clearly an expert at lockpicking. The boy was covered in blood, his face and clothes smeared with it, though it was impossible to tell if it was his own or someone else's. Through the dim light, Lin Qingliu could just make out the boy's dark gray hair, now disheveled and grimy. Pressed against the door, the boy listened intently to the noises outside, his expression tense and alert. Blending seamlessly into the shadows of the unlit first floor, his figure seemed almost to disappear into the darkness. Cough. Lin Qingliu cleared his throat softly, descending the stairs with a calm and composed demeanor. The gray-haired boy curled up in the corner was so startled by the sudden sound that he nearly jumped. When he turned to look at the young man, who appeared to be 7 or 8 years older than himself, his eyes were filled with a desperate plea, but he couldn't utter a single word. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed from outside. The clinic was engulfed in an eerie silence, with neither of them making a move. Suddenly, the sharp rapping of fists on the door shattered the stillness. "Open up! Open the damn door! Are you all dead in there?" A rough voice bellowed from outside. Ignoring the boy who was cowering to the side, Lin Qingliu walked over to the wall and turned on the light. He responded curtly in a businesslike tone, then opened the door. The boy, meanwhile, quickly slipped into the shadow under the reception desk, his terrified eyes peeking out. With a click, as soon as the lock was turned, the cold barrel of a gun was pressed against Lin Qingliu's forehead. His expression instantly became awkward. Taking a step back, he allowed two men with menacing expressions to enter. "Where are you hiding that little brat?" the man with the gun demanded, glaring at Lin Qingliu. Meanwhile, the other man, armed with a knife, had already started searching the clinic. "Never seen him," Lin Qingliu replied with a roll of his eyes, his tone dripping with disdain. "What the hell are you playing at? Acting tough?" The gunman's temper flared, and he shoved the barrel harder against Lin Qingliu's forehead. "Old 3, search everywhere." "Got it." The knife-wielding man rudely shoved Lin Qingliu aside and strode deeper into the clinic. The gunman refocused his attention on Lin Qingliu. "You worthless piece of trash, trying to get yourself killed. Guess I'll have to waste a bullet on you." With that, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The expected gruesome scene didn't occur. No blood sprayed, no brains splattered, and there wasn't even the sound of a body hitting the floor. Instead, there was only a soft sigh. "I gave you a chance, but you really didn't make the most of it." As if nothing had happened, Lin Qingliu raised a hand to his forehead and casually plucked out a deformed copper bullet with 2 fingers. "Next time, I'll increase the density and thickness of my skull. That should improve the effect," he mused to himself thoughtfully. The gunman's face turned ashen. "A superhuman? Why so surprised?" Lin Qingliu asked, almost amused. "Isn't the overall awakening rate nearly 1? Running into one occasionally isn't that strange." The man's mind was in turmoil. Sure, a 1 awakening rate wasn't uncommon among the millions living in Hope City. But a superhuman who couldn't be killed by a bullet, yet wasn't out in the outer districts ruling as a gang boss or in the military climbing the ranks, and instead ran a psychology clinic in a place like this? How much worse could his luck get? "Oh, right," Lin Qingliu suddenly said, as if something had just occurred to him. Looking at the trembling man, he added, "This is a good opportunity to test my arm strength after muscle enhancement. Grip strength testers are so expensive and break too easily." Out of the corner of his eye, the man saw a flash of cold steel. The next moment, something struck his neck, and darkness consumed him. The gunman collapsed limply to the floor, his firearm clattering to the ground. At that moment, the other man, drawn by the gunshot, peeked out from the inner room, just in time to see his companion fall. Second brother. Without hesitation, the man charged at Lin Qingliu with his knife. He was broad-shouldered and moved with speed, taking advantage of the moment before his target could turn to plunge the blade deep into the side of Lin Qingliu's neck. This strike was the culmination of over 30 years of street fighting experience, and the nearly 8-inch blade sank in completely, even pushing the skin on the other side into a sharp protrusion. Old 3 was about to strike again, but he realized the knife seemed stuck in the man's bone. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge. Meanwhile, the young man, still wearing a faint smile, slowly turned his head toward him. The attacker stumbled back 2 steps, cold sweat already dripping from his forehead. Lin Qingliu, as composed as ever, asked in an unhurried tone, "Are you looking for this?" The young man took a step forward, the dagger on his neck slowly sliding outward with the movement of his muscles until it fell into his hand. His movements were light yet menacing, like a predator ready to strike. Rude. Before the words settled, a thin line of blood appeared on the man's arm, as if slashed by an invisible blade. He winced in pain and stumbled backward, losing his balance and collapsing near the steps leading to the second floor. Before he could regain his footing, a powerful punch landed squarely on his abdomen. The burly man instantly curled up like a boiled shrimp, his face flushed red, and after 2 muffled groans, he lost consciousness. Having dealt with the 2 intruders, the gray-haired boy stepped out from the corner of the first floor and approached Lin Qingliu, bowing deeply. "Thank you." Heh. Lin Qingliu smiled at the boy. "You're thanking me too soon." As soon as the words left his mouth, his hand struck like lightning, delivering a precise chop to the back of the boy's neck. The boy collapsed to the ground with a look of confusion. Glancing at the 3 unconscious figures on the floor, Lin Qingliu muttered to himself, "Next time, I'll try using my legs." The man was jolted awake by the numbness in his hands and the splash of icy water. When he opened his eyes, he realized his hands were tied, and he was suspended in a windowless room. Across from him, a young man stood holding a water basin, his expression cold. "Tell the truth, or should I beat the truth out of you first?" The usually arrogant brute immediately caved. I'll talk. Ask me anything." Lin Qingliu pulled over a chair and sat down, methodically taking out a notebook to begin his questioning. After gathering the basic information, he knocked the man out again before waking up his armed accomplice to conduct the same interrogation process. By cross-referencing their statements, the truth came to light. The gray-haired boy, L, was a petty thief and a drifter. His gambler father, after losing everything, had even wagered his son at the card table. In the end, the old gambler chose suicide after his final loss, leaving L completely unaware of the situation 2 blocks away until a black market doctor showed up at his door with organ harvesting tools. The debt-collecting brothers were hired muscle working for the black market doctor. The casino had transferred ownership of L's organs to the doctor, who, being poor at tracking people, outsourced the job to the debt-collecting gang the brothers belonged to. To ensure the merchandise remained intact, they were only permitted to shoot L in the limbs. However, neither their marksmanship nor the shoddy handgun they carried was up to the task, so they resorted to firing shots merely to intimidate him along the way. The 3 were in a chase, one group fleeing and the other pursuing, until they finally barged into Lin Qingliu's psychological clinic. After a careful round of questioning, Lin Qingliu turned to the more cooperative burly man and posed one last question. "You call him second brother, and he calls you third brother. So, where are the rest of your brothers?" Lin Qingliu quickly realized that the ability to transform flesh extended far beyond merely altering flesh and bones. Standing before the mirror, he scrutinized his new appearance, a head of slightly wavy white hair, subtly adjusted facial features, and a tall, thin, slightly hunched frame. This look was so drastically different that even the biological parents of this body wouldn't recognize him if they were reincarnated. The preacher temporarily took a break, and the craftsman took over. First, he rendered the 2 debt collectors and the young boy unconscious with precise strikes for prolonged sleep. Then, with practiced ease, he leaped out of the second-floor rear window of the clinic and headed straight to the study room of the 7 brothers study group. 15 minutes later, 6 blocks away, Lin Qingliu carefully observed the scene inside the room. The head count was accurate. 2 members were out on a task, while the remaining 5 were engrossed in an all-night gambling spree perfectly consistent with the behavior of this type of group. Under the moonlight, Lin Qingliu methodically donned a full set of disposable protective gear, mask, gloves, hood, and shoe covers, ensuring he left no trace behind. Cautious by nature, Lin Qingliu was not a bloodthirsty person, but the tangled web of connections he uncovered made his skin crawl. Those 2 men had more brothers behind them. The study group was backed by black market doctors. The doctors were tied to the casino, and the casino was entwined in even darker dealings. To secure a peaceful night's sleep, he decided to sacrifice his rest tonight for some extracurricular activities. However, with the increased physical exertion, he figured he deserved a little reward. Stroking his empty stomach, he suddenly remembered the uncooked meat pie waiting for him at home. When the quartz clock's hands struck 3 a.m., El was awakened by an enticing aroma. He tried to move but found himself tightly bound to an old, peeling iron bed. The bed frame, older than El himself, creaked with every slight motion. The sizzling sound of frying and the peculiar scent of meat stirred long-buried memories in El. It was of Hope City in his childhood, back when commoners hadn't yet been reduced to living on nutrient paste for every meal. His father worked at a small slaughterhouse and often brought home scraps, rendering them into white fat to sell on the black market for extra income. With difficulty, El turned his head and saw a young man focused intently in the semi-open kitchen. A thick cut of meat was sizzling in a frying pan, with tiny droplets of oil splattering everywhere. The youth's expression was one of deep concentration, like an artist completing their final masterpiece. Behind him, however, two pale, lifeless torsos hung from an iron pipe. The sight transported El back to his childhood visit to his father's workplace, recalling the slaughterhouse conveyor lines where livestock were suspended. His heartbeat first raced wildly, then gradually slowed, as if his body was trying to suffocate itself to escape the inevitable pain. Lin Qingliu hummed a tune as he sprinkled fine salt over the steak, marveling at how fresh, whole beef cuts smelled far better than long-frozen zombie meat. After finishing the final sear on both sides, he turned off the electric skillet to let the steak simmer. When he looked up, his eyes met the gaze of the boy on the bed. Lin Qingliu gave what he believed to be a harmless smile. "You're awake?" "Awake? No, not awake. Are you awake?" El's voice trembled with fear, his mind a chaotic blur. He cautiously asked, "Should I be awake?" The gray-haired boy's heart was gripped by terror. He recalled the nightmare he'd endured through the night. On one side, criminals coveting his organs. On the other, suspicious characters seemingly wanting to turn him into a culinary dish. Damn it. Hope City is a hopeless place, he cursed silently. Probably. After all, it's almost dawn. The young man across from him replied nonchalantly. A lot of things are more thrilling when done in the dark, like being human. El secretly mocked, finding the young man increasingly unsettling. Why don't you tell me your story? Lin Qingliu said in a casual tone, as if merely waiting for an amusing tale. El's gaze darted between the two men hanging from the ceiling and the steaming frying pan. He asked weakly, "Do you always listen to people's life stories before eating them?" "Eating people?" Lin Qingliu paused, turning to glance at the smoke-filled, semi-open kitchen and the faintly visible figures hanging there. Connecting the dots with the tune he'd just been humming, he nodded thoughtfully. Then, lifting the frying pan, he showed El the sizzling steaks. "Don't misunderstand this as beef," he said earnestly. "Answer my questions properly, and I'll save you some." Gulp. Relieved to confirm it wasn't human meat, El couldn't help but swallow. Exhausted and starving after a night of fleeing and a blow that rendered him unconscious, the boy suddenly found the young man in front of him much more approachable, even trustworthy. "I see," Lin Qingliu said, elegantly slicing into the beef as he listened to the third version of El's story. While the details varied, the main events were clear enough, and the 13-year-old boy had no reason to lie. True to his word, Lin Qingliu pushed the remaining half of the steak toward El and untied him. Watching the boy devour the food ravenously, he asked, "What are your plans now?" "Revenge," El replied almost instantly, his mouth still full. "Your target? The Brotherhood gang. Then you'll be disappointed," Lin Qingliu said calmly. Just earlier, the Brotherhood study group was completely taken down by some vigilantes from the outer district. And after that? The black market doctor. And after that? The underground casino. And after that? El paused his chewing, falling into contemplation. Indeed, after the day he exacted his revenge, what would he do? He had no answer. "You're thinking too far ahead," Lin Qingliu said, sitting on the bed and patting El's shoulder. Pointing toward the kitchen, he added, "You can't even handle those two guys hanging over there. You'll die in the first step of your plan." The words struck El like a wake-up call, dragging him out of his revenge-fueled fantasies and back to reality. Just hours ago, he was merely a weakling on the run, and now he was already pondering life after vengeance, a notion that seemed utterly unrealistic. El set down his utensils, his shoulders relaxing slightly. The guarded look in his eyes softened, replaced by clarity, like a small animal finally free from danger. Tears streamed uncontrollably down the face of the 13-year-old boy as he choked out in a trembling voice, "I'm too weak. I have no power. What if I could give you power?" Lin Qingliu's words were like a shot of adrenaline, instantly halting the boy's sobs. "Really?" El's eyes widened in disbelief. "Really? I can give you power, but—" "I'll do anything," the gray-haired boy interrupted firmly, his tone resolute. Lin Qingliu rested a hand against his forehead, pondering for a moment. "What you need to give isn't that much. Let me think. Absolute devotion, necessary cooperation, and He recalled how this boy had picked the lock on his door with just 2 wires in under 10 seconds. Suppressing a chuckle, he added, "A small financial contribution to support me personally." Elle nodded eagerly. "No problem, none at all. You can have everything I have, as long as you can give me." In that case, Lin Qingliu stood up and gently guided Elle back onto the hospital bed like a practiced professional. "Let me first introduce you to the great Lord, the Alpha, the Omega, the one true God. I'll give you the chance to receive divine enlightenment. Whether you can seize it will be up to you." As Lin Qingliu grew more familiar with this world, his memories gradually merged with those of the original owner of his body. Compared to the awkwardness he felt when he first deceived Wang Xiao, he now possessed a refined skill set akin to that of a seasoned therapist. Under his gentle guidance, Elle, who had just experienced intense emotional turmoil, quickly drifted into a light sleep. Lin Qingliu began to narrate the tale of a god, embodying countless contradictions. Finally, he carefully inserted the semi-ethereal USB drive into the back of the boy's neck. This time, the blessing process went unusually smoothly. There was no drowning-like agony. Elle simply sank into a peaceful slumber. In his dream, Elle found himself standing atop a flat-topped mountain. He was dressed in a distinctive off-white robe, his right arm and shoulder completely exposed. Even at this lofty altitude, the sweltering air was nearly unbearable. In the distance, a sprawling complex of stone structures loomed majestically, drawing him closer almost involuntarily. As he approached, he noticed more and more people dressed in similar robes. Yet, none of them acknowledged his presence. They neither questioned nor interacted with him, as though he didn't exist at all. Just as this unsettling thought surfaced, a wave of hunger struck him. As an outer district street thief, Elle's moral compass had always fluctuated with the weight of his wallet and the pangs of his stomach. Nearby, a long table laden with an array of sumptuous dishes stretched as far as the eye could see, the aroma tantalizing and irresistible. Such an opportunity was too rare to pass up. After cautiously confirming that no one could truly see him, Elle began devouring the feast with abandon. "I don't know what's going on," he muttered between bites, "but if I'm going to die, I might as well die full." The long table was essentially set up like a buffet, with an endless array of exquisite dishes spread across its surface. Most of the guests maintained impeccable table manners, whether it was the nobility who arrived in gilded carriages, the elegantly dressed individuals radiating an air of wealth, or even the towering, giant-like figures with their imposing physiques. All adhered to the principle of taking small portions at a time. All except for one gray-haired young man who was devouring food at the table with wild abandon. This was Elle. His mouth opened so wide it seemed one could see straight to his stomach, and it looked as though he might climb onto the table to consume everything in sight. Just as he was lost in this gluttonous feast, a strong hand suddenly grabbed the back of his robe and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. "Hey, kid, ever heard of taking small portions?" A deep voice came from above. Elle turned his head to see that the person holding him was a hulking man, his height far exceeding that of a normal person. In the man's grasp, Elle felt like a helpless ragdoll. Staring at the man's tree-trunk-like arms and curly, thick beard, Elle immediately dropped to his knees and begged, "I'm sorry. I was wrong." The giant man glanced around thoughtfully. "Strange, it seems no one else can see you." "I have no idea why," Elle answered honestly. "All right then," the man said, setting him back on the ground. He leaned down and continued, "This is the heavenly kingdom atop the mountain. Everything wonderful can be found here. Though I don't know how you got here, anyone who arrives through their own efforts is welcome." Elle nodded eagerly. "Now," the man added, "could you return my golden button?" Elle froze on the spot. He cursed himself for having such sticky fingers, even in the midst of being caught. Reluctantly, he handed over the stolen golden button. The giant man, true to his word, didn't punish him. He simply took an apple from the table and walked away. Time passed, and Elle realized he had no memory of how he had arrived in this place. Every attempt to recall it brought on a splitting headache. Resigned, he decided to stop questioning it and instead focused on enjoying the endless feast. But as his hunger subsided, the monotony of constantly eating began to wear on him. As a social creature, the isolation and lack of interaction nearly drove him mad. The solitude here was even more unbearable than his lonely life in the outer districts. Desperate for distraction, he started wandering around, perching on the shoulders of giants to gaze at the horizon, pretending to be a revered guest riding in the glittering carriages, and even sneaking into dignified banquets to tug on the beard of the king of the gods. Eventually, he sought out the giant man again. "Hey," Elle said, now completely fearless, "I'm bored out of my mind." "Seriously?" In the face of extreme loneliness, all other fears pale in comparison. Elle recalled his last encounter with the tall man. The man had not harmed him, which brought Elle a small sense of relief. When the burly man saw Elle again, there was a subtle change in his eyes, as if he were a different person. He led Elle into the shadows and lowered his voice, saying, "I've been looking for you for a long time. Can you show me again how you stole my decorative clasp last time? I want to learn." Elle deftly manipulated two similarly sized stones with his fingers, creating intricate patterns in the air, while his other hand mimicked various pocket shapes. Having lived in a world devoid of communication for so long, he had nearly been driven mad by the silence. Now, having finally found someone who could see him, he was more than willing to oblige. Over the following days, the two stayed in that secluded corner, one teaching, the other learning. Before long, the burly man had mastered the skill. The next day, he handed Elle a still smoldering funnel cake and asked the invisible man to deliver it to the primitive humans living in the valley below. Elle nodded in agreement. The next time Elle saw the man, the sight was horrifying. He was nailed to a steep cliffside, and a bloodthirsty eagle tore at his liver day after day. Each night, the liver would miraculously regenerate. Elle was not surprised. He vaguely remembered someone once bragging about the liver's incredible regenerative ability, claiming it could be sold twice, though he could no longer recall who that person was. Looking at the man who had sacrificed himself to aid humanity, Elle resolved to save him. As he cautiously climbed the cliff, the man weakly said, "It's you, little one. This place is too dangerous. You should leave." After trying countless methods, Elle found that the divine shackles wouldn't budge. "Give up," the man said. "You are not the one destined to break these chains." Watching the eagle arrive with precision each day, Elle came up with the only feasible plan. Holding his liver, which was nearly the size of half his head, in his hands, the man asked in pain, "Are you sure this will work?" "It can't see me," Elle replied through gritted teeth. To it, this is just a simple exchange of two stones. Though he didn't know where he had come from, a voice deep inside told him this was the right thing to do. When the eagle descended once more, it was startled to find its prey's innards already exposed. Greedily, it pecked without hesitation, only to realize something was off. Looking down, it found itself devouring its own beating heart, blood splattering into its eyes. Soon, weakened, the eagle plummeted from the cliff, disappearing into the abyss below. "This is all I can do," Elle said to the man after completing the impossible exchange. Noticing that his body was gradually becoming transparent, Elle felt a sense of confusion. "Are you leaving?" the man asked. Elle looked at his semi-transparent arm and hesitated before nodding. "It seems that way. In any case, it was nice meeting you." "The pleasure was mine too." As Elle drifted into a deep sleep, two golden notification boxes slowly appeared before Lin Qingliu's eyes. The notifications indicated that the blessing had taken effect. The believer, Elle, had awakened his current energy level and obtained a spatial ability resembling exchange. At the same time, the blessing feedback was triggered, granting Lin Qingliu himself access to new abilities, spatial capabilities of approximate exchange and dimensional shift. The approximate exchange allowed him to swap the positions of objects within a 5-meter radius if their similarity exceeded 50, based on conventional perception. Dimensional shift enabled him to briefly enter a higher dimension, selectively overlapping nearby objects through contact. Looking at Elle, peacefully asleep on the hospital bed, Lin Qingliu nodded in satisfaction. Compared to Wang Xiao, this little one was undeniably less troublesome. The awakening process was clean and efficient, not even disturbing the bedsheets. "Second crop of talent, pretty decent quality," he silently remarked to himself. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Qingliu suddenly felt a cool sensation on his wrist. Looking down, he saw the metal bedpost passing straight through his wrist with almost no sensation. He quickly withdrew his hand and began testing the effects of dimensional shift with a thoughtful expression. "What if I focus this sensation on my feet?" As the thought crossed his mind, his entire body suddenly passed through the floor from the second story, landing heavily on the cement floor of the basement. Fortunately, his flesh-based ability shielded him, or he might have been bedridden for a while after such a fall. When he climbed back up to the second floor, supporting himself on the stairs, the scene in the room left him wide-eyed. Utensils were flickering in midair, swapping positions incessantly. Plates, bowls, and chopsticks moved chaotically, while two suspended men shifted positions erratically. Clothes of the same size in the wardrobe were rearranging themselves, and the entire room seemed to have descended into a state of chaos. Lin Qingliu didn't intervene, choosing instead to observe how far this newly awakened individual could unconsciously push his abilities. Before long, Elle naturally woke up, and the room returned to normal, leaving only traces of the earlier disarray. "Although I said this not long ago, I suppose it's worth repeating. Good morning, you're awake," Lin Qingliu said softly. "Yes," Elle replied, sitting up halfway and rubbing his temples. "I think I had a very long dream. The details are a bit hazy, but it felt like, I understand. That was divine enlightenment." Hearing this, Elle froze for a moment, then reached for the dinner knife on the bedside table, his gaze locking onto the fork on the plate. Taking a deep breath, The two utensils instantly swapped places. This simple action left L panting heavily, forming a stark contrast to the astonishing strength he had displayed in his unconscious state earlier. Lin Qingliu noticed this with interest and asked, "Why not try without holding it?" Following the suggestion, L tried a few more times, but eventually shook his head in resignation. "I can't." Lin Qingliu chuckled inwardly, but maintained a gentle demeanor. "The gods have granted you this ability. You can now pursue what you desire. Remember to practice diligently, and don't forget our agreement. Oh, by the way, the craftsman has prepared a gift for you. You'll see it when you leave here. Rest assured, I will honor my vow." L replied with solemn determination, nodding firmly. Lin Qingliu stepped closer, placing his palm lightly on L's forehead. "Now for the final step, repeat after me." To avoid drawing attention, Lin Qingliu waited until noon before sending L off from the clinic. Handing him a bag labeled Psychological Clinic Discharge Gift, he explained its contents: a dagger and a handgun from the two brothers in their group, along with a carefully selected piece of beef. "Eat well to grow strong, and don't forget our agreement." "Understood, Father. No, Dr. Lin." "I'll remember." L flashed a shy smile, took the bag, and disappeared around the corner of the street. Lin Qingliu glanced around, then quietly locked the clinic door. Back on the second floor, he placed both hands on the shoulders of two brothers standing beside him. Without a sound, their bodies phased through the floor, descending through the first floor, into the basement, and finally into the soil beneath the concrete foundation, arriving at an underground cavern. "Reserved seating for two," he announced. 5 minutes later, Lin Qingliu reappeared on the second floor, dusting off his hands and speaking to himself with a smirk. "If anyone finds this spot, they'll be impressed." This was his initial experiment with spatial displacement. L's newly acquired ability allowed him to instantly swap two similar objects within a 5-meter radius. Higher similarity meant greater success but required precise positioning. In contrast, Lin Qingliu's mastery of dimensional shifting took things further. Not only could he phase through walls, but he could also traverse any thickness of earth while carrying objects. However, this ability required pre-merging with air to avoid suffocation. Though he wouldn't truly die, the pain from lack of oxygen would be excruciating. Lin Qingliu was quite satisfied with these abilities and had already begun strategizing various combinations. He even considered using dimensional shifting to insert his arm into an enemy's body and then deactivating the ability to see the result. Despite the potential harm to himself, his rapid healing ability would ensure he gained the upper hand. His blood manipulation skill perfectly complemented the spatial abilities, creating a synergy that exceeded the sum of its parts. Throughout the day, Lin Qingliu focused on exploring different combinations of abilities. As his control over them improved, the clinic's intact dishes dwindled, casualties of his experiments. Thus, the small psychological clinic passed an uneventful day without visitors. Meanwhile, for blocks away at the local security bureau, a group of city safety officers was grappling with a newly discovered homicide case. "Captain, race the investigation report from today's crime scene," one officer said. "Let me take a look," came a mature, composed voice. Zhuang Mian, the captain of the East Outer District security team, took the folder handed to her by Deputy Captain Zhao Qi and began reviewing it carefully. Moments later, Zhuang Mian's expression turned to one of astonishment. She re-examined several key points before addressing her deputy, who had been at the scene. "So, your conclusion is that 5 people died in the Outer District, yet there isn't a single trace or piece of evidence left behind, and nothing was stolen?" "Captain, over here." A timid deputy captain of the security team pointed to a crime scene photo in the file, his voice slightly trembling. "We found a small pool of cow's blood." The forensic team confirmed it came from a cow's hind leg that the victim had forcefully acquired at the market that day. Zhuang Mian nodded in acknowledgement. This was entirely consistent with the usual behavior of the deceased. "And the cow leg? Gone." "So what you're saying is," Zhuang Mian frowned, "someone came all the way here at 2 a.m., killed 5 gang members from the Outer District, just to eat a piece of fresh beef?" "Yes." "Damn it." Zhuang Mian slammed the file against her forehead. As the newly assigned squad leader of the Eastern Outer District Security Bureau, she had expected strange cases, but this was beyond her imagination. At 24, she had been reassigned here for protective reasons after refusing to cooperate with certain individuals in a smuggling case in the Inner District. The plan was to wait until the storm blew over. Zhuang Mian hadn't minded the reassignment initially after all. She expected to return to her investigative post in the Inner District within a year or two. But every day in the Outer District seemed to push her understanding of reality. The cases she'd taken on in the past 2 weeks were mind-boggling. A math genius self-harming and selling organs after losing money on military-grade medicine, an animal trainer caught teaching a tabby cat to steal salted fish from windows, and an engineer digging a tunnel in the wrong direction, accidentally flooding the area with seawater. And now, a maniac killing 5 people just for a piece of beef. Zhuang Mian swallowed hard. The challenges here far exceeded those of the Inner District not because of political interference, but simply due to the absurdity of the cases themselves. Forcing herself to stay calm, she led her team to investigate other organizations connected to the victim's gang, hoping to uncover clues of revenge or a crime of passion. Meanwhile, in a nearby general store, "This plate is so expensive. Is it made of gold?" "Stainless steel," the owner replied. "What's so great about it? It doesn't rust." The owner thought for a moment before adding, "And it's durable. I'll take it." Lin Qingliu carried his newly purchased household items as he walked home. The blazing sun at the end of May felt no different from what he remembered in his past life. Nearly 2 months had passed since he arrived in this world, and the small clinic he ran was gradually picking up business, leaving him with some savings each month. Although he had merely inherited the memories of this body and often felt like an imposter, Lin Qingliu was quite satisfied with his current circumstances. L began his path of revenge, regularly delivering dividends to Lin Qingliu. Each time, Lin Qingliu insisted on inviting him to stay for a meal. Although the young man had learned about the Brotherhood's annihilation and was eager to meet the so-called paperhanger, Lin Qingliu always brushed off the request, citing the craftsman's eccentric personality. With this steady income, the clinic underwent a complete transformation. The rusty, peeling iron beds were replaced by brand new treatment tables. The mottled walls were freshly painted, and every corner seemed to radiate new vitality. Lin Qingliu gradually adapted to and even began to enjoy this peaceful life. However, the chive cultivation project came to a standstill. Not only was there no discovery of new seedlings, but the existing ones showed no progress. After researching, Lin realized that the enhancement of superpowered individuals' abilities often required years. This realization, oddly enough, brought him a sense of relief. The incident of L's hasty escape that night seemed to have settled. A month ago, a female team captain had brought people to inquire about it. Lin Qingliu adamantly denied everything while taking the opportunity to promote his psychological counseling packages. Both sides left empty-handed. After more than a month of exploration, Lin Qingliu had become increasingly adept at mastering the two pathways of his abilities, though this proficiency came at the cost of replacing a batch of damaged furniture. Just as he was about to open the door, an ear-piercing alarm shattered the calm. Listening carefully, he identified it as a warning for a small-scale beast tide. His hands trembled involuntarily as memories of his original body being struck by flying rocks surged to the forefront of his mind. Although he was certain he was safe, Lin Qingliu quickly retreated inside here. Even using his superpowers wouldn't expose his identity as a rogue talent. At the same time, on the eastern city wall, Wang Xiao, a member of the medic squad, fixed his gaze on the grayish arc on the horizon. He thought of his intact family and his father's casual demeanor after every beast tide. Now a superpowered individual himself, he still couldn't emulate his father's bravery on the front lines. In just a month of training, he had transformed from an ordinary person into a competent soldier. Seeing his comrades trembling with fear, he patted one on the shoulder and offered a few comforting words, though he refrained from mentioning the true source of his composure, a combination of deep-seated hatred for the beast tides and the confidence brought by his flesh regeneration ability. The distant gray line had now materialized into a dense horde of beasts at the base of the city wall. These mutated creatures bore varying numbers of limbs, each one a grotesque amalgamation of ancient animals, with no two alike. Most retained traits of pre-catastrophe mammals, some herbivorous, others carnivorous. This was a level 1 beast tide. As the monsters approached, their roars and footfalls merged into a deafening tidal wave of sound. The eastern district, being coastal, had a shorter defensive line but always needed to divert forces to monitor threats from the sea. Suddenly, a sharp command pierced the air. Permission to fire, engage freely. In an instant, a dense rain of bullets wove a deadly net, cutting down swathes of mutated beasts at the foot of the wall. Watching this scene, Wang Xiao seemed to understand his father's calm demeanor from years ago. With firepower like this sustained, this wave of beasts indeed posed little threat. However, as time passed, anomalies began to emerge. The catastrophic upheaval that marked the transition between the old and new eras imposed an all-encompassing blockade on humanity. Whether on land, sea, or in the air, every living space was occupied by monstrous beasts, compressing human activity to its absolute limits. Though Hope City had expanded steadily over the decades, this apparent progress came at an enormous cost. The city's defense systems seemed robust. Anti-aircraft cannons warded off aerial threats, and towering walls resisted ground assaults. Yet, all of this relied on extremely limited resources. To secure energy supplies, Hope City was built in an area rich in geothermal resources. However, this decision resulted in a severe shortage of mineral resources. Every bullet fired from the walls and every gram of explosive detonated represented a continuous depletion of reserves. Without efficient recycling or the discovery of new mineral veins, these strategic resources would eventually run out. Against this backdrop, the three major institutions placed great emphasis on nurturing superhumans, especially those with rare and powerful abilities. These individuals could conjure fireballs and other attacks out of thin air, requiring little more than basic food supplies for sustenance. From a resource efficiency perspective, these superhumans were like energy conversion black boxes. Researching and training them became critical to the survival of human civilization. At this moment, Wang Xiao wasn't contemplating such far-reaching implications, but his sharp instincts told him something was amiss. The roars of the beast horde were becoming distinctly audible again. This indicated that the firepower on the walls was weakening. Logically, as the beast tide approached, the gunfire should have intensified. Unless, the ammunition supplies were running dangerously low. Suddenly, an ear-piercing alarm shattered the air. Wang Xiao, with his professional training, immediately recognized it as the monster climbing alert. The frontline soldiers swiftly adjusted their formation, retreating a safe distance to prepare for the threat. Wang Zhao's enhanced senses picked up an unusual noise. Ignoring military protocol, he shouted toward the front left, "Over there, watch out!" Before he could finish, a razor-sharp claw, glinting coldly, pierced the concrete wall in front of a soldier. Reacting instantly, Wang Xiao swung his machine gun around, unleashing a barrage of bullets to neutralize the threat. Yet, the rounds had little effect, ricocheting harmlessly off the creature's smooth, armored exoskeleton. A second and third claw followed, and soon, a spider-like monster, over twice the height of a person, began scaling the wall with terrifying speed. Wang Zhao's pupils dilated sharply. The spider-like creature had two feline-like beasts hooked on its hind legs, a grotesque and chilling sight. "Die!" A soldier roared as he pulled the trigger, finally severing one of the creature's hardened claws. But at the same time, another sharp claw pierced through his chest. Blood sprayed into the air as Wang Xiao instinctively stepped forward, intending to follow his training and rescue the wounded soldier. However, the spider-like creature flicked its claw, flinging the soldier's body over the city wall. Forcing himself to stay calm, Wang Xiao quickly surveyed the battlefield. Many soldiers had turned their guns toward the creature that had first scaled the wall, leaving gaps in their assigned defense zones. No one dared to peek over the wall to assess the situation outside. Every soldier knew that exposing their head at this moment was a death sentence. In the command room, the middle-aged officer who had personally recruited Wang Xiao was clutching the collar of a young observer, roaring, "Why wasn't it detected?" The first 3 rounds of observation clearly showed no spider-like beasts. "Sir, I really don't know." The young observer was on the verge of tears. In Hope City, where the military controlled nearly everything, the loss of the city walls meant even survivors would face court-martial. Fighting back his fear, the observer added, "They'll submit today's recordings to headquarters." But the officer had already turned away, rushing toward the door and shouting, "Call for backup from the headquarters ability unit. Everyone, follow me to the front." The defensive line had collapsed. Wang Xiao hadn't expected his first battle to be such a rare and chaotic scenario. Not even his father, who had recently died defending the walls, had faced anything like this. While dragging injured soldiers to safety, he overheard fragmented shouts around him about mismatched monster types and insufficient weapon supplies. He had already rescued 3 lightly injured soldiers where lightly injured meant injuries still worth saving. In Hope City, survivors like these were often reassigned to weapon production lines. Just as he was pulling a 4th wounded soldier back, a tremendous force suddenly struck from behind, followed by the soldier's agonized scream. Turning around, he saw a 2-headed leopard-like beast sinking its teeth into the soldier's leg. In that instant, his father's desperate expression in his final moments flashed through Wang Xiao's mind. His blood boiling, Wang Xiao swiftly pulled out his medic-issued submachine gun with one hand while injecting a painkiller into the soldier's neck with the other. Without hesitation, he advanced, unloading an entire magazine into the mutant beast's 2 grotesque heads. The monstrous creature was caught completely off guard by the sudden emergence of a new firing point. Bullets struck one of its heads with precision, forcing it to release the soldier's leg it had clamped down on. Enraged, the beast turned its attention to Wang Xiao, only to be met with an even denser barrage of gunfire. The grotesque head fell lifeless, its movements ceasing entirely. However, the 2-headed monstrosity did not collapse. Its remaining head continued to control the body, albeit with slightly slower movements, yet still exhibiting reaction speeds far beyond human capability. With an ear-splitting roar, the beast lunged at Wang Xiao. Wang Xiao had no time to replace his magazine as the creature's gaping maw closed in. It clamped down on his entire left arm, tearing it away in a violent spray of blood and flesh. Just as the beast prepared to savor its meal, a deafening explosion erupted from its mouth. The last remaining head burst apart instantly, its eyes bulging and exploding, its jaws shattered and deformed. With a look of disbelief frozen on its face, the massive body crashed to the ground. Wang Xiao did not pause to admire his handiwork. The moment he lost his left arm, he discarded his assault rifle with his right hand and grabbed the handle of the injured soldier, dragging him backward. The wounded soldier, who had witnessed the entire event, suddenly realized that one of the grenades at his waist was missing. Warm blood sprayed from Wang Zhao's severed arm onto his face. What happened next was even more shocking. Wang Zhao's severed arm was regenerating before the soldier's very eyes. Pink flesh sprouted and extended like bamboo shoots after rain, quickly forming a brand new arm with a healthy pink hue. "You're a superhuman?" The wounded soldier blurted out instinctively, asking the obvious. Wang Zhao simply gave his newly grown arm a few test swings, then casually grabbed the soldier's remaining grenades and rushed back toward the retreating battlefield. Although the scale of today's minor beast horde was not large, with fewer than 100 creatures breaching the city walls, the lack of preparation had caused the human defensive line to begin crumbling. Many injured soldiers on the walls were struggling to retreat or hold their ground. Wang Xiao took in the chaotic scene. After quickly aiding one injured soldier and handing him off to comrades in the rear, he immediately initiated his unique combat strategy. His pale arm, to the beasts, appeared as an irresistible lure. They lunged at him greedily, but in devouring this delicacy, they also consumed deadly grenades. Explosions echoed one after another. Wang Xiao moved swiftly along the front lines, rescuing the wounded while collecting grenades from them. Amid the chaos of gunfire and explosions, he even felt a few stray bullets from friendly fire strike him. Yet on this battlefield, where everyone else relied on ranged attacks, Wang Xiao alone chose this perilous close-quarters method of combat. With the support of the other soldiers, Wang Xiao displayed astonishing combat prowess. He moved swiftly across the battlefield, and in just a few minutes, at the cost of several wounds and losing his arms multiple times, he managed to take down nearly 10 leopard-like beasts known for their speed. When he reached the far end of the battle line, exhaustion finally overwhelmed him. Although his mind remained sharp and alert, his body struggled to keep up, and the regeneration of the wounds on his arms noticeably slowed. His arms had already been lost several times, and the tattered, bloodied remnants of his sleeves were scattered in the stomachs of various beasts. But the battle was far from over. Ahead, a swarm of spider-like beasts continued to clash fiercely with the human soldiers. Unlike the leopard-like beasts, these creatures were not driven by insatiable hunger, making the previous Lurian ambush tactics ineffective. Just as Wang Xiao prepared to launch another offensive, a blinding beam of light suddenly descended from the sky, striking one of the spider-like beasts with precision. The intense heat instantly melted the creature's exoskeleton, causing its multicolored blood to boil and its internal tissues to writhe. The beast let out a piercing shriek before collapsing, lifeless. Looking up, Wang Xiao saw a figure clad in a specialized combat suit hovering in midair, wielding the deadly beam to sweep across the battlefield. On the city walls, every beast touched by the light was swiftly annihilated. Despite the ongoing danger, many soldiers and wounded couldn't help but steal glances at this timely reinforcement. Noticing that the reinforcements prioritized targeting the exoskeleton-armored beasts, Wang Xiao felt a renewed surge of strength. He quickly retrieved 2 grenades and began a new round of bait-and-destroy maneuvers. A few minutes later, the battle was over. No beast capable of fighting remained on the city walls. The soldiers formed groups to finish off the still-breathing creatures. Exhausted, Wang Xiao dragged himself back to the original defensive zone and collapsed next to the wounded, gasping for air. The airborne reinforcement slowly descended beside Wang Xiao, observing him with interest. Superpowered operative, directly under military command. Designation 13052, codename Qingliu, the figure said, extending a hand. "Let me see what's so special about you that these beasts couldn't resist." Wang Xiao stood up, still catching his breath, and extended a pristine, pale right hand to shake. East Outer District 3rd Defense Unit, Medic. Wang Xiao. Qingliu raised an eyebrow in surprise, scanning Wang Xiao's battle-worn uniform, which no longer bore any medic insignia. "What's your ability?" "Rapid healing, rated E." At this, Qingliu burst into laughter. "The researchers can be way off sometimes. Your ability is at least level, probably some kind of ultra-fast regeneration." He added with a smirk, "though I can't entirely blame them. A couple of years ago, some idiot awakened a regeneration ability and insisted the researchers test him to the extreme. They cut off his arm, but it reattached too quickly, causing all sorts of complications. Since then, the research teams have been more cautious, probably didn't want to push your limits and risk any accidents." In the conference room of the Inner City Research Institute, a massive display screen dominated an entire wall. The footage fast-forwarded twice before pausing at the gesture of an elderly researcher in a white lab coat. On the screen, an unusual sight captured everyone's attention. Amidst a dense horde of beasts, a 6-legged creature moved forward in an unnatural posture. Beneath it, 2 spider-like beasts had their hard claws firmly hooked onto its back. The room erupted into animated discussion. The elderly researcher slowly removed his glasses and carefully wiped the lenses with the corner of his lab coat. By the time he put them back on, the noise had subsided. He picked up a laser pointer and directed it at the enlarged image behind him. Everyone, the meaning of this photo is self-evident. Today, we have definitive evidence to support the theory that these beasts are capable of evolving. We can no longer dismiss them as mere animals. He scanned the room, and seeing no response, he continued, reflecting on history. When humanity first retreated to Hope City, the beasts attacked each other chaotically. But by year 10 of the new era, such behavior had significantly decreased. 30 years ago, they mastered cross-species coordinated assaults. 20 years ago, they began strategically selecting the best times and targets for their attacks. 10 years ago, the beast waves expanded to both the skies and the seas. And now, he pointed to the screen. They have learned deceptive tactics. The room fell into a heavy silence. The elderly researcher went on. It's clear they understand that human armies deploy weapons based on the observed types of beast waves. This implies two possibilities. Either they've developed some form of communication system among themselves, or there's a highly intelligent individual orchestrating their actions. Regardless of which is true, our institute's responsibilities have become even more critical. He stepped down from the podium, his tone heavy with concern. Humanity's progress is far too slow. If the day comes when airborne beasts learn to hurl others into the city, how long do you think our anti-aircraft defenses will hold? A young man Yongxing hurried after the departing elderly researcher. Without turning back, the latter said, "Contact the military and have them release that observer. It wasn't his fault. Relay today's meeting details to the front lines and ensure every observer studies them carefully. Also, double the number of cameras at all observation points and adjust the angles for cross-referencing." "Understood, Deputy Director," Yongxing replied respectfully. The young man wearing glasses appeared scholarly and refined, with an innate air of melancholy etched on his face. He quickly jotted down the old man's words on a sticky note before hurrying off to carry out his orders. In the center of the military training ground, under the bright sunlight, nearly 1,000 soldiers stood in neat formation, observing the medal ceremony. A stern-faced, dark-skinned middle-aged officer was pinning a gleaming golden medal onto Wang Zhao's chest. These soldiers represented only a fraction of the Eastern Outer Wall's forces not on duty that day. Many others remained on patrol in their respective areas, ever vigilant against a repeat of the incident from 2 days prior. The detained observer had been released, and the officer in charge had been demoted and held accountable. Upon discovering that the beasts were capable of cunning strategies, every wall guard became more cautious, while those on rotation grew increasingly anxious. If future encounters involved such crafty creatures, frontline soldiers like them would undoubtedly bear the brunt of the danger. To boost morale and honor the heroes, the medal ceremony was deemed necessary. As the standout soldier in the recent battle, Wang Xiao was meticulously following the rehearsed steps, executing every motion with precision. The roughly 30-gram medal on his chest felt tangible, stirring Wang Zhao's thoughts to drift toward the past. He recalled his father describing a grander medal ceremony held after a massive wave of beasts had been repelled. His father's yearning to stand on the medal platform was vividly etched in his words, though at the time, the younger Wang Xiao and his mother had simply been overjoyed by his father's safe return, paying little attention to the honor earned through brushes with death. Now, standing alone on the platform, Wang Xiao mechanically finished reading his speech, feeling the admiring or envious gazes from the crowd below, as well as the same yearning look in their eyes that his father once had. For a fleeting moment, he almost felt a gentle, invisible hand patting his shoulder, as if his father were there, proud of him. After returning to his seat in the front row, a blond man named Meteors, clapping enthusiastically beside him, handed over a report stamped with a red seal. Taking the document, Wang Xiao saw it detailed the Research Institute's latest assessment of his abilities. Ability: super speed regeneration. Rarity: relatively high. Growth potential: moderate. Overall rating: D. Ability description: a relatively rare rapid healing ability, encompassing most basic self-recovery traits, with notable uniqueness. However, current data suggests limited growth potential. The rating considers both current strength and future potential. Meteors explained enthusiastically. This is just a preliminary evaluation based on combat footage. It might be adjusted upward later. Why are you telling me this? Wang Xiao asked, puzzled. Because once your rating reaches C, you'll be eligible to join the military's elite superhuman squad. My team is looking for talent like you. Are you trying to recruit me? I prefer to call it making a connection. If you ever have the opportunity to join the headquarters elite superhuman unit, I hope you'll consider my team first. As dusk settled, Ji Yongxing, the assistant to the deputy director of the Research Institute, hurried back to his dormitory. He habitually locked the door behind him and quickly went through his nightly routine. Once everything was in order, he bent down and pulled out a wooden chest about half his height from under the bed. Carefully, he opened the virtually symbolic lock, revealing a dense array of electronic components inside. Plugging the machine into the wall socket, the green indicator light began to flicker, accompanied by the steady whirring of the cooling fan. This contraption, pieced together from discarded parts, slowly came to life. It reminded Ji Yongxing of the term scrapper he had once come across in old records from a bygone era. Though he wasn't sure if it was meant as a compliment or an insult, his focus was entirely on the model's forthcoming changes. At just 16 years old, Ji Yongxing was widely regarded as a prodigy. Born into the inner city, his parents were both senior researchers at the institute, specializing in technological development and superpower studies, respectively. Though he himself had never awakened any abilities, he had inherited his parents' scientific genius, demonstrating extraordinary research capabilities from a young age. His appointment as the deputy director's assistant at such a young age had raised no objections within the institute after all. The current deputy director had been another, Ji Yongxing, 40 years ago. In this research institute, where science was akin to faith, seniority was not the key to advancement. They firmly believed that truth was the fairest arbiter, and the rule of the capable rising while the mediocre fell was absolute. A single poor decision by an incompetent individual could potentially lead humanity to the brink of extinction. In Hope City, there were only three paths to changing humanity's destiny: power, knowledge, and individual greatness. Everyone believed that Ji Yongxing would inevitably master one of these paths, though only he knew that his intellect likely surpassed everyone's expectations. The hum of the machine reverberated in the modest single dormitory. As Ji Yongxing updated the data, he reflected on the origins of this device. The deputy director, Zhou Zhuo, was well aware that Ji had privately kept discarded components, a violation of recycling regulations. Yet, the elderly man, who firmly believed that geniuses could change the world, not only refrained from reprimanding him but also actively covered for him. He had only one request: to be the first to see Ji Yongxing's research results, calling it a moment that would witness history. However, Ji Yongxing's experiment had long since been completed. Hidden within this seemingly outdated machine was a model capable of integrating all known information, assigning weights, and ultimately predicting the future. Limited by computational power, it could currently only produce final conclusions without detailing the process of deduction. Over the past year, as new data was continuously input, the range of the model's conclusions had gradually narrowed. At this moment, as Ji adjusted the parameters of the beast's ability to communicate and evolve from high probability to certainty, the model began to operate once again. The narrow room was stiflingly hot, the air thick with the hum of a computer running non-stop. Ji Yongxing stared intently at the screen, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. After 2 hours of calculations, a suffocating number finally emerged on the screen. The model's simulation revealed that humanity could only hold on between years 70 and 72 of the new era. Beyond that lay destruction. It's closer. Ji Yongxing slumped back into his chair, murmuring to himself. From the initial prediction of nearly 200 years to the current survival window of just 2, the hope for humanity had been shrinking dramatically as he gathered and fed more data into the system. This was precisely why he had never submitted his research findings. He knew all too well that if this model fell into the hands of his superiors, additional parameters would only hasten humanity's downfall. The grim results of the simulation weighed on his mind like a plague, tormenting his nerves. He dared not tell anyone, fearing that such despair would spread among the masses and ultimately accelerate the impending catastrophe. But even if he buried this secret forever, could it truly change humanity's fate? What meaning was there in this doomed battle against the beasts? And more importantly, was such a harsh truth too much for those who clung to the belief in humanity's ultimate victory? In Hope City, the fearsome nature of the beasts was constantly emphasized. Yet the belief that humanity will prevail was deeply ingrained in everyone's hearts. It was this conviction that allowed countless people to endure their current suffering and look forward to a brighter future. Over the decades, countless soldiers had fallen on the city walls, driven by that very belief. Amid these chaotic thoughts, the exhausted Ji Yongxing gradually drifted into sleep. Just before his consciousness faded, one thought lingered: tomorrow, I must take a day off and clear my mind. The next day, when Ji Yongxing requested leave from the Research Institute's deputy director, Zhou Zhuo, the biologist raised his head from the microscope. As an expert dedicated to unraveling the mechanisms of superpowered creatures, Zhou Zhuo studied his protégé's tired expression and quickly understood the situation. However, when Ji Yongxing accepted the document Zhou Zhuo handed him, he froze. It was no leave approval, it was a temporary assignment. As a nominal senior investigator for the institute, he was tasked with inspecting the eastern city wall of the outer district, which had been struck by a beast tide 3 days earlier. The 2-day mission included assessing the wall's damage, reviewing the observers' training sessions, interviewing battle survivors, and submitting a 3,000-word summary report. After a brief moment of hesitation, Ji Yongxing resigned himself to the task and set off. In the deputy director's eyes, this short-term assignment was clearly a disguised vacation. Ji Yongxing didn't object to the arrangement. He only found the 3,000-word report a bit excessive. He hoped the investigation would yield enough material, so he wouldn't have to pad the report too much later. Ji Yongxing eagerly embarked on his much-anticipated business trip, which doubled as a chance to clear his mind. Stepping out of the clean but crowded streets of the inner city, he experienced for the first time the chaos of the outer districts. Home to 70% of the human population, the streets exuded an overwhelming sense of disorder that left the 16-year-old both shocked and fascinated. Even dressed in the simple attire typical of the outer district, Ji Yongxing couldn't fully conceal his innate inner-city demeanor. Passers-by frequently turned to glance at the poised and refined teenager, and before long, he even caught the attention of a few pickpockets. When one of them made a move, Ji swiftly drew his handgun and detained the would-be thief, handing him over to the nearest security station. This act reduced the overt stares, but the furtive, shadowy gazes lingered, darker and more cautious. By protocol, an assignment like his should have included a security escort. The greatest danger wasn't from organized threats, but from the impulsive attacks of desperate individuals. Fortunately, while Ji lacked physical training, years of practice with firearms had equipped him to protect himself. As he approached the military base in the eastern part of the outer district, the hostile attention gradually faded and disappeared entirely the moment he entered the camp. Ji quickly got to work on his interview. He first met Wang Xiao, a newly promoted junior officer. Once a medic, Wang Xiao was now the captain of a frontline squad. He brimmed with pride over his new role. It was the combat position he had long desired, allowing him to better defend the city walls. Feiner, a superhuman directly under the military headquarters, was not present in the camp. Always on standby like a firefighter, Feiner had barely managed to attend Wang Xiao's medal ceremony the day before. Ji Yongxing later interviewed several soldiers who had been rescued by Wang Xiao. They vividly recounted the incident, their words overflowing with admiration that bordered on reverence. Ji recorded their accounts with a neutral expression, carefully filtering out the exaggerated praise. Finally, Ji spoke with the observer who had failed to detect the monster in time, and the defense officer who had been demoted and confined as a result. By evening, Ji left the military base had never been one to share a room with others when resting. This is not some peculiar quirk of Jinusa teenager, who struggles with deep sleep, has always been skeptical of soldiers' promises that they won't snore. Military camps are never about luxury, and with limited resources, not even a single-person dormitory is provided. Ji Yongxing stepped onto the streets of the outer district, strolling leisurely while searching for a suitable place to stay. Away from the pressures of the research institute, his thoughts inevitably wandered back to that model. In just a year, a simple idea had evolved into an inescapable nightmare. If only I could forget it all, he sighed inwardly. At the corner of the street, a two-story standalone building caught his attention. A relatively clean sign hung by the door. It was a psychological clinic. Ji Yongxing couldn't help but chuckle at the coincidence, feeling a twinge of interest. As a member of the research institute, he was no stranger to psychological clinics. The institute's psychologists were perpetually surrounded by anxious researchers, throwing them lifelines of hope like lifeguards. Just as he was about to push the door open, the wooden door suddenly swung inward. A hand reached out through the crack, groping to remove the open sign. An impish thought crossed the teenager's mind. When the hand failed to find its target, a head emerged from the door, and their eyes met. In recent days, the beast attacks on the city had left many residents traumatized, resulting in a surge of patients at Lin Qingliu's clinic. While he wouldn't thank those terrifying creatures, the increased income had undeniably brought him more financial security. Coupled with the occasional dividends sent by air, he felt confident enough to close early for the day. But when he saw a teenager standing outside, seemingly not much older than air, Lin Qingliu's smile immediately faded. This was clearly not someone who could afford the hefty consultation fees. "Young man, we're about to close. If I don't close soon, the doctor might end up needing therapy himself," Lin Qingliu said flatly, his tone laced with mock intimidation. The teenager silently pointed to the wooden sign at the door, which clearly displayed the clinic's hours. Open until 10 p.m. Lin Qingliu's resolve to slack off crumbled instantly, and he regretted keeping that misleading sign. "My fees are very expensive," he emphasized. "How expensive?" "The minimum package for psychological therapy is 2,000 credits." Lin Qingliu deliberately inflated the price, hoping to deter the boy. To his surprise, the teenager promptly pulled out 2,1000 credit bills from his inner pocket, inadvertently revealing the gun holster under his arm. It was a display of both means and resolve. "Is this enough? You seem perfectly fine to me, not a hint of illness," Lin Qingliu muttered through gritted teeth as he took the money. "I want to die." "Well then, coming quickly. Just don't die on my doorstep." Ji Yongxing stepped into the unusually unconventional psychological clinic, just as he had hoped. As he pushed open the door, he was greeted by a strikingly pure white interior that immediately caught his eye. Everything from the ceiling to the floor, and the surrounding walls, radiated a pristine, bright white, creating a warm and luminous atmosphere. The decor made him nod in approval. At least from a professional standpoint, this doctor seemed to have some real expertise, not just another quack who had picked up a few tricks after a couple of days of study. However, this faint hope was quickly extinguished by reality. Over the next half hour, Ji Yongxing followed the standard procedure for new patients, filling out personal information at the front desk, being led to the first consultation room, and completing a set of outdated psychological tests. What followed was an endless wait. Bored out of his mind, Ji Yongxing lay on the soft treatment bed, solving every Sudoku puzzle from the week's newspapers in his head. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he sat up and looked seriously at the young doctor beside the bed. When is our treatment going to start? If all you want is the 2,000 information coins, just take them now. Consider it payment for my stay here, and I'll leave in the morning. Lin Qingliu lowered the questionnaire report that had been covering his face and replied in a calm tone. The treatment has already begun, Mr. Ji. What? You're very clever, Lin Qingliu said, waving the questionnaire in his hand. You deliberately avoided all the correct answers just to prove that you're unwell. This questionnaire is a textbook case of depression. But it's meaningless, Mr. Ji. Until you tell me what's truly troubling you, I can't provide any effective treatment. Sudoku therapy isn't going to cut it. Ji Yongxing immediately straightened up in surprise. Sudoku counts as a therapy method? Not anymore, Lin Qingliu thought to himself, suppressing an internal sigh. Outwardly, he maintained his professional demeanor and explained. This technique is particularly suited to patients like you, those who are too intelligent to sit still without thinking. Ji Yongxing stared at the snowy white ceiling, lost in thought, his gaze gradually becoming unfocused. After a few minutes, as if making up his mind, his eyes regained their clarity. Turning to the visibly bored Lin Qingliu, he said, I'm willing to tell you everything, but you must abide by professional ethics and promise not to tell anyone. Lin Qingliu nodded casually. I'm always very discreet. Shaking his head, Ji Yongxing retrieved a document from his shoulder bag, marked with a seal and a unique serial number. It was an empty confidentiality agreement he had brought from the research institute, originally meant to bind soldiers. Unexpectedly, this last spare copy was about to be used here. Sign this confidentiality agreement, and I'll tell you. Lin Qingliu wasn't intimidated by the serious atmosphere. After all, no matter how extraordinary the other person's secret might be, could it really outshine his own identity as a god in training, a time traveler, and a dual-path superhuman? Pretending to deliberate for a few seconds, he quickly signed his name on the document without hesitation. After both parties signed the agreement, Ji Yongxing's tense expression visibly softened. He gazed at the psychologist in front of him, who seemed only a few years older, and after a moment of hesitation, he spoke solemnly. What I'm about to tell you, don't be scared. Lin Qingliu clasped his hands in front of him, his tone steady. I'm professionally trained. I won't be scared. Half an hour later, after hearing the whole story, Lin Qingliu fell into thought before finally speaking. So, you're saying you want to commit suicide just because your model predicted humanity's destruction in 20 years? It's not real suicide, just a scare tactic, Ji Yongxing explained somewhat awkwardly. But maybe there's a small chance. That's why I've always thought teenagers need to communicate more with people, Lin Qingliu said with a faint sneer. Look at what bottling everything up has done to you. His words instantly drew a glare of anger from Ji Yongxing. Look at me like that all you want, but I'm still going to say it. Lin Qingliu continued nonchalantly. If everyone thought like you, humanity would have been extinct long ago, and there'd be no such thing as Hope City. He gestured out the window. I can tell at a glance you're from the inner district. How many times have you even been out? 3 times. Ji Yongxing answered truthfully. And what do you think of the outer district? Ji Yongxing paused for a moment before giving an unexpected answer. Boring. Not filthy, not chaotic, not impoverished, just plain boring. Lin Qingliu chuckled. Then what word would you use to describe the inner district? After a brief pause, Ji Yongxing gave the same answer. Boring. Not overly strict, not oppressive or crowded, just plain boring. Exactly. Both the inner and outer districts are mind-numbingly boring. Lin Qingliu spread his hands. Valuable people are selected for the inner district to burn through their potential in research labs, factories, or the military. Those left in the outer district take on most of the manual labor, sometimes resorting to fights just to pass the time. The only difference between the two districts is the type of work they do. He locked eyes with Ji Yongxing. Tell me, am I right? Ji Yongxing nodded silently. And that's the crux of the problem, Lin Qingliu said as he returned to the stool by the window, his tone calm. Millions of people in Hope City suffer day after day, all for the faint hope of one day returning to their original homeland, even though most know they'll never live to see that day. According to them, they're just holding onto a sliver of hope. Do you really want to make your research public and cause Hope City to collapse in a single day? Ji Yongxing clutched his head, unable to imagine the consequences. In the end, your model is nothing more than a cold calculation based on known data. A genius like you letting your creation dictate you, well, that's a rare failure even among creators. The young man looked up, ready to argue, but saw the psychologist already standing, looking down at him. Besides, your parameters are severely lacking. There are countless factors you haven't accounted for. Like you. Ji Yongxing retorted sarcastically, his tone dripping with youthful defiance. Lin Qingliu responded earnestly, like the one who created it all. This one has potential. Upon uncovering the truth behind the other's depression, Lin Qingliu made this assertion. In his eyes, a young, exceptionally gifted individual, almost perfect except for lacking superhuman abilities, was the quintessential archetype of someone destined for enlightenment in various religious tales. He recalled a vague memory from his past life about a renowned scientist who delved into theology, which only solidified his belief. Lin Qingliu decided to take this person in as a follower. Even if the individual's devotion fell short compared to the other two, and even if they couldn't be cultivated as a cash cow, it didn't matter after all. Geniuses often deserved special treatment. Besides, using the logic of game narratives to deceive someone with high intelligence was never an easy feat. For instance, the creator of all things, Lin Qingliu said. After uttering those words, he extended his hand toward Ji Yongxing's forehead with an air of compassion, though the hand carried immense strength, much like a true priest. Thud. With a muffled sound, the astonished young man fell backward, landing on the expensive psychological therapy bed. Lin Qingliu skillfully removed the golden USB drive hanging around his neck and began to manipulate Ji Yongxing like a classic villain handling the protagonist. Staring at the boy now in a deep sleep, Lin Qingliu returned to his seat and murmured softly, "A terminally ill person who can control flesh, a thief from the outer district who can manipulate space, who knows what fascinating experiences await you in your dreams." Ji Yongxing awoke in a magical land. There was no Hope City, no strange beasts, and seemingly no danger. Searching through his memories, he recalled a word he had rarely used before: wilderness. Although his recollection of his origins was hazy, he relied on the faint fragments of his memory and his deeply rooted scientific reasoning to begin exploring the land. He discovered he could float in the air, a phenomenon that should have been astonishing, yet he instinctively accepted it as reality. As he ventured further, he encountered a group of giants. These colossal beings were as large as mountains, roaming the desolate land in search of food, devouring forests and rivers in their path. If not for his ability to adjust his floating height at will, Ji Yongxing might have mistaken them for actual mountain ranges. The giants had insatiable appetites, and many of them were perpetually hungry. One day, a furious giant pointed to the sky and roared, "It's all because of the sun in the heavens. This damned, scorching sunlight is killing the forests and drying up the streams. If this continues, we'll all starve to death. We must drive the sun away." The other giants raised their heads, shielding their dark, abyss-like eyes with their thick arms, as if afraid of being burned by the sunlight. Voices of agreement erupted one after another. The debate about the sun immediately caused a division among the giants. One giant stood up, his towering figure casting a long shadow. "You're wrong. Without the sun, trees can't grow, and eventually, we'll starve to death." His words garnered support from some of the tribe, and the vast wilderness was soon filled with the sound of heated arguments. As the quarrel grew more intense, an exceptionally burly giant rose to his feet. He was taller and more imposing than the others, with muscular arms that showcased his extraordinary strength. "Brothers and sisters," he said in a powerful, resonant voice, "listen to me." This young chieftain clearly commanded great respect among the tribe. The arguing ceased immediately, and all the giants turned their attention to him. "We do indeed need the sun to help the trees grow," the chieftain continued, raising his hand to point at the blazing sun in the sky while making a grasping motion with both hands. "But we can capture it. Find a large enough cave, put the sun inside, and take it out only when we need it. Wouldn't that be better?" This proposal sparked an enthusiastic reaction among the giants. The first giant who had complained quickly voiced his agreement. "The chieftain is right." Supportive voices echoed one after another, and the earlier disputes soon transformed into unanimous approval. However, a new question arose: who would chase the sun? "Let the chieftain do it. He's the best choice," one voice called out. The other giants quickly agreed, and this informal selection process concluded with the chieftain being overwhelmingly chosen as the sun chaser. The chieftain made thorough preparations. He tied a rope around his waist to capture the sun, carried provisions gathered by the tribe, and drank an entire small river dry. With the expectant gazes of his people upon him, he stood tall and proud, ready to set off. Hovering in the air, Ji Yongxing observed the entire scene, but couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. As he pondered, the chieftain began his journey, each step leaving a crater-like footprint on the ground. He sprinted toward the setting sun in the west, but no matter how fast he ran, he remained several strides behind it. Ji Yongxing finally realized what was wrong. He quickly caught up to the running giant and shouted into his ear, "No, no, you're running the wrong way." The giant chief brought Ji Yongxing back to the tribe and immediately gathered the clanspeople to introduce this unusual visitor. The towering giants sat in a circle, carefully listening as Ji Yongxing explained his theories. Although they appeared simple and slow-witted, The giants were able to grasp basic logic. They closed their eyes and imagined the scenes Ji Yongxing described in their minds, eventually nodding in agreement with his reasoning. Their respect grew even more when they saw Ji Yongxing flying freely through the air. Gradually, the title Great Prophet spread among the tribe. Though Ji Yongxing had a hard time understanding at first because of their peculiar pronunciation, it took him a while to realize they were calling him Veda's wise nephew. The chief once again meticulously prepared the supplies needed for chasing the sun, even organizing the tribe to dig a pit in advance where the sun could be placed. Then, carrying Ji Yongxing on his back, he began running eastward, ready for a confrontation with the sun. According to Ji Yongxing's calculations, they had one opportunity each day to catch the sun. Missing one chance wasn't a problem. They could keep chasing eastward to catch the next opportunity. However, several attempts ended in failure. The giant's rope was never long enough to reach the sun, no matter how much strength he used. Ji Yongxing tried flying up to help, but he discovered that he seemed to have a limit on how high he could fly. And so, the two continued their attempts, heading ever eastward until one day their journey came to an abrupt halt. They were met by an endless expanse of deep blue ocean. Seriously, you really can't swim? Ji Yongxing asked for the third time. No, giants can't swim, the young giant replied, lowering his head, his large eyes blinking helplessly. How about we just wait here and throw the rope every day when the sun passes by? Ji Yongxing suggested. The giant gave him a look as if he were an idiot. That's impossible. The sun isn't stupid. If we lie in wait here every day, I'll just take a different route. The two fell into silence. Suddenly, the stillness was broken by a melodious bird call. Ji Yongxing looked up to see a small bird with patterned feathers on its head, a white beak, and red claws, carrying a pebble in its beak. The bird flew over and dropped the pebble into the ocean. A crow drinking water by tossing stones? Ji Yongxing blurted out. You're the crow. Your whole family is crows. The peculiar bird immediately changed its flight path, let out a unique cry, and flew straight to Ji Yongxing, pecking his forehead repeatedly with its white beak. If you're not a crow, why are you dropping stones? I thought only crows did that to drink water, Ji Yongxing retorted. Hearing this, the colorful bird abruptly stopped midair, circled twice, and then landed lightly on Ji Yongxing's shoulder. Its voice carried a deep sorrow as it began recounting a story about a drowned girl seeking revenge against the sea. As the tale unfolded, the young giant was deeply moved, and tears as large as streams began to flow down his face, dripping continuously into the ocean. The bird, seeing this, anxiously pecked at the giant's cheek with its sharp beak. Stop crying. If your tears keep flowing into the sea, all my efforts these past days will be wasted. The giant realized the problem but found it hard to stop his tears. Thinking quickly, he dug a large pit in the ground and carved a trench with his finger to guide the tears away. Seeing the tears being properly managed, the bird finally calmed down. After the bird drank from the sweet, clear stream, the giant's emotions also settled. The three of them sat together once again, pondering their individual wishes. Ji Yongxing's gaze shifted between his two companions, the giant, who longed for a runway, and the bird, determined to fill the sea. He began to sense that these two goals might have a common solution. Just then, a voice called up from below. They looked down to see an old man carrying a yoke on his back, standing by the giant's feet. He was tapping the giant's toes while shouting, "Brother, move aside. I need to dump this soil and rock into the sea." The giant quickly moved his foot, saving the old man several miles of walking. Watching the old man dump the soil and rocks, a peculiar gleam appeared in the bird's eyes. Ji Yongxing suddenly had a flash of inspiration and quickly descended to the old man's side. "Excuse me, sir, may I ask what you're doing?" The old man rested by the salty lake, fanning himself with a straw hat as he replied, "It's a long story, but to put it simply, 2 mountains suddenly appeared in front of my house, and they're growing taller by the day." His tone carried both frustration and anger as he continued, "If this goes on, our crops won't see the sunlight. My family and I decided to move the mountains, breaking them apart and dumping the debris into the sea." When Ji Yongxing heard, "growing taller by the day," he grew thoughtful and turned to look at the young giant. He noticed the giant avoiding eye contact, pretending to be entirely uninterested in the conversation. "It doesn't matter if I die," the old man went on, "I have a son, and my son has a son. One day, we'll finish moving the mountains." These words gave Ji Yongxing the final piece of the puzzle. Standing between the three of them, he looked from the giant to the old man to the bird, a confident smile forming on his lips. He turned to the giant and said, "You need a runway that spans the ocean." Then to the old man, "You need more helping hands." Lastly, he faced the bird. "Have you ever heard of land reclamation?" Ji Yongxing explained the entire plan in detail, clearly defining the roles of the three parties. The giant and the elders people would each fulfill their respective duties, while the bird would oversee progress and coordinate among all sides. Once everything was arranged, Ji Yongxing suddenly felt a wave of exhaustion and slowly descended from the air. This is an immense project that may take many years to complete. I need to rest for a while. If you encounter any unsolvable problems, you can come and wake me, he said to his three companions. The giant, the elder, and the bird nodded silently and placed the soon-to-sleep prophet in a hidden cave by the seaside. Afterward, the land embarked on an era of vigorous construction. A beam of light pierced the cave and landed on Ji Yongxing's eyelids. He struggled to open his eyes, raising a hand to shield himself from the blinding sunlight. At the cave entrance stood a young man. A brightly feathered bird perched on his shoulder, and behind him loomed a one-eyed giant, curiously peering inside. Memories surged back like a tide, and Ji Yongxing not only remembered his past experiences, but also seemed to recall knowledge that did not belong to this world. "What brings you to me?" he asked, shaking his groggy head. "Great prophet, we've encountered new difficulties with the plan. My great-grandfather told me before he passed that I could seek your guidance," said the young man, who was about the same size as Ji Yongxing. "Great-grandfather?" Ji Yongxing asked, shakily taking to the air as he regained his ability to fly. "Yes, the plan has been ongoing for a full 100 years," the bird with even more vibrant feathers than before said with a smile. "That elder was this young man's great-grandfather. It's been a long time," greeted the bearded chieftain of the giants. The group sat down by the seaside, now transformed into farmland, and Ji Yongxing asked, "What troubles have you encountered?" The giant spoke first. "Let me explain. The plan to capture the sun has hit a roadblock. 20 years ago, we completed the final path dividing the sea, but when we ran eastward, we ended up back at the starting point from the west." He drew two concentric circles on the ground and continued, "It turns out our world is round. This is the inner circle, and the sun is on the outer circle. This means we can never catch it." Ji Yongxing nodded and turned to the bird. "What about you?" The bird pointed toward the distant coastline and said, "The method you taught us for reclaiming land from the sea indeed works, but I discovered that the total volume of seawater is fixed. As we reclaim land here, the sea level rises elsewhere, potentially causing even greater disasters." It added with a shudder, "Thankfully, you stopped me in time back then. Otherwise, if the waves had breached the dikes, I would have been the culprit." "No, the criminal bird." Ji Yongxing looked at the bird's small frame and imagined it carrying pebbles like a crow drinking water. He thought to himself that even a million years wouldn't have achieved such a result. Finally, he turned to the old man's great-grandson. "Do you have any questions?" The young man spread his hands helplessly. "Our predicament is simple. The two great mountains have been completely hollowed out, and now the people don't know what to do. From childhood, our lives revolved around digging the mountains. Now that they're gone, we oddly find ourselves missing them." Ji Yongxing's lips twitched slightly as he sank into thought. After a moment, he picked up a tree branch and drew two concentric circles on the ground, then added a line between them. "Since the outer circle is always larger than the inner circle, Wedhos within the inner circle should build a tower that reaches the heavens, capturing the sun from its summit." He then drew an indentation inside the inner circle. "By increasing the depth, we can expand the ocean's capacity. The soil and rocks we dig out can be used to build the tower." He gazed into the young man's eyes. "Digging mountains is not your family's destiny. The mountains are gone. It's time to pursue new dreams. Tell me, what is your dream?" "Digging," the young man blurted out without hesitation. Ji Yongxing slapped his own face, his mind momentarily frozen. "Well, it's not impossible. But you don't have to limit yourselves to digging mountains or soil. You can do anything you want." "Understood," everyone replied in unison. Sleepiness crept over him again. Ji Yongxing glanced at his companions and flew back to the cave in the cliffside. In the years that followed, he was awakened many times, using his gradually sharpening memories of a past life to help his friends solve their problems. Yet his consciousness seemed to drift outside his body, witnessing the accelerated development of this world, as if from a spectator's perspective. By the 3rd century, the Tower to the Heavens and the Deep Sea Project were completed. Tsunamis were neutralized before they could form, and the giants discovered that the sun was far more distant than they had imagined. Meanwhile, humans invented intricate machinery, pushing excavation techniques to their peak. Just as the giants were about to give up, humans drawing inspiration from Ji Yongxing proposed a new idea: conquering space. In the 9th century, the first rocket was launched. 2 centuries later, the middle-aged chieftain of the giants achieved what seemed like an impossible feat in space. He finally comprehended the vast distance between Earth and the Suna Gap that could not be bridged by a single rope or a towering structure. In the year 1532 of the Shanghai calendar, the ultimate single-sided mirror project was completed. Countless satellites equipped with light transmitting, reflecting, and shading capabilities orbited Earth. Under the giants' control, every beam of sunlight was precisely directed, illuminating every corner of the planet. The birds harnessed technology to tame the oceans, bringing them firmly under control. The human population continued to grow, striving to reach the same level of mastery in all fields as they had in excavation and space exploration. Ji Yongxing's ethereal form stood in Earth's orbit, gazing at the magnificent scene. The figures of the giants, the birds, and the old man appeared beside him one by one. His memory had fully returned, and he now understood his situation. If he were to define this extraordinary lucid dream with a single word, it could only be a revelation. Ji Yongxing turned to face the three figures and bowed deeply with profound respect. Thank you for giving me this unforgettable experience. Perhaps, as that gentleman said, I was simply lacking communication. The three figures looked at him with smiles. The giant deliberately shrank his form to match Ji Yongxing's height and said, meeting his gaze, we should thank you as well for showing us another possibility. It's been truly fascinating. Agreeing to that guy's plan was definitely the right choice. The elderly man nodded thoughtfully and added, young man, be kind to your creations. The little bird fluttered its wings and flew closer, lightly pecking Ji Yongxing on the forehead. It was nice meeting you. By the way, I'm not a crow. Ji Yongxing was about to respond, but he saw the four figures simultaneously begin to fade, becoming transparent and ethereal. At the same time, a string of notification messages appeared before him. Blessing activated. Believer Ji Yongxing awakens current ability level. Current pathway. Naturalist unique. Manifested abilities. Simplify. Analyze. Simplify. Proficient in identifying redundant elements in things and simplifying them. The deeper the mastery in a given field, the more pronounced the ability. Analyze. When activated, this ability allows for rapid analysis of the fundamental properties of objects, uncovering details that would normally require specialized instruments. Meanwhile, Lin Qingliu was leaning against his bed, leafing through a new era history book borrowed from the library. This time, he hadn't repeated the mistake of overcooking meat. Just as he reached the section about the research institute's construction, a delayed notification suddenly appeared before him. A naturalist pathway? Lin Qingliu mused. Considering Ji Yongxing's personality traits and the potential development of this pathway, he suddenly realized how fitting this choice was. Though relatively weak in the early stages, this pathway offered significant advantages in knowledge acquisition and application. Moreover, its latest stage potential, as Lin Qingliu had originally designed, was remarkable. He could feel his mind becoming sharper and more organized, even noticing redundancies in the text as he read. When he glanced at the various instruments in the clinic, an overwhelming urge to dismantle and reassemble them surged through him, as if he could see through the structure and purpose of each individual component. Although this ability lacked the raw combat power of Wang Zhao's flesh pathway, its uniqueness was undeniable. Lin Qingliu sensed a strange feeling, as though an invisible gaze was scanning him, which he deduced was a side effect of the naturalist pathway awakening. Compared to Wang Zhao's festering body and Ayer's restlessness, this awakening process was far more gentle. A remarkable ability, it keeps my mind spinning, Lin Qingliu murmured softly. Before long, Ji Yongxing, lying on the clinic bed, opened his eyes. The overflowing power gradually withdrew back into his body. Unlike Wang Xiao, who had narrowly escaped drowning, and L, who was worried about being turned into a dish, Ji Yongxing remained unusually calm in the face of the situation. He lay quietly on the hospital bed, his gaze fixed on the white ceiling for a long time before he finally spoke. Doctor, I feel like I had a very long dream. Indeed, you did. It's almost dawn, Lin Qingliu responded softly. If you'd like to share that dream with me, I'd be happy to hear it. Never mind, Ji Yongxing said, turning over to face away from Lin Qingliu. After a moment, as if something had clicked in his mind, he suddenly sat up and stared intently at the doctor. There's nothing absolute in this world, is there? Lin Qingliu set down the book in his hands, a faint, enigmatic smile forming on his lips. It seems your dream was quite interesting. So, did you feel his expectations of you? Ji Yongxing fell silent. The reality of a deity's existence was difficult for him to process. Words swirled in his throat, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. Lin Qingliu, unhurried, simply gestured with a confidentiality agreement in his hand and nodded toward the door. Your treatment is complete. After leaving the consultation room, Ji Yongxing practically sprinted through the entire Eastern Outer District. The guards at the checkpoint, struck by the impression of this scholarly and melancholic young man, checked his documents and allowed him into the Inner District. He ran straight back to the Research Institute headquarters, bypassing the process of officially ending his leave, and went directly to his room. Along the way, he could feel a distinct change happening within his body. Every time his eyes landed on a flyer or a simple mechanical device on the street, he felt an uncontrollable urge to take it apart. That sensation peaked when he pulled out the cobbled-together computer from under his bed. 2 hours later, Ji Yongxing looked at the scattered, discarded parts on his desk and, satisfied, pressed the power button again. This time, he didn't rush to input new parameters. Instead, he delved into the system's backend, using a newfound clarity of thought to streamline the bloated foundational code. Another 2 hours passed. Staring at the optimized code, Ji Yongxing became certain he had surpassed the limits of ordinary human capability. The realization made his heart race. What kind of force could transform an average person into something more? How could such power be quantified? Did it have an upper limit? His fingers hovered above the keyboard, but ultimately refrained from typing. He knew his current state of exhilaration might cloud his judgment. As the creator of the model, he couldn't allow himself to be controlled by his own creation. After carefully packing the computer away again, Ji Yongxing acknowledged that he still knew far too little. It wouldn't be too late to input parameters related to the deity once he had gathered more information. His thoughts then shifted to another pressing matter: how was he going to face Deputy Director Zhou Zhuo, who had been eagerly awaiting results? I'll just pick one of the backlogged projects and finish it, Ji Yongxing muttered to himself. He quickly tidied up his slightly messy curls, washed his face, and stepped out of his single dorm room. At that moment, the melancholy aura that had once surrounded him was gone, replaced by the sense of someone who had discovered a new possibility within himself. Bang! Freeze! Security team. Hands up. Both hands on your head. On the afternoon of June 5th, at the end of a dim alley in the eastern part of the outer district, Zhuang Mian led the security team as they kicked open a heavy wooden door. A wave of the metallic stench of blood hit them, and the scene in the basement instantly tensed everyone's nerves. More than a dozen corpses lay neatly on the ground, their deaths eerily similar. One of the security team members, maintaining a vigilant stance, slowly crouched down and examined the nearest body. The deceased was a gaunt-faced man, his eyes wide open in terror, frozen in the moment of his death. The team member skillfully inspected the chest and abdomen of the corpse before reporting to Zhuang Mian, "Captain, the body is still warm. Death likely occurred less than 2 hours ago. Judging by the method, it's the work of the heart stealer." Zhuang Mian frowned deeply, clenching his teeth as he issued orders. Team 1, secure the perimeter. Team 2, investigate the scene. The team immediately dispersed, each member taking their assigned role. This unit had recently grown more adept at handling crime scenes rather than chasing down culprits, especially after the chilling emergence of the heart stealer. The story traced back to late March. What was initially dismissed as the work of a deranged individual, a so-called meat theft murder case, marked the beginning of it all. On the night of March 31st in the 52nd year of the Pioneer calendar, the headquarters of the Seven Brothers gang in the lower district was massacred. The perpetrator left with nothing but a 25-pound premium beef leg from the inner district's underground ranches. When Zhuang Mian led the investigation, they found only 5 bodies at the scene, while the second and third brothers of the gang were nowhere to be found. 2 months later, the wanted notices for these two had long been overshadowed by newer cases, yet they remained missing without a trace, as if they had vanished into thin air. Initially, this case seemed destined to be hastily concluded as another dispute over spoils, much like the absurd cases often seen in the Eastern District, for example, the cat trainer who ended up in jail with his own feline accomplice for stealing fish. However, when Zhuang Mian's investigation uncovered the Seven Brothers gang's ties to the black market organ trade in the outer district, a bloody pursuit and deadly game quietly began. The security team under Zhuang Mian's command had a rather distinctive composition. Among the 30 members, aside from the captain and vice-captain, half were fresh graduates, whose approach to tasks could be summed up as reckless and impulsive. The other half were seasoned old hands, who had been entrenched in the eastern outskirts for years and had long formed intricate ties with the underground forces. Things like taking cuts for passing on information or sharing spoils were commonplace. Even Zhuang Mian had to engage with these people to obtain critical intel. By mid-April, a string of bizarre deaths had left Zhuang Mian overwhelmed. Key members of the Brotherhood gang she had painstakingly tracked down would suddenly drop dead the next day. A black market doctor she was tailing turned up dead that very night. Even a casino boss she was surveilling collapsed and died right before her eyes. Every time she grabbed hold of a thread in this sprawling web, it felt as though an invisible pair of scissors would sever it cleanly and ruthlessly. The young captain, relegated to the outskirts, had been on edge lately, like a bristling porcupine. Sleepless nights and mounting frustration made her temper so volatile that no one in the team dared to approach her. As the investigation progressed, the body count continued to climb, and forensic reports began to shed light on the grim reality. While the first 5 gang members had died from fractures and blunt force trauma, all subsequent victims were found to have suffered from cardiac removal. The forensic team uncovered a horrifying truth during the autopsies. Each corpse's chest cavity showed that the original heart had been meticulously removed and replaced, sometimes with an animal heart, other times with a heart-shaped toy. Even more unsettling, in cases of group deaths, the victims' hearts had been swapped among them. The positioning of the bodies suggested they had been part of some macabre, heart cube puzzle. It was undeniably a case of superpowered crime. Though Hope City maintained strict superpower screening protocols for newborns, some individuals inevitably slipped through the cracks. Most hidden superpowered individuals opted to keep a low profile, blending into gang life like the infamous one-armed blade, who enjoyed performing self-harm stunts to intimidate rookies. But someone like this heart snatcher posed a far greater threat as a dangerous and unstable element in the last surviving city. Superpowers were inherently difficult to categorize, even with detailed records that classified abilities by type and level. Some powers came with unique limitations, such as the military superpowered individual in the inner district, who could grant others temporary flight but couldn't apply it to himself. These seemingly peculiar powers often proved to be far more formidable than ordinary healing abilities. Today marked Zhuang Mian's fourth attempt to investigate a black market doctor, but once again, she arrived too late. She knew all too well that the only remaining lead in the eastern outskirts was the last black market doctor near the southeastern border. If she couldn't uncover the organ trafficking channel or apprehend the heart snatcher before this final lead went cold, the case would become nearly impossible to solve. As the cleanup crew under Zhuang Mian's command retreated dejectedly, Elle slowly emerged from the shadows at the street corner, letting out a long sigh of relief. This boy, with his delicate features and not a trace of stubble, was none other than the dreaded heart stealer who had recently plunged the eastern outskirts into chaos and bloodshed. After receiving the divine power bestowed upon him, Elle immediately began executing his plan. Initially, he intended to target the remaining members of the Brotherhood gang, only to discover that their stronghold was now heavily guarded. Through inquiries with neighbors, he learned that the Brotherhood had been completely wiped out the very night he went into hiding. This revelation led him to suspect the ever-smiling Dr. Lin Qingliu's gift Lin had received from the paperhanger was undoubtedly related to this event. Elle briefly investigated Dr. Lin in the paperhanger but found no useful information. He quickly abandoned the pursuit, knowing that digging too deep might invite deadly consequences. Over the next 2 weeks, he secluded himself at home, repeatedly practicing his power of near exchange until he could perform it 15 times consecutively without exhausting himself. To refine his plan, he purchased a batch of heart-shaped plush toys, about the size of a human heart, from stalls in the Eastern District. And so, the fearsome heart stealer made his official debut. The following month marked Elle's reign of terror and a period of immense frustration for Zhuang Mian, who was stressed to the point of hormonal imbalance. Elle executed a gang leader, a black market doctor, and an underground casino boss, 3 individuals who were directly responsible for the downfall of his family. The casino boss had lured Elle's father into a gambling addiction, while the other 2 had drained his father of money and organs. While Elle didn't seek to absolve his father, he believed these perpetrators had to be eliminated. Otherwise, the area would never find peace. After successfully carrying out these initial assassinations, Elle hit a roadblock. As a young boy, he found it difficult to gain access to other targets. His encounters with the casino boss and the organ doctor had been incidental, tied to his father's unfortunate dealings. Now, the more astute gang leaders had become highly vigilant, with some retreating into fortified underground hideouts surrounded by armed guards, cutting off nearly all contact with the outside world. Just as Elle was at a loss, an unexpected opportunity arose. The newly appointed captain of the security team, Zhuang Mian, though unfamiliar with the local power dynamics, had subordinates who were well-versed in navigating the city's underbelly. At her direction, these individuals began activating their extensive networks of connections. Since it was a matter of life and death for those involved, the people of the underworld showed some willingness to cooperate, but they remained cautious around Zhuang Mian, the captain of the security team. Passing messages through multiple intermediaries became the only viable way of communication. The first time Iyer noticed Zhuang Mian, she was standing just outside the blockade of the Brotherhood's hideout. The young female security captain's commanding presence drew plenty of attention, but the gun holstered at her waist and the sharp glint in her eyes were enough to deter any mischievous thoughts from the street thugs loitering in the outskirts. As a habitual offender, Iyer had a tendency to revisit crime scenes. With years of experience in theft and increasingly refined skills, he could flawlessly mask his expressions and movements. This allowed him to repeatedly visit the sites of his revenge and savor the satisfaction of retribution. It was during these visits that he noticed Zhuang Mian's frequent appearances and realized she was the district security captain. A clever plan began to form in Iyer's mind. If he couldn't track down his target directly, why not let the security team do it for him? As a seasoned operator in the gray areas of society, Iyer was intimately familiar with the inner workings of the security team. In major cases, the team would inevitably provide special protection to individuals with similar profiles provided their identities could withstand scrutiny. Clearly, a black market organ doctor could never accept such overt protection. The security team could only notify these individuals through informal channels via local officers, and then symbolically assign personnel to monitor them. This was precisely the opportunity Iyer had been waiting for. By memorizing the familiar, friendly faces of Zhuang Mian's squad, he could follow the trail to his target. The money taken from the deceased, after deducting essential living expenses, was placed into envelopes according to an agreed-upon percentage and delivered to Lin Qingliu's clinic. The plan was progressing smoothly. The inexperienced Zhuang Mian had yet to realize that her decisive actions had inadvertently become a death sentence for the gray market doctors of the outer district. Even if she discovered the truth, she would likely just say, Serves them right after all. What truly troubled her was the disruption of organ trafficking channels and the unchecked superpowered individuals running amok. In Zhuang Mian's creed, absolute power must be regulated, or it would inevitably lead to disaster. Watching the last turn of Zhuang Mian's squad van as it disappeared down the road, Ayer's lips curled into a faint smile. He had waited a long time for this day. When it came to revenge, the gray-haired boy displayed a patience far beyond his years. He had consciously set a fixed interval between the killings carried out by the infamous Heart Snatcher, usually 6 to 7 days. For professional killers, such quirks were not unusual. If all of them visited Lin Qingliu's clinic for diagnosis, their peculiarities could each warrant a detailed study. But now, that pattern was about to be broken. Only one target remained. Rising slowly from the shadows, the boy began walking toward the southeastern edge of the outer district. In the dimly lit corridor of the old apartment building, the fluorescent light flickered erratically. At the end of the hallway, in front of a steel security door, a bald man was pleading in a hushed, desperate voice. "Dr. Bard, you know how things are lately. It's risky out there. Old Lou has never begged anyone in his life. But I'm asking you now, please, just sell it to me this once." In the shadows beyond the barred security window, a figure was hidden. Beside the bald man stood two young guards, each holding a makeshift short gun, stifling their laughter at the absurd scene unfolding before them. Dr. Bard, concealed in the shadows, cleared his throat, cutting off the man's pleading. "Old Lou, it's not that I want sell to you. But with the heat recently, it's going to cost you extra." Stunned for a moment, Old Lou fell silent before reluctantly sliding a pre-prepared stack of credit chips into the two-way drawer beneath the security bars. But the figure in the shadows merely shook his head disdainfully. "Old Lou, a lot of doctors have wound up dead lately. If you weren't a regular, I'd have gone into hiding by now." Of course, this was just an excuse. The real reason Bard remained was the booming demand in the black market. Frantic, Old Lou began searching himself, patting down his coat, pants, and even rummaging through a small, hand-stitched pocket. Finally, his eyes landed on the gold ring embedded deeply into the skin of his ring finger. With a pained resolve, he pulled it off and tossed it into the drawer. The act seemed to drain all the life out of him, leaving him slumped against the wall. With the scrape of metal, the drawer was pulled back to the other side. Dr. Bard used a pair of pliers to pick up the ring, inspecting its edge carefully. After a moment, the drawer slid back, now containing a plastic-wrapped package of white powder. Old Lou snatched the package with trembling hands and hurried off, ignoring the mocking laughter of the guards. Practically running, he turned the corner of the hallway, only to collide with a hooded man. Despite being at fault, Old Lou spat out a curse before rushing downstairs without a second glance. The hooded man paid no mind to the sudden collision. Once Old Lou disappeared around the stairwell, he opened his palm, revealing the small package of white powder that had somehow ended up in his possession. A sly smile crossed his lips. Dealing with dazed addicts like this was child's play. He turned and began walking toward the corridor guarded by the two armed youths. "Stop! What do you want?" One of the guards barked, raising his weapon with a sharp, watchful glare, ready to shoot at a moment's notice. "I'm here to sell something," came a calm, youthful voice from beneath the hood. "What are you selling?" "Of course, something fresh. The good stuff." The young man immediately lowered his gun upon hearing the code word, fresh. On the black market, the meaning of fresh couldn't be clearer, and he certainly didn't want to ruin his paycheck with a stray bullet. Behind the reinforced door, Dr. Bard's lips curled into a smile as he overheard the sound of potential business. Recently, a mysterious assassin had been systematically eliminating black market doctors, including a few of his own students. Ironically, this turn of events had left him as the only one in the area capable of handling such transactions, allowing him to charge much lower prices. However, as the hooded figure gradually approached, Bard's smile began to fade. His 30 years of experience were screaming at him something was off about this person. Most clients, no matter how composed they appeared on the surface, couldn't hide the slight trembling of their bodies or their unsteady, drunken gait. But this man, he walked with an unnerving steadiness, each step firm and deliberate. A terrifying thought flashed through Bard's mind. Could this be the Dr. Killer himself? "Fire! Shoot him!" Bard shouted in panic, no longer caring if the goods got damaged. Thud! Thud! Two muffled gunshots echoed. The two armed young men at the door collapsed as if they hadn't even registered Bard's command. Their bodies trembled slightly as they clutched their chests, blood seeping through their fingers. The hooded figure was now standing directly in front of the reinforced door. Under the dim, yellowish light, Bard could see a white mask pressed up against the metal mesh, less than a meter from his face. "Excuse me, are you Dr. Bard?" the masked man asked in a calm, polite tone. "I am not," Bard stammered, weakly denying it as he tried to retreat further into the room. "Don't move. Move and you die." The masked man's voice turned icy, sending a chilling shock through Bard's 50-year-old frame. leaving him frozen in place, unable to advance or retreat. Dr. Bard, the masked man continued, his tone once again measured and deliberate. Are you familiar with Dr. Li and Dr. Vok? They were both highly respected physicians in the Eastern Outer District. Bard nodded hesitantly. Those two were indeed his prize students. After mastering all his techniques, they had wisely moved a few blocks away to establish their own practices. Every holiday, they would even send him fresh goods as a gesture of respect. But now, with this ominous line of questioning, Bard's unease deepened. It seems you do know them after all, the man in the black mask said, a hint of satisfaction in his tone as he stepped forward. Before Mr. Li died, he specifically instructed me to take your life. Unfortunately, he passed away before revealing your address. However, thanks to Dr. Walker's final answer, I was able to find you. Bader stood frozen, a chill running through his entire body. His usual greed had now turned into deep regret, cursed himself for not retreating to his safe house sooner, all for the sake of recent profitable deals. What pained him even more was that it was his two most trusted disciples who had betrayed his location. The faint scraping of a metal drawer being opened broke the silence. Bader looked down and saw a heart, knitted from crimson-red yarn, lying quietly inside. Almost simultaneously, a faint pain twisted in his chest, and an eerie sense of weakness began spreading through his body. It's over. I'm done for. It's all because of you too. This was Bader's final thought before his eyes closed forever. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mian was conducting a sting operation. The moment old Liu, who had pawned his wedding ring to buy contraband, stepped out of the dilapidated apartment building, two plainclothes officers from Deputy Zhao Qi's team apprehended him on the spot. The middle-aged man broke down immediately, sobbing uncontrollably while muttering something about his losses. The officers searched him and found a small bag. Opening it, they discovered nothing but ordinary sand. They exchanged puzzled glances, silently mouthing, "Did we catch the wrong guy?" One of them quickly decided, "Let's take him back to the station first." An hour later, the lab results were laid out before Zhuang Mi, and it was indeed just regular sand. Although the suspect had confessed, the presence of fake goods complicated the case, especially since individuals with intellectual disabilities are granted certain legal exemptions. As Zhuang Mian sighed over this pitiful soul, something suddenly felt off. According to her team's report, the suspect had visibly hesitated when he saw the sand, and the color difference between the contraband and the sand was significant. This suggested that someone might have swapped the contents during the brief moment old Liu was heading downstairs, deliberately leaving the bag of sand as a humiliation. Zhuang Mian's brows furrowed tightly. Then, a chilling thought struck her. Could this be the work of the Soul Reaver? Not good. She shot to her feet, startling her colleagues, who had been dozing off after a long day of cleanup duty. Contact Zhao Qi immediately. The Soul Reaver has struck again. As soon as the words Mind Snatcher were uttered, everyone in the office jumped to their feet, their faces filled with anger. These individuals had long grown accustomed to the unspoken understanding between them and the criminals they dealt with. But this time, the culprit had crossed the line by committing their crime without any notice, effectively embarrassing the team in front of their superiors. Two patrol vehicles quickly headed toward the apartment block where Dr. Bard resided. Zhuang Mian sat in one of the cars, accompanied by a group of seasoned veterans. These older officers wore ingratiating smiles for the team captain while discreetly observing her every move. Meanwhile, the younger, more impulsive team members had all crammed into the other vehicle, indifferent to which car they rode in for a mission. Zhuang Mian finally managed to connect to the two surveillance officers. They were stationed inside the apartment block, using binoculars to monitor Bard's room. After some static, the calm voice of Deputy Captain Zhao Qi came through. "Don't worry, Captain. That old guy Bard is still dozing off in his recliner." The words made Zhuang Mian feel as though the world had dimmed, not only because Bard might already be in an irreversible state, but also because of her team's incompetence. They were either impulsive rookies or corrupt veterans. Suppressing her anger, she asked sharply, "How long has he been like this?" A muffled discussion was heard over the walkie-talkie before Zhao Qi responded, "About an hour. But don't worry, Captain. Old folks are like that, they nap all the time. I think he's done for," Zhuang Mian said coldly. "Pack up. We're heading to the scene." Ignoring Zhao Qi's panicked response, she ended the communication abruptly. Half an hour later, night had completely fallen. The outer district was devoid of streetlights, with only a few scattered reflective markers to guide the way. Zhuang Mian led her team in sealing off the scene and discovered the bodies of Dr. Bard and two of his associates. The team swiftly began processing the crime scene with practiced efficiency. This crime scene was unlike any they had encountered before. Inside a drawer secured by a custom iron door was a heart-shaped plush toy, yet the room showed no signs of a struggle or ransacking. Unlike previous cases where cash had been thoroughly looted, this time it seemed the perpetrator had killed through the door and left, showing no interest in material gain. "Captain, we found a letter." One gloved officer cautiously handed over an envelope. It was beneath the plush toy. A chill ran down Zhuang Mian's spine as she took the unassuming envelope and unfolded the letter inside. The message read, "Dear Captain of the East District Patrol, organizing gambling, drug trafficking, and organ trading are all illegal in Hope City, yet they seem to have become the norm in the Eastern Outer District. I understand you're newly appointed, and the past shouldn't be pinned on you. However, your weakness displeases me, and it is this very weakness that has led to the current situation. Everything I have done is to prove that the people of the Eastern Outer District crave stability. From this perspective, we are partners of sorts. Your lax approach to law enforcement has created a void, and I have merely stepped in to fill it. Arresting me might only highlight the poor state of security under your jurisdiction. A concerned citizen of the East District." The words, "Your management of the district's security is quite lax," echoed relentlessly in Zhuang Mian's mind, making her grit her teeth in frustration. On her late-night return journey, she sat in the passenger seat of a security bureau vehicle, paying no attention to the faint, suspicious glimmer of headlights at the street corner ahead. Not far away, a truck was parked quietly by the roadside. The man in the passenger seat shook his thunderously snoring companion awake with force. "Boss, wake up. They're here." The man sprang to alertness, his sharp gaze issuing a command. "Wake the others. It's time to avenge the boss." The lookout in the passenger seat silently opened the door and darted toward a van parked behind. Inside the van, the gang leader leaned forward, his eyes fixed on the approaching vehicles in the distance. Their leader had recently been killed by a rising assassin of some renown. Though this had nothing to do with Zhuang Mian, the simple-minded gang members had been easily incited and were now lying in wait, ready to make their move. The outskirts of the city were eerily silent at night, the stillness broken only by the engine hum of two vehicles carrying security team members. Zhuang Mian, still stewing over the earlier remark, had a sinking feeling that this was going to be another sleepless night. Meanwhile, the team members in the vehicle were drowsy, oblivious to the looming danger. As they passed through an intersection, a dump truck with its headlights off suddenly shot out from the left. With a thunderous crash, the truck slammed into the side of the lead vehicle without slowing down, flipping it over. The second vehicle skidded to a halt with a screeching brake, colliding into the dump truck's side tires. Zhuang Mian felt as if she'd been struck by a massive hammer, her world spinning chaotically. But her reflexes were sharp. She instinctively reached for her sidearm as the vehicle rolled. In that instant, she glimpsed the driver, a middle-aged team member, slumped with his neck at an unnatural angle, clearly in dire straits. "Go. Avenge the boss. Kill these bastards." "Security? What security? It's all bullshit." The door of the van behind the dump truck slammed open, and a mob of thugs armed with steel pipes, bats, and wooden clubs charged out, shouting. The first vehicle had come to a halt, mangled and leaning against a utility pole. The second vehicle fared slightly better. The security team members inside, enraged by the sight of the armed mob, drew their sidearms. However, they were caught off guard when a hulking figure emerged from the gang, wielding an automatic rifle in each hand. Without hesitation, he unleashed a barrage of gunfire at the smoking vehicles. The security team members were forced to press tightly against the armored doors, relying on the bulletproof plating to shield them from the hail of bullets. "Requesting backup. Now." Deputy Captain Zhao Qi was shaken awake from unconsciousness, instantly grasping the dire situation. He ducked to avoid the relentless hail of bullets, peering through the shattered windshield at the distant, uncertain fate of his captain and the fallen comrades littering the scene. Gang members were closing in, and their car was immobilized under a dump truck. Clenching his teeth, Zhao Qi slammed the gear into drive and floored the accelerator. With a screech of metal against metal, the battered police car finally broke free from under the dump truck. He spun the steering wheel wildly, the car swerving and knocking several gang members off their feet. Ignoring protests from the remaining team members, he turned the car around and sped back in the direction they had come from. Elsewhere, Zhuang Mian had just leaned out of her car window when she heard the fading roar of the police car's engine. Words from her former colleagues echoed in her mind. "Don't worry, just stay in the outskirts for a year or two. Once they've forgotten about it, you'll be reassigned. The outskirts aren't as bad as the rumors say." She slammed her head against a streetlight pole, forcing herself to shut out the untimely memories. What she needed now was composure. She still had 2 magazines, 24 bullets. There was still a chance. Suddenly, a sharp thud echoed from the car roof. Years of combat experience kicked in, and Zhuang Mian instinctively rolled into a roadside ditch. A second later, the police car exploded with a deafening blast, sending searing fragments of metal flying like shrapnel. Nearly 10 comrades inside the car were killed instantly, but Zhuang Mian had no time to grieve. Through the flames, grotesque figures emerged, advancing steadily. She pulled back the hammer of her weapon and aimed at the nearest enemy. Just then, a raindrop landed on the tip of her nose. The downpour came without warning. At the Hopewell crossroads, a fierce gunfight erupted. With her exceptional marksmanship, Zhuang Mian fought and retreated, street by street, until she reached the third block. I was the shooting champion that year, she muttered to herself, watching the last enemy fall. By now, she was covered in wounds. Bullets had struck her limbs, with additional gunshot wounds in her right shoulder and left abdomen, and her arms were slashed with knife cuts. If not for the experimental body enhancement serum her father had injected into her years ago, she would have collapsed long ago. Even so, she could feel her life slipping away. Just as Zhuang Mian thought it was all over, a low rumble of thunder rolled across the rain-soaked night. A flash of lightning illuminated the alley for a brief moment, revealing a figure standing ahead with an umbrella, their silhouette obscured by its shadowy cover. Knock, knock, knock. The urgent knocking on the door echoed sharply through the rainy night. Lin Qingliu sat up in bed and let out a wry smile sometimes. Having such keen senses was more of a curse than a blessing. He quickly pulled on his signature white coat, switched on the light, and headed downstairs. Opening the door, he was met with the sight of a gray-haired boy, soaking wet, carrying an unconscious woman on his back. It was Lin Qingliu instinctively turned to point at the sign indicating the clinic's operating hours, only to remember that he had buried it 200 meters underground after the Ji Yongxing incident. With a sigh, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings to ensure there was no danger, then stepped aside to let them in. The thick scent of blood immediately filled the air, and a mixture of blood and rainwater dripped steadily onto the floor from the woman's feet. Lin gestured for Elle to take her into the examination room. After laying the unconscious Zhuang Mian on the bed in the exam room, Elle glanced nervously at Lin Qingliu, his expression that of a child caught doing something wrong. The tall doctor, however, remained stern, clearly waiting for an explanation. At the Wanghai intersection, about an hour ago, Elle began, only to be cut off. I don't need to know how she got hurt, Lin Qingliu interrupted, his tone even more serious. I just want to know why you brought her to me. He pulled over a wheeled stool and sat down. I'm a psychologist, not a surgeon. Elle looked slightly embarrassed as he explained. Father Dr. Lin, I had no other choice. Of all the doctors I know, you're the only one still alive. Lin Qingliu's mouth twitched slightly. This kid had been causing quite a stir lately. Lin had heard whispers about it during his consultations, but he hadn't expected that, in the Eastern Outer District, he really might be the only doctor left even if he was only half qualified. Why did you save her? Lin asked, turning his gaze to the deeply unconscious woman on the bed. The captain of the security team may not be very capable, Elle admitted earnestly, but she's a good person. Besides, I've gotten a lot of intel from her in the past. If I let her be hunted down like this, I might never get the chance to repay her. Looking at the boy's sincerity, Lin Qingliu was reminded of how Elle had kept his promises and fed him multiple times in return for past help. If not for the family tragedy, this boy could have been a truly grateful and upright young man. I'll do my best, but don't get your hopes up, Lin said. He retrieved a first aid kit from the cabinet behind him and drew the white curtain across the exam room, shutting Elle out. Though his knowledge of surgery was minimal, Lin decided to rely on his 3 pathways of ability and the rudimentary first aid knowledge he had retained from his previous life to give it a try. Standing at the bedside, he began formulating an emergency treatment plan in his mind, immediately ruling out the flesh pathway. This path is one of intense individualism, designed from the outset to center around personal strength, branching and advancing accordingly. Lin Qingliu was well aware that as an esper of the flesh pathway, he would need to reach the 5th level of power to gain mastery over flesh. Only then could he share lower-level abilities such as self-healing and transformation with others. Although he was far from achieving such a level, the other 2 pathways he possessed perfectly compensated for this shortcoming. He blinked, and a faint glimmer appeared in his irises. Artifact pathway, analyze. As his ability activated, the world before him began to disassemble and reconfigure. Countless objects seemed to be taken apart by invisible hands, with every component and structure vividly outlined in his mind. The sheer volume of information was overwhelming, pushing his brain to its limits as if it might burst at any moment. Lowering his gaze to the pale-faced Zhuang Mian, his eyes seemed to function like X-ray vision, effortlessly tracing the trajectory of the bullets. The skeletal and muscular contours within her body became as clear as a detailed anatomical diagram. Lin Qingliu's hands turned semi-transparent, exhibiting the traits of dimensional shift, as he carefully reached into Zhuang Mian's wound. With soft, clink, clink sounds, 3 bullets were extracted one after another, dropping into an enamel tray with crisp echoes. The last bullet had caused a through hand-throw wound, leaving a gory hole in her left abdomen before exiting her body. Using his dimensional shift ability with precision, he managed to perform a basic wound closure without further enlarging the injury. But this was far from enough. Zhuang Mian had lost too much blood, and even though the bleeding was stopped, her chances of survival remained slim. Lin Qingliu recalled the state of his 3 followers during their awakening process. Their metabolism accelerated, seemingly to fuel the construction of their dreamscapes. During this phase, they often entered a state akin to invincible transformation, not only healing their injuries but also awakening with a healthy, radiant complexion. This realization brought him back to their first encounter over a month ago. At that time, Zhuang Mian had come with two subordinates to inquire about a particular case as witnesses. As the true perpetrator, Lin Qingliu vividly remembered that interrogation. Coupled with Ayer's descriptions, he was convinced that Zhuang Mian was a competent captain of the security team. Her modest abilities were, in fact, an advantage. Dealing with overly troublesome believers like Ji Yongxing had left him sleepless, constantly strategizing his words. Gazing at the unconscious woman on the treatment bed, a faint smile played on Lin Qingliu's lips. If Zhuang Mian were awake, she would see no trace of pity in this man's eyes, only the delight of a farmer admiring a fresh crop of leeks. "You're exceptionally lucky," he murmured, pulling out the golden USB drive. As it phased into an incorporeal state, he inserted it into the side of Zhuang Mian's neck. He eagerly anticipated her awakening to a pathway that suited her. "Ugh, my head hurts." Zhuang Mian opened her eyes, and the world spun incessantly before her, as if she were on a roller coaster she'd only ever seen in historical records. She pressed her hands against the ground, forcing herself to focus, and slowly stood up. Before her stretched an expanse of lush, green forest, something entirely unfamiliar to her. As the 24-year-old captain of Hope City security team, Zhuang Mian had never witnessed such a sight. In the final city, where every inch of land was precious and green spaces were scarce luxuries, this thriving wilderness seemed almost mythical. Soft grass spread beneath her feet, dampening her shoes with morning dew. As she moved, supple branches brushed gently against her cheek. The usually stern and unsmiling captain now resembled a curious child, cautiously reaching out to touch everything around her. Though she had no idea how she'd ended up here, it was clear that returning anytime soon was unlikely. Zhuang Mian decided to explore her surroundings first. While wilderness survival wasn't part of the security team's training, she relied on instinct to begin preparing for the basics. Using the front of her shirt as a makeshift pouch, she gathered wild fruit and found a relatively flat patch of grass to serve as a temporary campsite. Despite the wilderness's lack of resources, it offered her a rare sense of freedom, something utterly absent in Hope City, where everyone functioned like cogs in a machine, and even crime in the outer districts had become casual conversation. For 3 days, Zhuang Mian survived on non-toxic wild fruits and river water. However, after a sleepless night plagued by stomach pain, she realized that relying solely on fruit was unsustainable. She could feel her body undergoing some strange transformation, as if those fruits were turning her skin faintly greenish. On the 3rd day, she resolved to expand her exploration. She packed the remaining fruit into a makeshift backpack fashioned from her jacket and began following the river upstream. It was then that a pale pink butterfly appeared beside her. After walking several hundred meters along the stream, the breathtakingly beautiful butterfly seemed to take on the role of a guide. As if confirming her gaze, it flitted gracefully in another direction, beckoning her to follow. Over there, isn't that a dense forest? Drawn by curiosity, Zhuang Mian followed the path ahead. After navigating through the thick woods and climbing over a small hill, she was greeted by an astonishing sight on the other side of a vast expanse of neatly arranged farmland stretched out under the sunlight, clearly bearing signs of human cultivation and labor. This discovery made Zhuang Mian's heart race. There were actually other humans in this world. The comfort of finding others like her was a feeling she had never experienced, even in the crowded Hope City. The journey that followed proved the truth of the old saying, "Distance deceives the eye." It took Zhuang Mian an entire day of walking to finally reach the village that had been faintly visible on the horizon. By the time she stepped into the village, it was already dusk, and the streets were almost deserted. She knocked on doors one by one, and eventually found a household willing to let her stay for the night. To Zhuang Mian's surprise, the villagers showed little wariness toward her, despite her strange and foreign attire. Although their accents were somewhat peculiar, communication was not too difficult. However, it seemed that no one else could see the unusual little butterfly that constantly fluttered around here. It appeared to exist solely in her world. After staying in the village for a few days, Zhuang Mian gradually realized that she had somehow arrived in another world. Here, there was no Hope City, no falling meteors, and none of the terrifying beasts that had nearly driven humanity to extinction. This was simply the borderland of a small nation called Huayan. After much contemplation, Zhuang Mian decided to settle down here. For someone who had never worked on a farm, everything in this place felt fresh and unfamiliar. However, it was already late summer, and starting to cultivate land now would leave her without enough resources to survive the approaching winter. So, she chose to become a tenant farmer, trading her labor for food by helping the villagers with their work. Zhuang Mian was fortunate to find lodging with an elderly widow. The widow's children had long passed away, and the two of them supported each other, managing to live relatively peacefully. Time flew by, and autumn soon arrived. As she watched the crops in the fields grow plump and ready for harvest, Zhuang Mian, who had grown accustomed to nutrient bars, experienced the joy of reaping a harvest for the first time. But one cool morning, everything suddenly changed. While Zhuang Mian was resting on a bamboo bed, the sharp sound of gongs and drums echoed through the village. She quickly got up, only to find the widow trembling in fear by the doorway, as though struck by immense terror. Rushing to help her, Zhuang Mian could only hear the widow muttering repeatedly, "The white soldiers are coming! The white soldiers are coming!" Completely baffled, Zhuang Mian stepped outside and saw that many villagers were just as panicked and distressed as the widow. When she returned to the courtyard, she found the widow hurriedly packing her life's savings into a bundle. On the bamboo bed lay a newer piece of cloth, clearly prepared for Zhuang Mian. Zhuang Mian returned to the house with a blank expression. While helping the elderly woman pack her belongings, she kept asking about the origins of the white soldiers. The old woman, her voice trembling, began to recount the fragmented history of this land. The northern kingdom of Huayan and the southern kingdom of Tanluo had been locked in relentless conflict for centuries. Every decade or two, a major war would erupt, and smaller skirmishes were even more frequent. The old woman's village lay right on the border between the two nations. During a battle over a decade ago, her children had perished here. The soldiers from Tanluo were exceptionally fierce, often clad in white armor, earning them the name White Soldiers among the border villagers. The broken drum and copper gong at the village entrance served as warning signals. Once struck, they signaled the approach of the white soldiers. Zhuang Mian carried two bundles in one hand, while holding onto the old woman with the other, as they fled northward with the villagers. Passing through golden wheat fields, Zhuang suddenly stopped. "What about these crops? They're almost ready for harvest." Tears streamed down the old woman's wrinkled face. "We can't take them with us, and I can't bear to burn them. Just a few more days, and they'd be ready to harvest." She trailed off, but Zhuang Mian immediately understood the crops, if left behind, would surely end up as provisions for the white soldiers. As Zhuang Mian pondered, a few young villagers had already thrown burning torches into the fields. The month-long drought made the flames spread rapidly. Though scolded and beaten by their families, the young men showed no sign of regret. "Where are we going?" Zhuang Mian asked. The old woman shook her head. "No one knows. We just have to keep heading north until we find a place willing to shelter us for the winter." Since mentioning her deceased children, the old woman seemed to have lost the will to flee, as if she wished to remain with the village until the end. 3 days later, they finally reached the nearest county town, Nank County. Though its walls stood only 5 or 6 meters high and its moat was barely half a man's depth and a few meters wide, this modest town offered a faint sense of security to the fleeing villagers. Refugees from nearby villages and towns poured into the county seat. Dressed in tattered clothing, they could only sleep on the ground, their meager belongings piled beside them. The city officials acted quickly, setting up large pots at several spacious intersections to distribute porridge the very next day. However, this brief period of calm was soon shattered. 3 days later, the Bai soldiers launched an attack, surging in like a relentless tide. The city's soldiers rushed to the walls to prepare for battle, their shouts and cries filling the air. Though this was only a detachment of Tanluo's Bai army, their ferocity was unmatched, driven by their lust for pillage and bloodshed. The main force had bypassed Nank and was advancing directly toward the heartland of the Huayan kingdom. Zhuang Mian witnessed firsthand as Bai-armored soldiers repeatedly scaled the city walls, only to be fiercely repelled by the defenders. By the third day of the siege, the defending army, suffering heavy casualties, began conscripting able-bodied men from among the refugees. These civilians, with no combat experience, were hastily armed with spears and makeshift leather or padded armor and sent to the walls. Most never returned alive. On the 7th day, Zhuang Mian herself was conscripted. Thanks to the quality nutrition she had received in Hope City, her physique stood out among the refugees, her height even rivaling that of adult male soldiers. Given the dire circumstances, her strength made her a valuable addition to the fight. Zhuang Mian faced her conscription without fear. Not only had she always regarded this place as her final resting ground, but she was also filled with anger toward the Bai soldiers. In her original world, humanity had largely united. Yet here they were still waging war over land. Once equipped, Zhuang Mian joined the battle immediately. Drawing on her combat experience from the Hope City Security Corps, she fought fiercely on the walls, repeatedly knocking climbing Bai soldiers to their deaths. Her bravery astonished the other soldiers, greatly boosting their morale. Standing atop the city walls, Zhuang Mian gazed at the Bai soldiers camped 2 arrow flights away. Their uniform white armor was stained with dark red blotches of blood, a silent testament to the brutality of the battles fought on the walls. The Bai soldiers employed various tactics: night raids, frontal assaults, even attempts to construct siege engines and dig tunnels. Throughout the grueling 2-week-long siege, the comrades fighting alongside Zhuang Mian changed time and again. Yet, The translucent pink butterfly that accompanied her remained ever present, silently observing her every move. Finally, the Bai detachment received orders from their main army and withdrew overnight. After nearly 20 days of relentless combat, Zhuang Mian emerged from the ordeal. Aside from the faint exhaustion in her eyes, her entire being exuded a fierce and unyielding aura of battle. The battle did not break her spirit. On the contrary, when Zhuang Mian saw the enemies scaling the city walls were nothing more than ordinary people of flesh and blood, everything seemed to become simpler. There were no endless hordes of beasts outside the city, nor the crazed mobs from the outer districts, just ordinary humans who needed ladders and earthen platforms to barely climb the walls. Her task was straightforward: wield her spear, seize the right moment, and strike a fatal blow. Throughout over a dozen defensive battles, Zhuang Mian remained unscathed, rarely sustaining significant injuries. Her impressive record soon caught the attention of the magistrate of Nank County. In his report of meritorious service to the court, he portrayed Zhuang Mian as a divine blessing, paving a completely new path for her future. When the conflict subsided and refugees began returning to their ruined homes, Zhuang Mian was kept within the city. During those life-and-death battles, not only had she resolved to survive in this world, but something dormant within her seemed to have awakened. As the only county among dozens to remain unbreached during the Tianluo by soldiers' offensive in the 12th year of Yongding, Nank County's defense was heavily publicized by the court. In this border war, the Bai soldiers swept through hundreds of miles, looting vast amounts of grain and property, and even abducting many Huaiyan citizens. This made Nank County's resistance all the more remarkable. As the news spread, the modest force of 3,000 Bai soldiers was exaggerated into a formidable army of 30,000, while the 800 defenders were romanticized into 300 valiant warriors. Capitalizing on the public's lack of mathematical understanding, court officials deliberately propagated the myth that a single Huaiyan warrior could fight against 100 foes. If Lin Qingliu had witnessed this theatrical exaggeration firsthand, he would have surely applauded this divinely inspired script. As a result of this success, the magistrate was swiftly promoted to the governor of an entire prefecture. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mian was given the symbolic title of general and assigned to tour the southern regions of Huaiyan. Her legendary story was used to boost morale among the troops and provoke the Tianluo people in the south. This narrative was akin to the Captain America storyline Lin Qingliu might have envisioned. During her duties, Zhuang Mian was pleasantly surprised to find that the training knowledge she had acquired in her previous life in Hope City proved exceptionally effective in this world. Although she had achieved her initial goal of survival, Zhuang Mian began to feel an unsettling acceleration of time. Her consciousness seemed to split in two. One part dutifully played the role of a general, while the other detached itself, observing everything from an outsider's perspective. In this state of mental duality, a bold plan gradually took shape in her mind. Meanwhile, the butterfly that had always accompanied her silently observed everything unfold alongside her detached perspective. In the 15th year of Yongding, the Tianluo forces launched another northern offensive. Zhuang Mian led the Huaiyan troops to set an ambush in the frontline county city, confronting the enemy's main forces hidden. The battle was fierce, but under her command, the Huaiyan army successfully crushed the enemy's attack, completely disrupting Tanlua's plans to advance northward. This victory earned Zhuang Mian the title of general who vanquishes invaders, and she was stationed permanently at the frontline county city. The small village that once sheltered her rose in prominence due to its strategic military importance and was renamed Poalu Town. In the 17th year of Yongding, Zhuang Mian shifted from defense to offense, leading her troops southward in a surprise assault, capturing 3 major counties of Tianluo. This campaign was hailed as the most glorious military victory since the founding of Huaiyan. The Huaiyan emperor, elated upon hearing the news, immediately conferred upon her the title of general who conquers the south. Not only was the newly reclaimed territory established as a new county, but she was also granted control over the military authority of 3 neighboring counties. Under her command of the 4 southern counties, Zhuang Mian constructed an impenetrable defense line that instilled fear in Tanlua's forces. She began to travel frequently between the capital and the southern front line, gradually securing a prominent position in the court as a military leader. In the 20th year of Yongding, Zhuang Mian led her troops southward again, advancing in 3 separate forces toward Tianluo. However, just as the army was making unstoppable progress and nearing the enemy's capital, devastating news arrived from Huaiyan. The Yongding emperor, who had ruled for 20 years, had suddenly passed away. To stabilize the political situation, Zhuang Mian was forced to lead her troops back north. Despite this, the southern campaign had achieved significant results. The new emperor, seeking to win the favor of this accomplished general, promoted her to the rank of forward general. Zhuang Mian's military achievements continued to grow. In the 2nd year of Qing'an, she was promoted to general-in-chief for her role in quelling a rebellion. In the 5th year of Qing'an, she launched another southern campaign, decisively defeating Tianluo in a major battle and capturing their capital. She was then honored with the title of Grand Marshal. By the beginning of the 6th year of Qing'an, all of Tanlua's territory had surrendered. Zhuang Mian took charge of the southern region to guard against remnants of resistance. The court showered her with honors, and by the 9th year of Qing'an, she had reached the pinnacle of power, enjoying privileges such as establishing ancestral temples and state altars. In the autumn of the 10th year of Qing'an, on a ceremonial platform in the outskirts, the Huayan emperor abdicated the throne in favor of Zhuang Mian. Observing this scene, the other Zhuang Mian was struck speechless, her semi-transparent figure flitting about in astonishment, ultimately catching only a glimpse of a pink butterfly. Since the moment she first accepted the Huayan emperor's initial decree, Zhuang Mian's consciousness seemed to split in two. One part galloped forward with unrestrained ambition like a wild horse, while the other remained calm, witnessing everything alongside the pink butterfly. Over time, these two parts grew increasingly distant, until the observer could barely recognize the version of herself who commanded such power and glory. I have to admit, this story really does suit you unexpectedly well. The little butterfly gently flapped its wings. Yet Zhuang Mian seemed to sense a hint of admiration in the gesture. The voice continued, even in another world, very few can achieve this level. Those testers have no idea what a true dream really is. The butterfly's tone grew serious. Dreams are meant to be the freest of stages. If you can't see your truest self even here, then what's the point? You've done well completely revealing your authentic self, even in ways you didn't know were possible. Although Zhuang Mian didn't fully understand the meaning of these words, he listened intently. The butterfly went on. This world operates too rigidly. For instance, no one even cares about your gender. Since you've already reached the perfect ending, you must believe in your potential. Whether it's this version of you or the one on the other side, both are undeniably real. Accept this gift and then return. Just as the pink butterfly was about to fade away, a thought struck Zhuang Mian, and he asked, "Is this a dream?" A soft laugh echoed from the void, free of mockery. Who's to say for sure? Before the words fully dissipated, the butterfly vanished. Zhuang Mian's awareness returned to the new emperor seated on the high ceremonial platform. The two once separated yet identical personas had finally reunited, and everything felt different. In that moment, the entire world collapsed silently. In the clinic, Lin Qingliu, who hadn't stayed up late in a long time, was sitting quietly by the bedside, ready to assess the patient's condition as soon as they woke up. After all, he wouldn't want his carefully cultivated seedling to wither away due to severe injuries. While absent-mindedly flipping through a newspaper, Lin Qingliu suddenly felt a fleeting moment of disorientation so brief, it was shorter than a blink. If not for the enhancements to his senses granted by the flesh pathway, this subtle change would have gone unnoticed. Out of nowhere, a faint golden notification box appeared before him. Blessing activated. Believer Zhuang Mian has awakened to the current level. Current unique path, external dream manifestation. Chaos has triggered a feedback effect from the blessing. You have gained a new pathway ability. Dream abilities. Chaos, lucidity. Chaos allows entry into dreams within a 10-meter radius, provided the dreamer is in deep sleep or a similar state. Lucidity enables forced shared dreaming with targets within a 15-meter radius. The target remains conscious within the dream, but retains no memory of the entry trigger. Leaning back against his chair, Lin Qingliu mused, so it's this pathway. Theoretically, her compatibility with this instance shouldn't be particularly high. As the new pathway awakened, Lin Qingliu began to perceive some unusual abilities. In the stillness of the night, he could even sense what kind of pleasant dream the snoring man in the small building across the street was having. Suddenly, an intangible, dreamlike aura enveloped the entire clinic. Lin Qingliu immediately realized what was happening. This was the overflow of abilities from the Blessed One, moments before awakening. Narrowing his eyes, a faint glimmer flickered in his gaze as the museum pathway's abilities activated. The scene before him was distinctly different from what he had experienced when using his abilities in the past. Instead of information being directly transmitted into his mind, it now appeared as countless floating entries, encased in brackets, swaying drunkenly around each object. Table. Almost new. Chair. Almost new. Bed. Refurbished. 80 new. Zhuang Mian seems close to death, nearly 100 distorted. Writhing entries overwhelmed Lin Qingliu's vision in an instant. Rather than normalizing the dream, his museum path ability had made everything even stranger. Lin Qingliu mentally noted that the collision of different path abilities indeed resulted in unpredictable effects. This realization sparked ideas for him to explore new combinations of abilities. However, such abnormalities had little impact on him. His newly acquired clarity ability was sufficient to keep him lucid within this low-tier dreamscape. Unfortunately, others were not as fortunate. As he stepped out of the consultation room, Lin Qingliu immediately spotted Elle sitting at the front desk, wiping away tears. "Mom, I killed so many people." The sight of the boy, barely in his teens, breaking down and sobbing uncontrollably in the unguarded dreamscape stirred a pang of sympathy in Lin Qingliu. Clearly, all of this was caused by Zhuang Mian, who had just awakened her abilities but had not yet fully regained consciousness. Through previous experiences nurturing followers, Lin Qingliu had noticed that every individual he helped awaken would initially experience an uncontrollable leakage of their powers. Once the surrounding supernatural phenomena subsided, his seedling would awaken. Lin Qingliu took a seat in another chair by the front desk and gently patted the crying boy's head. While he could have used more advanced abilities to disrupt Zhuang Mian's dreamscape, he refrained, worried that doing so might hinder that seedling's development. 5 minutes later, the distorted, writhing entries gradually returned to their respective objects, signaling the dream's imminent end. Lin Qingliu opened his eyes and found himself still seated in the reclining chair of the consultation room, the newspaper in his hand, paused on the local news section. From beyond the wall came the sound of L's steady breathing had clearly fallen asleep. Noticing that Zhuang Mian's eyes were beginning to move, Lin Qingliu folded the newspaper and adjusted his demeanor, transitioning from the role of a doctor to that of a preacher. Where am I? Zhuang Mian murmured as she awoke from her slumber. Before she could savor her dream of being an emperor, the weakness and pain of her body pulled her back to reality. It was then she understood the reason for her fragmentation and reintegration in the Drea had been to synchronize the timelines of two worlds. All her memories had merged before she woke, leaving no trace of division. Whether as Emperor Zhuang Mian, Observer Zhuang Mian, or her original self, all of her now resided within this frail body. She struggled to lift her head but fell back onto the bed, her gaze soon landing on a warm and reassuring face. The man, clad in a white coat, was presumably the doctor who had saved her. Doctor, may I ask? She began weakly. Miss Zhuang Mian, forgive my forwardness, but you should address me as father now, Lin Qingliu stated firmly. I know you think I saved you, but that is not the case. It was a kind-hearted citizen who brought you here, and it was not I who saved you, but the divine. The great Lord chose you are truly one of his blessed. Zhuang Mian lay there, stunned for a moment, before murmuring in disbelief, the dream. It was real? Allow me to correct you, what you just experienced was not a dream, Lin Qingliu said, drawing out his words as he fixed a serious gaze on Zhuang Mian. It was divine revelation. Zhuang Mian quietly repeated the phrase, her brow furrowing slightly as if savoring its deeper meaning. After a moment, she lifted her head and hesitantly asked, Why are you helping me? Lin Qingliu sank back into his chair, assuming the professional posture of a psychologist, though his tone was casual. Because a concerned citizen from the East District asked me to. The phrase, a concerned citizen from the East District, made Zhuang Mian stiffen. Ignoring the pain in her body, she abruptly sat up straight, her eyes scanning every corner of the room warily. Her voice carried a clear edge of suspicion. Where is he? Lin Qingliu blinked at her sudden reaction, but quickly understood her apprehension. He walked to the door and peeked outside, spotting Ire, now awake and quietly sitting at the front desk. It's this kid, Lin Qingliu said, calling Ire into the room. He gestured toward the boy as he introduced him. He's a former patient of mine. He found you unconscious in an alley and carried you here through the heavy rain. Zhuang Mian studied the boy before her, who looked no older than 13 or 14. Beneath his silver-gray curls was a delicate face, his slight frame making it hard to reconcile him with any notion of danger. Her guard visibly lowered, and a gentle smile appeared on her face. I'm a member of the security team. I was attacked and severely injured tonight. Thank you for saving me, she said sincerely. Could you tell me where you live? I'd like to thank your parents in person. Her innocent remark caused Ire's expression to dim. Noticing this, Lin Qingliu lightly patted the boy's shoulder. Dawn's coming soon. Go upstairs and chop some minced meat for me. We'll have noodles together in a bit. After Ire left, Lin Qingliu turned back to Zhuang Mian, his tone subdued. That boy's parents have both passed away. That's why he ended up as my patient. He's been coming here for meals ever since he recovered. Zhuang Mian glanced around the room, taking in its unconventional decor. Her curiosity was evident. You're a psychologist? That's right. She looked at the bandages on her arm and the nearly healed wounds, some already starting to shed their stitches. Her surprise was evident. And yet you were able to treat my injuries? Occasionally, I take on side jobs, Lin Qingliu replied nonchalantly. So, you're still alive? Lin Qingliu raised an eyebrow at Zhuang Mian, his tone carrying a hint of teasing. Clearly, he was referring to the recent spate of doctor deaths in the eastern outskirts. I take private jobs, not shady ones. Zhuang Mian was momentarily at a loss for words in the face of such a blunt question. In a place like the outskirts, there was no need to sugarcoat things. Conversations this direct would never happen in the inner city. No doctor would dare to speak such jargon so openly in front of a member of the security corps. Either way, I still have to thank you for saving me, Zhuang Mian said seriously. I'll pay you triple the usual fee and keep everything absolutely confidential. She pointed at the security corps insignia on her uniform and gave a helpless smile. After all, you know who I am. Lin Qingliu stood up, spreading his arms wide in a gesture resembling a cross, and spoke solemnly. Let me reiterate, my lady, I don't need money, nor do I need gratitude. It wasn't me who saved you, but the kindness of that child and the grace of the great deity. I merely played a minor role. This was Lin Qingliu's second attempt to steer the conversation toward the main topic. Only then did Zhuang Mian remember the matter and quickly followed up. I'm very interested in this. As a security captain who graduated from a proper academy, she fully understood the dangers cults pose to humanity. Among the 4 people Lin Qingliu had blessed, she was the most aware of these risks. Whether out of personal curiosity or professional duty, she had to show genuine interest at this moment. Lin Qingliu didn't care whether her attitude was sincere. He knew well that demonstrating power was the best way to establish authority. Once Zhuang Mian realized she had gained superhuman abilities, she would have no choice but to believe. Upstairs, the rhythmic sound of a cleaver hitting a cutting board echoed. In the clinic below, Lin Qingliu was guiding Zhuang Mian through a now well-practiced prayer. All glory and dominion belong to you. May mercy and devotion endure forever. Zhuang Mian listened attentively and repeated after him, feeling a sense of inner peace. The prayer seemed surprisingly positive, a thought that gave her a small sense of relief. And just like that, she became the 3rd person to complete all the steps and officially join the faith. 10 minutes later, Elle came downstairs carrying a tray with 3 bowls of minced meat noodles. All the utensils were made of stainless steel. Zhuang Mian was quite surprised to be served minced meat noodles at a psychological clinic in the outskirts. Why is everything stainless steel? She couldn't help but ask. Durability, Lin Qingliu answered directly, pointing to a discolored patch on the ceiling. Some patients destroy everything they see. So we try to use metal for everything here. That mark was actually from when he first arrived in this world, but he cleverly attributed it to some imaginary patient. Make yourself at home, he added casually. With Lin Qingliu's warm invitation, Zhuang Mian, still recovering from her intense metabolic shift, refrained from asking more questions. The 3 of them sat around the small table by the bedside in the clinic. In the stillness of 4 a.m., the only sound was the slurping of noodles. Zhuang Mian had barely taken a bite when her brows furrowed. That familiar taste, beef? A murder case from 2 months ago suddenly resurfaced in her mind. A fresh, whole beef leg had gone missing from the crime scene. She stole a glance at Lin Qingliu, who was calmly enjoying his noodles. His expression was open and unguarded. Not to your liking? Lin Qingliu asked after swallowing his mouthful of noodles, noticing her expression. Is this beef in the noodles? Yes, why? Don't you eat beef? Beef is a rare commodity in the inner district. How did you even get your hands on it? It was a gift from a patient who recovered. Just a small piece, and it was already on the verge of spoiling, Lin Qingliu replied casually. I can't afford to buy beef. Usually, I just survive on nutrition bars. In the outer district, where there were no surveillance cameras, Zhuang Mian couldn't verify his story. But her police instincts were triggered. Could this part-time surgeon and psychologist have once treated the killer who had carried that beef leg? That person might have been injured in a fight and, despite cleaning up the scene, still needed someone to tend to their wounds. Memories of the questioning from 2 months ago resurfaced. From her current perspective, Lin Qingliu indeed had no reason to have told the truth back then. After a few rounds of probing questions, Zhuang Mian continued eating while sketching a profile of the suspect in her mind. Middle-aged male, physically strong, reserved, carnivorous, vindictive, and skilled in solving problems through violence. Lin Qingliu, oblivious to Zhuang Mian's thoughts, was busy praising Elle's cooking, saying it was becoming increasingly authentic and reminiscent of his hometown's flavors. 15 minutes later, exhaustion finally overtook their adrenaline. The 3 of them lay down on the clinic beds. The first light of dawn crept across the sky. Zhuang Mian, in particular, was utterly drained, having relied solely on the excitement of her recovery to stay awake. They slept deeply until Lin Qingliu's usual morning hour. Stretching lazily, he glanced at Elle, who was still fast asleep, and couldn't help but chuckle. Ah, youth, such deep sleep. Zhuang Mian, however, was already up. Though her face was still pale, she had clearly emerged from danger. She was sitting on a chair at the front desk. When she saw Lin Qingliu walking out of the consultation room, Zhuang Mian stood up gracefully and smiled warmly. Thank you again, both you and the child inside. She paused, realizing her current identity, and added, of course, everything we have today is a blessing from the great Lord. Seeing Lin Qingliu nod in approval, Zhuang Mian's expression turned serious. The outer eastern district has been unsafe lately. There's a serial killer we call the Soul Snatcher who has been targeting doctors with a frenzy. Last night, I was attacked by a gang while investigating one of his cases near the southeastern border. You should be careful too. She glanced at the time. The attack last night must have caused quite a stir by now. I need to return to the security team quickly. With Lin Qingliu's permission, Zhuang Mian picked up the eco-friendly bag that read "Discharge Recovery Souvenir" and left the clinic, disappearing quickly at the street corner. Air peeked out from the consultation room. Is she gone? She's gone. Why didn't you see her off? Is it because you're the soul snatcher? Air scratched his gray hair. This whole thing is inevitably connected to me. I was afraid my expression might give me away. Lin Qingliu couldn't help but burst into laughter. You've got a point. If she finds out you were the one behind last night's case, things could get really interesting. Seeing Air remain silent, he stopped laughing. Why aren't you saying anything? What case are you referring to? The one Zhuang Mian mentioned before she left last night? Wait, that wasn't you. Lin Qingliu stared at the boy in front of him, shocked by his innocent expression. Air nodded, and an eerie silence filled the clinic. By the time I got there last night, Dr. Bard's residence was already sealed off. I took a shortcut and followed the security captain's vehicle, which led me to her in the alley. Lin Qingliu's expression froze. This meant there was a third party muddying the waters in the outer Eastern District's serial killings. He flipped the open sign to closed, sat across from Air in the consultation room, and said, "Tell me everything that happened last night, from start to finish." As a psychologist with not 3 but 4 growth-oriented supernatural abilities, Lin Qingliu was acutely aware of his limited risk tolerance. To maintain a peaceful life, he had resolved to play the role of a selfless gardener in Hope City. Anyone who came looking for trouble would either be weeded out or carefully cultivated. Go investigate. If you encounter anything you can't handle, come to me. Il asked the Lord to send the paperhanger to assist. Leaving the clinic, Zhuang Mian remained on high alert, her face pale like an insomniac who hadn't slept in a week. Though her wallet had survived the chaos, the trauma left her unable to take a vehicle. Every time a car passed on the street, she would involuntarily tremble, especially when large trucks roared by. The repeated adrenaline rushes made Zhuang Mian abandon such thoughts. Dragging her weary legs, she returned to the Public Security Bureau. From a distance, she noticed the parking lot in front of the 3-story building was packed with police cars, evidence that reinforcements from other districts had already arrived. After passing through the security checkpoint for identity verification, Zhuang Mian had just stepped into the lobby when she saw several colleagues who had stayed behind suddenly pale, as if they had seen a ghost. They bolted upstairs in a panic. In no time, the stairway was crowded with people, and at the forefront stood the director of the Eastern Outer District Security Bureau, a man known for his calm demeanor. The old director's facial muscles twitched slightly as he pulled out a list of missing and deceased personnel from behind him and handed it to Zhuang Mian. She skimmed through the list quickly, her eyes landing on her own ID photo, which stood out prominently. On the list, her status was marked as missing, while all other security team members were confirmed dead. The experiences in her dreams seemed to have altered Zhuang Mian's personality. Instead of succumbing to grief over the loss of her comrades, she analyzed the implications of the situation with striking rationality. Losing half the team was undoubtedly a blow, but the deceased were all individuals who had been colluding with local gangs. While their deaths severed her connection to local power structures, it aligned with her original intention to retain a group of obedient young officers. After confirming the misdeeds of the deceased, Zhuang Mian felt no guilt. She briefly greeted a few superiors before heading straight to her small team's office on the 2nd floor. As she pushed the door open, the first thing she saw was her deputy, Zhao Qi, his face wrapped in thick bandages. This usually timid second-in-command couldn't conceal the joy in his eyes upon seeing Zhuang Mian. "Captain, you're alive," one team member blurted out. "If you can't speak properly, then shut up," another immediately corrected. "Congratulations, Captain, on surviving against all odds." Zhuang Mian wasted no time in recounting the events of the previous night. Despite the numerous scars covering her body, delivering this report was essential, as betrayals within the ranks of the outer district security system were not unheard of. She deliberately withheld the real name of the courageous psychologist who had helped her, but otherwise, she disclosed nearly every detail. Based on all the testimonies from survivors, the Eastern Outer District Public Security Bureau had acknowledged the gravity of the case. Although Zhuang Mian repeatedly emphasized that the attack had no connection to the recently infamous Soul Reaper, in the absence of solid evidence, the suspect behind the case was still identified as the Soul Reaper. Feeling that her strength had mostly returned, Zhuang Mian immediately threw herself back into work, starting with the last victim, Dr. Bard, to gather more evidence and continue the investigation. Her intuition told her that the smuggling case in the inner city, which she was now involved in, was undoubtedly connected to the recent murder of a black market doctor in the outer city. In the southern part of the inner city, within the main office building of the Research Institute headquarters, Ji Yongxing placed a thick stack of papers on Deputy Director Zhou's desk. The title on the cover read, "Exploration of the Possibility of Acquiring Supernatural Abilities Postnatally." "Interesting," Zhou said as he flipped through the papers. "This might provide some solutions to the ongoing dispute between the Life Technology Department and the Supernatural Technology Department. Zhao Kai and Lu Jixing are practically at each other's throats these days." He slapped the stack of papers onto the desk and looked up at Ji Yongxing. I thought you'd bring me an intriguing computer model as a reward. Ji Yongxing adjusted his glasses, which were partially obscured by his bangs, and gave a sly smile. Nothing escapes your notice. There is a model, but it's just a research tool not suitable for publishing as a result. You little rascal, always thinking ahead. Zhozhua waved his hand dismissively. All right, you can go for now. I'll take my time reviewing the report. Do you have any new ideas? Is there a position you'd like to rotate into? As if he had anticipated the question, Ji Yongxing immediately responded, I'd like to spend some time in the life technology department. While writing this report, I realized I lack sufficient knowledge in that area. If I gain new insights, I can revise the report further. Zhozhua nodded and wrote out a note on the spot, instructing Ji Yongxing to report to the new department the following Monday. Within the institute, a note from Deputy Director Zhozhua was as authoritative as an imperial decree in ancient times. Whether it was a job transfer or a salary increase, his approval was enough to make it happen, often carrying more weight than formal documents. As for the director, for the past 30 years, the director's primary role had been negotiating with the council during quarterly budget applications and project presentations. This was the institute's way of dividing responsibilities. Experts handled technical matters under the deputy director, while the director oversaw administrative and support departments like logistics and statistics. After Ji Yongxing left, the smile on Zhozhua's face gradually faded, replaced by a serious expression. Kid, you're not acting like yourself, he muttered. After a moment of contemplation, he picked up the internal phone and summoned a man whose demeanor clashed sharply with that of a typical researcher. Investigate Ji Yongxing's most recent trips to the outer city. If he's met with any suspicious individuals, do not act rashly. Understood. Elsewhere, a sharp circular blade pierced Wang Zhao's left palm for the 44th time. Each time the blade was withdrawn, it tore away a chunk of flesh like a metallic straw. This was his third superpower level assessment. Due to his extraordinary performance on the city walls, the institute had dispatched a 3-person team to the outer city to evaluate him specifically. Wang Xiao had learned that if he passed this test, his ability rating could be upgraded to level C. According to Meteors, this would give him the opportunity to join the military's special unit of superpowered individuals. For the residents of Hope City, this was a rare and coveted chance. Yet Wang Xiao felt conflicted. Rather than running around as a troubleshooter, he longed to protect the section of the city wall his father had once guarded. After undergoing more rigorous testing, Wang Xiao finally received his third ability assessment report. He quickly scanned the key information on the document. Ability: super speed regeneration. Rarity: relatively high. Growth potential: moderate. Overall rating: C. Ability description: a relatively rare rapid healing ability that consumes less energy from the body compared to similar abilities and offers better sustainability. Wang Xiao looked at his left hand, which was writhing as it healed, with satisfaction. This report marked a significant improvement compared to the initial one. With this single document, he had earned the qualification to reside in the inner district. For most superhumans, a level rating was a nearly insurmountable milestone in their lifetime. While ability levels could be improved through training, if each improvement failed to bring about a qualitative change in the ability, it would indicate that the individual's potential had already been capped. This was precisely the purpose of the growth potential section in the report and evaluation based on decades of growth trajectories of individuals with similar abilities in the database. A man stationed at the door stepped forward and placed a form in front of Wang Xiao. If you're interested in joining the headquarters elite superhuman squad, you can fill out this form and submit it within 3 days. After Wang Xiao left the testing room, 2 researchers immediately gathered in front of a glass tank filled with nutrient solution. Inside the tank was a piece of flesh cut from Wang Zhao's body, wriggling in an unsettling manner. Upon closer inspection, the boundaries between skin and muscle were gradually blurring, and the separate pieces of flesh were beginning to merge with one another. An ability like this should at least be rated C by standard protocol. Why? One researcher murmured in confusion. Why bother overthinking it? Decisions from above are beyond our pay grade, the other researcher replied nonchalantly, starting to pack up the ability testing equipment. Do you think he'll join the elite superhuman squad? Isn't it obvious? Even if they're all slaves of Hope City, a slave in the inner district can live with some dignity. Who wouldn't want to eat well and live better? Fair point. At dusk, Elle strolled along the seaside streets of the eastern district. The sea breeze carried a salty tang, devoid of any fishy smell. In today's oceans, most fish had mutated into deep-sea monstrosities that devoured one another, while the few that retained their original form were considered too dangerous to consume. Long before the catastrophe, the seas had already been polluted, let alone now, with rampant mutations. Unlike pigs, cows, and sheep in underground farms, which could still be controlled through genetic engineering, fish had completely disappeared from humanity's dining tables. Elle wandered through this familiar area, stopping and starting as he pleased. Whenever he needed to contemplate deeper questions, he would always come here. This time was no exception. After learning that his next target, Dr. Bard, had met an untimely death, El felt as though he had fallen into a vast and intricate web. Especially troubling were the brief hints from Zhuang Mian, which suggested that the killer's methods were unmistakably imitating his own. El couldn't imagine anyone seeing him as a role model. Instead, he felt like a massive problem was about to land squarely on his shoulders. If someone was imitating his actions, didn't that mean his previous behavior was exactly what they wanted to see? The thought sent a chill down his spine. He realized, to his dismay, that he had unwittingly become a tool for others. In this world, El had no family left. The only people who treated him with any semblance of kindness were a preacher disguised as a psychologist, an assassin lurking in the shadows, and a god high above it all. Thinking back to Dr. Lin's parting words, El knew that if he truly had no other options, he could ask for help. But considering how much he already owed, he resolved to handle things on his own. With his decision made, El slung a dark backpack filled with 3 days' worth of rations over his shoulder and headed to Dr. Bard's old apartment block. He found a shadowy corner with a clear view of the room and hid there, intending to stake it out for a while to see if any suspicious individuals returned to the scene of the crime. Even if he found nothing, he planned to sneak in and investigate after nightfall. As night descended, the underworld economy unique to the outer district quietly came to life. Flesh trade, illicit deals, threats, and extortion. For El, these were all part of the usual backdrop. After putting on gloves, he crept into Dr. Bard's building. In the pitch-black stairwell, devoid of sound-activated lights, El relied on his exceptional night vision to carefully ascend the stairs, gripping the handrail as he climbed to the 5th floor. Halfway to the 3rd floor, a faint glint caught his eye. He stepped back a couple of paces and repeated his earlier movements, finally spotting the reflective object at the stairwell's corner, a broken ampoule. As a child of the outer district, El wasn't familiar with medical supplies like this, but his instincts told him it was important. He carefully pocketed it, planning to later ask the knowledgeable Dr. Lin to identify it. Just then, an almost imperceptible sound came from the building's front door below. Normally, that door closed with an ear-splitting creak, typical of the outer district's residents. This nearly silent opening suggested one of two possibilities: either a saint with an extreme attention to detail, or for more likely another investigator. El held his breath, listening to the faint footsteps drawing closer. When the person reached the 3rd floor, they turned on a dim flashlight and began scanning the ground. Peering through the gaps in the staircase, El realized they were searching for something. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the ampoule in his pocket. The oppressive silence must have given him away, or perhaps his racing heartbeat had caught the stranger's attention. The figure paused, staring at the floor, then suddenly angled the flashlight upward. Although El ducked his head back quickly, his distinctive gray hair stood out too much in the darkness. In a heartbeat, the standoff ended as El turned and bolted. The person immediately gave chase, their footsteps echoing through the narrow stairwell. As El sprinted upward, he tried to knock over stacks of old cardboard boxes to slow his pursuer, but their long strides and quick pace rendered the obstacles ineffective. By the time he reached the 5th floor, El, relying on his earlier reconnaissance, made a beeline for Dr. Bard's room. The pursuer was right on his heels, and the two burst into the crime scene, ducking under the police tape one after the other. Earl tore through the police tape and seals at Bard's front door and dashed inside. It was the dead of night, and the empty house was devoid of any officers on duty. He hurried down the hallway and pushed open the door to Bard's black market operating room. The room was more spacious than he had imagined, with a metal operating table at its center. Surrounding it were cabinets stuffed with illegally stored drugs and medical equipment. Standing with his back to the window, Earl watched a figure in black steadily approaching him. The man was tall, nearly 6 feet, clad in a featureless black coat, with a black mask obscuring his face. This man in black had only realized his mistake in hindsight, had lost half an ampoule during the operation. Initially, he hadn't cared about such a trivial detail, but what he hadn't anticipated was that the female captain, surrounded and outnumbered, would survive against all odds. A bunch of useless fools, he cursed silently. Sleepless and restless, he had decided to deal with this loose end in the middle of the night. The security captain, transferred from the inner district, was unusually observant. Once Bard's autopsy report was released, she was bound to return and investigate further. But just minutes into his search, he spotted this sneaky little brat. Trapping Earl with no way out, the man in black strode forward, forcing him into a corner. Medical instruments tumbled noisily from a cabinet. Grabbing Earl by the collar, he hoisted him up and demanded, "Hand over the ampoule." Earl gritted his teeth, remaining silent. Though he possessed remarkable abilities, he struggled to use them in such an unexpected situation. The bag containing the heart model was still slung over his shoulder if only he could just reach it. "Give it to me." The man in black tightened his grip. Earl, drained of strength, slumped, and the bag fell heavily to the floor. Pool? What's that? Earl gasped for air, his voice strained. I can't read much. The man in black sneered, releasing Earl, who collapsed to the ground. He began to search through Earl's pockets and under the pale moonlight. He soon found the missing half-ampule and slipped it into his own pocket with satisfaction. Now, let me give you one final lesson before you die. The man in black pulled a syringe and 2 ampoules from his pocket, deliberately injecting the liquid into the syringe where Earl could see. Gripping the syringe with practiced ease, he spoke with a trace of amusement in his tone. This is how it's used. Fear washed over Earl. He realized he had been too young, too impulsive. All he had wanted was revenge. To make the bad people pay. Was that so wrong? In what might be his final moments, his thoughts weren't of the father who had abandoned him, but of the past 2 months spent scrounging meals at the psychology clinic and his growing skill in cooking noodles. Ah, what a shame it ends here. Just then, Earl's right hand brushed against something cold. It seemed to be an unopened syringe, a final gift from Dr. Bard. El's right hand gripped the syringe tightly as he carefully unsealed it and removed the needle cap. He scrutinized the characteristics of both syringes, preparing for the imminent ability of near exchange. There was only one chance. As the cold needle pierced the side of his neck and the liquid began to flow in, El knew the moment had arrived. Near exchange. The ability activated instantly. The syringe with half of the liquid remaining appeared in his hand, while the new syringe seamlessly replaced it at his neck. The man in black felt something unusual in his hand and looked down. The syringe was now empty, and its design was noticeably different from before. His mind raced. A superpower? Exchange? Heart? You're a soul thief. Before he could say more, El lunged forward. With a swift motion of his right hand, he injected the remaining half-dose of liquid into the man's neck. The man, stunned, reached for his neck and pulled out the syringe he knew all too well. Quickly, the man in black retrieved a more refined glass vial from his back pocket, a high-grade item, exclusive to the inner district. Its retractable needle was preloaded with an antidote. He touched the sensor at the base, and the needle extended. Just as he was about to inject himself, the sensation in his hand shifted again. Looking closely, he realized he was now holding the empty syringe El had just used. Meanwhile, El had already injected the high-grade antidote steadily into his own neck. A sharp hiss broke the silence as compressed air propelled the liquid inside with a distinct sound. From the first injection to the loss of the antidote, the entire sequence took no more than 10 seconds. El tilted his head provocatively, shaking the now empty high-grade syringe in front of the man in black. The man could already feel the dual effects of the muscle relaxant and blood stimulant taking hold. Breathing became labored, requiring deliberate effort to sustain. He watched as the discomfort on El's face faded into calmness. Struggling to his feet, he shakily pointed a trembling finger at El's forehead and managed to spit out his final words. You little bastard, damn you. The man collapsed to the ground, the last trace of life draining from his body. El leaned against the corner of the wall beneath the windowsill, waiting for the indescribable discomfort to gradually subside. Once his breathing steadied, he pushed himself up using the wall for support and walked over to the figure in black. He bent down and removed the man's mask, revealing a face under the moonlight that shocked him. Zhao Qi, the assistant to Zhuang Mian and deputy captain of the security bureau in the eastern outskirts. El knew this young and composed face all too well. His mind raced, running through countless possibilities. Why would a deputy captain of the security team disguise himself as an assassin and appear here in the dead of night? Could this be connected to Bard's death, or the attack on Zhuang Mian? Last night, Zhuang Mian mentioned that the entire team had been targeted, including this man before him. Could he have been abandoned as a pawn or forced into action? El found himself struggling to untangle the complex web of clues. After ensuring that no fingerprints were left at the scene, he resolved to seek help from Dr. Lin Qingliu. This knowledgeable doctor might be able to discern details he had overlooked. After a brief search of Bard's apartment, El left the old building. Given his current situation, he decided not to head directly to the clinic. Over the past 2 months, he had frequently visited under the pretense of follow-ups or sharing meals, and the neighbors had grown accustomed to it. To avoid suspicion, he planned to go during the day instead. Finding a pre-selected observation spot, El prepared to rest for a few hours, intending to visit before lunchtime. Little did he know, this seemingly ordinary decision would inadvertently help him avoid a crisis. At 10 in the morning, Lin Qingliu, dressed in a white coat, descended the stairs and flipped the open sign at the clinic's entrance. Casually glancing at the curtains of a second-floor window across the street, he began his day's work. Inside room 202 of a nearby budget hotel, surveillance personnel were closely monitoring through binoculars. Log this June 10th, 10:02 a.m. The target has opened for business, murmured one man behind the binoculars. His partner quickly jotted it down. These 2 former elite soldiers had only received their surveillance assignment the day before. As they observed, They idly chatted about the seemingly quiet clinic and its apparently unhurried doctor. Due to their lack of management skills and absence of awakened superpowers, the two were reassigned to the research institute as they grew older. Although the institute primarily focused on technological development, ensuring the security of key personnel was also indispensable. Furthermore, researchers occasionally required assistance with tasks unsuitable for bookish individuals. As a result, these retired elite soldiers found themselves thriving in the institute. At the moment, they were carrying out a new assignment handed down by Zhou Zhuo, the institute's deputy director investigating the recent travel details of a researcher named Ji Yongxing. Ji's movements were not particularly complicated. Over 2 days, he had visited just 3 or 4 locations and interacted with fewer than 20 people. The entire investigation was wrapped up in under 6 hours. When Zhou Zhuo reviewed the meticulous report, which detailed Ji's activities down to the minute, several specific time points immediately caught his attention. According to colleagues' testimonies and Zhou's own observations, Ji Yongxing had undergone a remarkable transformation after visiting a psychological clinic. The gloom that had weighed him down under immense pressure seemed to lift entirely, and his research productivity noticeably improved upon his return. While this change validated the effectiveness of psychological treatment, it was precisely this point that aroused Zhou's suspicion. The medical resources in the inner city were significantly superior to those in the outer city, yet Ji's previous psychological treatments in the inner city had yielded little success. What unique skill did Lin Qingliu, the outer city doctor, possess to bring about such a dramatic change in just a few hours? With this question in mind, Zhou assigned the detailed investigation to the 2 retired soldiers. They immediately sprang into action, renting a room on the 2nd floor of a hotel across from Lin Qingliu's clinic for a week and beginning round-the-clock surveillance. While deductive reasoning wasn't their forte, their meticulous recording of the doctor's every move would provide ample data for the researchers to analyze. After just one night of surveillance, the pair began to sense something unusual about the doctor. In Hope City, where the relentless pressure seemed to crush everyone like compressed springs, this young doctor stood out with his perpetually relaxed and carefree demeanor. If their writing skills were better, the two might have penned a bestseller titled 3 Days of Surveillance, Healing the Soul. Just as they were beginning to think the doctor was nothing more than an unusually laid-back individual, a visitor entered the clinic at precisely 11 a.m. 3 minutes later, another person followed. "That's target 2, one of them noted while jotting it down. "This male orphan has been a frequent visitor to the doctor over the past 2 or 3 months. They've even had meals together." "Meals?" The man behind the binoculars scoffed. "What would they eat? Nutritional paste?" After a brief pause, his partner added, "According to the investigation, the doctor buys ingredients and cooks himself." "What? He cooks every day? Where does he get the money for that?" The business at the psychological clinic wasn't great in the morning. Lin Qingliu had just opened for the day when Iyer, as usual, became his first visitor. Seeing this most obedient, regular arrive, Lin Qingliu abandoned the idea of casually dealing with him and decided to offer a proper reception. In the kitchen, Lin Qingliu began defrosting a premium cut of beef. He was fully aware that the 2 covert observers were currently watching him from the shadows. These individuals, thinking they were monitoring an ordinary person, had no idea that their presence had already been detected by Lin Qingliu's supernatural abilities. After all, his carefully fabricated personal records revealed no trace of any unusual powers. "Why does this doctor eat so well?" The irritable man at the surveillance point couldn't help but grumble. As senior technicians at the research institute, their monthly salary was only 10,000 info coins. After covering necessary expenses and savings, it was hard to imagine serving beef so casually to a guest like Lin Qingliu did. "Stop complaining and send the report," his partner said calmly on the surface, though the bent pen in his hand betrayed his internal agitation. Slurp. "This is making me so hungry." "Focus. We're professionals." Slurp. "I can't take it anymore." The bickering between the observers reached Lin Qingliu's ears clearly. Suppressing a chuckle, he focused on listening to the crucial information Iyer had brought. After Iyer explained the concept of ampoules, Lin Qingliu fell into deep thought. According to Iyer, the person who killed Dr. Bud was none other than Zhao Qi, the deputy captain under Zhuang Mian. This revelation was puzzling. Wasn't Zhao Qi supposed to be accompanying Zhuang Mian to the crime scene? While Zhuang Mian hadn't provided explicit details, she did mention that the entire team was ambushed during their return. This suggested that the deputy captain could very well have acted alone beforehand, though his motives remained unclear. Lin Qingliu looked at the young man sipping his soup and said in a low voice, "All the doctors involved in organ trafficking in the Eastern Outer District are dead. I'm sure you've realized by now that the situation isn't as simple as it seems. Staged crimes, nocturnal ambushes, and organ trafficking. These interconnected clues hinted that the situation was far more intricate than it appeared on the surface. So, do you still want to keep investigating?" Hearing this, El carefully placed the soup bowl on the table, his young face tightening in determination. "I will keep investigating until I uproot them completely." "Not bad." Lin Qingliu nodded approvingly. Young people should be full of drive. While he usually preferred a steady and cautious approach, he couldn't help but admire Elle's passionate resolve for revenge. Such unwavering determination always carried a certain invigorating charm. How's your education level? Lin Qingliu suddenly asked. Elle looked a little embarrassed. Not great. Lin Qingliu glanced thoughtfully out the window, where two people were still keeping watch. He decided to grab two psychological assessment forms and handed them to Elle. 2 minutes later, as Lin Qingliu examined the messy scribbles and markings on the paper, he sighed in resignation, dismissing the idea of having Elle write a report. This task would have to be handled by him, the so-called priest, personally. After the meal, the two moved downstairs to the clinic. Lin Qingliu pretended to be writing medical records, but was actually drafting a detailed report. Once finished, he carefully folded it into a small square. Zhuang Mian has outstanding abilities. Once she sees this letter, she'll definitely uncover more clues. Understood. I'll deliver the letter. Elle volunteered eagerly. Deliver it? Absolutely not. Lin Qingliu rubbed his temples. The fewer people who know about this, the better. Can you guarantee you won't be discovered? Seeing Elle fall silent, Lin Qingliu continued, I'll have the paper hanger deliver it. Your job is to stay near the security bureau for the next few days. As soon as you notice Zhuang Mian taking action, follow her immediately. After discussing the plan in detail, Elle left the clinic, his heart filled with gratitude. Log entry, 1:45 p.m. Young male exited the psychological clinic. Target has begun their afternoon rest, one of the watchers monotonously reported. The discomfort in their stomachs only deepened their resentment toward Lin Qingliu. The nutrient paste they had consumed, once slightly sweet, now left only a bitter taste. Late at night, one of the two watchers had already fallen asleep, while the other, clutching a pair of binoculars, was nodding off. At that moment, Lin Qingliu, who appeared to be sound asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. It was the biological alarm clock he had set using his flesh-crafting abilities before drifting off. He patted his pocket, checking for the report, and with a single thought, his body silently sank through the bedding, landing securely in a blind spot on the first floor. The bed on the second floor remained undisturbed, as if someone were still lying there asleep. Though Lin Qingliu was dressed in sleepwear, his eyes were sharp and alert. He began his true mission of stealth. Treating the road as if it were a swimming pool, he manipulated his dimensional shift abilities to glide forward like a backstroke swimmer, swiftly heading toward the Eastern District Security Bureau. Lin Qingliu moved swiftly in a semi-submerged state, occasionally raising his head above the water to check his bearings. Before long, the gray-white building of the Public Security Bureau came into view. He effortlessly bypassed the yawning guard at the entrance, took a deep breath, and passed through the wall as though it were a thin veil. Inside the bureau, it was eerily quiet. Aside from the barracks and city walls, surveillance cameras were almost non-existent in the outer districts, and the bureau was no exception. With guards stationed at every entrance, it was rare for anyone to cause trouble here. After all, aside from the towering stacks of case files, there wasn't much of value to be found. Although Lin Qingliu didn't know the exact location of Zhuang Mian's office, his literacy quickly pointed him in the right direction. The recent spike in cases in the Eastern District had left thick files scattered everywhere. As he flipped through them, he easily located Zhuang Mian's desk, which had an unusually conspicuous letter of provocation placed on it. The phrase "your management of public security is rather lax" made him stifle a laugh. Placing the anonymous complaint letter squarely in the center of the desk, Lin Qingliu was about to leave when a file buried underneath caught his attention. It was a report on the ox-leg killer case. Reading the detailed account of the incidents, he, as the person involved, couldn't help but smirk. He recalled Zhuang Mian's probing questions at the noodle shop and his own evasive answers. These fragmented bits of information had ultimately coalesced into a single sentence in the report. Based on interviews and profiling, it can be preliminarily determined that the perpetrator is male, aged 30 to 40, physically strong, introverted, straightforward in personality, with a clear sense of justice and grudges, and skilled in the use of violence. For the first time, Lin Qingliu saw others analyze his own crimes from the perspective of an outsider. The experience was oddly novel. But in the end, what did the ox-leg killer case have to do with Dr. Lin? He was merely an innocent bystander who happened to help handle some evidence. After restoring everything to its original state, Lin Qingliu quietly returned to his still-warm bed, wriggling into a comfortable position as he prepared to carry out his plan of sleeping until noon. Meanwhile, 10 kilometers away at the boundary of the southeastern district, Zhuang Mian stood in a room that had once again become a crime scene, her face dark with anger. An hour earlier, a phone call had dragged her from her warm bed. Someone had died again, and this time, the situation was particularly unusual. Though she was still 6 years shy of 30, as an outstanding graduate of the Public Security Academy, Zhuang Mian understood the gravity of the situation before her all too well. The God-given dream she had once experienced now felt like a heavy reference book, labeling her current predicament with brutal accuracy. A powerless individual being taunted. Yet, as her fury reached its boiling point, it gradually subsided, transforming into a cold, calculated energy that allowed her to handle the situation before her with optimal clarity. Zhuang Mian glanced at the team members who had accompanied her to the crime scene. The youthful glow of idealism still shone in their eyes, a stark contrast to the seasoned veterans who had perished in last night's high-speed chase. Now, her deputy Zhao Qi lay lifeless before her, as if the shadowy figure lurking in the dark had issued yet another death warrant after failing 2 nights ago. But as memories from another life surged into her mind, Zhuang Mian's thoughts ascended to a new dimension. The ambush from 2 nights prior had almost cost her her life, but it had also conveniently removed the unstable elements within her team. At this moment, Zhao Qi's black-clad corpse seemed less like a tragedy and more like a clear signal had been a traitor through and through. This revelation made the situation far more intriguing. At the cost of half her team, she had gained unprecedented control. The mysterious figure hiding in the shadows appeared to be issuing threats, but in reality, they were aiding her consolidation of power. The unspoken understanding felt like a silent game of chess between 2 players who knew each other's moves without needing to speak. With the memories of a past life, Zhuang Mian no longer felt uneasy. Instead, she began to relish this subtle collaboration. As a leader, she valued subordinates who could accurately interpret her unspoken cues. Though the Mind Flayer was not her subordinate, they had undoubtedly been assisting her from the shadows. For now, she decided to go along with the flow. Captain, there's no visible wound on the deputy's body. We'll need the forensic report to confirm if it was the Mind Flayer's doing, a team member reported. Understood, Zhuang Mian replied with calm restraint. Since this was clearly a gift from the other party, there was no reason to reject it. With the trail of clues currently cold, this presented an opportunity to piece things together anew. As the team prepared to place Zhao Qi's body into a body bag, Zhuang Mian suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Her gaze swept over the kneeling male team members before locking onto one with a physique similar to Zhao Qi's. You, take 2 others and stake out the deputy's home. If anyone suspicious shows up, capture them alive and notify me immediately. The rest of you, reconstruct the scene, secure the perimeter, and transport the body back. An hour and a half later, Zhuang Mian walked into her office as the morning sun streamed in. On her desk lay a neatly folded letter. The contents read, Captain Zhuang, your deputy was no good, so I took care of him. I suspect he was responsible for Dr. Bard's murder. You may continue your investigation from here. There's no need to thank me for what I've done. I only hope you honor the oath every officer takes upon joining the force. I also hope we can collaborate sincerely to maintain peace and order in the Eastern District. P.S. I don't particularly like the nickname you've given me. With concern, the Mind Flayer. Zhuang Mian's expression remained stoic as she tore the letter into pieces and discarded it in the trash. A far more capable ally than Zhao Qi had now aligned themselves with Heronly. A two-way line of communication was missing to achieve seamless cooperation. With light and shadow working in harmony, Zhuang Mian's mood brightened. To accomplish great things, a shadow that handles the dirty work is indispensable. Though the Mind Flayer remained a wanted criminal, if their skills could be put to good use, it might not be such a bad thing after all. No. Wang Zhao's voice rang out clearly in the office of the Eastern Military Camp. Faced with the officer who had introduced him to the military, he firmly rejected the opportunity to join the inner city as a military-affiliated superhuman. When asked for a reason, he simply said he wanted to guard the same section of the wall as his father. The officer frowned and pushed the form back toward Wang Xiao. You still have 2 days, think about it carefully. But Wang Xiao didn't even glance at the form. He turned and left the room. Ah, young people, the middle-aged officer sighed. Since the last misjudgment incident on the wall, he had been demoted to an acting position. Carefully, he placed the form back in the drawer, still hoping Wang Xiao might change his mind. Knowing everything about Wang Xiao's past, he admired the young man's abilities and courage and understood that his decision was not made lightly. His actions on the wall had already proven his unwavering loyalty. Meanwhile, in a secret laboratory within the inner city, an elderly man in a white lab coat stared intently at a kidney floating in a solution. Astounding, he murmured to himself. Hundreds of experiments failed to achieve this result. With bioelectric signal guidance, we can reverse differentiate with almost no rejection. It's nothing short of divine intervention. As he spoke, his hand unconsciously moved to his side, where a tube connected to a urine bag strapped to his thigh. These medical devices had been his constant companions for a decade. He thought he had grown accustomed to the pitying looks of others, the sloshing sound as he walked, and the faint, lingering odor. But now, gazing at the perfect kidney before him, he realized he had never truly come to terms with it. As his condition worsened, the longing in his eyes turned into naked greed. Prepare for surgery, he instructed his assistants, as soon as possible. Sir, Are you sure you want to? An assistant hesitated. Someone always has to pay the price, the old man said, a tragic resolve crossing his face. So I've decided to make a critical sacrifice. At the other end of the laboratory, two observers silently watched Joshua flipping through investigative reports and Lin Qingliu's daily logs from the past 3 days. Despite their extensive experience, they couldn't shake the feeling of being completely seen through by the keen deputy director of the research institute. A quarter of an hour later, Joshua put down the document in his hand and fixed his sharp gaze on the subordinate in front of him. So, apart from your group's somewhat aggressive words, there's nothing wrong with that psychologist? The man responsible for taking notes stepped forward, straightened his back, and replied, "That's correct. Based on our observations, the only notable thing is that his therapy fees are higher than those of most doctors in the outer district. Other than that, there's absolutely nothing suspicious about him." "Tell me about the fees," Joshua said, his voice calm yet authoritative. "We decided to test it ourselves before returning to the inner district. We did 3 sessions, costing 500 information coins in total, but we found nothing unusual," the man explained, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Joshua let out a short laugh. "And what did the doctor say?" "He said I wasn't sick at all and told me to stop scaring myself." The man paused briefly before continuing, then he tried to sell me a special treatment package, 2,000 information coins per session, with a promise of free follow-ups for several years afterward. "Did you agree to it?" "Of course not," the man quickly clarified, as if afraid of being seen as foolish. "Deputy Director, sir, that's 2,000 information coins. It's obviously a scam, isn't it? If I actually paid for it, my wife would be tugging on my ear and yelling at me for a whole month." Joshua gave a slight nod. "Fair enough. I suppose I was overthinking it. Young people might fall for that sort of thing, but not you. This mission is concluded. Take 2 days off before resuming your normal duties." As the two retired soldiers turned to leave, Joshua called them back and handed over a note. "Here, take this to the finance department and get reimbursed for the consultation fees." The scene shifted to a research institute's conference room, where Ji Yongxing, attending his first formal meeting, was intently taking notes. Upon closer inspection, his notes mostly consisted of grammatical errors in the speeches rather than the actual content of the meeting. The speaker on stage was Lin Qingliu, a man in his 50s responsible for the development of superpower technology. He was born during the early years of the catastrophe, a time rife with natural disasters and chaos. His parents perished during a beast tide, their last words to him being "run." He later found refuge in Hope City, changed his name to Jixing, and dedicated decades to scientific research, helping to restore much of the lost technology to the city. After Lu Jixing finished, the much older Zhao Kai took over, elaborating on advancements in life sciences. Zhao Kai held Ji Yongxing in high regard and had expressed his desire to personally mentor the young man on several occasions, though Joshua had tactfully declined, citing the need to cultivate a well-rounded talent. Despite this, Zhao Kai personally came to greet Ji Yongxing when he arrived, leaving the naturally curly-haired youth feeling both flattered and overwhelmed. As Zhao Kai calmly presented the latest research results on stage, he occasionally glanced in Ji Yongxing's direction. Seeing the young man earnestly taking notes, a look of satisfaction spread across the elderly scientist's face. At that moment, many attendees turned their attention to Ji Yongxing's figure in the front row, their gazes filled with envy. "So, our primary objective right now is the complete separation of superpowers. Even if it's something as basic as slow healing. As long as we achieve a breakthrough from nothing to something, we can." Zhao Kai was cut off mid-sentence by a sudden fit of violent coughing. As an elderly researcher, Zhao Kai had to pause his report, patting his chest and taking a couple of sips of water to steady his breathing. Ji Yongxing watched the frail old man closely, feeling a subtle stir within himself, as though his streamlined ability was eager to take effect on Zhao Kai. On the surface, the tasks of the life technology and superpower technology departments appear straightforward, but in reality, they are exceedingly complex. Zhao Kai continued after regaining his composure. In the past decade, there have indeed been instances of superpowers being separated from their hosts, but those research results have been difficult to generalize. Even after separation, the abilities can only be activated through the original host's consciousness. Take fire-related powers, for example. After separation, the effect is less practical than a remote-controlled lighter. Ji Yongxing listened silently, keeping the fact that he had already gained abilities to himself. On one hand, he believed he could contribute more value as a researcher. On the other hand, he feared becoming a test subject. As a young prodigy, he understood one key principle. The fact that he was able to acquire abilities later in life proved that powers were indeed transferable. This also meant that Lu Jixing and Zhao Kai's research direction was correct. They were simply facing temporary technical obstacles. As the meeting drew to a close, each researcher received a document about the application of rapid healing abilities in organ transplantation. Ji Yongxing walked back to his dormitory while studying the challenges outlined in the file. Thanks to his abilities and intellect, he quickly came up with several potentially viable solutions. The next day, June 7th, arrived quickly. In a second-floor apartment in the eastern outskirts of the city, 3 loyal security officers under Zhuang Mian's command were hiding. They had been staking out the location for over a day, even resorting to eating leftover food left behind by Zhao Qi. Suddenly, the telephone in the room rang. Ring ring, please leave a message after the tone. Beep. Hello Qi, it's me. You handled the last matter very neatly, not a single loose end, classic you. But the captain's issue will need a few more days to work out. Lastly, there's one more thing I need your help with. I promise, this time it's really the last. The 3 security officers held their breath, listening intently to every word as the tape recorder documented the call. At last, the elusive fox hiding behind the scenes had started to reveal its tail. As the group was happily discussing, 15 minutes later, the phone equipped with the recording function suddenly emitted a static sound and began to rewind on its own. Under the stunned gaze of everyone, the recording containing critical evidence of the crime was completely erased amidst the noise. The 3 team members exchanged uneasy glances and then lowered their voices, carefully matching their memories to reconstruct every detail of the erased recording. Meanwhile, in the security team's office, Zhuang Mian was solemnly instructing her subordinates on the follow-up work. She ordered everyone to stick to a unified narrative. Zhao Qi was merely a deputy leader of the 3rd squad who had taken sick leave, which perfectly explained his absence over the past 2 days. Zhuang Mian hoped this explanation would mislead any potential hidden observers if such a person truly existed. In the afternoon, Zhuang Mian left work early, deliberately carrying a box of expensive nutritional supplements in full view of everyone as she exited the security bureau. She was heading to visit this sick deputy leader, an act befitting a responsible captain. The rhythmic sound of her heels echoed through the hallway of the apartment building as she made her way to Zhao Qi's door and confidently knocked. Inside the apartment, the 3 team members had painstakingly pieced together a version of the recording that was as close to the original as possible. They determined that Zhao Qi's last mission was to escort someone into the inner city, with the necessary documents and target information to be exchanged at a certain point along the city wall. However, as Zhao Qi had failed to respond, the other party had evidently cancelled the operation. Although Zhuang Mian had missed the best opportunity, she did not show much disappointment. She realized that Zhao Qi's disappearance might have already alerted the other side, making continued surveillance pointless. After distributing the nutritional supplements and watching her team devour them hungrily, she declared the mission over and ordered everyone to return to the security bureau to await further instructions. At that moment, at the street corner closest to the East District Security Bureau, El was closely observing the unfolding events. He was waiting for the right moment to execute his final revenge plan. Later that evening, 2 uniformed men wearing stab-resistant jackets arrived at the Eastern Military Camp in the Outer District, armed with official orders. After passing the ID check, they headed straight for Wang Xiao's dormitory, where he had just finished training. You want to take me to the inner city? Wang Xiao asked, bewildered by the situation. But I've already declined the offer to join the headquarters special unit. He instinctively felt that this overly enthusiastic invitation was suspicious. One of the uniformed men, with a stern expression, explained, headquarters has an unwritten rule. Superhumans with an ability rating of C or higher are not allowed to reside in the outer district to prevent potential instability. Since no one has ever refused an invitation to the special unit, this rule isn't widely known. You need to go to headquarters for a psychological evaluation to confirm you pose no safety risks before being allowed to remain in the outer district. Wang Xiao listened in silence, deep in thought. After careful consideration, Wang Xiao had to admit that the man in black had a point. While the outer district housed the vast majority of the population, the true core facilities, military bases, and research institutes were all located within the inner district's walls. Only factories were built in the outer district. This harsh reality was obscured by the routines of peacetime. When disaster struck, the outer district was destined to be a sacrificial zone. Just as no one would store valuables in a crumbling house, those in power would never scatter precious superhumans in the poorly defended outskirts. All right, I agree to the test, Wang Xiao said with a nod. This brought back memories of his last psychological test. Though it had cost him 2,000 info coins due to deception, he now felt oddly grateful for the experience. Upon hearing his consent, the 2 men in black acted swiftly, securing electromagnetic handcuffs on him and escorting him out, one on each side. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mian's team had dispersed across various streets on the eastern side of the outer district. Though this needline-a-haystack operation seemed clumsy, it was the most practical approach at the moment. With limited information, she had no choice but to adopt this wide-net search strategy. Of course, she hadn't overlooked the 3 gates leading to the inner district in the east. Each was heavily monitored with personnel stationed to keep watch. At 6:15 in the evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon of an early June day, Zhuang Mian was waiting for updates in her office when a report came through on her walkie-talkie. Captain, we've spotted a suspicious vehicle entering the inner district. It appears to have one more passenger than it did this afternoon, said Jiang Liang. a top graduate of the Security Academy and Zhuang Mian's personal pick for vice captain. Details on the vehicle? Zhuang Mian immediately inquired. A black luxury sedan, license plate NM5239. Jiang Liang quickly responded. Zhuang Mian jotted down the license plate number on a sticky note while glancing at two freshly delivered autopsy reports on her desk. The causes of death for Dr. Bard and Deputy Captain Zhao Qi were shockingly similar. Cardiac arrest induced by drugs. Rising from her seat, she muttered to herself, what exactly are the people at the heart of the inner district plotting? After experiencing the awakening brought by that decade-spanning lucid dream, Zhuang Mian not only gained superpowers but also underwent a profound transformation of her mind. Now, she was speeding toward the inner district in the Security Bureau's newly issued vehicle. In the car's jostling trunk lay a gray-haired teenager, curled up as he endured the bumpy ride while muttering complaints about the car's terrible suspension system. For Wang Xiao, this would be his first time stepping onto the soil of the inner district. He saw smooth, unblemished roads, people walking at a leisurely pace, neatly planned buildings, and food stalls offering delicacies he had never tasted before. Everything before him felt utterly unfamiliar. This was the kind of happy life every human should have been entitled to, yet reality was far from it. Since he had already decided this would be his last time entering the inner city, Wang Xiao allowed his gaze to wander freely, greedily imprinting every detail outside the car window into his memory. The sleek black luxury car wove through the streets, gradually leaving behind the bustling eastern part of the inner city and heading into a more desolate area. Finally, the car stopped in front of a five-story building. The hospital's exterior was decorated with large alternating patches of gray and white paint, and a bright red cross stood out prominently at the top. The parking lot was eerily empty, with only a few dust-covered cars scattered here and there, as if this place had been long forgotten. Wang Xiao stepped out of the car and looked around. The desolate atmosphere reminded him of the rumored sanatoriums. Watching a few fallen leaves swirl up in the wind, he chuckled softly. I thought there wasn't any space left in Hope City to plant trees. Two men dressed in black remained silent as they led him through a dimly lit corridor, where the lights flickered intermittently. They entered a completely different area, seemingly cut off from the abandoned surroundings. The environment here was pristine and bright, with people in white lab coats moving about in an orderly manner. They were brought into a hospital room. On the bed lay an elderly man, around 70 or 80 years old, intently watching a colorful screen on the wall. Wang Xiao was captivated by the unfamiliar scene on the screen. A deep blue cat was chasing a small humanoid mouse with exaggerated movements, knocking over every piece of furniture in its path. The old man pressed a button on the remote, freezing the image. Only then did Wang Xiao realize his momentary loss of composure. Guided by the men in black, he sat down on a chair by the bedside. "You're Wang Xiao?" the old man asked. Wang Xiao nodded in confirmation, puzzled as to why he had been brought here instead of being sent to complete the test forms. However, his upbringing instilled in him an innate trust in people like this. After all, they were all working toward the future of humanity, true comrades in arms. You're 20 years old and have already awakened such a powerful ability. Yet no one in your family, going back 3 generations, has ever displayed such abilities. That's highly unusual, the old man said thoughtfully. The elderly man's breath seemed to weaken suddenly. Leaning against the headboard, he continued, "It seems you might truly be a gift from the heavens to humanity. Wang Xiao, are you willing to dedicate yourself to the survival of humankind?" "I am willing to give everything to help humanity reclaim this planet." Wang Xiao stood up immediately, delivering a soldier's standard response. The old man looked up at him, his eyelids drooping slightly, and reached out with a frail hand to grasp Wang Xiao's arm. Despite its apparent weakness, the grip was unexpectedly strong. Before Wang Xiao could react, a sharp pain shot through his back, and some unknown substance began coursing through his bloodstream. But it was too late. Wang Xiao woke up. He found himself tightly restrained on a specially designed operating table, completely naked, with dozens of straps holding him immobile. He tried to call for help, but could only produce muffled groans. The nearest nurse, hearing the sound, quickly walked over to the doctor nearby. "Doctor, he's awake again." The doctor glanced at the red digital clock flashing on the wall, his tone laced with obvious irritation. "I told you his metabolism processes anesthesia 20 times faster than normal. Increase the dosage. What's the point of saving a few vials of anesthetic now? Once this is done, your rewards will be plentiful." Inside the operating room, 2 doctors and 3 nurses were busy preparing surgical instruments, each performing their assigned tasks. A new dose of anesthetic was quickly administered into Wang Xiao's body. Despite his enhanced regenerative abilities that had begun to develop some resistance, the high dosage was enough to gradually cloud his consciousness. In the fleeting moments before losing consciousness, Wang Xiao realized he had fallen into a meticulously planned trap. These people had evidently discovered his unique traits and intended to use him as a research subject. Vaguely, He thought about how he still hadn't confirmed whether he had avenged his father, and how long it had been since he last visited that psychologist. The sound of approaching footsteps interrupted the tense atmosphere. All the medical staff immediately stopped what they were doing and respectfully greeted, "Sir." A familiar voice responded. It was the elderly man from the hospital bed. "Very good. Begin the operation. Make it quick. I have a meeting tomorrow morning. Ensure there are no traces of this when finished. Li Xia Vok, who will summarize the procedure for me?" The commanding doctor promptly lowered his head and replied, "We will suppress rejection through blood exchange and replace the liver and pancreas." At that moment, a system warning suddenly rang out. "Warning. Your authority of immortality is being eroded. Current erosion level, 0.1. Believer Wang Zhao's blessed pathway fleshies being eroded. Current erosion level, 10. At 10 p.m., Lin Qingliu, who had been debating whether or not to have a late-night snack, set down the book How to Communicate Normally with Psychopaths. His entire demeanor shifted, suddenly alert and intrigued. The unfolding situation piqued his interest even further. That Wang Xiao was in danger was indisputable, but Lin Qingliu was in no rush to intervene. This was tied to the nature of the flesh pathway practitioners needed to repeatedly push past their limits on the edge of life and death in order to truly grow. Simply indulging in low-level, superficial acts of violence, like cutting one's finger, would never unlock the pathway's full potential. Nonetheless, Lin Qingliu found himself deeply curious about the mastermind behind this incident. After all, what he had granted his believer was not an ordinary superpower, but a fragment of divine authority imbued with infinite potential. At this thought, Lin Qingliu's lips curved into a faint smile. If this cake turned out to be bigger than the other party anticipated, how would the one hiding in the shadows respond? Would they back down, or take the risk and try to swallow it whole? As the direct superior of the four believers, he held access to more insider knowledge. About half a year ago, black market doctors in the outer districts began openly engaging in organ trafficking. What used to be a clandestine operation had evolved into a semi-public industry by the time Lin Qingliu arrived in this world 2 months ago. Elle was one of the victims of this bloody supply chain, and the case Zhuang Mian was investigating was closely tied to it. Wang Xiao, as a superhuman capable of providing an endless supply of organs, was bound to become a target for certain individuals, something Lin Qingliu had anticipated long ago. However, the idea that abilities and authority could also be seized was new to him. Unless, of course, the other party possessed some kind of plundering ability, but that would be almost absurdly overpowered. Lin Qingliu couldn't help but imagine if he himself had the power to steal other superhumans' abilities. These 2 months would have been enough for Hope City to witness the rise of a founding hero under his name. By then, he would lead humanity to repel the beasts and reclaim dominion over this planet. Shaking his head to dispel such unrealistic fantasies, Lin Qingliu began contemplating the mastermind behind the events. Although he had only met Wang Xiao twice, the man who harbored a near-naive trust in humanity had left a strong impression on him. If Wang Xiao were of the opposite gender, he'd practically be the epitome of a damsel in distress. Lin Qingliu hoped this ordeal would serve as a harsh lesson for him. Of course, if Wang Xiao succumbed during this incident, it would merely prove that he still lacked the ability to adapt to this world. Lin Qingliu rose and approached the mirror, running a hand through his hair as he activated his flesh transformation ability. In an instant, his messy, fluffy white hair cascaded down, covering half his face. His bones emitted faint creaking sounds as his body elongated, his limbs becoming slender and graceful. His shirt and pants, now ill-fitting, hung awkwardly on his altered frame. The figure reflected in the mirror was none other than the divine believer seen before, the one who had partnered with the preacher, known as the wallpaperer. After confirming his transformation was complete, the wallpaperer stepped out of the second-floor bathroom window, disappearing into the boundless night. Meanwhile, Zhuang Mian was driving a security team vehicle along the narrow streets of the inner district. 2 hours earlier, she had contacted her mentor, the one who had reassigned her via a public phone. Though initially reluctant, her mentor eventually used their authority to retrieve information on the vehicle with the license plate NM5239. It turned out to be a government car registered to the Hongfenglin Sanatorium, which had been shut down 5 years ago due to budget deficits. As for why such a car was still freely roaming the streets, it was likely because Hope City had neither the time nor resources to investigate such details. After pinpointing the location of the abandoned sanatorium, Zhuang Mian quickly devised a simple plan. Drive to the nearest residential area, proceed on foot to avoid alerting anyone, and then infiltrate the target site covertly. Yet, throughout the journey, she couldn't shake the feeling that something about the car's handling seemed off. Zhuang Mian felt something was off with her car's handling. In the empty cabin, every turn made the vehicle feel unusually heavy, as if it was carrying an invisible passenger. Driving over bumpy roads, faint, muffled groans sent chills down her spine. Urban legends about accident cars and wandering spirits suddenly filled her mind. The police department's car couldn't possibly be an accident vehicle, right? she muttered to herself. Just as the wheels rolled over a dip, a sudden, violent crash from the undercarriage startled her. Almost immediately, a muffled thud came from the trunk, followed by a distinct, painful moan. Zhuang Mian immediately turned on the hazard lights and pulled over. One hand gripping her gun, she cautiously opened the trunk. Under the dim glow of the street lamp, a gray-haired boy was curled up in the cramped space, his hands shielding his head. "Hey, you're just a kid. Doing something so dangerous." Zhuang Mian began to scold him like an elder, but the words "parents" caught in her throat as she recalled Lin Qingliu's warning. "Does Dr. Lin know about this?" she blurted out, a subconscious connection forming between the boy and the priest masquerading as a psychologist. "He knows." The boy, L, nodded earnestly. "He said this is part of my psychological treatment." Before Zhuang Mian could question further, he quickly asked, "Are you investigating the organ trafficking case? How do you know about that?" Zhuang Mian's eyes widened in surprise. "Dr. Lin told me," L continued. "My father's death is connected to it. I've been investigating it ever since. Dr. Lin said the only way to heal my psychological wounds is to resolve this case." Zhuang Mian fell silent. Rationality told her not to let a boy who had lost everything take such risks, but ambition urged her to make use of this potential asset just as she had done with the soul-stealing demon she secretly collaborated with. "You could die. Are you still willing to go?" she asked solemnly. "I am," Elle replied without hesitation. At 3 a.m., they parked the car in a residential area closest to the Red Maple Grove Sanatorium. To avoid alerting their target, the remaining 2 kilometers would have to be traversed on foot. Zhuang Mian left her gun behind and handed Elle a standard-issue dagger. If everything went smoothly, they were about to expose a shocking case. If not, the cost could be their lives. At the same time, in the sanatorium's operating room, a syringe of anesthetic was injected into an elderly man's vein. The effects of the drug were receding as quickly as a receding tide. The elderly man, regaining control of his body, sat up from the operating table. Flexing his now vigorous limbs, he decisively removed the painkiller injection from his body. After stretching like a young man, he cast a glance at the unconscious Wang Xiao and said with a hint of pride in his voice, "The surgery was highly effective. Destroy everything here, move the target to Lab 3, and proceed with the second surgery this afternoon." Amid the respectful farewells of the medical staff, Zhao Kai, the chief executive of the Life Technology Department of the Research Institute, left the Red Maple Forest Sanatorium in the lively tap-dancing steps he favored in his youth. The success of the surgery had only strengthened his resolve to shut down this secret laboratory. Although the lack of response from his distant cousin Zhao Qi made him somewhat uneasy, he had divulged no critical information over the phone, so the plan should still be secure. Later that night, Zhao Kai sped away down the highway, the roar of the engine fading into the distance. Not long after, a pitch-black van carrying the heavily sedated Wang Xiao was en route to another laboratory. 15 minutes later, Zhuang Mian and Elle emerged cautiously from the dense forest. Using the reflection in the glass, they caught sight of flickering flames deep within the sanatorium. "This is bad." Zhuang Mian's expression turned grim. As the captain of the inner district security team, she was all too familiar with this kind of scene. Important evidence was being destroyed. Wasting no time, Zhuang Mian quickly assessed her surroundings and began a silent approach. Elle trailed behind her at a leisurely pace, seemingly unbothered by any sense of danger. In his view, the odds of encountering a single assassin at night were already slim, and running into 2 was nearly impossible. Thus, he believed Zhuang Mian was perfectly safe. As they crossed the corridor connecting the 2 buildings, they discovered the source of the fire at the entrance to the basement stairs. 2 men in tracksuits were dousing the floor with liquid, while flames licked outward from within. Considering Hope City's scarcity of fossil fuels, Zhuang Mian deduced the liquid was likely alcohol. Seeing the fire already climbing toward the ceiling, Zhuang Mian abandoned any hope of salvaging the data and focused instead on capturing a few culprits for interrogation. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out. Zhuang Mian felt a sharp push, and the bullet narrowly missed her, striking the white wall behind her. 2 armed men had appeared at the far end of the corridor, trapping them at the stairwell corner. Gunfire echoed through the building as more guards began converging on their location. Without time to thank the young man who had saved her, Zhuang Mian pulled him down behind the stairwell to avoid the crossfire. Meanwhile, in the basement, the 2 arsonists were startled by the commotion but, with their hands covered in alcohol, hesitated to fire unless they wanted to turn themselves into human torches. Faced with this dire situation of being attacked from both sides, Zhuang Mian decided to first deal with the 2 reckless arsonists below. A gun that can't fire is no different from a stick. Zhuang Mian immediately noticed the hesitation of her 2 companions. Without a second thought, she handed her sidearm to Elle, gripped her dagger tightly in reverse, and charged towards the basement without hesitation. Elle maintained his ambush position, occasionally firing 2 precise bursts in the distinct African regional style to suppress the advancing enemies. Inside the basement, The two arsonists displayed clear signs of inexperience. Fearing they might accidentally ignite the flammable surroundings, they did nothing but dart between cover, completely losing the courage to fight back. It wasn't until Zhuang Mian cornered them near the edge of the fire that they frantically removed the safety catches on their weapons to retaliate, but it was too late. After a few brief sounds of struggle and gunfire, Zhuang Mian quickly picked up two handguns from the blood-soaked floor and turned towards the stairs. However, just as she was about to ascend, she saw El rushing down the stairwell's bend, clutching his head as a string of bullets struck the wall behind him, sending up clouds of dust. Clearly, the enemy had taken control of the stairway. At this moment, they were in an extremely precarious situation. In front were at least 5 or 6 armed opponents, and behind them, the relentless blaze closed in. The enemy gunmen quickly formed a tactical formation at the stairway bend, 3 kneeling in the front row, and 3 standing in the back, their 6 weapons trained on every corner of the basement. Anyone daring to show themselves would be instantly gunned down. El and Zhuang Mian each took cover behind one of the 2 pillars in the basement, watching the encroaching flames with no way out. At this critical moment, El made a decision that went against his family's teachings. He turned towards Zhuang Mian, his voice unexpectedly calm. "Can you distract them for me? Just 1 or 2 seconds." Although Zhuang Mian was puzzled, the certainty in his tone was infectious. "I can, but you. Do it now." El cut her off abruptly, his tone suddenly firm. Zhuang Mian mentally noted this for later, took a deep breath, and quickly fired 2 shots from her handgun. As expected, the enemy's attention shifted towards her, and she swiftly rolled behind new cover. At that moment, El leaned out slightly from behind the pillar, his hands held as if gripping something invisible. He focused his ability on the 2 rightmost gunmen. This was his first attempt at using his exchange-like ability in this way. Everything hinged on this moment. He felt a pulsing sensation in his palms, and then clapped his hands together with a sharp, crisp sound before retreating back behind the pillar. The sudden clap left the gunmen staring at each other in bewilderment, as if they were witnessing some bizarre performance. Even Zhuang Mian cast a skeptical glance at El, unsure of what he was trying to accomplish. Just as the gunmen prepared to hold their formation and let the flames engulf the 2 victims, the situation took a sudden, dramatic turn. 2 gunmen standing at the edge of the group began convulsing violently before collapsing to the ground. The leader of the gunmen turned sharply to look at his fallen companions, only to see them writhing in agony on the ground, their faces contorted with pain. The unexpected turn of events drew the attention of the remaining gunmen, who instinctively turned to look at their comrades. This brief moment of distraction proved to be a fatal mistake. Clap, clap, 2 sharp sounds echoed in the air. The remaining 4 gunmen suddenly clutched their chests, their faces twisting in the same pain as their fallen companions. "My chest. My heart hurts." With these final words, they collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Zhuang Mian cautiously peeked out from behind the pillar, her gaze shifting between the lifeless bodies scattered across the floor and El. The gunmen's deaths were horrifyingly gruesome. Yet the one responsibly a gray-haired boy who appeared frail, harmless, and innocent still wore an expression of feigned naivety. A chilling thought began to take shape in Zhuang Mian's mind. Her father, who had died at the hands of organ traffickers, the boy's thirst for revenge, and this mysterious, deadly ability. "Heart Stealer," she muttered through gritted teeth, uttering the code name. El maintained his look of feigned ignorance. Just as the tension between them reached a breaking point, a faint cry for help came from the fire. "Help! Someone, please save me." It was the desperate scream of a woman. Both Zhuang Mian and El turned their attention to the burning area. While it was unlikely to yield any valuable information, saving a life still mattered. Zhuang Mian quickly made her decision. She ran to a nearby restroom, dampened her sleeves, and without hesitation, plunged into the flames. Following the sound of the cries, she soon found a young woman in a white lab coat in a room not far from the staircase. The woman's hair was singed and curled from the heat, and she was barely conscious amidst the smokeless, alcohol-fueled flames. Zhuang Mian supported the woman's shoulders and, with El's guidance, managed to escape the inferno. The 3 of them made their way past the scattered corpses to the ground floor. The nurse, having just escaped danger, promptly passed out. When El moved to wake her with a rough approach, Zhuang Mian stopped him with a raised hand. Despite their opposing roles, they were allies for now. She gestured for El to keep watch while she placed her hand on the nurse's forehead and activated her ability, Chaos. The scene before her darkened momentarily before lighting up again. Zhuang Mian found herself standing in the lab before the fire broke out. Quietly following the nurse's memories, she spotted 2 familiar figures: Black Market, Dr. Li Xia, and Vok. These 2, who were supposed to be on the missing persons list, were still alive. Amid the chaotic, drunken-like fragments of memory, Zhuang Mian easily discovered their next destination, Laboratory Number 3. The nurse's mental state was hazy, her dreams fragmented and quickly collapsing under Zhuang Mian's probing. Zhuang Mian opened her eyes and looked at Ayer, who was anxiously waiting across from her. Was it not you who killed Li Xia and Walker? I had planned to, but never found the right opportunity. Ayer answered quickly, then added before Zhuang Mian could ask further. Also, it was your deputy captain who dealt with Dr. Bard. By the time I arrived, it was already too late. Zhuang Mian nodded slightly. This aligned with her deductions after reviewing the autopsy reports. The only lingering question was why Zhao Qi had died from the very drug she had developed. However, now that the mind stealer had appeared, his ability might offer an explanation to this mystery. At that moment, the nurse who had narrowly escaped the fire began to regain consciousness as her shattered dream faded. Zhuang Mian seized the opportunity to ask, "Where is laboratory number 3? The nurse, her body covered in burns, struggled to think. The exact location? I'm not sure, but they mentioned something about life. Some departments underground? Where exactly? Zhuang Mian and Ayer pressed simultaneously. The nurse's awareness was already slipping, her words becoming increasingly unclear. Suddenly, a thought struck Zhuang Mian. The Life Technology Department. She stood up abruptly, causing the nurse to collapse without support. Ayer reacted swiftly, catching the nurse before she fell. Internally, he couldn't help but criticize the security captain's lack of composure. Realizing her mistake, Zhuang Mian offered Ayer an apologetic smile. Together, they placed the nurse in the back seat of an unlocked car, parked at the entrance seat, seemed to be an escape vehicle prepared by the arsonist. Out of humanitarian concern, they couldn't leave the nurse here to die. To prevent any potential incidents, Ayer secured her with a lab tourniquet and stuffed her mouth with sterile cotton. This arrangement left Ayer sitting in the passenger seat. For the first time, Zhuang Mian found herself sharing a car with a wanted criminal, her emotions a tangled mess. She struggled to suppress the ingrained notion of good versus evil, adopting the more pragmatic attitude she'd cultivated in her other life, intending to make use of the mind stealer. Yet she was taken aback to discover that he was just a teenager. Moreover, he seemed to have a close relationship with that Dr. Lin, no, rather, the priest. Having experienced divine revelation herself, Zhuang Mian suddenly entertained a possibility. In some respects, this young man's experience might surpass her own. The thought sent her mind spiraling back to her days at the security academy, standing on the training field and greeting senior students who were younger than she was. As the morning sun began to rise, Zhuang Mian drove a car bearing the license plate of the Red Maple Forest Sanatorium, his mind a whirl of tangled thoughts, heading toward the headquarters of the Research Institute on the other side of the inner city. At 6 in the morning, in the large conference room on the second floor of the Life Technology Department, Zhao Kai was presiding over an internal progress report meeting. Despite their drowsiness, the researchers sat upright and attentive, their gazes fixed on the front. The Zhao Kai in this closed-door meeting was a stark contrast to the gentle elder seen at the joint meeting 2 days earlier. He mercilessly pointed out errors in the researchers' work, delivering such stern criticism that no one dared to breathe audibly. Today, Zhao Kai appeared particularly energetic, a departure from his usual frail demeanor that required frequent sips of water after reading a few slides of a presentation. He spoke continuously for 20 minutes without showing a hint of fatigue. The reprimanded researchers, though stunned, couldn't help but secretly wonder if this was some kind of final burst of vitality. Ji Yongxing, seated in the front row, took diligent notes. At just 16 years old, this prodigious teenager had already earned the respect of his colleagues through sheer ability. After learning about his background during a few casual conversations in the cafeteria, the team not only accepted his front row seat without question, but also became increasingly motivated in their own work. However, Ji Yongxing's gaze frequently lingered on Zhao Kai. With the keen observational skills granted by his path in natural sciences, he noticed that Zhao Kai's gait was markedly different today. The usual cautious movements to protect his right leg were gone, replaced by a nearly vigorous stride. As Ji Yongxing pondered this change, Zhao Kai suddenly erupted into a violent coughing fit. Although his assistant immediately stepped forward to pat his back gently, Zhao Kai waved them off, then stood and headed toward the restroom. As he passed the doorway, he gripped the door handle awkwardly to steady himself, and Ji Yongxing's sharp eyes caught sight of a damp stain on the elder's shirt near his abdomen. A murmur of whispers spread through the conference room. Ji Yongxing raised his hand to excuse himself and quickly followed, his mind racing with concern over the worst possibilities. Just as he rounded a corner leading to the restroom, he heard the heavy sound of a fall, accompanied by the clatter of scattered objects and labored breathing. Pulling back the curtain and rushing inside, he found Zhao Kai collapsed on the floor, his right hand struggling to reach for a fallen white medicine bottle, muttering inhibitor under his breath. Ji Yongxing swiftly grabbed the bottle, unscrewed it, and handed it to the terrified Zhao Kai. The elder immediately swallowed 7 or 8 pills before leaning against the tiled wall, his voice weak as he said, "Yongxing, it's a good thing you were here today." Ji Yongxing, though young, had some basic knowledge of first aid. Seeing Zhao Kai's complexion gradually shift from pale to a healthier hue, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He was about to help Zhao Kai to the medical department, or at least back to the conference room to rest, but Zhao Kai politely declined. Zhao Kai claimed he had already called for assistance and preferred to rest there for a moment to regain his strength. He asked Ji Yongxing to return to the conference room to dismiss the attendees and announce the meeting's postponement. Though worried, Ji Yongxing couldn't insist. Reluctantly, he left the restroom, constantly glancing back until he disappeared around the corner. Once Ji Yongxing was out of sight, Zhao Kai swiftly pulled a short-range communicator from his pocket, tuned it to a specific channel, and issued an urgent command. Get here quickly and pick me up. Have the others prepare for surgery. The second transplant must begin within half an hour. At this moment, Zhao Kai was utterly weakened, unable to stand even with the support of the wall after several attempts. His fragile condition was a testament to Wang Zhao's extraordinary superhuman abilities. Half of Zhao Kai's blood and major organs now originated from this young volunteer. In truth, Wang Zhao's capabilities far exceeded the level classification he had been assigned. If not for the need to keep things discreet, Zhao Kai would have gladly awarded him the highest level rating. But that was out of the question. In Hope City, the level was a critical threshold. The sudden disappearance of a superhuman above this level would inevitably trigger an investigation by the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Even with Zhao Kai's influential background, he dared not act recklessly under such scrutiny. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately downplayed Wang Zhao's rating to ensure his transfer went unnoticed. The original plan was to use the allure of the bustling inner district to entice Wang Zhao into willingly accepting the transfer order. This would allow Zhao Kai to manipulate the process and officially bring Wang Zhao into his department. However, the young man proved unexpectedly resistant to temptation, forcing Zhao Kai to exploit regulatory loopholes and have him forcibly brought into the inner district. Though risky, Zhao Kai believed the gamble was entirely worth it. Wang Zhao's regenerative abilities were unprecedented. Every cell in his body exhibited extraordinary vitality, and his regeneration rate shattered all known records. Even more astonishing was the unique connection between his tissues and organs. Through extensive research and cultivation, Zhao Kai discovered that by completely removing certain specialized organs from Wang Zhao and preserving their activity in a cultivation solution, his body could be tricked into not regenerating those organs. Only when these removed organs were fully destroyed would his body begin to regrow the corresponding tissues. After decades of immersion in the field of life sciences, Zhao Kai conceived a morally abhorrent idea. Upon confirming this unique trait, wanted to seize control of Wang Zhao's body and claim this extraordinary power for himself. To achieve this, he devised a bold plan: to transplant his own brain entirely into Wang Zhao's body while keeping Wang Zhao's brain viable using the cultivation solution, thereby preventing his own brain from being damaged by any regenerated tissue. Despite the allure of brain transplantation, Zhao Kai managed to hold onto his last shred of rationality. With the current level of life sciences in Hope City, such a procedure carried immense risks. Moreover, his advanced age made him more cautious about preserving his life so much so that even a simple organ transplant required him to have a subordinate point a gun at the surgeon's head under local anesthesia just for him to feel secure enough to lie on the operating table. Thus, he devised a second plan: transplant Wang Zhao's organs and tissues in phases, gradually acquiring the man's abilities through this incremental approach. Once Wang Zhao was reduced to an empty shell, his powerful body would completely belong to Zhao Kai. At this moment, Wang Zhao was imprisoned in secret laboratory number 3, located in the basement of the Life Sciences Department building. This laboratory was one of Zhao Kai's privately established assets, constructed in secret over the years by abusing his authority. Taking advantage of the location, coupled with Wang Zhao's organs showing almost no signs of rejection and his blood's astonishing regenerative properties, Zhao Kai was able to advance this insane plan at an almost daily pace. Zhao Kai struggled to his feet. He had initially planned to attend the morning meeting today, so as not to raise any suspicions before his plan succeeded. However, he underestimated the effects of Wang Zhao's blood and organs, the miraculous tissues growing abnormally inside his body. Although he had prepared for this, when a swelling pain arose in his abdomen, he had no choice but to unscrew the cap of the small white pill bottle once more. His hands trembled uncontrollably, making it impossible to count out 4 pills, so he simply poured a handful into his mouth. This time, however, the medication's effects were noticeably weaker. The overwhelming energy surging within him left him almost manic, a troubling sign. Suddenly, his stomach churned violently, as though something inside was crushing his organs. He rushed to the toilet, vomiting a mixture of dark red blood, undigested food, and fragments of tissue. Among the mess were even a few intact white suppressant pills. At that moment, the elevator doors slid open, and 2 men in white lab coats hurriedly pushed a folding hospital bed toward him. In the hallway, they encountered Ji Yongxing, who was also heading toward the restroom. The young prodigy had just cancelled the morning meeting on Zhao Kai's behalf. While the other researchers had returned to their offices, Ji Yongxing remained concerned about the elderly man's condition and decided to stay nearby until help arrived. Seeing the two men in lab coats, Ji Yongxing breathed a sigh of relief, assuming they were the assistants Zhao Kai had summoned. However, his sharp eyes quickly noticed something off. Their demeanor did not match that of professionally trained doctors. Still, his trust in Zhao Kai led him to quietly observe for the time being. The three men brought the folding bed to the restroom door. Ji Yongxing held up the curtain as the burly doctor in front took the lead. But as soon as the man stepped inside, he froze in place. The scene before him was like a car crash. Fragments of tissue, mixed with blood, were splattered across the walls in a spray pattern. Zhao Kai lay collapsed at the entrance of the furthest stall, yellow-green liquid dripping from the corner of his mouth. His skin, no longer pale, had taken on a bizarrely flushed hue, appearing unnaturally healthy to the point of being sickly. Even without knowing about Zhao Kai's schemes, Ji Yongxing could tell that something was seriously wrong. He blinked lightly, and a dark green glow flickered in his pupils. The path of relics, activated with precision. Without hesitation, Ji Yongxing's gaze pierced through the researcher's uniform worn by Zhao Kai, locking onto the unnaturally swollen abdomen. His ability instantly detected countless unnecessary substances beneath the layers of skin. The intense mental impact forced him to step back and swiftly shut down his power. The two doctors were equally stunned by the scene before them. After a brief moment of hesitation, Dr. Vok, a burly man, suppressed his discomfort and approached to check the unconscious elderly man's breathing. Confirming that he was still alive, Vok grabbed the man's arm, preparing to administer aid. Suddenly, Zhao Kai's eyes snapped open, the whites of his eyes completely consumed by a blood-red hue. Yellow-green liquid oozed slowly from the corner of his mouth as he rasped to Vok, "I'm a bit hungry. Can you help me?" "Of course, sir. The glucose injection is all ready." Vok's words were abruptly cut off as Zhao Kai lunged forward and sank his teeth into the doctor's neck. Even with years of experience navigating the underworld's black market, Vok had never encountered such madness. The excruciating pain and overwhelming fear rendered the seasoned doctor helpless, leaving him to emit a harrowing scream. Within mere seconds, the most horrifying transformation began. Zhao Kai's attack was not a simple bite. It was a grotesque fusion. Their skin started merging rapidly at the wound, resembling two lumps of clay kneaded together. Zhao Kai's left side and Vok's right side gradually melded into one, while their clothing was expelled from their writhing flesh like brittle fragments. In just over 10 seconds, a deformed monstrosity with 2 heads and 3 legs had replaced the 2 individuals. This was the true terror of the divine power residing within Wang Xiao. Zhao Kai had mistakenly classified it as a clever ability, unaware that this was only because Wang Xiao was still at the first energy level. Now, these immortal cells had found an ideal host in Zhao Kai's body, voraciously consuming the elderly man's original organs and tissues. The rate of their proliferation far outstripped any known cancer cells, and with their consciousness lost, they followed only their most primal instincts: devour, merge, and grow. As the grotesque fusion creature lost its last shred of reason, its 4 blood-red eyes burned with an insatiable hunger for the heat sources around it. One body was far from enough. It needed more flesh to satisfy its endless, ravenous thirst. Those are all its food, its nourishment. The grotesque fusion monster bared its jagged teeth, and a blood-red tongue shot out like a loosened arrow from between its 2 partially merged heads, aiming straight for Ji Yongxing's throat. His nerves were already stretched to their limit, and his body instinctively twisted to the side, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike. Ugh! A muffled groan of pain came from behind him. Ji Yongxing turned around to witness a horrifying scene. Dr. Li Xia, who had been pushing a foldable hospital bed, now had his chest pierced through by the barbed, elongated tongue. The tongue retracted violently, pulling the doctor's lifeless body like a rag doll toward the monster, where it was instantly absorbed into its grotesque form. Without a moment's hesitation, Ji Yongxing turned and ran. Fully aware of his own limitations, he knew that facing the creature Hedon would be a death sentence. The sudden appearance of such a monstrous being in the inner district was bound to cause widespread panic. Seizing the brief moment while the monster was preoccupied with digestion, Ji Yongxing slammed his fist into the fire alarm on the wall. The piercing sound of the alarm echoed throughout the building, and the restroom's sprinkler system activated, unleashing a torrent of icy water. The water seemed to awaken a sliver of reason in the fusion monster. It turned its gaze toward the figure disappearing at the end of the hallway and let out a distorted, almost human-like call. "Yongxing, don't go." The air was thick with the scent of fresh human flesh and blood, and the monster's eyes glowed with a heat-map-like red intensity. It attempted to move its grotesquely bloated body, but collapsed heavily to the ground. As it prepared to rise again, its vision suddenly pierced through several floors, locking onto the nearly immortal presence in the basement. In the monster's view, human vitality appeared as glowing points of light, varying in strength and distance. Yet, the entity in the basement shone like a blazing sun, rendering all other points dim by comparison. This radiant life force ignited an insatiable hunger within the fusion monster. It yearned to devour that brilliance, even if it meant consuming its own creator, Wang Xiao. Roar! The monster let out a piercing screech. Its body had now swollen into a spherical mass, crawling on the ground with 7 or 8 grotesque limbs. A panicked researcher happened to stumble upon the scene and fainted instantly at the sight. The monstrous sphere rolled over his body, absorbing him in an instant, leaving behind only a pair of glasses and a lab coat. Meanwhile, researchers evacuating in an orderly manner down the fire escape were suddenly confronted by a massive, fleshy sphere covered in skin and membranes, bristling with dozens of limbs, emerging from the doorway. It devoured several unlucky researchers as it passed, then barreled straight through the elevator doors, plunging into the elevator shaft. Zhuang Mian and Elle were intercepted by the guards at the research institute's main entrance. The guards, clad in standard military uniforms, stood on high alert. A simple security captain's ID was clearly insufficient to grant them passage. Even when Zhuang Mian cited the reason of suspected criminals plotting sabotage inside the institute, they were firmly denied. After all, the accused was the highly respected Mr. Zhao Kai, a venerable figure within the institute. As the standoff continued, an ear-piercing fire alarm suddenly blared throughout the facility. Most of the guards immediately grabbed fire extinguishers and rushed in the direction of the alarm, leaving only one guard stationed at the gate. The Life Technology Department? The remaining guard turned toward the source of the alarm and shock. It was Zhao Kai's domain. When he turned back to question the two officers, he found they had vanished without a trace. Strangely, he seemed to have forgotten what he was supposed to do. Shrugging it off, he closed the gate and resumed his post. In reality, the moment the guard turned his back, Zhuang Mian struck with lightning speed, delivering a precise chop to the back of his neck and activating her ability, Chaos, to pull him into a dream state. Once she confirmed he was unconscious, she immediately led Elle toward the Research Institute's building where the alarm was sounding. Meanwhile, in the abandoned underground lab of the Life Technology Department, a deafening explosion shattered the silence. A massive, 3-meter-wide ball of flesh crashed through the bottom of an elevator shaft, smashing the stainless steel doors and sending them flying into the wall some 10 meters away. This secret lab, accessible only to Zhao Kai and 2 black market doctors, had now been fully exposed. The flesh ball wasted no time, rolling toward the bright light source. Along the way, it casually devoured 2 trembling nurses, as if savoring appetizers. It then smashed through a glass door and finally reached its target on the operating tablia, being akin to a radiant sun. Consuming him would allow it to break through genetic limits and gain even greater power. The ball of flesh extended several grotesquely stitched together arms from its sides, while 7 or 8 mismatched eyes opened in its central mass. Delicious, it hissed, its circular mouth lined with human teeth, drooling as saliva dripped through the gaps. 2 elongated arms shot out with blinding speed toward the operating table, aiming to crush and consume Wang Xiao. Yet, in a surprising twist, the unconscious man suddenly rolled to the side at the last possible moment, narrowly avoiding the lethal blow. With a loud crash, the operating table was instantly reduced to twisted scrap metal. Wang Xiao, his abdominal wound only just healed, now moved with an uncanny lightness, so light it was almost unnatural. At this moment, Wang Xiao was utterly weakened, having lost half of his blood and several internal organs. The effects of the anesthesia had just worn off. The only thing keeping him moving was his near-miraculous regenerative ability and an indomitable will to survive. Inside the cramped operating room, a bizarre chase was unfolding. Wang Xiao dragged his injured leg, struggling to weave between the medical equipment to evade his pursuer. Yet, the grotesque creature with its elongated arms kept tearing into his flesh, leaving gruesome wounds with every strike. It seemed that his regenerative ability had reached its limit, as new wounds piled up faster than his body could heal. Before long, Wang Xiao was cornered against a wall. Despair filled his heart as he braced himself for death. Just when all seemed lost, a cylindrical object fell from above, striking the creature squarely on the head before rolling to the ground between them. Wang Xiao, with his sharp instincts, immediately recognized it as a stun grenade, while the mindless creature remained oblivious. A deafening blast and blinding flash overwhelmed the room. The creature momentarily lost its sense of Wang Xiao, and with his premeditated readiness, Wang Xiao seized the fleeting opportunity to escape the corner, rushing toward the curly-haired youth who had come to his aid. Ji Yongxing fought through the dizziness induced by the creature's grotesque form as he maintained focus on his ability. Through the layers of distorted flesh, he could clearly sense the pulsating brain within the monster. As the enraged creature began to recover from the disorientation, a familiar voice echoed through the numerous ears scattered across its body. "Professor, please come to your senses. Stop this now." It's not too late. Look at what you've become. Zhao Kai's fading consciousness suddenly resurfaced. Through dozens of eyes, he took in the scene before him. The grotesque mass paused briefly, turning toward a shard of broken glass nearby. Then, from the abyss-like maw came a human voice. I feel fine. Yongxing, they'll say this once leave here, or else. Please, Professor, just look around. You've already killed so many of your colleagues. Silence. The creature roared in fury. What do you know, you naive youth? Do you have any idea how much pain I've endured? Decades of kidney failure, you know what that feels like? What wrong have I done? This research facility operates on the principle of survival of the fittest. My value far outweighs those who achieve nothing. If their deaths can serve as the nutrients for my rebirth, then so be it. Don't forget, the 20 labs and over 300 projects of the Life Sciences Division all rely on me. My existence is the very definition of value. Ji Yongxing stared at the grotesque mass, horrified, unable to reconcile it with the kind and gentle elder he had met just 2 days prior. He understood Zhao Kai's suffering, but that didn't mean he would back down. Having rotated through various departments during his training, he knew all too well that loosening restrictions on human experimentation could indeed accelerate research. However, as his mentor Zhou Zhuo had steadfastly upheld for over a decade, the bottom line of human decency must never be crossed. Resolving himself, Ji Yongxing spread his arms wide, shielding the utterly exhausted Wang Xiao. The grotesque creature writhed, preparing for a final charge. As it lunged forward, 2 flashes of white light streaked through the air. The massive creature barreled into 2 broken anatomical models, crushing their internal organs into scattered fragments. At the far end of the basement, El supported both men on his shoulders, sweat beading across his forehead. Ji Yongxing, Wang Xiao, Zhuang Mian, and El, for believers, stood in a dimly lit basement less than 10 meters away from the massive, grotesque mass of flesh. What initially resembled a scene of superheroes assembling lasted no more than 3 seconds before the 4 were forced into a chaotic retreat, pursued relentlessly by the monstrous entity. Lin Qingliu, the paper hanger, hung upside down in an elevator shaft, silently observing the disordered battle below. Although each of the 4 possessed unique abilities, their efforts against the thick-skinned, towering creature proved as futile as scratching an itch. In the first-floor lobby, over 50 researchers who had witnessed the flesh monster's descent were gathered. Lin Qingliu's figure suddenly appeared at the elevator entrance, clapping his hands to draw their attention. The tall, slender man in peculiar attire snapped his fingers, the sharp sound cutting through the air like it pierced straight into everyone's soul. He succinctly introduced himself as a member of the headquarters' elite superhuman division, declared the fight under his control, and instructed the researchers to remain where they were. The researchers, initially relieved, quickly fell into a collective slumber, drooling as they succumbed to the effects of a mass lucid dream. Satisfied with the result, Lin Qingliu nodded approvingly and sank slowly into the floor, continuing to observe the battle below. Zhuang Mian managed to shoot out one of the creature's eyes, only for a new one to regenerate almost instantly on its grotesque surface. El, using a near-exchange ability, extracted several hearts from the monster's body, but this did little to slow its relentless assault. The massive mass of flesh continued its crushing advance, forcing the 4 into a desperate game of survival. After 5 minutes of frantic pursuit, disaster struck. The monster caught hold of Wang Xiao's leg, its flesh adhering to his skin in an instant. Several tentacle-like appendages erupted from the creature's surface, coiling tightly around the muscular young man. In mere moments, Wang Xiao's lower leg was consumed, and the more he struggled, the deeper he sank, as though trapped in quicksand. A flash of white light cut through the chaos, successfully exchanged the appendages gripping Wang Xiao with ones near his own location. The disembodied limbs flailed wildly on the ground, writhing like fish out of water, desperately grasping for anything within reach. Think of something. El's voice echoed through the basement. The man, who considered himself barely literate, instinctively turned to the other 3 for help. Wang Xiao, half of his body already devoured by the monster. Zhuang Mian, a graduate of the Law Enforcement Academy, and Ji Yongxing, the scholarly-looking young man. To El, these well-read individuals always seemed to come up with good ideas. Though they hadn't exchanged many words, the 4 had roughly grasped each other's abilities during their battles. At this moment, survival was their only goal. Ji Yongxing immediately focused his mind after hearing El, channeling his attention through his eyes. Locking onto Wang Xiao as his subject, he attempted to pierce through the surface of the fleshy mass. The intense mental strain made the young researcher furrow his brow deeply. A few seconds later, he suddenly shouted, "The brain is under the 3rd leg on the right side." Then, lowering his voice, he added, "One of them, it's the largest one. We need to strike there to give it a concussion." Using his partial X-ray vision, Ji Yongxing saw that the fleshy mass housed over a dozen brains, but only one, significantly larger than the rest, was actively functioning. His instincts told him that this was the monster's weak point. Zhuang Mian gritted her teeth. She knew the moment had come. Since gaining her dream path abilities, she had only used them twice, but now was no time for holding back. She dashed forward with speed, and as soon as she entered the effective range of her ability, she fired 3 precise shots at the location Ji Yongxing had pointed out. Just as several grotesque hands were about to grab her, Zhuang Mian stopped less than a meter from the fleshy mass, shut her eyes, and extended her palm. Chaos, activate. The once menacing hands suddenly froze in midair, as if they had lost their target, and then began to droop slowly. Even the detached arms that had been flailing aimlessly ceased their movements. The entire basement fell into an eerie silence. Even the monster's consumption of Wang Xiao visibly slowed. I can't feel my legs anymore. Wang Xiao reported his condition to the group, panic evident in his voice. Zhuang Mian wouldn't be able to maintain the monster's dormant state forever. If they couldn't come up with a solution soon, death was inevitable. Ji Yongxing felt his temples throb as he struggled to think. The young man, often praised as a genius, found himself at a loss. Trying to clear his mind, he asked loudly, "Why does Zhao Kai have to eat you?" "Because he wants my regeneration ability." "That power was taken from you?" Ji Yongxing glanced at the massive, 5-meter-wide fleshy mass, then at Wang Xiao, who was now almost halfway consumed. The absurdity of the situation struck him. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. "The ability is rebelling," he shouted. "If it wants to eat you, why can't you eat it? That power originally belonged to you. There's no reason you should lose." Ji Yongxing's words instantly enlightened Wang Xiao. The researcher made such a valid point. Abilities are a gift from the divine. If even someone like Zhao Kai could wield them to such an extent, what excuse did he have to hold back? Wang Xiao fell into deep self-reflection. Was it the exhilaration of suddenly gaining superpowers and narrowly escaping death that clouded his judgment? Or had his recent successes gone to his head? He couldn't help but recall the resounding words from his drill sergeant during recruit training. If you don't have bullets, use a knife. If you don't have arms, fight with your teeth. The duty of the defense force is to ensure no beast enters the city before we're all wiped out. Staring at the flesh ball devouring his thigh, Wang Xiao gritted his teeth and forced out a fierce declaration through the gaps. "If I'm going down, then none of you are getting out alive." Crack. A sharp, brittle sound echoed. Wang Xiao felt something inside him shatter. The sound seemed to come from his bones, organs, and flesh, as if they were being snapped, crushed, ground, and churned. Some invisible restraint dissolved entirely in that moment. The scene shifted abruptly. Zhuang Mian stood in a windowless corridor, the metallic sheen of the white walls reflecting the cold light above. A hospital-style sign was affixed to the wall, A5 Laboratory. As her gaze lingered on the sign, muffled voices carried from the direction of the lab ahead. "Yes, understood. The experiment was highly successful, and the results far exceeded our expectations. Mass production will take time. We still lack sufficient human test data." Zhuang Mian crept closer and peered through the observation window. Inside, a frail, slightly hunched elderly man with thinning hair was speaking into an internal communication device. The ID badge on his chest was clearly visible. Name, Zhao Kai. Position, Head of Life Technology Department. The elderly man hung up the phone and turned toward the experiment table. When Zhuang Mian glanced back, the metallic walls and floor she had come through had already disintegrated into fragments, vanishing into the void. She immediately understood. This was the manifestation of Zhao Kai's dream. As he focused on the experiment, other parts of the scene naturally disappeared, entirely logical given the brain's limited computational capacity. Zhuang Mian felt a slight sense of relief. She knew this was merely a dreamscape, a space she forcibly constructed after shooting the monster's brain. She hadn't exited immediately, instead choosing to manually extend the dream to prevent the creature from awakening too soon. Observing Zhao Kai engrossed in his work, Zhuang Mian was preparing to leave when she suddenly heard the old man speak in a puzzled tone. "What's wrong with the cell state? Why is it proliferating so quickly?" The surrounding researchers began gathering, eager to examine the abnormal state of the cells together. The group was predominantly male, with fewer women among them, numbering less than 30 crammed into the laboratory. Amid this crowded scene, Zhuang Mian sharply noticed two familiar faces: Li Xia, 33 years old, who ran an organ extraction clinic covering 3 blocks in the outer district of Hope City, and the 40-year-old traveling doctor, Walker, who specialized in trauma care and on-site organ extractions. As Zhuang Mian pondered their presence here, a disaster quietly unfolded. A researcher stumbled and lost their balance, accidentally knocking into a microscope. The slide, along with the cell sample on it, fell into the adjacent culture medium. With ample nutrients, the cells began multiplying at an alarming rate, forming a writhing mass of flesh-like substance in mere seconds. The situation turned critical. A young researcher immediately turned to press the alarm, only to be forcefully restrained by the elderly Zhao Kai. "This sample is one of a kind. Destroying it now would waste everything we've worked for. The old man's shout drew everyone's attention. But in that split second, the grotesque mass had already crept silently onto the sleeve of a researcher. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence of the lab. The middle-aged researcher flailed their arm wildly, crying out in desperation, "It's eating me! It's eating me!" Zhuang Mian watched this surreal scene, her mind blank. In this moment of crisis, she had to decide whom to help. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, Wang Xiao was being rapidly consumed by the monstrous entity. Within a minute, the flesh-like mass had engulfed him up to his chest. Yet Wang Xiao remained eerily calm, even stretching out his limbs as if assisting the creature in its consumption. Beside him, Ji Yongxing and Elle watched in horror as Wang Xiao, astonishingly, managed to flash a confident, "Okay" hand gesture before being completely swallowed by the pulsating mass. Inside the creature, Wang Xiao experienced an unprecedented transformation. To his shock, he realized he now had nearly 360-degree vision, with 48 eyes spread across his body, leaving only a small blind spot on his back. This newfound omnidirectional perception filled him with awe. However, as an overwhelming flood of human memories and thoughts surged into him, his consciousness began to blur, leaving only an insatiable hunger as the sole clear sensation. He could no longer recall his original purpose. As his gaze fell upon the two teenagers nearby, only one thought remained in his mind. "I don't know who I am. I don't know where I am. All I know is, it's breakfast time." As the fleshy orb activated once again, an astonishing change immediately caught Elle's attention. Even without enhanced observational abilities, he could clearly see that the creature's speed was alarmingly fast, evidently targeting the two of them. Unexpectedly, the orb completely ignored Zhuang Mian, who stood frozen in place, and charged directly toward them. Elle tilted his head to look at the curly-haired young man beside him, who was half a head taller than him. "Gee, did Captain Zhuang mention the range of her ability?" Ji Yongxing frowned as he tried to recall. "I think it's within a 10-meter radius. Then we'd better make sure the creature doesn't leave the boundary, right?" Elle asked, his gaze fixed on the unconscious Zhuang Mian, seeking confirmation from his seemingly well-educated companion. Ji Yongxing nodded grimly, and the two immediately began circling around, as if playing a deadly game of kiting the monster. However, as the distance between the fleshy creature and Zhuang Mian gradually increased, subtle abnormalities began to emerge. Inside the dreamlike A5 laboratory, the researchers' situation grew increasingly dire. After the calamity caused by human error, they now faced a natural disaster as the entire lab shook violently. The creature had already devoured two researchers and was closing in on Zhao Kai. At this critical moment, the previously frail old man suddenly seemed to regain the vigor of his youth. He shoved aside the surrounding researchers and charged directly toward the door where Zhuang Mian stood. He was clearly the most lucid individual in this chaotic dreamscape, aside from Zhuang Mian. Seeing this, Zhuang Mian immediately shut the laboratory door, intending to let the old man meet his end at the hands or lack thereof the fleshy orb. Analyzing the clues at Hanli Xia and Wok were both doctors who had disappeared in the east. The creature possessed organs far beyond human capabilities, and this exceedingly large and complex dreamscape Zhuang Mian deduced that this was a composite dream. The consciousness of nearly 30 people, centered around Zhao Kai, was controlling the monstrous orb, while the true entity consuming everyone was Wang Xiao. Having pieced everything together, Zhuang Mian decided to accelerate the process. Though it seemed like aiding the enemy, this was merely a dream entirely opposite to reality. With her strong psychological resilience, she felt no guilt about her actions within this realm. However, Zhao Kai's expression abruptly changed. His anxiety vanished, replaced by a calmness born of deep contemplation. He scanned his surroundings, unfazed by the screams and deaths of the researchers, and instead looked toward Zhuang Mian outside the door. Slowly, he spoke. "This is a dream, isn't it?" Before she could respond, the unusually composed old man took 2 steps back, then suddenly hurled himself at the sharp edge of a lab bench. With a dull thud, Zhao Kai didn't burst into a mess of blood and flesh, but vanished entirely. He had seen through the dream's nature and forcibly awakened himself in the most primal and painful way. Meanwhile, the other consciousnesses, still screaming and wailing, became fodder for the creature. Zhuang Mian did not rush to end the dream. She clearly understood that for Wang Xiao, dealing with Zhao Kai alone would be much easier than facing a group. She decided to wait until the collective consciousness here completely dissipated before exiting the dream, creating a favorable, unknown situation for Wang Xiao. Meanwhile, the situation outside was growing increasingly tense. The massive fleshy mass suddenly began to shake violently. Ji Yongxing and Elle had already circled it 3 times, risking great danger to rescue Zhuang Mian from the dense pile of limbs. Now, the two of them carried her by her wrists and ankles, running through the basement as if conducting an emergency medical evacuation. Suddenly, the fleshy mass exhibited strange behavior. Its left and right sides seemed to lose coordination. Its left half suddenly froze while the right half twisted and deformed due to inertia. Then, dozens of twisted limbs extended from both sides and began tearing at each other. Wang Xiao has succeeded, Elle shouted in excitement, but he quickly realized the situation was far from optimistic. Ji Yongxing remained calm and analytical. Clearly, he's fighting the monster for control of the body. His words immediately extinguished Elle's excitement, plunging him back into a state of tension. In truth, both of them were helpless at this moment. Ji Yongxing's reconnaissance abilities were of no use in this situation, and Elle, unable to determine which side was Wang Xiao, dared not take action for fear of making things worse. Meanwhile, outside the research facility, events were escalating rapidly. The first group of firefighters was about to arrive, and they would soon discover the abnormality of the comatose researchers. Once the situation was reported, a team of superhumans would undoubtedly arrive within 15 minutes. However, Lin Qingliu had decided to stay out of it this time. In his view, these crops needed to grow through the storm, and as a seasoned farmer, his role was ultimately to harvest, not to engage in charity. If they managed to deal with the fleshy mass, the priest would help clean up, but if there were casualties, he would handle it under the guise of Dr. Lin. In the dream world, as the monster devoured the last researcher's screams, the entire dream began to collapse. Zhuang Mian observed the process closely while firmly holding the laboratory door shut. This experience gave her new insights into her abilities in the dream world. Collective consciousness could indeed construct a larger dream, but pure flesh and blood monsters, driven solely by instinct, were incapable of dreaming. When Zhuang Mian woke from the dream, the scene before her left her utterly perplexed. Two fleshy masses were violently tearing into each other. Faced with this despair-inducing sight, she quickly crouched low and quietly approached Ji Yongxing and Elle. "What's going on?" she asked. "The monster ate brother Wang Xiao, and now it's fighting itself," Elle stammered in response. Zhuang Mian instinctively ignored his vague explanation and turned her gaze toward the more reliable Ji Yongxing. Ji Yongxing adjusted his glasses, which had been cracked by falling debris during the battle, and carefully analyzed the bizarre scene before him. Two consciousnesses were locked in a struggle within the same body, each trying to split apart while instinctively attempting to consume the other. This left the entire form in a grotesque state of partial disintegration. When Zhuang Mian frowned and asked for clarification, Ji Yongxing explained, "The other consciousness has grown abnormally strong by consuming innocence. At this point, it's hard to say who will gain control of the body." Meanwhile, Zhao Kai, who had just awakened from his dream, realized his control over the fleshy mass was weakening, which enraged him. He immediately engaged in a mental battle with Wang Xiao on the level of consciousness. In reality, the fleshy mass tore itself into two grotesque monstrosities of blood and sinew, which began clawing and colliding with each other in a horrifying spectacle. Although the power of the fleshy mass originally came from Wang Xiao, its true creator was Zhao Kai. From his perspective, he was the rightful pilot of this grotesque biomechanical creation, while Wang Xiao was nothing more than an intruder attempting to seize control during his moment of exhaustion. However, as more and more collective consciousnesses were devoured within the dreamscape, Zhao Kai felt his own mind growing sluggish like a gravely ill giant, aware of its limbs but unable to move them freely. This sense of losing control drove him to madness. On the other side, Wang Xiao regarded this grotesque body as a unique mech composed of bones and blood vessels. Through dozens of eyes, he saw the worried expressions of the three people around him, which brought him a fleeting moment of clarity. He no longer sought to consume everything in his path as he had at the start. His memories began to resurface. He recalled the despair of falling into the abyss and the confusion that followed his rebirth. Through the neural network, Wang Xiao conveyed a resolute thought to his opponent. "If I have to abandon my humanity to defeat you, then so be it." The only response was a maddened roar of fury. Following Ji Yongxing's advice, Wang Xiao launched an all-out counterattack. Even if it meant losing his humanity, even if it meant descending into eternal madness, he was determined to stop this lunatic here and now. As every cell of the grotesque flesh seemed to crave its own consciousness, the usually silent Wang Xiao roared internally, "Listen to me, all of you." Under the sheer force of his willpower, the rebellious flesh instantly fell in line. "Devour it." With this command, the left half of the fleshy mass unleashed an explosive surge of power, relentlessly tearing into the opposing flesh. Simultaneously, Wang Xiao's consciousness shredded Zhao Kai's mental constructs piece by piece. Zhao Kai's consciousness let out a painful wail from the other side. "You're the damn lunatic." Yeah. He could feel his control over his body gradually slipping away. Meanwhile, system notifications flashed rapidly. Divine Blessing upgraded. Follower Wang Xiao has advanced to the current power level. Second pathway unlocked. Flesh manifestation abilities proliferation, transformation, absorption. Divine feedback effect triggered. New ability acquired. Flesh manifestation absorption. Option to selectively absorb flesh or vitality within a 20-meter radius of living signs. Flesh accelerates proliferation execution speed. Vitality accelerates transformation execution speed. Dangling upside down in the elevator shaft, Lin Qingliu carefully read through the notifications. A new form of power was spreading from the depths of his flesh to his entire body, bringing with it a peculiar sensation, a mix of pain and pleasure, an experience unique to the pathway of flesh. As the first follower to achieve a power level advancement, Wang Xiao had not only successfully progressed but had also quickly mastered a third-ear manifestation ability. Gazing at the writhing mass of flesh, Lin Qingliu seemed deep in thought. It was precisely due to Wang Xiao's control over such a vast quantity of flesh that he had momentarily touched the threshold of a higher tier. Although this advancement had completely extinguished Zhao Kai's chances of turning the tide, Wang Xiao would ultimately need to abandon this monstrous form if he wished to continue living as a human. After all, while Lin Qingliu was not overly demanding of his followers, he did require them to at least maintain a human appearance, not this grotesque, pulsating mass of flesh. In the upper hall, the firefighters had discovered the mass unconsciousness incident. Emergency alarms blared as a special military task force was en route. Meanwhile, in the underground laboratory, two flesh masses were undergoing their final fusion. Twisted limbs convulsed violently, countless mouths let out harrowing screams, and clusters of eyes exploded under immense pressure. Within less than a minute, only one solitary mass of flesh remained on the lab floor. Who won? Air looked at the other two highly educated individuals. The three exchanged uncertain glances. The two masses had been too similar to distinguish a victor. They immediately assumed combat stances, warily watching the grotesque entity before them. Not bad. Passable, at least. A calm voice sounded from behind them. The trio spun around, pistols and a dagger simultaneously aimed at the source of the voice. When they saw who it was, their pupils dilated in shock. It was a tall, emaciated figure, nearly 2 meters high, with disturbingly thin limbs. There was an eerie, lifeless aura about him, like a walking corpse. Simply standing there, he exuded a chill that crept into their bones. To Zhuang Mian, the figure evoked memories of a being he'd glimpsed in divine revelations, a creature both endearing and terrifying. A scarecrow. My fellow believers, put those toys away, the figure said nonchalantly. A pleasure to meet you all. I am the paperhanger. Paperhanger. The word echoed like a thunderclap in El's mind. Having personally witnessed the man's power, El was well aware of the terrifying force behind this title. Recalling the grim fate of the Seven Brothers gang members, he immediately reached out to stop Ji Yongxing and Zhuang Mian, who were ready to strike. Stop, stop. He's not our enemy. El waved his hand urgently. The three of us together probably couldn't take him down. The curly-haired researcher froze in place. Ever since gaining the divine-endowed superpowers, he couldn't help but observe everything around him. But now, facing this gaunt man, he felt the urge to retreat for the first time. Even when confronted with the grotesque meatball that was Zhao Kai, he could force himself to endure the sight. Yet this man exuded an unprecedented sense of oppression. Ji Yongxing swallowed hard and quickly lowered the gun aimed at Lin Qingliu's chest. On the other side, the well-trained security captain Zhuang Mian remained wary of the stranger who had suddenly appeared but dared not act rashly. The three of them instinctively stepped aside, creating a path toward the grotesque mass of flesh. Lin Qingliu walked toward the daunting heap of blood and tissue with calm determination. Zhuang Mian was about to warn him of the danger, but was stopped by El tugging at his sleeve. We'd better not interfere with Mr. Paperhanger, the gray-haired boy said gravely. Seeing the mix of fear and trust on his companion's face, Zhuang Mian eventually chose to retreat, watching as the paperhanger approached the meatball. A blood-red prompt appeared on Lin Qingliu's system interface. Believer Wang Xiao, current state. Abnormal? Yeah? No kidding, he muttered inwardly, then placed his palm on the pulsating mass of flesh, which throbbed in rhythm with its breathing. Blood, space, illusion, and museum-like powers activated simultaneously, and the grotesque motion came to an abrupt halt. In the next instant, Lin Qingliu found himself standing in an old residential building. The marks of 20 years etched across the once pristine white walls couldn't overshadow the vibrant atmosphere of life and the aroma of home-cooked meals. He stood in the entryway, gazing at the dining table in the center of the living room. A much younger Wang Xiao sat facing the door, accompanied by a man and a woman cheerfully singing a birthday song, oblivious to the visitor at the entrance. As Wang Xiao's unfocused eyes regained clarity and landed on Lin Qingliu, who stood in the doorway dressed as a paperhanger, his expression turned to one of shock. Realizing something, he immediately began to rise from his seat. Lin Qingliu quickly gestured for Wang Xiao to sit down, raising a finger to indicate silence. He settled on the shoe bench by the door, quietly waiting for something. Wang Xiao hesitated for a moment before sitting back down, allowing himself to immerse in the warm atmosphere. The birthday song reached its final notes as the middle-aged couple at the dining table exchanged a knowing glance and said in unison, "Son, happy 16th birthday." The woman eagerly opened the square box on the table. "This is a cake your father had someone bring from the inner district. Try it and tell us how it tastes." A piece of cake was placed on Wang Zhao's plate. Watching the scene before him, he knew in his heart that this was a lucid dream crafted by Lin Qingliu, recreating the most cherished moment of his comingafage ceremony at 16. As he looked at the smiles on his parents' faces, tears uncontrollably rolled down his cheeks. "Son, why are you crying?" His mother, about to cut another piece of cake, was startled and became flustered. "It's nothing, Mom. I'm just so happy." Wang Xiao quickly wiped away his tears and began taking big bites of the cake in front of him. Seeing their son devour the cake so eagerly, his usually stern father also smiled with satisfaction. The rigid demeanor of a soldier seemed to soften in this moment. A few minutes later, Wang Xiao set down his utensils and suddenly stood up. His parents looked at him in surprise and asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. Nothing. I just have something I need to take care of. I'll be back soon." "All right, but hurry back. The food will get cold. I promise." He walked briskly to the door and looked at Lin Qingliu, who was rising from the shoe bench. "I'm sorry," he said. He wanted to address the man by name, but suddenly realized he didn't know who this person was. "Paperhanger," the other man offered. "You can call me Mr. Paperhanger." "Did I take up too much of your time?" "Not really," Lin Qingliu replied thoughtfully. "The brain is very active during dreams. Only 2.5 minutes have passed outside." "Thank you." "It's nothing." Lin Qingliu patted Wang Xiao on the shoulder. "Besides, your body reconstruction needs time. You didn't think you'd still have a human body after being consumed, did you?" "What?" In the underground laboratory outside, 3 observers watched the transformation unfolding before them. A massive ball of flesh was gradually shrinking and collapsing, eventually forming a large humanoid cocoon. The cocoon took on the color of human skin, and something inside seemed to be growing. The paperhanger occasionally reached his hand into it, as if adjusting the positions of certain structures. At this moment, Lin Qingliu had activated all 4 of his abilities. The dream pathway stabilized Wang Zhao's mind, while the knowledge and space pathways reconstructed his organ structure. Meanwhile, the flesh pathway absorbed the excess active flesh. Minutes later, the cocoon turned pitch black, hardening into a coffin-like shell. Only the rhythmic sound of a heartbeat inside signaled the presence of life. With a cracking noise, a fissure appeared in the black shell, and a muscular arm emerged. Wang Xiao was reborn, entirely unclothed. Zhuang Mian, who had been watching, frowned slightly and instinctively averted her gaze. As Wang Xiao began to speak, a sudden loud noise erupted from above the laboratory. Immediately after, a voice amplified through a speaker announced, "To those inside, this is the 6th squad of the Direct Defense Unit. The premises are surrounded. You have 1 minute to surrender." The atmosphere in the basement grew tense. Outside, the superhuman squad had revealed their identity and was preparing to launch a full assault, putting immense pressure on everyone inside. Although they all had seemingly legitimate identities, their current actions would not withstand scrutiny. The fact that a direct superhuman squad had been dispatched indicated the seriousness of the situation. If an investigation were to continue, it would inevitably uncover the secret of the Godsa's shocking truth about the ability to bestow superpowers upon humans after birth. As first-tier fodder, they likely couldn't even handle the superhumans outside, let alone safeguard this secret. In this critical moment, all eyes instinctively turned to the strongest person among them. Meanwhile, Lin Qingliu casually tossed a tattered white lab coat toward Wang Xiao, who was bare-chested after all. Lin Qingliu wasn't some kind of deviant and had no interest in admiring a muscular man's physique. 40 seconds left, came a threatening shout from outside. Lin Qingliu moved with composure. First, he opened a box of overturned masks in the lab, then pointed to a section of tiles on the operating room wall. Without hesitation, he smashed the tiles, revealing a concealed passage leading to the outside world. "I'll handle things here. Head north to 4th Commercial Street. Someone will be there to meet you." Wang Xiao, just fastening the buttons on his coat, looked utterly shocked. The others wore expressions of disbelief as well, except for Ayer, who seemed more composed, having anticipated this. Zhuang Mian and Ji Yongxing, however, were especially confused. It had been less than an hour since Zhao Kai's mutation occurred. Ji Yongxing had been dragged into this completely by accident, and Zhuang Mian had only followed a lead to this location. Yet this enigmatic man, whose face seemed almost indistinct, appeared to know everything, including a pre-arranged escape route. Lin Qingliu offered no explanation for their unspoken questions. He couldn't very well admit that he had gleaned this information by using a dimensional shift state to spy from the ceiling. In that state, he was like a video game player with wall hack cheats, capable of easily discovering hidden passages. Still, maintaining an air of mystery served to keep the group calm under pressure. At Lin Qingliu's signal, several followers began entering the operating room one by one. After ensuring no one was left behind, he shut the operating room door, isolating himself from the others. This was a necessary step, as he had more pressing matters to attend to, needed to head to 4th Commercial Street to rendezvous with these little fodder. During the fledgling stage of the Church of the Divine, resources were incredibly scarce. Even Kami himself had to personally handle many tasks. Whether it was a preaching priest or a patch-up worker, these roles could only be filled by the divine reserves themselves. Lin Qingliu resembled a background actor at a film studio, rushing from one set to another, constantly switching between unrelated roles. The issue of the psychologist and the paper hanger never appearing simultaneously was about to be resolved by him personally today if everything went according to plan. Crack. The sound of concrete walls fracturing echoed as the group in the operating room slipped one by one into the secret passage through the opening in the wall. Meanwhile, at the basement staircase connecting to the ground floor, the countdown symbolizing the final ultimatum had reached its end. Attack. A low command shattered the stillness. In the next instant, deafening explosions erupted simultaneously from the stairwell and elevator shaft, as if someone had precisely placed charges of high-intensity explosives in these confined spaces. Amid the chaos of flying concrete debris and swirling smoke, four figures streaked like lightning into the underground laboratory. The leader hovered midair, raising his right hand slightly. The roiling smoke seemed to freeze in place, as if paused by an invisible force. With a wave of his hand, the thick smoke instantly dispersed, and the visibility in the basement was restored. At that moment, Lin Qingliu was leisurely leaning against a concrete pillar, watching the flying superhuman dispel the smoke with great interest. As the smoke cleared, he could clearly see four individuals clad in matching combat uniforms, their eyes fixed on him with a mix of wariness and vigilance, as though confronting a terrifying monster. 1, 2, 3, 4. Lin Qingliu silently counted. He knew that military elite superhuman squads usually consisted of 5 members. This meant either one was lying in wait on the first-floor lobby, or he abruptly turned his head toward the area near the elevator shaft behind him. In that fleeting moment, a figure perfectly camouflaged with the environment suppressed their heartbeat to a near standstill. This top-tier assassin, equipped with wall-crawling and invisibility abilities, was the 5th member of the 6th superhuman squad. As Lin Qingliu turned his head, he felt an icy, lethal aura that could easily pierce through him. The superhuman codenamed Gecko pushed their abilities to the limit, entering a near-death-like state of hibernation akin to a true cold-blooded creature, narrowly evading Lin Qingliu's seemingly all-seeing gaze. The superhumans wasted no time giving Lin Qingliu a chance to think further. Without hesitation, they launched a fierce attack. The squad leader, still floating midair, extended both hands forward. Pieces of fractured concrete from the ground levitated, and though the shards had no eyes, Lin Qingliu could feel each one locking onto him. Telekinesis? Lin Qingliu's eyebrow twitched slightly beneath his long hair, a mocking smile spreading across his face at the sight of this cliched ability seen in so many superhuman narratives. Haha. Accompanied by his amused chuckle, the shards accelerated in less than a fraction of a second, shooting at Lin Qingliu like bullets fired from a gun. This was a speed that exceeded human reaction time and was the squad leader's signature killing move. In such a confined space, his telekinetic ability, combined with another teammate capable of generating explosive fireballs, had always been a deadly combination. But this time, every shard passed straight through the smiling figure without any effect. The concrete fragments, which should have shattered skulls, pierced hearts, and broken joints, continued their trajectory, embedding themselves into the walls and ceiling. The laboratory was left riddled with countless holes, the damage exceeding even the destruction caused by Zhao Kai's monstrous transformations. The cloaked superhuman quickly darted into a hidden corner, evading the captain's indiscriminate, wide-range attacks. Suspended midair, the man furrowed his brows, his gaze locked onto the unmoving figure on the ground, searching intently for any sign that the target had been eliminated. That's it? I might as well buy a shotgun. A hoarse, mocking voice came from the figure. Unlike the earlier laughter that wavered between normalcy and ridicule, this time the disdain was unmistakable. Attack with full force, the floating man commanded. All team members, except for the stealth operative and the bulky rearguard, launched a fierce assault on Lin Qingliu. The squad leader's custom-made, 15-centimeter triged spike shifted instantly to the front, poised like a venomous snake ready to strike, prepared to pierce through anything in its path. Although earlier tests made him suspect the target could avoid impact damage, these spikes were no longer just for intimidation. As a seasoned-class superhuman, he knew that everyone could possess only one ability. Since their target could induce mass sleep, evading collisions would fall into a different category of powers, forcing him to stay on high alert. Another team member, clad in an off-white combat suit with a blood-red scar slashing across his face, made his move. With each breath, a dozen crackling fireballs materialized in the air. Lin Qingliu's dimensional shift could neutralize physical attacks, but these scorching fireballs posed a very real threat. Yet Lin Qingliu's expression remained as calm as ever. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted in the basement, and smoke laced with the stench of gunpowder quickly filled the cramped laboratory. Using the smoke as cover, the third team member pressed his hands to the ground, softening the floor ahead into a treacherous trap of quicksand. Meanwhile, the stealth operative silently retrieved a poison-coated triged blade from his belt and, using the unaffected ceiling, slipped soundlessly into the smoke. This rigorously trained squad operated with seamless coordination, able to execute flawless combos with just a glance. Apart from the vigilant captain and the fifth member, the other three were brimming with confidence in this joint assault. Unexpectedly, however, the stealth operative vanished into the smoke as if swallowed whole, with no sign of movement for a full 10 seconds, an unusual break in his typical behavior. The scar-faced man involuntarily swallowed and cast a questioning look at the captain. The squad leader's expression darkened with unease. Just as he was about to gesture to disperse the smoke, a crisp snap of fingers echoed from within the haze, instantly casting a shadow over everyone's faces. The reason was simple. The team knew that members' personality, while a socially anxious person would never make such a bold gesture as snapping their fingers in front of a crowd. The squad leader acted decisively, waving his hand to disperse the smoke. The scene that unfolded was shocking. Near the pillar, the tall, thin man's clothing had been blown to tatters, but the horrifying explosion wounds and burns on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Even more terrifying, his right hand had transformed into a long, slender fishing rod, which was now gripping the stalker's throat. The stalker let out pained gasps, interspersed with violent coughing and spasms. With each cough, his body flickered with unstable waves of color, as though he could lose control at any moment. The man stood firmly on the ground, which churned like a river beneath him, while the triged blade that had claimed countless lives was now completely swallowed by the quicksand-like surface. The man turned his gaze toward the group, who were ready to strike, and suddenly released his grip. The stalker was about to fall into the deadly quicksand trap when a teammate on the ground quickly retracted their ability. The stalker crashed heavily onto the ground, writhing in pain, but that was far better than being consumed by the sand. Seeing this, the group let out a small sigh of relief. The mysterious figure appeared to have no intention of killing. However, the white-haired man acted again. He nonchalantly grabbed the stalker by the collar and tossed him toward the group as if discarding trash. The chubby young man at the back immediately used his ability, forming a semi-transparent hexagonal energy barrier at the stalker's landing spot. The stalker bounced a few times on the barrier before being gently lowered to the ground. At that moment, the white-haired man suddenly pulled out a surprising weapon from behind a crimson fire extinguisher. He charged toward the red-haired superhuman, who had earlier attacked him with fireballs, aiming to land a heavy blow with the extinguisher. The absurd yet dangerous scene left everyone stunned, including the red-haired target himself. The extinguisher struck against a hexagonal energy barrier that had been swiftly deployed, producing a dull thud. The red-haired man snapped out of his daze, stepping back to gather fireballs again. But the white-haired man's reactions were faster. Quickly adjusted his grip on the extinguisher, pulled the safety pin, and aimed it with expert precision at the forming fireballs. Whoosh! High-pressure dry powder sprayed out, instantly extinguishing all the fireballs. The red-haired man stood frozen, taking several seconds before coughing out a puff of white powder. Even through the powder coating, his face was visibly flushed with humiliation. This was a disgrace he had never experienced before. Faced with the red-haired superhuman's murderously sharp question, the man holding the fire extinguisher remained silent. He focused intently on adjusting the nozzle, extinguishing the small, juvenile fireballs one by one as they appeared. "You talk too much. That's a bad habit you should change," the man said in a raspy voice, casually discarding the now empty fire extinguisher. Those words seemed to ignite a fuse. The red-haired superhuman's fury erupted instantly, causing the surrounding fireballs to swell several times their original size. The intense heat began to melt the special material of the ceiling, producing a faint sizzling sound. "Die already!" the man bellowed, hurling massive fireballs one after another at the white-haired man. He showed no concern for potential collateral damage. After all, with that hefty teammate around, the others wouldn't be harmed. The fireballs struck their target, leaving charred, blackened wounds across the white-haired man's body. The other team members seized the opportunity to launch their own attacks. This time, the white-haired man was noticeably less composed, dodging and moving to avoid the onslaught, as if his abilities had entered some sort of cool-down phase. The superhuman team leader noticed this change and felt a surge of hope. He immediately directed half of his long spikes toward the opponent's limbs, looking for an opening. At the same time, he calmly coordinated his teammates' efforts, creating an overwhelming advantage in the cramped laboratory space. The white-haired man's stamina visibly waned, and his range of movement became increasingly restricted. Trapped between the fireballs and the surging, unstable ground, he was eventually forced into a corner. The moment the team leader saw him stumble, he decisively ordered an all-out attack. Every strike hit its mark, but the expected screams of pain never came. Instead, there was a sharp cracking sound, like the shatter of freshly fired porcelain breaking apart. As the smoke and dust cleared, the white-haired man's figure reappeared. Fine cracks spread from his hands, quickly covering his entire body. His movements slowed and stiffened until he gently leaned backward, colliding with the wall and shattering into glass-like fragments that dissolved into nothingness. The 5 team members exchanged bewildered glances. What just happened? The recently conscious infiltrator voiced the question on everyone's minds. Lin Qingliu's brow twitched slightly, and his hands momentarily faltered, causing a subtle distortion in the oval-shaped halo he was controlling. Quick moves, he muttered under his breath, his gaze sweeping over the superhumans behind him, who stood frozen, trapped in a dreamlike state. From the second the smoke appeared and that snapping sound was heard, these superhumans had already been hypnotized. Lin Qingliu had skillfully used the very medium they had created to plunge their hypertense minds into an elaborate basement battle. All their mental energy was now consumed by maintaining the stability of the dreamscape. Every detail was actually hidden deep within the subconscious of the individuals, and their unique abilities were instinctively manifested without them even realizing it. Lin Qingliu merely provided an entry point into the dream, while the dream's completion relied entirely on the projection of the superhuman's own powers. At this moment, according to the plan, Lin Qingliu in the dream had already vanished mysteriously. Although it happened 1 or 2 minutes earlier than expected, it didn't disrupt the overall strategy. As his mastery of the blood and flesh path advanced, Lin Qingliu discovered that he could perfectly control every muscle in his body, achieving precision and finesse beyond the reach of ordinary people. In reality, Lin Qingliu stood in an operating room, meticulously drawing a complex golden symbol on the wall with his fingers. This emblem, composed of halos, wings, and radiance, was a modified version of a sacred insignia from his past life. In his vision, this symbol would represent the emerging secret organization he led, soon to appear on countless classified documents, symbolizing power and mystery. In the dream, the superhuman team stared silently at the crumbling surroundings. The captain frowned and analyzed. As expected, that man was just a decoy. The real threat lies with the accomplice hiding in the shadows, dragging us into this dream. The red-haired man, enraged, slammed his fist into a nearby pillar, causing a brief spark to flicker. Damn it, so cunning. Then how do we get out of here? The usually silent heavy-set man suddenly spoke. My father once said that if someone under hypnosis realizes they're dreaming, the dream will collapse. Before his words fully landed, the entrance to the lab began to collapse eerily. Stairs and tiles disappeared as if swallowed by a bottomless abyss. The team instinctively stepped back, but the heavy-set man immediately shouted, "Don't move! Accept it all and wake up." The dark void expanded, eventually engulfing them. In reality, the red-haired man was the first to wake up, letting out a startled cry as his leg twitched violently. His long-hidden fear of heights had been fully triggered by the abyss in the dream. Feeling deeply exhausted, he looked around and found himself still in the lab, with his teammates nearby. Within the next minute, the others also woke up one after another, rubbing their groggy heads. This overwhelming fatigue was intentionally designed by Lin Qingliu. Since the dream consumed energy, it was only natural for these intruders to bear the cost. After checking one another, the team found no physical injuries. Not even the bruising around the infiltrator's neck was as prominent as before, as if their opponent never truly intended to harm them. However, when they looked up at the lab's wall, the complex, head-sized emblem etched there plunged them into a long silence. The emblem, tinged with a golden hue of deep yellow, seemed to emit an almost otherworldly glow. A few individuals stood in the dimly lit underground laboratory, their eyes fixed on the eerie symbol, each of them overcome by a shared sense of indescribable awe. It was undoubtedly the work of that man and his accomplices, but what was their true intent? A show of defiance, a threat, or some kind of declaration? The young captain furrowed his brow and scanned the surroundings. The abandoned underground lab was strewn with mysterious black residue, and the air carried an unsettling, inexplicable aura. What puzzled them even more were the mass fainting incidents, the scattered tattered clothing, and the fact that their opponents hadn't shown any signs of lethal intent. "Let the investigation team in," the captain said with a trace of frustration in his tone. "And don't forget to submit your reports for today." "Why is this thing golden yellow?" the red-haired man suddenly asked. The socially anxious infiltrator pointed to a corner of the lab. "Probably drawn with that bottle of iodine disinfectant over there." The sound of labored breathing echoed through the narrow passageway. Wang Xiao and Zhuang Mian, thanks to their rigorous training, were managing to hold on. But L, weakened by malnutrition, and Ji Yongxing, who lacked professional training, had already reached their limits. Earlier, They had been chased in disarray by a grotesque mass, and now they were utterly drained and nearly collapsed. Though the underground tunnel wasn't as long as the 2 kilometers to the 4th Commercial Street in the inner district, it was still grueling enough to exhaust them. After a few hundred meters, the 4 emerged from a patch of overgrown weeds near an abandoned construction site. Despite this being the highly coveted inner district, there were few pedestrians around at the moment. Pretending to be office workers running late, they briskly headed toward the commercial street. Are you sure there's someone to pick us up? Elle asked, standing under the 4th Commercial Street sign while taking in the unfamiliar sights of the inner district. Before anyone could respond, a car pulled up in front of them. The window rolled down, revealing the familiar smiling face of Dr. Lin. Hey, you're all here. Hop in. Relieved, they climbed into the car, which then headed toward the eastern outskirts. Although Lin Qingliu now had full control over his muscles, his driving remained clumsy. Ji Yongxing, sitting in the passenger seat being the only one familiar with the inner district's roads, watched this unfold with a mix of concern and amusement. Dr. Lin, do you have a driver's license? Of course, Lin Qingliu replied confidently, pulling out an ID from his pocket. Ji Yongxing took it and flipped it open. Pierre, male, 40 years old. Wait, what? He turned to look at Lin Qingliu, who was focused on driving. Doctor, this isn't even your license. Just answer Thisto, I have one or not? And is this car yours? What do you think? If I may ask, who is this Pia? Before he could finish, a dull thud and a muffled groan came from the trunk. Ji Yongxing swallowed the words, still alive, and couldn't help but marvel at the decisiveness of the psychologist. Don't worry, I'll pay for everything, Lin Qingliu said calmly. Lin Qingliu didn't pay much attention and focused on experiencing his very first time driving. He cautiously tried to overtake the vehicles ahead. After an hour and a half of driving, they finally arrived at an intersection in the eastern part of the outer city. After parking the car, Lin Qingliu quickly settled the rental fee with Pierre. Standing in front of the clinic, everyone except Lin Qingliu and Elle couldn't help but reflect on how rarely they had visited this place before, a pang of guilt stirring within, especially now that they possessed such extraordinary powers. While chatting casually, Lin Qingliu pulled out the keys to unlock the door. Just as he reached out to flick the light switch, a crisp, snapping sound suddenly echoed through the room. Everyone turned toward the sound and saw a white-haired man sitting leisurely in Lin Qingliu's office chair, a faint smile playing on his face. Not bad, you're not too late, the white-haired man said, clapping his hands lightly, his tone carrying a hint of approval. I don't recall giving you a key to this place, Lin Qingliu said, scratching his head. The white-haired man gestured toward the window behind him. Poor quality. You should replace it. The group noticed the damage on the window, and Lin Qingliu's expression instantly mirrored Pierre's earlier look of disbelief. Don't mind the details, the white-haired man said seriously. This is our first official meeting, and there are some things we need to clarify. With a wave of his hand, the chairs in the clinic seemed to come alive, gathering automatically in the center of the room. Everyone obediently took their seats, resembling children in kindergarten waiting for a story. The white-haired man began to explain their identities and roles in detail. Dr. Lin was the preacher, the eye of God, responsible for spreading the divine gospel. The white-haired man himself was the cleaner, the hand of God, tasked with purging hidden impurities. As for the others present, as devout followers, their mission was to use the powers bestowed by God to save the world. He drew golden symbols in the air, ensuring everyone could clearly see the intricate details of the emblem. Do you have any suggestions for the name of our organization? How about just calling it the Followers? What does everyone think? Lin Qingliu, who had been silent until now, raised his hand to propose. Under the overwhelming sense of authority in the room, no one objected, and the simple name was unanimously decided. In the end, the white-haired man designated Lin Qingliu's clinic as the meeting place for the organization. Though Lin Qingliu was as stunned as someone having their land forcibly seized, he had to admit it was the most practical choice. Then, under the white-haired man's control, the office desk extended into a round table that could seat 6 people. He motioned for everyone to join hands around the table, leading them in a solemn prayer. May we all do our utmost to guide humanity out of suffering, the white-haired man concluded. Oh, and one more thing, each of you can choose a code name, like Lin's, Preacher, and My Cleaner. Meanwhile, outside the dream, Lin Qingliu, the legal representative of Kami Corporation, was busy arranging the group one by one onto the clinic's treatment beds. At 7 in the morning, Ethan Fenier stepped out of the communal washroom, carrying a basin filled with his toiletries. His golden hair shimmered in the morning light, glowing like the rising sun. Just then, a conversation near the dormitory entrance caught his attention. No, this is the dormitory area. You're going the wrong way. It says here the registration point is on the other side. The slightly stiff voice made Fenier pause, a sense of familiarity welling up inside him. Suddenly, he remembered that remarkable guy from the outer district. Hastily placing the basin on the windowsill, he shouted, "Wait a second," and sprinted toward the entrance. Sure enough, Standing in the sunlight at the doorway, he spotted Wang Xiao. The golden rays framed Wang Xiao's silhouette like a halo, and for a moment, Ethan thought he might even give up the codename Meteor to him. "Hey buddy." Meteor greeted him enthusiastically. Wang Xiao turned to see a man in floral shorts and a white tank top approaching with a beaming smile. Recognizing the superhuman he had met twice before, Wang Xiao returned the smile. "Seeing you here, does this mean you've made up your mind?" Meteor asked. "Yes, I think joining you all is the best way to make full use of my abilities," Wang Xiao replied. Meteor, brimming with excitement, playfully punched Wang Xiao's arm, only to wince when his fist met the solid muscle. Turning to the staff member who was about to guide Wang Xiao to registration, Meteor said, "Don't worry about it, I'll take him myself." As they walked, Meteor chatted away. "For years ago, I was just an ordinary student from the southern part of the inner district. If I hadn't been lucky enough to awaken my powers, I wouldn't be living the life I have now. Honestly, apart from some restrictions on freedom, being a direct superhuman operative has its perks. Everything's covered: food, clothing, you name it. And they don't assign us suicide missions. They're not monsters." Midway through, Meteor suddenly smacked his forehead. "Oh, right. One more thing. Every direct superhuman has a code name. My real name's Ethan, but everyone calls me Meteor. We're almost there, so you'd better start thinking of one. There's no strict rule, but it's usually related to your abilities." Wang Xiao's steps didn't falter. After just 2 seconds of silence, he answered, "I've already got one." "What is it?" Meteor asked. "Undying," Wang Xiao said firmly. Meanwhile, in a narrow alley in the eastern outer district, 7 or 8 dark gun barrels were pointed at Elle from all directions, resembling menacing showerheads. At the far end of the alley stood a man with a jagged scar running across his face, holding a smoldering stub of a cigarette between his fingers. In the dense smoke, Elle faced the scar-faced man with a mocking smile, his brows slightly furrowed. 3 blocks was the price earlier. Now it's 6, the scar-faced man said, exhaling a puff of smoke as he looked down at Elle with an air of superiority. "Kid, get the person behind you to talk to me. I don't want to bully a delicate little boy like you." The cigarette in his hand was a rare luxury smuggled from the inner city. He usually couldn't bear to smoke it, saving it for moments when he needed to assert his authority. The boy in front of him, who looked no older than 15, reminded him of the young newcomers in the outer districts, most of them destined to be lackeys. It was rare to encounter someone so reckless and naive. To be honest, the scar-faced man wasn't particularly interested in the boy himself. It was the force behind him that piqued his curiosity. Recently, the underground powers in the East District had suffered heavy losses, giving a second-rate figure like him in the South District outskirts a chance to claim this territory. Despite his outward composure, he felt uneasy, worried that this boy might be a scout sent by the remnants of the East District. "I've already told you, it's just me," Elle said calmly, meeting the man's gaze without flinching. "In that case, capture him alive and take him back for questioning," the scar-faced man ordered. Before the words had fully left his mouth, a cold glint of steel was already pressed against Elle's throat. Elle glanced sideways. A tall, lean man with a fierce expression was holding a dagger to his neck. Though his face was utterly unremarkable, the empty sleeve on his left side was strikingly noticeable. A faint smile curved Elle's lips as he fearlessly examined the man holding the blade. "You're the one-armed blade?" The man froze momentarily, then his expression twisted into something even more menacing. The dagger pressed harder, leaving a thin cut on Elle's neck. Clearly, the nickname wasn't one he appreciated. 20 liters of nutrient solution are ordered from the Eastern Outer District every month. "That's you, isn't it?" Elle said, ignoring the sting in his neck. His tone was steady. Keeping up with the costs of an arm you can't reattach must be expensive. The man's fury at having his secret exposed was palpable, but Elle's next words stopped him cold. "If I could restore your arm, how would you repay me?" The man's hot breath brushed against Elle's face as he stared intently into the boy's eyes, searching for any hint of deceit. "Is that true?" he asked, his voice low and tense. "How would you repay me?" Elle repeated, emphasizing the word repay. The man clenched his teeth, deliberating for a moment before finally making up his mind. "If it's true, I, Li Rue, will serve you from this day forward." "Deal," Elle replied nonchalantly. His gaze shifted past Li Rue, the one-armed blade, to the scar-faced man. "I've finished my business. You're no longer needed." Scarface watched in disbelief as this teenager, with fewer than 5 sentences, managed to turn his most trusted subordinate against him on the spot. Rage surged to his head. "Fire! Kill him!" Scarface's voice echoed through the narrow alley. "Your first task. Take a bullet for your new boss," Elle commanded calmly, standing his ground without the slightest intention of dodging. "Understood." Li Rue stepped in front of Elle without hesitation. Despite his strong regenerative abilities, his weaker capacity for limb regrowth had earned him the humiliating nickname he carried. Bang! 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 Gunfire roared through the alley. After 7 or 8 deafening shots, Li Rue realized the pain wasn't intensifying. Fighting through the agony, he turned to see 8 henchmen and his former boss lying in pools of blood. A wave of fear swept over him, the psychological impact far outweighing the physical pain of his gunshot wounds. Trembling, Li Rue looked at his new boss, whose face remained impassive. The shallow loyalty born of self-interest transformed into genuine reverence. He recalled an old mentor's advice: sometimes ignorance is bliss, and decided not to question the astonishing display. Take me to get the arm, L ordered curtly. Li Rue obeyed instantly, following his new boss out of the alley, ignoring the screams erupting behind them. After about 10 minutes of walking, the usually talkative Li Rue broke the silence. Boss, may I ask what I should call you? L stopped, making Li Rue's heart skip a beat. Just call me boss. To others, you can refer to me as the Fire Thief. Fire Thief? The name didn't carry the same intimidating weight as his former boss's nickname, Scar Tiger, but it had a peculiar allure. Li Rue dared not comment further. And what should we call our gang? The organization will be called Ashes. Elle resumed walking. Before long, they arrived at a container holding an arm submerged in nutrient fluid. Though pale and swollen, the occasional twitch proved it was still alive. The two entered a makeshift operating room, stripped of most of its equipment save for an old surgical table. Elle flicked on the light and motioned for Li Rue to lie down. He then secured him tightly with 12 straps. Boss, I can handle pain pretty well. Do we really need all this? Li Rue squirmed slightly, uncomfortable from the pressure and numbness. It's necessary. This will hurt a lot, Elle replied with an unyielding tone. All right, Li Rue conceded before asking, boss, how are you planning to fix it? My wounds heal too quickly, so normal surgery won't work. Don't worry about that, Elle said, his tone leaving no room for further questions. Am the one involved, how can I just ignore this? Li Rue swallowed nervously, sensing that things were getting increasingly out of hand. The belt strapped him tightly, leaving him no chance to break free despite his struggles. In his bewildered gaze, Elle emerged from the corner of the equipment room, pushing a brand new angle grinder. The industrial-grade, dual-disc grinder even boasted 3 adjustable speed settings: high, medium, and low, supposedly effective in preventing wounds from healing too quickly. Elle had done his homework over the past few days to handle this somewhat capable subordinate. With the secret operating room left behind by Dr. Li Xia and a second-hand angle grinder procured from the black market, he had finally prepared for this moment. Li Rue's mind raced, and in an instant, he realized exactly how his new boss intended to operate. Boss, no. I don't need treatment. Please, I'm begging you, let me go. Bzzz. The moment the grinder powered on, it emitted an ear-piercing noise. As the motor's pitch rose, the speed of the spinning discs climbed steadily. The razor-thin grinding wheel edged closer and closer to the junction of Li Rue's severed arm. Ah! Damn it! 5 minutes later, drenched in sweat and kneeling in a pool of blood, Li Rue clutched his newly reattached left arm, now regaining feeling. He offered his heartfelt loyalty to his new boss. The pain was still excruciating, but he knew that enduring the hardest moments would eventually lead to a better outcome. At that moment, he was reminded of that fateful afternoon years ago when he had been harshly educated by the superpower researchers. Follow me. Yes, sir. The interrogation room door swung open, and 2 individuals in security squad uniforms entered first, taking positions on either side of the room with practiced coordination. A man in his 50s, bearing the insignia of a senior inner-city security officer on his shoulder, followed them in. The moment Zhuang Mian saw the senior security officer, a flicker of relief crossed her eyes. The man, however, ignored her reaction and simply placed a statement form on the small desk before her. Are you certain that everything you've said here is true? I'm certain. If you have any doubts, I'm willing to undergo a hypnotic interrogation. Zhuang Mian's tone was firm, though her confidence wavered internally. What she had said was indeed the truth, but not the whole truth. As for the hypnotic interrogation, she silently mused that it was still unclear who would end up hypnotizing whom. After all, her teacher had finally come to her rescue. The man nodded, gesturing for the others to leave. Once the interrogation room was empty save for the 2 of them, he sat down calmly and said, We've followed up on your leads, and we can now confirm Zhao Kai's guilt. And what about the mastermind behind it all? The man shook his head. In the past 2 days, 6 people in the inner city have committed suicide. This matter ends here. Zhuang Mian clenched her teeth, suppressing her fury as she demanded, over 100 people in the outer city have died because of this. And that's it? The man avoided a direct answer, instead pulling 2 documents from his briefcase. Sign the first one, and you can return to your original position in the inner city. Sign the second, and you may voluntarily resign and handle things as you see fit from there. As the man's voice trailed off, his intense gaze locked onto Zhuang Mian's eyes. Her hands remained firmly secured to the small table by electromagnetic cuffs. Sure enough, he caught the unmistakable shock in her eyes. She had assumed her mentor had come to rescue her, but instead, she was faced with a difficult dilemma. Zhuang Mian, typically decisive, found herself momentarily lost. In the silence, their gazes met and lingered in the air. Zhuang Mian didn't bother asking the obvious yet futile question, is it really necessary to choose between the two? She took a deep breath, picked up the resignation contract from the table, and, without hesitation, signed her name and pressed her fingerprint onto it before sliding it back to her mentor. The man glanced at the contract before a rare smile broke across his stern face. Not bad. Very good. You truly are my student. He stood up and paced the room. This is now a completely secure space. The one-way mirror and surveillance have been disabled. What we discuss next will be heard by no one but us. Zhuang Mian hesitated for a brief moment, as if something had crossed her mind, but she simply nodded, signaling for him to continue. I suspect you've already figured out part of it, the man began directly. I'm here on behalf of the Internal Affairs Purging Unit to extend an invitation. If you accept, you'll lead a small purging squad tasked with handling certain classified incidents within the inner district. What do you think? As he spoke, he pressed a button on a remote in his hand, and the electromagnetic cuffs on Zhuang Mian's wrists released with a soft click. I choose to join. Zhuang Mian declared without hiding her excitement there was no need to. The Internal Affairs Department, a division of the military responsible for internal oversight, had always been shrouded in mystery. Unlike the Public Security Bureau, which served ordinary citizens, this unit investigated highly sensitive cases, operating as a true secret police force. At this moment, she not only confirmed its existence, but also learned that her mentor was one of its members. For Zhuang Mian, this was the perfect outcome. She wouldn't have to give up her current work, she could delve into concealed investigations, and she could flawlessly maintain her cover. Welcome aboard, the man said. Follow me. Don't forget to name your squad. Following tradition, it should be named after an animal. An animal? Can it be an insect? Yes. It seems you already have something in mind? Yes, let's call it butterfly. Meanwhile, the research institute was thrown into chaos for an entire week. A horrifying bioengineered creature had emerged in the core area of the Life Sciences Division, resulting in the disappearance of over 30 people, including the department head, and the collective unconsciousness of 200 others. The situation was finally contained by superhumans dispatched by headquarters. What should have been a city-shaking news event was kept tightly under wraps to avoid widespread panic. Even though the residents of the inner district were generally far more composed and educated than those in the outer district, fear of the unknown could still easily mislead them. Ji Yongxing, one of the survivors of the incident, was sitting with his head down, listening to the news crackling from the radio. Static. According to the Hope Daily, the fire that broke out at the Research Institute headquarters on June 9 has claimed the lives of 12 researchers, including Dr. Zhao Kai, the head of the biotechnology department. Smack. He slammed the malfunctioning radio off, his brows furrowed deeply. At the moment, he was seated in Deputy Director Zhou's office, watching as Zhou meticulously scribbled and sketched on a sheet of paper. Why the bad mood today? Zhou asked without looking up. I just can't stand hearing a devil who caused so many deaths being remembered and praised. You're smart enough to understand why it's being presented this way, Zhou replied gently, his tone that of a patient mentor. Every organization, every department, and every person has their secrets. Wouldn't you agree? Ji turned to gaze out the window, choosing to remain silent. All right, don't dwell on it too much. Besides, the biotechnology department hasn't made much progress in the past 2 years. This is a chance for a fresh start. Zhou handed him a document. Here, this is your latest reassignment order. The bespectacled young man glanced down at the document and read softly, reassigned to the Weapons Development Department as a researcher. Of course, it's you. Given the current situation, staying in the biotechnology department won't do you any good. Moving around is necessary if you want to eventually take my place. You've already decided that? Ji gave a helpless smile. The director positions at the institute aren't easy to fill. Director Zhou Zheng is probably busy arguing with those stubborn old folks in the council again. Hard work for the capable. But don't celebrate too soon if we find someone more talented than you. I know. When that happens, the deputy director position will have nothing to do with me. Good that you understand, Zhou said with a cheerful grin. Who cares? But why the Weapons Development Department? Because a certain old hand in the military is on his last legs, Zhou sighed. Have you ever seen or heard of flying beasts? The sudden question made Ji pause for a couple of seconds before shaking his head. You don't think it's because those creatures wouldn't want to fly in, do you? Never mind, you'll find out when you get there. Seeing that there was nothing else to discuss, Ji waved the reassignment order and left the office. He walked through the corridor, took the elevator, and returned to his dormitory. There, he skillfully pulled out a large box from under his bed. He quickly reassembled the components and circuits he had temporarily disassembled due to space constraints. The old monitor flickered twice, and a fluorescent green cursor appeared at the top of the screen. As it blinked, text slowly emerged. "Welcome back, my creator, the great pioneer." A faint smile tugged at G's lips as he swiftly typed commands to access the program's backend. This wasn't a true artificial intelligence, just a boot-up animation he had programmed. Recently, he had made significant modifications to the program. The model he'd once used to predict the future had been discarded, replaced with new functions designed to complement his own abilities. "I hereby declare the commencement of the third session of the 52nd year of the new era of the Council of Hope." At the heart of the inner city of Hope, within a modest two-story building, 10 council members were seated around a circular table in a meeting room on the second floor. The small space was windowless, devoid of any traces of modern technology, and illuminated solely by a few old-fashioned incandescent lamps. Each council member had a lamp suspended above their head, which would light up only when they spoke, leaving the others shrouded in shadow. In their hands, they each held a two-way switch, a device used for voting on proposals. The man chairing the meeting stood up, opened the file in his hands, and began reading the proposals. The first proposal involved the establishment of an independent food industry department, aiming to merge the outer city's nutrient-based production lines with underground farms and ranches while adding 6 new production lines. The second proposal suggested cutting the Research Institute's Life Sciences Department's budget for the next quarter by 50% and reallocating the funds to other departments. As the meeting progressed, each proposal was discussed and voted on in turn. When the last council member read out the 9th proposal, the atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. This proposal called for tightening the gray policies governing the outer city, directly linking the recent tragedy at the Research Institute and the lenient policies of the past 5 years toward the outer city. "Interesting," a council member hidden in the shadows remarked. "It was you who proposed loosening the controls 5 years ago to alleviate the pressure in the outer city." The accused council member remained composed. "That was a different time. 5 years ago, if we hadn't given those people something to do, the factories in the outer city might not have been able to operate for even a single day." "Do you even know how many undocumented residents are in the outer city now?" came the voice of another shadowed figure, pressing further. In theory, every resident of Hope was supposed to have a clearly defined role, matched to their skills, each contributing to the city's functioning. But reality was far more complex than theory. The pressure of survival within the city was an invisible beast, more suffocating than the mutated creatures beyond the city walls. 5 years ago, when doctors like Lin Qingliu and proper clinics were still a rarity, the factories ran ceaselessly, and people were forced to endure. Back then, the spirit of rebellion had reached its peak. The factories at the time were indeed excessively inhumane, leading to a severe crisis where over 20 production lines in the outer district were on the verge of collapse. In a dimly lit chamber, the council members were forced to urgently vote on a special proposal allowing workers unwilling to continue their jobs to leave voluntarily. Those who left the assembly lines became the unemployed drifters of the outer district, while the remaining workers, cherishing their positions, naturally abandoned any thoughts of striking. Young people like Air, a figure of the present, would have been mandatorily assigned to factory work just a few years ago. However, that decision put an end to such coercion. The outer district, already sparsely monitored due to cost considerations, grew increasingly chaotic with the relaxation of oversight. Those who lost their jobs sought their own paths for survival, gradually creating the complex underground ecosystem seen today. 10,000. The man reading the proposal said, his voice tinged with hesitation. "Don't play dumb. It's at least 20,000, came the sharp rebuttal from across the room. "And that's not even counting those who grab clubs and head out as soon as their shifts end. I'm not saying this to discredit you, but do you actually have a plan to solve this? Passing the proposal is one thing. Implementing it is another." The man under the lights wiped the sweat from his forehead. After a brief silence, he tentatively suggested, "Recruit some, suppress others. Show about that?" Low murmurs filled the room. The man elaborated, "We could align with emerging moderate factions while cracking down on purely violent groups. Finally, we could round them all up and put an end to the chaos once and for all." "Under your plan, how many people can we recruit in the first wave?" someone asked from the shadows. "Based on the model, at least 3,000. I vote in favor. Just make sure they're assigned to the new production lines from Proposal 1. With a scoff, the first green light illuminated. "How do we select the targets for recruitment?" "I suggest forming a special investigative team under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. They have limited interaction with the outer district and can remain impartial." No objections. Another green light turned on. "What's the timeline for the plan?" 2.5 years. Beep. The third vote was cast. And so, after a series of brief yet critical inquiries, Proposal 9 passed with 5 votes in favor, 2 against, and 2 abstentions. Countless lives were rewritten in that moment, though few were aware of it. Meanwhile, 20 kilometers away, in an unremarkable psychological clinic, a gentle voice spoke up. "Welcome to the clinic. How can I assist you today?" End of Volume 1. 50 kilometers outside the city, A dense fog swirled over an endless stretch of forest, shrouding the eerie land below. Towering trees pierced the sky, their bark an unnatural dark hue, wrinkled and rough. The branches and leaves radiated a deep, oceanic blue, evoking images of alien flora from a sci-fi film. Suddenly, a faint breeze brushed through the treetops, and the forest fell into an unsettling silence. Moments later, accompanied by a soft rustling, clusters of trees began to writhe in a disturbing manner, like cocoons on the verge of breaking open. Beneath the surface, a complex network of roots was channeling nutrients accumulated over months. These vital essences flowed in two directions, some toward an enormous mother tree, and the rest towards several sunken areas beneath its base. The mother tree stood over 100 meters tall, its surface covered with countless pulsating growths that emitted an eerie blue-purple glow as they contracted and expanded. High above, its massive canopy greedily absorbed the increasingly thick mist. As the flow of nutrients continued, the tumorous growths began to swell. At last, one of the luminescent, green-tinged growths reached its limit. A sharp claw pierced through the translucent membrane, silently slicing downward as if cutting through butter. From the meter-long opening, two heads the size of watermelons emerged. The newborn creature, entirely gray, resembled a grotesque hybrid of a cat and a dog. Slipping from its birth sac, the creature plummeted but demonstrated remarkable balance midair, landing firmly on its 7 unevenly sized legs. As a newly born beast, it appeared clumsy, its oversized head bumping into a protruding root with a pained cry. Meanwhile, its other head scanned its surroundings warily. The infant beast's cries seemed to awaken the mother tree. Its branches quivered, and its roots emitted a soft glow, guiding the creature forward. Following the glowing points on the ground, the two-headed beast reached a clear pool of water. Instinctively, it extended its tongue to drink. The sweet liquid was utterly intoxicating, but the creature was unaware that this marked the beginning of its grim destiny. It was fated to become a disposable pawn, a frontline scout for higher-level beasts in their confrontation with humanity. The small creature, no taller than a human's waist, greedily consumed the liquid, its body growing at an astonishing rate. However, this moment of calm was short-lived. More green sacs began to rupture, and one after another, additional beasts emerged. They varied in number of heads, from 1 to 4, and their limbs came in diverse, bizarre shapes. Yet, they all shared one common trait, features reminiscent of mammals. Most of the strange beasts managed to grab onto the rough bark of the towering trees with their agile limbs or landed steadily on the ground with the help of their multiple legs. However, a few unlucky ones fell to their deaths beneath the colossal trees. In the unnoticed shadows, the dark brown roots of the trees silently emerged from the soil, wrapping around the fallen bodies and pulling them underground for digestion. The area around the nutrient pool quickly grew lively. The two-headed young beast, which had hatched first, enjoyed only a brief moment of solitude before being surrounded by a swarm of its kind. In this fierce competition, the advantage of having multiple heads and legs became immediately apparent. Beasts with 3 or 4 heads could open several mouths at once, consuming nutrients far more efficiently than the others. Meanwhile, those with more legs could secure advantageous positions in the crowded space. These few minutes of difference already hinted at their future fates. The two-headed young beast, despite hatching 5 minutes earlier than its peers, struggled to hold its ground against stronger opponents, trying to delay the inevitable moment of being pushed out. The later-born single-headed beasts were even more pitiful, either squashed and deformed or left anxiously pacing on the outskirts. However, this situation did not last long. Accompanied by the violent tremors of the giant tree, the blue cocoons higher up began to break open one after another. This time, it wasn't claws that tore through the membranes but dark, hard-shelled arthropod limbs, thick, sturdy, and numbering at least 6, far stronger than any limbs seen before. These insect-like beasts, bearing distinct insectoid features, climbed steadily down the tree trunks, equally drawn to the nutrient pool. The eerie clattering of their shells and limbs echoed through the forest, sending shivers down spines. A 3-headed beast raised its head warily, its 6 ears pricking up as it turned to face the similarly sized insectoid creatures. It arched its body, letting out a low growl from all 3 mouths simultaneously. The insect-like beasts, though lacking discernible facial features, responded with a chilling clicking sound from their interlocking mandibles. After a brief standoff, the beasts hatched from the green cocoons chose to retreat. One of them backed away cautiously, keeping its gaze fixed on its opponent. This scene seemed to signal the others, as all the green cocoon beasts collectively gave up their positions around the nutrient pool. The insect-like creatures advanced leisurely, extending their tubular mouthparts into the pool to feast greedily. As more blue cocoon beasts arrived, they completely took over the nutrient pool, leaving the green cocoon beasts to watch helplessly from the sidelines. Among the bystanders, one peculiar beast stood out. It had 2 cat-like heads but a wolf-like body, silently observing everything unfolding before it. The dense fog enveloping the forest isolates it from all human observation. The heavy mist blocks out most of the sunlight, leaving the forest floor perpetually shrouded in darkness. At night, faint glimmers of light emerge from the gaps between the trees, as bioluminescent spores drift lazily through the air. Deep within this forest, hundreds of strange creatures born from green cocoons struggle to survive. They barely scrape by, relying on the scraps left behind by the blue cocooned creatures. A few green cocooned beasts once dared to challenge the dominance of these insect-like creatures, only to end up as their feast. Despite the harsh conditions, the green cocooned creatures grow at an astonishing rate. Within just 10 days. They reach full maturity. One day, the creatures noticed a disturbing change. The nutrient pool, woven from tree roots and once brimming with liquid, had run dry and showed no signs of replenishment. Worse still, the tangled roots began to show signs of withering. By now, the creatures had developed rudimentary communication through simple gestures and guttural growls, but faced with this sudden crisis, they could do nothing but share their growing panic. Fortunately, their fear did not last long. That evening, the trees in the forest no longer glowed uniformly. Instead, a faintly glowing pathway appeared, formed by sporadically illuminated trees and drifting spores. Driven by their instinctive attraction to light, the blue-cocooned insect creatures began climbing along branches or crawling across the forest floor, following the glowing trail. Despite their constant hunger, the green cocooned creatures, compelled by an innate reverence for strength, chose to follow. After an indeterminate period of travel, the creatures arrived before a colossal tree. Its trunk spanned dozens of meters in diameter, and its surface was adorned with multicolored cocoons. Compared to the previous tree whose crown was barely visible, this giant tree loomed like an impenetrable wall, its sheer scale inducing a sense of dread in the creatures below. At the base of the giant tree, they found a nutrient pool that had not dried up. Driven by hunger, the creatures nearly lost their sanity. The insect-like beings surged forward in a frenzy, shoving one another in a desperate attempt to reach the pool first. Just as the leading creature was about to leap into the nutrient pool, a piercing cry echoed from above. At the rear of the group, a two-headed feline paused and looked up, spotting a massive figure circling in the dense fog. Instinctively, the two-headed cat froze, its gaze fixed on the shadowy form in the sky. For the first time, this lowly creature felt an emotion akin to envy, though it lacked the awareness to name it. Meanwhile, the simpler creatures remained fixated on the nutrient pool, pushing forward with relentless determination. The sound from above was not the wind, it was the rhythmic beating of wings from the great beast hidden within the mist. The howling wind shifted into a piercing, whistling sound as the massive figure in the sky abruptly ceased its circling and dove straight toward the nutrient pool like a deadly arrow. The leading beast didn't even have time to touch the nutrient liquid before vanishing in an instant. A resounding splash followed as its elongated proboscis and head plunged into the pool, with its bluish-green blood slowly diffusing into the liquid. The aerial predator, using its razor-sharp beak to carve up its prey, coldly surveyed the other creatures below with the unblinking eyes of its owl-like head. Around the nutrient pool, all the beasts froze in terror. Unlike the green cocoon beasts that had previously managed to engage the blue cocoon creatures in prolonged battles, this encounter, if it could even be called a battle, defied description. The predator's dive, surpassing the limits of reaction speed, and its lethal precision had left every creature present in complete submission. To this new ruler, they were nothing more than a herd of helpless prey awaiting slaughter. The terrifying eagle-like creature, with its 3 heads and 2 pairs of wings, perched on a sturdy tree branch. Next to it was an empty, violet cocoon chamber. It began to feast on its spoils. The vulture head divided the prey into 3 portions, with the crane and owl heads each taking their share. However, the owl head, capable of rotating more than 360 degrees, seemed uninterested in the remains in its beak. Instead, it curiously turned toward a trembling 2-headed rat hiding among the terrified beasts. In the days that followed, the creatures endured unprecedented hunger and suffering. The nearby nutrient pool became a cruel temptation. Anyone who dared approach was immediately struck down by the death god in the sky. Though thousands of beasts from other trees gradually joined the group, not one dared to challenge the aerial tyrant's dominance. After more than a dozen blue-green cocoon beasts met their end under the eagle's talons, the violet cocoon beast finally reached maturity. Its size nearly doubled within a matter of days, and the gusts from its wings during flight were powerful enough to knock smaller creatures off their feet. With a deafening cry that lasted nearly an hour, the entire forest underwent a bizarre transformation. The 2-headed cat watched in horror as the bioluminescent spores on the trees, which once served as guiding lights, turned into swirling shades of gray and black. It tried to flee, but it was too late. As the spores clung to its fur, a powerful consciousness began invading its mind. Despite its instinctive resistance, the force was irresistible. Under the control of this mysterious power, all the beasts succumbed to the same fate. Insect-like creatures crawled beneath the green cocoon beasts, flipped their bodies, and pierced the green cocoon beasts with their sharp limbs. Once this was done, they moved in unison, like puppets on strings, marching relentlessly in a single direction. The two-headed cat had a decent sense of direction, but as a mute creature, it was incapable of fully conveying it. The group of beasts followed the purple cocooned one, moving slowly yet resolutely through the mist-shrouded forest. As they advanced, the surrounding mist gradually thinned, and the trees at the forest's edge still retained traces of green. Piercing sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting rays onto the ground. For these beasts, who had never experienced such sunlight, it should have been an awe-inspiring sight. Unfortunately, they had long lost the ability to feel. The scene beyond the forest was suffocating. The vast, desolate plain was strewn with the carcasses of beasts, some reduced to bleached bones, others half buried in the soil, and many more entangled in layers of fungal threads, resembling eerie mummies. A faint haze of spores lingered around the remains, silently narrating their grim fate. These were the beasts that had failed to breach the city walls. Defeated by humans, they instinctively tried to return to their homeland. But what they didn't realize was that the forest that had nurtured them sealed their doom the moment it implanted gray spores within them. Even those lucky enough to retreat into the misty regions would soon discover, to their horror, that the forest now regarded them as enemies. Wounded and desperate, they ultimately became nourishment for the fungal network. The vast beast horde pressed onward. On the horizon, a thin gray line perfectly divided the sky and the earth. The beasts couldn't comprehend its significance, but the ceaseless noise in their ears made them increasingly restless and uneasy. Report, sir. The Southern City Wall observation team has detected signs of a beast horde. Estimated numbers are around 8,000, with potential presence of third-ear beasts. Relay this to headquarters. Request 2 squads for support and initiate weapon and ammunition deployment. Understood. On the thick southern city wall of the outer district, defense personnel quickly took their positions. Elevators transported heavy weaponry to the top, fueling a flurry of activity. A stern announcement blared over the speakers. Level 3 Beast Horde has breached the 5-kilometer warning line. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wall, 10 individuals clad in specialized combat suits appeared. These were superhumans dispatched by military headquarters, typically grouped based on the compatibility of their abilities. Today's operation was practically a textbook case. The intensity of a Level 3 Beast Horde was moderate, demanding superhuman support, but not excessively dangerous, making it ideal for rookie combat training. The 2 superhuman squads present were Squad 6 and Squad 25, with lower numbers indicating higher overall strength. The leader of Squad 6 hovered just a meter above the ground, surrounded by a ring of specialized metal spikes. Behind him stood 4 familiar faces to Lin Qingliu. Meanwhile, the blonde leader of Squad 25 wore a gentle smile as he carefully explained the key points of collaborating with the defense team to a burly teammate. The 2 women and 1 man in the team stood silently behind their captain. For an elite squad ranked in the top 10, such a battle would be trivial, but for their team, ranked well beyond the top 20, every fight demanded their utmost effort. Wang Xiao, the newest member of the team, had been with them for nearly a month since passing the evaluation. His addition had indeed addressed the team's defensive shortcomings, but his overly reserved personality and lack of combat synergy with the others had so far prevented him from forming genuine camaraderie with his teammates. However, today's battle would be the critical moment to determine whether Wang Xiao was truly a good fit for this team. Beacon gazed at the approaching horde of beasts in the distance, a faint, expectant smile playing on her lips. With her enhanced vision, she could even make out the insect-inflicted wounds on the creatures' bodies. This was her special ability as an Esperto marked target objects within a 500-meter range with glowing indicators, while gaining extraordinary visual perception. In contrast, the puppeteer standing beside her squinted, trying to identify a suitable target among the beast swarm. The petite woman soon abandoned her attempt at long-range observation, opting instead to trust the process of natural selection. Any beast that survived the fierce battle and managed to scale the city walls would undoubtedly be the strongest. Seizing control of such a body would undoubtedly bolster the team's combat strength. Since the discovery of the beast's evolutionary patterns, the outer districts of Hope City had endured nearly 10 sieges from 3 different directions. These creatures seemed to have developed a form of strategy, repeatedly probing various fronts after experiencing the success of breaching the walls. In response, the weapons development department had yet to produce effective new weaponry, leaving the city to rely on mass production of conventional arms from the military factories and close collaboration with Esper squads to barely hold the defensive line. The beast horde finally launched its charge, their crimson eyes devoid of any trace of rationality. On their home planet, most life forms would instinctively fear humans, but these beasts had completely shed that fear, transforming into pure war machines. The circular high walls bore the brunt of the assault. The 6th squad stationed there had already engaged in combat, with one member's fireball technique triggering a series of explosions, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning flesh. As more beasts began climbing the walls, Squad 25, led by Fenrir, joined the fray. Within his team, only Fenrir, the undying Wang Xiao, and the teammate codenamed Obscure actively pressed the attack, while the 2 female members, Puppeteer and Beacon, held the rear. Wang Xiao raised no objections to this arrangement, as he had come to fully understand the unique abilities of each of his teammates. Freynel's abilities demonstrated astonishing power on the battlefield. By manipulating the refractive index of air, he formed a blazing sword of pure light in front of him, cutting down approaching beasts one by one. Fighting alongside him, Xiaomu played a crucial supporting role, expanding his observational range by depriving enemies of their senses. Beasts stripped of sight and hearing often became panicked and easy targets for focused attacks. On the flank of the city wall, this squad's combat style left a deep impression. Wherever Freynel's light blade struck, the beetle-like creatures from the blue cocoon could barely hold out for a moment, while those emerging from the green cocoon were instantly scorched to charcoal by the intense heat. Wang Xiao, a newly ascended second-tier warrior, had perfected his flesh transformation ability. His enhanced physical capabilities made fatigue a distant concept, and each of his strikes shattered the heads of the beasts with devastating force. In the distance, Xinbiao was quietly admiring the newcomer's prowess when the puppeteer beside her interrupted her thoughts. Xinbiao, this one will do. The puppeteer pointed to an insect-like beast resembling an orchid mantis, with 4 scythe-like limbs. Xinbiao nodded in agreement. It seems to be an elite of the second tier. Excellent. Without hesitation, Xinbiao raised her hand and unleashed her ability, enveloping the target in an invisible force. The puppeteer focused intently on the beast's sinister patterns, and as their gaze locked with its massive compound eyes, her body slumped onto a prepared cushion. At the same moment, the glowing insect-like beast trembled violently, as if suddenly gaining clarity. Under the watchful eyes of hundreds of soldiers, it agilely leapt several meters into the air, turning to slash the head off a beast that had just climbed onto the city wall with its sharp claws. The spray of blood and the severed head left the soldiers on the wall gaping in shock. The city defense commander immediately barked orders through the loudspeaker. What are you staring at? Keep the firepower going, and watch out for friendly fire. In the collaborative combat between the city defense team and the superhumans, the city defense team plays a clearly supportive role. They are primarily responsible for suppressing and depleting the living forces of the alien beasts with firepower, cleaning up any stragglers that manage to escape the superhumans' bizarre attacks, and, when necessary, serving as humanity's last line of defense. The orchid mantis swung its 4 long blades in deadly arcs along the side of the city wall, leaving carnage in its wake. Its swift and precise strikes severed the claws of many alien beasts before they could even fully scale the wall, sending them plummeting to the ground with agonized screeches. This brutal display immediately provoked challenges from other insect-like beasts, their sharp cries echoing in response. The orchid mantis met their challenge without hesitation, launching into a bloody battle atop the wall. Each time its blades sliced through an enemy, the mantis let out a distinctive call, and Wang Xiao could discern a genuine sense of exhilaration in its tone. The puppeteer, controlling the alien beast's body, was fully immersed in the thrill of combat, a stark contrast to his usual gentle demeanor. With his participation, Fenrir's 25th squad had achieved a well-rounded tactical configuration. Fenrir handled long-range attacks, the puppeteer piloted the mech at the front lines to draw enemy fire, and Beacon marked allies while utilizing enhanced vision to command the battlefield. Wang Zhao's role was to protect the puppeteer's physical body and look after the less combat-capable members, Beacon, and Distraction. Even before Wang Xiao joined, the squad's strength was formidable, but Fenrir's abilities had a notable weakness: his light blades were significantly less effective on overcast or rainy days, and nearly unusable during nighttime battles. Wang Zhao's addition filled this gap, providing a reliable damage output that bolstered the confidence of the entire team. Amid the fierce battle on the city wall, a peculiar creature emerged from the mountain of alien beast corpses below a 2-headed cat. Its circumstances were a mix of misfortune and fortune. Its small size spared it from being possessed by insectoid alien beasts, but it had been repeatedly knocked down while attempting to climb the wall. One of its heads appeared damaged, likely due to a birth defect, yet this impairment seemed to grant it an unusual clarity when receiving commands from the mysterious voice. As the 2-headed cat hesitated over whether to attempt climbing again, a disturbing sound of wind approached rapidly. A massive shadow skimmed the ground. It was a 3-headed eagle beast with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters. Its body was covered with green and blue cocoon-like alien beasts, some clutched tightly in its talons, others seemingly hitching a ride. This colossal creature, born from a purple cocoon, concealed 5 or 6 razor-sharp talons beneath its feathers. As it swept over the pile of corpses, it snatched up a dozen alien beast carcasses along with the trembling 2-headed cat in one powerful grasp. Meow. At this very moment, any human being snatched by a monstrous beast and carried dozens of meters into the sky still climbing higher would likely find themselves spouting an endless stream of poetic phrases, entirely free of charge. The giant eagle-like creature let out an ear-piercing screech as the currents generated by its wings carved an invisible path through the air. It ascended almost vertically, reaching the height of the city walls in mere seconds. Just as it was about to soar over the walls, it abruptly spread its massive wings wide, unleashing a powerful gust that sent a group of soldiers sprawling to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, it swiftly shook its talons, flinging over a dozen living beasts it had been carrying onto the city walls. Chaos erupted atop the walls, but it was quickly brought under control as a soft glow flickered into existence, forming a hemispherical energy shield that enveloped the disoriented soldiers. The beasts hurled onto the walls ferociously clawed and bit at the shield's surface, but their efforts were futile. Inside the shield, the soldiers rapidly reorganized their formation, while the surrounding defensive lines steadily tightened. Captain Yin of the 6th Squad maneuvered deftly through the horde of beasts, commanding a dozen long spikes that darted like butterflies weaving through flowers. Watching the giant eagle disappear into the distance, he turned to a plump young man beside him. "That one in the sky, are we sure it's not an issue? It's a pretty formidable creature for a third-tier beast." The young man, maintaining the soft energy shield with one hand, looked relaxed. "Don't worry. The old man isn't in that bad of shape yet." Nian glanced skyward again, a trace of unease flickering in his heart. Recently, the atmosphere at the headquarters of the empowered individuals had been off. In their team, an elder member who happened to be the young man's father had been in declining health. Known by the codename Sacred Shield, this veteran was one of Hope City's earliest and most powerful defenders. His ability to generate a protective barrier capable of covering half the city was a critical reason humanity had not been driven underground. Lately, however, as if sensing the weakening of the barrier, more and more flying beasts had emerged in the monster hordes. Sometimes they came in swarms of insects, but more often as high-tier avian creatures. Today's giant eagle was especially formidable. Meanwhile, several hundred meters above the ground, a two-headed cat was in a state of unprecedented panic. "Meow! This is the end of me," it wailed. Its fur puffed out into a massive ball as it clung desperately to the eagle's talons. All it could see was the endless blue sky above and the rolling clouds below. When the eagle had flung its other cargo onto the walls, the cat had instinctively latched onto its claws. Now it was deeply regretting that decision. This was far worse than being cannon fodder. Just as it was wallowing in despair, the clouds around it were suddenly torn apart by something. Sharp whistling sounds sliced through the air, and several projectiles struck the eagle's wings directly. But this third-tier beast showed no sign of panic. The bullets barely left shallow marks on its body, with almost no blood spilled. Instead, the shot seemed to serve as a signal for the giant eagle to spring into action. Its massive body twisted sharply in the air and began a rapid dive. From high above, the entirety of Hope City unfolded like a detailed map. The giant eagle's crimson eyes locked onto a distant skyscraper, standing 100 meters tall, its true target. The mission was simple: reduce it to rubble. The eagle accelerated its descent, breaking through one speed barrier after another, nearly tearing the air apart with sonic booms. The intense dive caused the two-headed cat on its back to lose its balance. It was flung off, letting out a piercing wail as it plummeted. A single anti-aircraft missile found its mark, piercing through the cat's body and ending its life instantly. Yet the giant eagle pressed forward, undeterred. It weaved through the hail of bullets with remarkable agility, diving, twisting, and rolling as though performing a graceful aerial dance with the gunfire. The target building loomed closer, and the intelligence from its kin proved accurate. The protective shield that had troubled their kind for decades was indeed gone. The airstrike was finally feasible. As the first to breach the defenses, a surge of excitement rose within the eagle. Completing this mission would not only secure its growth, but also earn it greater access to the nourishment provided by its kin. The creature's three heads instinctively aligned, preparing for a devastating strike. But suddenly, it sensed its speed slowing. It flapped its wings with all its might, only to find the air around it growing unnaturally thick and viscous, the sensation intensifying with each passing moment. A chilling realization struck it was a trap. Though the spore's voice controlled it, the ample nutrition it had consumed allowed the giant eagle to retain some degree of autonomy. The farther it ventured into human territory, the weaker that controlling voice became. Its primal survival instincts kicked in, prompting it to make the same choice as any wild beast escape. The enormous creature pivoted midair with surprising grace, its 10-meter wingspan carving an elegant arc. But the immense momentum still carried it forward. Just as it prepared to flap its wings again, a translucent barrier materialized out of nowhere, enclosing it completely. The glowing sphere rapidly contracted, transforming into countless fine strands of light that bound the eagle tightly. For the first time, the formidable beast felt genuine fear. It turned its heads instinctively, guided by some kind of perception, and saw a man with a thick beard extending his right hand toward it. The man was wearing a hospital gown, his frame lean but visibly frail. His left hand clutched in force stand for support, and a needle remained embedded in his arm. Yet none of this diminished the commanding presence emanating from him, a force so overwhelming it seemed to pierce straight into the eagle's core. The three-headed giant eagle dared not make a sound under the man's gaze. It curled into a mangled, bloody heap as it was dragged toward a specially designed, massive cage. Just before being locked inside, it heard the man issue a cold command: handle it carefully. Deliver it to the dissection room for the institute. In an instant, jets of anesthetic gas sprayed from all directions, forcing the giant eagle to painfully close all its eyes. Meanwhile, anti-aircraft bullets tore through the body of the two-headed cat, shredding it to pieces in a gruesome explosion of blood and flesh. A brief rain of blood poured over the southern outskirts of the city. One of the relatively intact heads rolled unnoticed into a roadside ditch and was soon buried under heaps of garbage. Hidden beneath the trash, the lifeless cat head began to sprout pale fungal threads from its neck, quietly spreading through the crevices in search of nutrients and materials to rebuild itself. By dusk, the once dominant giant eagle lay lifeless on the dissection table, and the beast tied at the southern city wall had been largely eradicated. Nian retracted his long spike and stood atop the wall, gazing toward the northern inner city. All remained eerily quiet there, just as the fat man had predicted. It was clear the enemy had prepared in advance. So cunning, Nian thought grimly. He remained skeptical of the claims about the opposing Esper's supposed physical weakness. But regardless of the truth, it was evident that the enemy had set an inescapable trap. Any reckless actions by humans or mutant beasts would likely meet the same fate as the giant eagle today. On the other side of the battlefield, the puppeteer had already switched through 7 or 8 bodies, while his true form slept soundly on a cushioned perch in the rear. The last spider-like mutant beast, before being subdued, even raised a claw in a gesture of surrender. But as it collapsed to the ground, the puppeteer suddenly awoke, and the signal beacon deactivated its ability. The beast immediately revealed its terrifying true form. Prepared for this, the soldiers swarmed in, targeting its joints with relentless attacks until it was hacked into pieces. Bulldozers and sweepers quickly arrived to clear the battlefield of corpses, mangled flesh, and bloodstains. Nian flicked the blood off his long spike and descended gracefully to the ground, resuming a normal stride. In the distance, Fenrir muttered, "It's not like I've never flown before," while grinning and approaching him. The two squad leaders, both Espers, shook hands warmly. Nian adopted a commanding tone and praised, "You and your team performed excellently." Fenrir resisted the urge to roll his eyes and nodded repeatedly in agreement. The two teams exchanged greetings, though not particularly close. Their joint efforts in this mission had undeniably deepened their understanding of one another. As the scene fell into silence, Wang Xiao emerged from the distance, swinging his arms covered in the brain matter of the strange beasts. He had just thoroughly inspected the battlefield, delivering fatal blows to those beasts that hadn't completely died. This time, the attitude of his teammates was noticeably different. The once indifferent group now cast admiring glances his way, even the usually reserved puppeteer showing a hint of interest. After all, in the heat of battle, this newcomer had displayed strength that rivaled her own abilities when controlling the bodies of the beasts. On the battlefield, two teams of superpowered fighters, initially far apart, had gradually drawn closer during the chaotic skirmish, eventually fighting side by side without even realizing it. Members of the 6th Squad also took note of this remarkable strongman, especially when he shattered the joint of a second-tier beast with a single punch. Everyone couldn't help but feel a sense of respect. Although they had superpowers that could dispatch the beasts more efficiently, there was something undeniably awe-inspiring about such raw, unadulterated strength. Wang Xiao, who had earned the goodwill of both teams, naturally became a bridge between them. Under the guise of looking out for the newcomer, the two groups exchanged pleasantries, and the atmosphere quickly warmed. Through their conversations, they learned about Wang Xiao's background: a fast-track medical student who had gained superpowers overnight, a lucky individual who had earned a medal for steadfastly defending the city walls and rescuing teammates in a moment of crisis despite the risk of misjudgment. The group of 20-somethings grew increasingly animated as they talked, eventually heading back to the inner city together. Passing through the security checkpoint, Wang Xiao's peripheral vision caught sight of a familiar figure, a young man in a white coat, carrying daily essentials, strolling along the streets of the Eastern District. Just as he was lost in thought, the puppeteer waved a hand in front of his face. "Your turn. Show your ID." The guards, seeing this group of blood-soaked, superpowered individuals, didn't even muster the courage to inspect them closely and quickly let them through. After all, the day's incessant cries of the beasts still echoed in their ears. Who would dare cause unnecessary trouble? "Did you see someone you know just now?" The puppeteer asked curiously. Yeah, I saw the psychologist who helped me. Wow, really that effective? The puppeteer initially wanted to express her skepticism but swallowed her doubts after considering Wang Zhao's experiences. Guess I'll have to try it myself someday. Meanwhile, Lin Qingliu was busy with his weekly grocery shopping. His luck had been particularly bad. Had rarely ventured to the southern district, only to encounter a third-ear beast tide, forcing him to take shelter in a civil defense bunker for 2 hours. During that time, he had to swat away several hands attempting to slip into his pockets, finding himself marveling at the simple ways of the outer district. This reminded him that Hope City wasn't always as safe as it seemed, making the irony of the original Bodis death killed by falling rubble during a low-tier beast tide all the more poignant. As his thoughts wandered, a cat's meow drew his attention. Turning his head, he spotted a stray cat perched atop a pile of garbage, its fur a chaotic mix of colors like an overturned artist's palette. Little cat, eat less trash and stop dyeing your fur. Meow. The mottled little cat let out an irritable cry, as if it had understood Lin Qingliu's words. Lin Qingliu had intended to keep walking, often came across stray animals, and if it weren't for this cat's uniquely striking coat, he wouldn't have stopped at all. But what happened next made him pause in surprise. The small cat staggered toward him unsteadily, wobbling like a drunken figure, clearly still unfamiliar with its own body. Its target was unmistakable, the food bag in Lin Qingliu's hand, which contained nutrient paste. This nutrient paste came from a newly opened production line in the southern district. In this era, even residents of the inner city couldn't always afford the luxury of eating meat every day. Though Lin Qingliu had the means to buy it, he preferred to avoid drawing attention to himself. Besides, the accounts for his psychological clinic often required some reasonable discrepancies, so he had grown accustomed to subsisting on nutrient paste. Seeing the cat lunge at the food bag, Lin Qingliu immediately turned and walked away briskly. This was his food supply for the next week. Had no intention of sharing it with a stray cat that might carry diseases. Behind him, however, the cat now revealed to be a two-headed creature with only one remaining head struggled to follow. Its small mind was filled with confusion. The human clearly carried the scent of one of its kind, so why was he running away? In its understanding, humans were merely another type of strange beast, no different from those multi-headed, multi-limbed monsters. Soon, it realized that the scent of its kind was coming from the food bag. This discovery led to an unsettling hypothesis. Could its companion have already been killed? Yet for a creature like it, this was not an unthinkable reality. After all, back when it still had two heads, the two consciousnesses often disagreed with each other. In the world of such beasts, challenging the strong always carried the risk of death. Whether a body was discarded or consumed afterward was hardly unusual. At this moment, the two-headed cat was exceptionally weak. It couldn't understand how it had survived after all. It had been hit by a high-speed bullet during a fall and had immediately lost consciousness. When it awoke in a garbage heap, its body had already undergone drastic changes. What it didn't know was that the fungal threads that had failed to control it had thrived in the nutrient-rich garbage pile, consuming the remains of nearby animal carcasses. The fur from those corpses had become the source of its mottled new appearance. The small cat, now missing most of its legs, hobbled forward under the cover of night, following the scent. Along the way, it even stopped to wash itself in water, trying to rid its body of any unpleasant odors. Finally, in the early hours of the morning, it arrived in front of a house. The cat circled the house, carefully inspecting every corner and confirming that the first floor was impenetrable. Under the cover of night, it climbed up the drain pipe to the second floor with a slight limp and skillfully squeezed through a gap in the window. It was July in the 52nd year of the new era, and the oppressive heat waves could be felt even when standing still. Although Lin Qingliu had mastered the ability to control his body temperature and sweat glands, he still chose to keep his windows open at night, maintaining the habits of an ordinary person. His heightened senses formed an invisible field of perception, and the moment the cat's paw touched the drain pipe, Lin Qingliu, who had been asleep, opened his eyes. Something's off about this cat, he thought, confirming his earlier suspicions. This cat exhibited an unusually high level of intelligence, comparable to that of a dog. Silently, Lin Qingliu merged into the ceiling and activated his observational abilities, carefully watching the uninvited guest in the darkness. If this intruder harbored any malicious intent, his list of experimental materials might soon gain a new addition. The cat landed lightly on the floor, completely unaware of the sharp gaze fixed on it from above. Guided by its sense of smell, it approached a large white box, utterly clueless about the human device before it. Soon, it discovered a gap at the edge of the box and inserted its sharp claws. With a forceful push, the magnetic seal of the refrigerator door opened slightly. A burst of cold air made the cat shiver, and it sneezed twice in quick succession. Sniffing intently, the cat's face lit up with delight. Meow. It's the scent of a companion. If it could consume the remnants left behind by its companion, it would regain much of its strength. Although it couldn't understand why its companion had ended up in such a state, it had no time to dwell on that now. Meanwhile, Lin Qingliu, perched on the ceiling, was intently studying the mysterious creature's structure. With the enhanced vision of his observational abilities and second-level analytical powers, he could see through the cat's body as though using X-ray vision. What appeared to be an ordinary creature on the outside was, in fact, a complete monstrosity. Only its head retained the form of a real cat, but even its skull was laced with intricate, unidentifiable filaments. Most shockingly, its entire body was a grotesque amalgamation of softened and restructured flesh, bones, and skin from various corpses. This synthesis-like creature completely overturned Lin Qingliu's understanding of biology. According to Ji Yongxing, who had interned across various departments, human technology in Hope City had not yet reached this level. If the government couldn't achieve it, private organizations certainly couldn't either. Then Lin Qingliu's eyes brightened as a new possibility struck him. Could this be a beast from another world? Having been in this world for so long, this was his first time witnessing the true form of such a creature. Setting aside the exaggerated tales that circulated widely, even by the standards of his homeland, this beast's power seemed underwhelming. But now was not the time to judge its strength. This uninvited guest had its sights set on his meals for the next week, and he couldn't just let it have its way. Lin Qingliu's figure silently descended from the ceiling, his movements as light and graceful as an oversized feline. Just as the little cat was about to pounce on the nutrient paste, he deftly grabbed it by the scruff of its neck. The sudden sensation of weightlessness made the kitten let out a puzzled meow. Though it had never been carried by its mother in this way, the feeling was oddly familiar, as if imprinted in its genetic memory. Before it could make sense of the situation, it found itself locking eyes with a pair of glowing orbs in the darkness. The intimidating gaze instantly silenced the kitten. At that moment, the kitten came to a stark realization about the harshness of the world. It wasn't just up against higher-tier beasts capable of luring their kind with bait or bullets that could shatter bodies. Now, it faced an even more terrifying upright ape that could move soundlessly through the night. The kitten was just about to put on a submissive expression, but before it could, it was swiftly tossed into a large basin. A powerful stream of water poured down from above. Lin Qingliu's intentions were clear. This was the first alien beast he had encountered, and whether he studied it himself or handed it over to Ji Yongxing, it held significant value. However, considering it had been rolling around in a trash heap earlier, a thorough cleaning was essential. Lin Qingliu began washing the alien beast with cold water. As a genuine alien creature, the two-headed cat's vitality far exceeded that of ordinary animals. Even with only one head left, it could barely survive, let alone be fazed by an amateur human giving it a cold bath. After several rinses, he used an unused piece of burlap to towel the cat semi-dry. Then, he turned on the indoor lights for a closer inspection. Under the bright light, the kitten's pupils contracted into thin slits, and its Watinderange head, along with its patchwork fur resembling a painter's palette, became vividly visible. Lin Qingliu regarded the creature in his hands with a serious expression and said sternly, "I know you're an alien beast. Research shows that alien beasts are far more intelligent than ordinary animals. You'd better tell me everything you know, or else." Meow. The kitten looked up with a genuinely perplexed expression, one so human-like that it was the first time Lin Qingliu had ever seen such confusion on an animal's face. He seemed to grasp something, but also found it hard to believe. Intelligence doesn't necessarily mean understanding, does it? I've been in this world for so long and only ever heard humans speak one language. This should be the universal tongue, right? Aren't aliens in movies always speaking Earth languages? The local exotic beasts are truly underwhelming. Lin Qingliu sighed, but as a god in training wielding the abilities of 4 extraordinary pathways, he quickly came up with a brilliant idea. Gripping the small cat firmly in one hand, he gently tapped its head with the other in act akin to a celestial blessing. In the brief moment the exotic beast fell into a daze, Lin Qingliu swiftly pulled it into a dreamscape. When he opened his eyes in a mist-shrouded forest, the surreal scenery made him question if he was still on Earth. Eerie mist coiled through the air, unfamiliar plants twisted unnaturally, and unsettling sounds echoed from all directions. In such a bizarre environment, it wouldn't even be surprising if an alien or a lobsterman suddenly appeared. However, Lin Qingliu wasn't concerned. In this dream realm, no creature could see him except for the dream's owner. Scanning his surroundings, he quickly located the edge of the dreamscape. It was easy to identify, given that the brain of a cat was far smaller and less complex than the sprawling dreamscapes he had previously navigated using human minds. Within his field of vision, a massive tree stood out prominently. Its enormous size and the realistic texture of its bark made it the most vivid object in the dream. Clearly, this was the place that had left the deepest impression on the cat. For creatures with limited mental capacity, such obvious clues made information extraction much easier. As Lin Qingliu approached the tree, an astonishing creature suddenly fell from its branches. A two-headed cat. One of its heads bore an uncanny resemblance to the small cat he was holding. The orange head hit the exposed tree root with a thud, swayed unsteadily for a moment, then regained focus. Lin Qingliu immediately understood. No wonder the cat in his grip had the odd habit of tilting its head to the left. Despite the chaotic nature of the dreamscape, Lin Qingliu retained complete control. He quickly activated a fast-forward mode, unraveling the sequence of events in no time. The small cat was a mysterious exotic beast born from the massive tree, and the tree seemed to govern a hierarchy among the creatures, akin to human social structures. Most of the exotic beasts had lost their reasoning after inhaling the tree's mysterious spores, but this peculiar little creature had chosen a different path out of an instinctive fear of death. Exiting the dreamscape, Lin Qingliu gazed thoughtfully at the small cat, now fast asleep. Based on the dream's content, it seemed that the exotic beasts weren't inherently hostile toward humans. The real threat lay in the entities capable of nurturing these beasts and producing the spores. This revelation brought a spark of inspiration to his eyes. Could these exotic beasts become the perfect second-in-command candidates? A plan began to take shape in his mind, but his expression quickly turned into a frown. The success of the plan hinged on securing the cat's absolute loyalty. The problem, however, was clear. This little creature couldn't even speak. Lin Qingliu withdrew from the little cat's dream, observing the patchwork creature still asleep before him. Its body had clearly expended an immense amount of energy just to barely maintain its integrity. After a thorough cleaning, the seams between different biological tissues became even more apparent. The mingled flesh and bones of various small creatures made the cat look as though it could fall apart at any moment. As a potential double agent, this body was evidently in need of modification. Lin Qingliu's mastery of the flesh pathway had reached the third energy level, which provided him the perfect opportunity to experiment with some newly acquired techniques on this natural test subject. More importantly, he still had an ample reserve of flesh and power left over from reconstructing Wang Zhao's body last time. To establish effective communication, the first step was to enable the cat to speak. But before that, there was a more urgent matter to address. Lin Qingliu raised his dimensionally enhanced hand and reached into the cat's body. Guided by his vision, he finally located his target, the filaments that were vital to the survival of aberrant beasts. From the dream, he had learned that all aberrant beasts, upon reaching maturity, were injected with gray spores designed to control their brains. While this little cat had narrowly escaped complete manipulation, the spores had already taken root and begun to grow within its body. In fact, it was these filaments that allowed the cat to sustain itself despite being reduced to just a head. Upon closer inspection, the filaments were tightly intertwined with the cat's nervous system, particularly in critical connection points. This made the cat resemble a brain piloting a mechanical exoskeleton rather than a fully intact organism. Carefully, Lin Qingliu extracted the entangled nerves and filaments from its tail. Under the influence of dimensional displacement, these fragile tissues were utterly powerless to resist. He placed the still wriggling strands into a white enamel tray, silently lamenting his lack of a proper laboratory, clearly something to prioritize in future plans. Watching the filaments gradually lose vitality when exposed to air, Lin Qingliu drew a scalpel and made a small incision on his finger. A single drop of fresh blood fell beside the filaments. Instantly, the previously lifeless strands became animated, writhing toward the blood like plants seeking light. This scene reminded Lin Qingliu of Zhao Kai's experiments. Though Zhao Kai's character was questionable, his imagination was undeniably remarkable. While his experiments ended in failure, they had provided Lin Qingliu with valuable inspiration. Perhaps it was because his flesh pathway energy level exceeded that of Wang Zhao, or perhaps it was due to his unique status as a divine candidate. Lin Qingliu discovered that he could maintain control over the blood he released. Unlike Zhao Kai's experiments, which spiraled into chaos, the abundant vitality within his blood remained firmly under his command. As long as Lin Qingliu refrains from actively unleashing the terrifying power within him, he remains in control. At this moment, he was preparing to test a critical question. Between his own power and the mycelium, which would prove superior? On the instrument tray, the amalgamation of mycelium and nerve tissue was hungrily crawling toward the blood. The instant the fine threads touched the warmth of the blood, they spread out rapidly, greedily absorbing nutrients. In mere seconds, the blood vanished without a trace, and a faint crimson hue emerged within the gaps of the mycelium nerve hybrid. Lin Qingliu immediately sensed the changes if part of his perception had extended outward, slipping beyond his control. He attempted to manipulate this extended awareness through sheer will, and sure enough, he observed the mycelium organism on the tray beginning to writhe toward him. However, in the next moment, the hybrid creature erupted into violent struggle. The blood-infused portion sought to approach Lin Qingliu, while the other end desperately tried to retreat. Seeing this, Lin Qingliu's lips curled into a faint smile. The resistance was still there, as expected, but this was merely a trial run. Slowly clenching his fist, The blood that had been absorbed spread like an organized army, systematically dismantling the mycelium's consciousness. This was not indiscriminate destruction but a targeted stripping of awareness, a method Lin Qingliu had grown deeply intrigued by after his experiences in the dreamscape. If he could transform this into a purely utilitarian tool, it might indeed bring benefits to humanity. The power within the blood grew increasingly fierce, subduing the entire hybrid organism within seconds. While such a reversal of dominance might raise ethical questions from a human perspective, in the realm of interspecies survival, it was entirely reasonable. Lin Qingliu lightly flexed his fingers, and the hybrid responded in perfect synchronization, mimicking the same curling motion. The two had achieved flawless harmony. Amid the silence of the late night, Lin Qingliu remained exceptionally alert. He carefully reimplanted the modified neural tissue back into the kitten's body. However, relying on the power of a single drop of blood to cleanse the entire body was clearly too slow. He quickly drew 5 milliliters of his own blood and, like feeding a newborn kitten, brought the syringe to the kitten's mouth. As the fresh blood slid down its throat, Lin Qingliu closed his eyes in concentration, directing the power within to thoroughly purify the kitten's body. From this moment on, the life of this strange creature was entirely in Lin Qingliu's hands. His blood could turn into a lethal poison at any time, should he choose. Moreover, to facilitate communication in the future, he planned to use the growth-promoting properties of his blood to help the kitten develop vocal cords resembling those of a human. Lin Qingliu's blood surged like a breached dam, wreaking havoc within the small cat's body, which was roughly the size of a human head. The blood quickly located and eradicated every trace of the fungal filament's consciousness, leaving behind a small amount of blood to take over their abilities once they were destroyed. Within just 5 minutes, from the original brain to every limb and bone, the entire cat was freed from the control of the fungal threads. What had once dominated the mutant beast was now reduced to mere puppets of Lin Qingliu's blood. The cat seemed to become an extension of Lin Qingliu's body, allowing him to perceive everything within it with clarity. But this was only the first step. Next, Lin Qingliu began mobilizing his blood to repair the hidden injuries within the cat's body. This grotesque form, cobbled together from decaying flesh and small animal carcasses, resembled a fragile puppet that could fall apart at any moment. As a proper, second ghost entity, it deserved a better vessel. The blood began a comprehensive transformation of the cat. Foreign tissues were gradually absorbed, while the original parts were stimulated to generate new flesh and bones. Beneath the cat's skin, invisible currents seemed to surge, and the once obvious seams of the patchwork body began to merge seamlessly. Like colors being carefully blended, the disjointed appearance slowly gave way to a harmonious whole. This reconstruction process lasted half an hour, longer than when Lin Qingliu had reshaped Wang Zhao's body, not due to a lack of ability, but because of Lin Qingliu's limited understanding of feline anatomy. During this time, he also discovered that the cat was female. Finally, after confirming that all bodily functions were operating normally, Lin Qingliu made a deliberate modification to her vocal cords, enabling her to produce sounds resembling human speech. The third and most crucial step was about to begin deification. Lin Qingliu mused to himself, "If I can't fool people, surely I can fool you?" The cat awoke from a dazed state. It had no concept of dreams, but felt as though it had revisited fragments of its past. Opening her eyes, she was met with the focused gaze of the human who had captured her, as if he were studying some rare object. Instantly alert, the cat tensed her limbs and sprang onto the door of the examination room with a single leap. When she realized the man was not pursuing her, the cat suddenly became aware of how remarkably well her body felt. Previously, her bullet-riddled and reconstructed form had struggled even to climb a drainpipe, nearly causing her legs to give out. But now, not only had she regained her peak condition, she felt even better because this perfect body was finally hers alone, no longer shared with another consciousness. At that thought, a mix of terror and exhilaration flickered across the cat's expression. The sheer luck of being reborn from the ashes was almost overwhelming, yet the joy was short-lived, as that familiar sensation crept back into her awareness. Lin Qingliu, noticing her reaction, leaned back leisurely in the doctor's chair behind him. He casually waved his hand toward the doorway, and the small cat immediately leapt gracefully down from the door, walking toward him with elegant steps. Behind this seemingly gentle scene, however, the cat was enduring an invisible torment. It could clearly feel its entire body being controlled by a mysterious force, with every step it took beyond its own will. This sensation of being manipulated was completely different from the time it had been controlled by the giant tree. The giant tree's control came through commands to its mind, but this man's power seemed to directly dominate its flesh and blood. What was even more terrifying was that the cat couldn't even produce the most basic expressions or sounds. Its consciousness was trapped within its skull, like a passenger in a body controlled by someone else. When the cat reached his feet, its body involuntarily bowed down, and its throat emitted a forced praise you. Immediately after, a gentle laugh echoed, and the feeling of restraint vanished in an instant. Looking up at the man again, the cat's vision completely transformed. Before it stood a tall figure bathed in radiant light, exuding an irresistible divine aura. For the first time, the concept of God formed in its mind. "Little one, you can now understand what I'm saying," the man said warmly. "From now on, nod to agree and shake your head to disagree." He then introduced himself. "I am the sole deity of this world, the creator and ruler of all things. I can reshape your body or utterly destroy it." Faced with such an awe-inspiring declaration, the cat couldn't help but nod. "Since you chose to infiltrate my domain, I will grant you an opportunity," he continued. "You will venture into the world of revelations I bestow upon you. Those who succeed may follow me and become one of this generation's believers, gaining immense power. Failure, however, means losing everything, including the body and soul I have reshaped for you." Lin Qingliu gently picked up the cat, placing it on his lap and stroking it. As the cat purred contentedly, he asked, "Are you ready?" Seeing the cat nod, he merged a semi-transparent USB drive into its body. In the next moment, the cat fell into a deep sleep. After settling the cat on a medical bed, Lin Qingliu picked up a book and waited for dawn. In his view, carefully cultivating a small number of believers was far better than casting a wide net. According to the system's guidance, blessings were tied to experiences. For this clever but not overly ambitious cat, he had already devised the most fitting story. He hoped it would succeed in completing this adventure. Electricity surged through, and the powerful jolt caused a heart to start beating once more. On the operating table, the blinding light of the shadowless lamps made the small cat squint its pupils into thin slits. As it tried to move its body, it was met with an entirely unfamiliar sensation. "You're awake, my creation." A gentle yet slightly unfamiliar voice spoke close to its ear. A mirror was placed in front of it, reflecting a face that filled it with confusion, a human face, yet with cat-like pupils. Strangely, this sight did not feel particularly out of place, as though all memories of being a cat had been temporarily sealed away. "My experiment was a success," the man said, quickly jotting notes into a leather-bound notebook. "You didn't even attempt to attack your reflection." While the restraint straps certainly played a role, the lack of significant muscle spasms or contractions suggests your intelligence far exceeds that of a typical animal. He paused, chewing thoughtfully on the end of his pen. "As for whether you can be considered human, that will require further study. For now, I'll refer to you as monster. Please understand, it's not meant as an insult." The man set down his notebook, announced he was going to eat, and left the underground laboratory, leaving the confused creature alone to face its predicament. Through the gaps in the restraint straps, it examined its body. Jagged scars stretched from its abdomen to its back, its limbs covered in closed stitches. Its entire form seemed to be pieced together from various parts. This eerie familiarity left it utterly perplexed. Time blurred in the dim confines of the laboratory, with only the light seeping through the trapdoor above giving a vague sense of day and night. Each day, its creator would bring food and use basic animal training techniques to teach it. The creature had to master specific words and symbols to earn its daily meals. Surprisingly, the brain within this body was exceptionally agile. It learned basic spoken communication in less than 10 days and expanded its vocabulary to match its creator's level within 20 more. Yet, throughout this month of interaction, it could always sense the creator's barely concealed fear. No matter how hard the man tried to appear calm, an undeniable dread lingered around him, like an invisible veil that could not be shaken. For an entire month, the restraints on the creature's body were never removed. During this time, it focused solely on learning language and writing. Subsequently, the man began teaching the creature, primarily imparting scientific knowledge. This choice seemed only natural after all. With such an extraordinary being, most people would struggle to think of engaging in deep conversation. By the third month, the man finally removed the creature's restraints. He began teaching it skills related to outdoor exploration and research. It was during this period that the creature truly realized how different it was from the man. Its towering height, the powerful muscles beneath the stitched scars, all unmistakable signs of its unique nature. Over time, the relationship between the scientist and the creature grew harmonious, and the initial fear of the unknown gradually faded away. Whenever the creature mastered new knowledge, the scientist's face would light up with a satisfied smile. In the second year, when the scientist was confident that he had taught the creature everything he could, he decided to transition into the life of an adventurer. To prevent the creature's appearance from alarming others, he prepared a long robe and hood that could completely conceal its form. Over the following decades, this extraordinary duo traveled far and wide. They overcame the challenges of high-altitude oxygen deprivation to reach remote snowy peaks. At the request of the scientist's colleagues, they dove into the depths of the ocean to test equipment. After crossing vast icy plains, they eventually settled down by the sea. Nearly 20 years passed, and the once vigorous middle-aged scientist had grown old and frail. Time and countless adventures had left indelible marks on him. As an ordinary human, he lacked the creature's extraordinary regenerative abilities and robust physique. In the twilight of his life, the old man lay in a small seaside cottage, gazing out at the endless blue ocean. Watching the creature busily moving about inside the house, a gentle smile appeared on his face. "Come here, creature," the old man said, propping himself up against a cushion. The creature immediately set down its work and came to sit by the bed. After years together, their relationship had long transcended that of master and creation. Seeing the old man's frail state, a look of concern crossed the creature's misshapen face. "Don't be sad," the old man said softly. "I have something to tell you, and I need you to listen carefully." The creature obediently lowered its head and leaned closer. "All these years," the old man began slowly, "I've been observing and recording your every action." The old man coughed twice, struggling to shift his frail body. A gentle, loving expression emerged on his weathered face. "You are the only creation of my life, and I have strived to make you perfect," he said, his voice weak but resolute. "Now, you are indistinguishable from humans, whether in knowledge, wisdom, or emotions. But in the end, you are not human. And I've come to realize that the relentless pursuit of becoming human is meaningless." He placed his withered hand gently on the creature's head. "I am nearing the end of my life, but your existence will continue into an unknowable future. You can become anything you wish to be and choose your own path." His breathing grew fainter. "The only regret I have is that I never gave you a proper name. If the opportunity arises in the future, you can entrust someone worthy to complete this task." Before the words fully left his lips, the old man's chest stilled, and his final breath faded into the air. The creature was overwhelmed by an unprecedented pain of loss, and tears streamed uncontrollably from the mysterious glands it had been given, bidding farewell to its creator in the most primal way. Bereft of its creator, the creature fell into confusion until its gaze settled on the waves rolling before it. At last, it made a decision. It stepped into the surging tide, letting the waves engulf its body. In the briny water, its body began to disintegrate. Wounds that had once healed reopened, and the resilient stitches slowly dissolved. As the waves washed over it, the creature transformed into an ordinary little fish. In the vast ocean, time seemed to flow both swiftly and slowly. This small fish, carrying its unique soul, was unaware it had entered a new chapter of divine awakening. It simply swam freely in the sea. The Creator's final words seemed to become a kind of blessing. It truly could shed its physical form and transform into any being it desired, with just one method: consuming the target being. The survival rules under the sea differed greatly from those on land. Here, creatures had to remain vigilant against threats from 6 directions at all times. Yet, the sensation of swimming freely through the ocean brought a joy to this extraordinary soul that was akin to soaring on land. But this joy was short-lived. While foraging on the seabed, the light above suddenly dimmed. Looking up, it saw a massive black and white fish gliding overhead, its enormous body resembling a cloud blocking out the sun. The giant opened its jaws, and a dense school of fish ahead was instantly sucked in. As the massive creature closed its mouth, its gills filtered the seawater like a sieve, trapping all its prey within its belly. In that moment, the little fish found its purpose. It wanted to become a fish like that. To achieve this dream, it began to hunt relentlessly, growing into the largest individual within its group, preying on smaller fish. It understood that by undergoing a transformation in coral reefs or underwater caves, it could acquire a new body capable of growing even larger. Time seemed to stretch endlessly as the little fish grew larger and larger, eventually surpassing the very creatures it once admired. One day, when it felt it had reached the peak of its growth, an unprecedented sensation surged through its body, as though something was about to break free from the confines of the mundane. This strange feeling was accompanied by excruciating pain. It thrashed wildly in the depths of the ocean, each powerful movement sending towering waves crashing onto the surrounding shores. Each time it broke the surface, a massive column of water shot skyward, piercing the clouds. At a critical moment, it sensed an opportunity for transformation. The last time it emerged from the water, its new body finally broke free from the shell of its old form. 2 immense wings, broad as the sky, unfurled. With a mighty flap, a fierce gust of wind lifted the colossal bird into the heavens. It had achieved its perfect form, at last becoming its truest self. On a cliff by the sea, an elderly man with snow-white hair watched this extraordinary scene unfold. He carefully recorded everything he observed on a bamboo scroll. Meanwhile, the giant bird seemed frozen in the sky for a moment, as if time itself had stopped. A flood of memories suddenly surged into its mind, awakening the consciousness of another body and the soul of a small cat. It finally understood its place in the grand design, and recalled this was a revelation bestowed by a deity. It also remembered what the divine being had said before sending it into the revelation. Have I succeeded? It wondered silently. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed in Lin Qingliu's clinic. He closed the book in his hands and turned to see several pins scattered across the floor, their holder mysteriously gone. Among the identical pins, one stood out, a black pin adorned with a small cat paw print. So it really was this one? Lin Qingliu murmured, raising an eyebrow as he confirmed the cat's divine revelation. Moments later, a familiar system notification appeared before him, detailing the bestowed blessings. The believer had awakened the manifestation ability, transformation, gaining enhanced biting strength and a fortified digestive system. It could now transform into non-living objects it had consumed and possessed hallucinatory abilities. Excited, Lin Qingliu stood up. Although the stories and mechanics behind these abilities were not particularly rigorous and could lead to imbalances in power, this fifth ability was undeniably perfect for creating illusions and mystique. The only being who might notice any inconsistencies was a cat that completely worshipped him, minimizing any risk. As the cat on the examination bed slowly regained consciousness, Lin Qingliu gently cradled it in his arms. With a soft voice he said, "You have passed my test. Now, I will grant you a name." He gazed intently at the little cat in his arms and asked, "Would you like to honor the scientist who, in the revelation, gave you wisdom and emotions?" Though separated by the veil of a dream, the cat vividly remembered its adventures within that vision. Without hesitation, it nodded firmly. "Very well. From this day forward, your name shall be Fran." Meow. The newly named divine cat, Fulon, looked surprised. However, having experienced divine enlightenment, it was no longer an ordinary animal, but a sentient being capable of genuine thought. Fulon instinctively wanted to meow again but stopped just in time. Instead, speaking in a soft, melodious voice, "Understood, my lord." This unfamiliar yet pleasant tone seemed to have been learned from somewhere unknown. Lin Qingliu gazed at the little cat for a moment, briefly entertaining and then dismissing the idea of raising a catgirl. It simply didn't align with the overall aesthetic of Hope City. He set Fulon down and commanded, "Show me your ability." Fulon began to circle the room, eventually stopping in front of a trash can tucked into the corner. It was a brand new stainless steel trash can, never used and more of a decorative piece. Lin Qingliu raised an eyebrow, guessing it might be a natural feline curiosity toward containers. What happened next was astonishing. Fulon opened its mouth, and rows of spiral-shaped teeth emerged from its upper and lower jaws, as well as deep within its throat. With a gentle bite, one corner of the trash can vanished instantly. Then, Fulon's body started trembling, shifting into an indescribable, chaotic state. With a soft pop, a nearly identical black trash can appeared on the floor, the only difference being its new color. Lin Qingliu picked up this fully-made trash can and examined it closely, finding it to be solid and well-crafted, with a stylish cat paw logo imprinted on the bottom. At Lin Qingliu's command, Fulon quickly returned to its original form. The chaotic swirls reversed, and it transformed back into the small, mottled kitten. During subsequent tests, they experimented with various items, discovering that Fulon's ability had a wide range of applications. However, it struggled with overly thick, solid steel pipes or large objects like medical examination beds. Looking at this new addition to his household, Lin Qingliu felt a wave of satisfaction. Conversing with this intelligent divine cat brought him an unexpected sense of ease. He even thought Fulon's intellect surpassed that of the semi-literate little gray-haired boy. Finally, he imparted the most important rule to his loyal follower. Whenever he appeared in his normal form, Fulon must never reveal his divine identity and should treat him as an ordinary master. Fran naturally had no objections to this. To a cat capable of independent thought, whether her caretaker was a god or a human was irrelevant in her eyes. The caretaker was simply a larger cat. In fact, Fran rather enjoyed the thrill of being the sole keeper of this earth-shattering secret, which made her particularly supportive of the rules Lin Qingliu had set. When it came to daily interactions, Lin Qingliu was quite relaxed. He only asked Fran to play along and act as his comedic foil during his divine appearances, with no strict expectations the rest of the time. After all, who would expect a cat to abide by formalities? The second rule Lin Qingliu established was for Fran to behave like a real cat, treating the area around the psychological clinic as her territory and patrolling it daily. This rule wasn't something he truly cared about. It was more to prevent Fran from becoming idle and pampered like some spoiled pets. As for the future, Lin Qingliu had already made plans. Once Fran advanced to the second energy level and gained the ability to create illusions, his role as a facade maker would become much easier. Although he had even grander plans for the distant future, for now, he chose to focus on the present. After confirming her abilities and setting the rules, dawn broke. Lin Qingliu used his powers to dispel the exhaustion from the all-nighter and took out a tube of nutrient paste to share with Fran for her first meal in her new family. 5 minutes later, Fran's clumsy paws were struggling with the utensils as she chewed and earnestly remarked, Companion. Delicious. Lin Qingliu nearly spat out his nutrient paste. What did you just say? The cat tilted her head, her expression puzzled. I said the companion is delicious. Lin Qingliu raised the nutrient paste on his fork. You're saying this is a companion? Fran nodded, then abandoned the utensils altogether, lowering her head to tear into the food with her teeth. Lin Qingliu instantly lost his appetite. He immediately activated his path of knowledgeability, attempting to analyze the nutrient paste composition through enhanced vision. Unfortunately, he wasn't an expert in this field, and the analysis ended in failure. This ability was closely tied to the user's knowledge base, like how a semi-literate person, even with such a skill, could only make superficial observations about an object. He stared at the nutrient paste, suddenly realizing that life in Hope City was far more absurd than he had imagined. He had always assumed the raw materials for these foods came from some high-protein organisms, but now it seemed the truth was far from simple. The thought made him realize that, having never been to the front lines, he had never seriously considered how the remains of alien beasts were handled. He had naively equated it to the disposal methods in sci-fi movies like Pacific Rim, but now it seemed these remains were processed into his everyday meals. How do you know this is your companion? He turned to Fran and asked. Fran chewed a couple of times before responding. I can smell its scent. Whose scent? Your companion's? Fran pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, the gray-black spores. After confirming the source of the nutrient paste, Lin Qingliu fell into deep thought. He looked down at the paste in his hand, his brows furrowed. Even though his digestive system had been enhanced through both physical and metaphysical means, the thought of consuming this nutrient paste, made from exotic beasts, still filled him with reluctance. In Fran's dream, those beasts had shown no habit of cleaning themselves, and the fungal filaments were particularly suspicious. He carefully examined the production details on the packaging, confirming that it was indeed a new product from the food industry department of the factory. Then, he retrieved several unfinished packs of nutrient paste from the bottom of the fridge, unwrapped them one by one, and laid them out in front of Fran. Take a sniff. Can you detect the scent of your kind, or those spores? He asked. Fran obediently leaned in and sniffed for several seconds before lifting her head and shaking it. Nope. These nutrient pastes only have a faint smell of chitin. You're really knowledgeable, Lin Qingliu said sincerely. Next time, I'll introduce you to a little genius. You two can have some academic exchanges. Fran, unaware of the good-natured teasing in Lin Qingliu's tone, nodded happily and continued her focused examination of the nutrient paste. Meanwhile, Lin Qingliu, having lost his appetite, lined up the empty packages and began scrutinizing them carefully. Although he wasn't a professional in biological technology, his experience with the blood-woven fungal filaments had taught him that such spores couldn't be easily eradicated. How had this production line passed inspection? Hadn't anyone in the council noticed such a glaring issue? By comparing the production details on the packages of different nutrient pastes, he gradually pinpointed the problem. The paste that had contained spores was a newly launched product from the past 2 weeks, the very one he had bought after hearing a radio advertisement. About half a month ago, Hope City had experienced a minor beast wave, primarily composed of flying insect-like exotic creatures. This discovery led Lin Qingliu to two hypotheses. The first was that the new nutrient paste production line in Hope City had started using exotic beast carcasses as raw materials, whereas the old production line had not. This could explain why earlier nutrient pastes lacked the spore-like scent. However, some questions remained unanswered. Why change the production method now? In recent months, Hope City hadn't faced any major beast waves, undertaken large-scale exploration missions, or seen a significant change in population. There seemed to be no pressing need to alter the existing production process. In the 52nd year of the new era, humanity had been living within the city for nearly half a century. During that time, it was impossible that no one had ever attempted to use exotic beast flesh to produce food before. Yet, previous attempts had never led to such issues. Lin Qingliu pondered the current situation carefully. Using the flesh of exotic beasts to produce nutrient paste had long been a traditional practice in Hope City. However, recent unexplained changes within the city seemed to have prevented the complete neutralization of the beast flesh. This realization caused him to furrow his brows. Such hidden dangers were like ticking time bombs buried underground, with no way to predict when they might explode. The thought of how he had just begun to set his plans in motion, with the first wave of profits yet to materialize, only to potentially face such a crisis, left him feeling deeply irritated. His gaze shifted to the window as his thoughts turned to another matter. His current residence was indeed too far on the outskirts. Though his visits to the inner district were rare, he was well aware that establishing a foothold there would solve many of his present troubles. As he mused, his eyes landed on Fulan, who was lying on her back nearby. Watching the so-called divine cat, completely devoid of any typical feline dignity, rolling around, Lin Qingliu couldn't help but let a faint smile tug at the corner of his lips. Fulan, I have a task for you, he said. The cat, who had been playfully rolling on the floor, immediately sprang to her feet. her demeanor turning serious in an instant. At your command, master, she responded. Where did you even learn this kind of decorum? Lin Qingliu raised an eyebrow before his expression turned stern. Go investigate the nutrient-paste production lines in the southern outskirts, focusing on the differences in raw material usage between the old and new lines. If you detect a presence similar to your kind, you may eliminate them directly. Fulan licked her lips, clearly eager to take on the task. When do I start? She asked. Now. Understood. With that, Fulan leapt gracefully onto the windowsill, skillfully unlatched the screen with her paw, and disappeared down the drainage pipe, out of sight. Left alone once more, Lin Qingliu glanced at the nutrient paste on the table. Without hesitation, he dumped the remaining portion into the trash bin. Meanwhile, in a certain part of the inner district, a classified document was being updated with details of a significant incident. Incident level, A-class. Incident summary. On June 8, year 52 of the new era, at 7:21 a.m., an unidentified life form designated as Entity A appeared in the restroom on the 22nd floor of the Life Technology Department building, located at the southern headquarters of the Inner District Research Institute. The entity exhibited high-speed regenerative abilities and devouring characteristics, along with a certain level of cognitive capacity. It displayed extreme hostility toward healthy humans. The document went on to chronicle the progression of the incident, including the evacuation of personnel, casualties, and the intervention of the 6th Superpower Squad. Additionally, it contained a list of missing persons, which included several researchers, such as Zhao Kai, the head of the Life Technology Department. Notably, it was revealed that the identities of some missing researchers had been falsified. A meticulously organized investigation report labeled Continue Incident lay on the desk, detailing information about 3 unidentified entities and 3 critical objects. Unidentified Entity A is a grotesque, chilling mass of flesh, roughly 2 meters in radius. Its surface is covered with writhing, bloody tissue, occasionally revealing human limbs and organs. It moves by rolling and feeds by assimilating human bodies, possessing only rudimentary intelligence. These details were corroborated by 20 surviving researchers. Unidentified Entity B, on the other hand, appears as a humanoid figure with striking white hair, an indeterminate age, and severely disproportionate limbs. According to the testimony of 5 members of the 6th unit, this entity possesses a powerful ability to resist physical damage and exhibits clear signs of benevolence. Unidentified Entity C's existence is more elusive, confirmed only probabilistically. Specific characteristics are linked to Object 1, as outlined in the report. The object list begins with a black coffin, a hollow rectangular prism measuring 52 by 44 by 191 centimeters. Its material remains unidentified, and the interior shows signs of significant damage, including a strange, humanoid-shaped cavity. Researchers speculate that an unknown entity may have been nurtured here, although its connection to Entity A is unclear. The second object is a striking emblem, a yellow design painted on a white wall, composed of a circular ring, wings, and radiant beams. Preliminary analysis suggests it was drawn using iodine disinfectant and may represent the insignia of an unknown organization. The final item is a collapsed tunnel located in an underground operating room. This tunnel, discovered by 6th Unit member Liu Sha, bears severe signs of deliberate destruction and is currently beyond repair. With a soft click, the man closed the report and began massaging his temples. This fresh investigation report chronicled a major recent incident within the Department of Life Sciences. Although related information had been sealed off and involved personnel strictly briefed, the ramifications of the event lingered. The most perplexing aspect was that the incident was not handled by any official organization in Hope City, but was instead resolved by an astonishingly efficient vigilante group. Initially, he suspected the incident might have been a meticulously orchestrated conspiracy by this group. However, after speaking with members of the 6th Unit earlier that morning, he learned from Captain Yin's account that the benevolent behavior of unidentified Entity B dispelled his suspicions. According to the description, the entity consistently opted for minimal harm during confrontations and refrained from exploiting the group's vulnerability during a shared unknown dream state. The man rose from his seat and retrieved an old, yellowed book from the corner of a bookshelf. Despite its aged cover, the pages appeared scarcely touched. He flipped through it quickly, stopping at a section titled Overview of Common Religions and Their Characteristics in the Old Era. The emblem's design had sparked a connection in his mind. As he read further, he discovered corresponding traits of the symbol, specifically the halo and wings, hallmarks of the attendants of deities from the old era. The symbolic significance of light as a manifestation of divinity plunged the man into deep contemplation. He closed the book, paused for a moment, then pulled out a specially crafted fountain pen and carefully wrote a single word at the bottom of the document. Meng Chang'an, the Minister of Internal Affairs, looked up and called over the assistant waiting by the door. Handing over the file, he instructed, "Take this to that old fellow Wayne and tell him to look into it thoroughly. He's been enjoying his role as a teacher a bit too much lately, time to give him some real work." The assistant nodded, accepted the task, and left the room. Once the heavy office door shut, the windowless space was left in silence, with only Meng Chang'an remaining. He adjusted the backrest of his chair and the angle of his desk lamp, closed his eyes, and prepared for his routine 15-minute power nap. The assistant descended the stairs into the sunlit corridor and quickly located Deputy Minister Wayne. Such handovers had become routine. All he needed to do was deliver the document. Wayne, leaning casually against the wall, took the file and flipped it open for a quick glance. His previously relaxed demeanor instantly shifted to one of seriousness. Snapping the folder shut, his gaze darted toward the staircase, where he spotted Zhuang Mian arriving for work. He signaled subtly to her before striding purposefully into his office. As a junior officer in the Statistics Division of the Inner City Public Security Bureau, Zhuang Mian had recently gained the freedom to dine with her parents every evening, no longer confined to the staff dormitory. Though her newly formed butterfly squad had yet to take on its first mission, she knew from the stern look on her mentor Wayne's face that her tranquil days were coming to an end. After stepping into the office, Zhuang Mian instinctively locked the door behind her. Wayne, seated at his desk, looked at her gravely. "You've always wanted to know what happened next in Zhao Kai's case, haven't you? Well, not only has there been progress, but the situation is escalating. I plan to assign this long-term investigation to your squad. It'll be a good opportunity to help your team bond quickly." Zhuang Mian froze at his words, her mind immediately conjuring the vivid detail from her dream scene of Zhao Kai humbly answering a phone call. Who had been on the other end of that call? She had intended to pursue the lead further but had been forced to set it aside after a string of suicides demanded her attention. She never imagined the clue would resurface in this way. Taking the file and flipping through it rapidly, Zhuang Mian felt herself stiffen. How had this investigation ended up involving her? Her thoughts raced back to the previous testimonies. Although the initial action of the faithful organization involved all its members, the hand of God had meticulously prepared alibis for everyone. The short-term amnesia of the security personnel and the erased surveillance footage had all been part of the puppeteer's carefully crafted plan. Elbin had entered the inner city hidden in the trunk of a car, leaving no trace of his existence in any official records. The report placed in front of Zhuang Mian handled the entire incident with meticulous precision. Wang Zhao's actions were cleverly disguised as those of a clueless outer city bumpkin lost in the commercial streets of the inner city. Ji Yongxing was quietly sent back to the Life Technology Department, blending inconspicuously among the many unconscious researchers. As for Zhuang Mian herself, she managed to deflect suspicion with the explanation that she had been blocked by security until the timely rescue of the 6th squad. The existence of the paperhanger seemed to have vanished into thin air. No one questioned it, and no one sought to investigate. Zhuang Mian suppressed the unnatural twitch of her facial muscles, steadied her racing heart, and let her gaze flicker between the document and her teacher sitting across from her. Only after confirming there were no hidden threats lurking around did she allow herself to relax slightly. "What's the matter? You look a bit surprised." When In narrowed his eyes, his expression resembling that of an old fox eyeing its prey in the snow. Zhuang Mian clicked her tongue lightly, feigning a hint of confusion. "Teacher, this outcome isn't quite what I expected." She had already crafted her response during the brief exchange of glances. "I thought we were following a lead on the suicide cases, but the report suggests this organization doesn't seem to harbor obvious malicious intent. This seems somewhat at odds with our investigative direction." Wenan's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Not at all, my student. Not at all." He cleared his throat, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. "It seems you're not entirely rigid in your thinking. You understand that the existence of this organization may not necessarily be a bad thing for Hope City. But for us, the situation is quite different." The old man tapped his knuckles on the desk, his expression turning serious. "The purpose of the Internal Affairs Department is to bring everything under control. Good or evil is merely a matter of time. For now, your squad will handle the investigation into the cult. We'll revisit other leads as they progress." Zhuang Mian nodded bitterly in agreement. Though she had come to terms with her desires and ambitions after her awakening, investigating the very organization she belonged to felt like a daunting and reckless task. The strength displayed by the paperhanger rivaled that of the top-tier squads of superhumans. Except for the elite 1st, 2nd, and 3rd squads, it was unlikely that any other squad members could take them on alone. "Teacher, is there a time limit for this mission?" Zhuang Mian asked with a troubled expression. Wen In shook his head. "Long-term investigative missions don't have specific deadlines, but you'll need to submit a report each month and ensure all 6 squad members show progress. If an emergency arises, your squad may still be reassigned temporarily." Hearing this, Zhuang Mian secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Writing reports for a long-term mission was hardly a challenge for her. Whether it was drafting war reports as a general during her awakening or penning reflections during her academic years, she was more than capable. Training her squad members was an even simpler task. In just a few seconds, she had already outlined the framework for her reports in her mind. Focus on detailing the squad members' progress, supplemented with highlights from emergency missions. That would suffice to satisfy when on scrutiny in the near term. In the long run, however, she still needed to consult with that renowned Eye of God physician to avoid any unfortunate incidents like friendly fire. Zhuang Mian accepted the mission with enthusiasm, expressing her determination earnestly before turning to leave. Watching his student's departing figure, Wei Yan nodded in satisfaction. Apart from her overly stubborn temperament, this student excelled in every other aspect. Just a few months of fieldwork had already made her much more tactful. She was exactly the kind of talent the purification squad needed, a capable operative who could carry out captures with a pleasant demeanor. Meanwhile, in the backyard of a hardware store in the eastern outskirts, an uninvited guest was sizing up a man lounging with his legs crossed not far away. "Did you kill Scar Tiger?" the visitor asked bluntly. "That's right, it was me," the man replied without hesitation. "Came all this way just to ask that?" "Why? Why else?" The guy was way too stingy. The brothers couldn't stand it anymore. "So they picked me to take over as boss." The man shrugged. "Now that I'm in charge, no one has to worry about food or drink." As soon as he finished speaking, a subordinate immediately offered him a cigarette, while another younger one respectfully lit it for him. The visitor silently watched the man finish smoking before continuing. "What's the name of your new gang?" "Ashes," the man replied, flicking away the last bit of ash from his cigarette. "Interested in doing some business with me?" The leader of the Ashes gang broke into an intrigued smile. "Let me guess, same kind of business as in the South District?" The visitor's expression stiffened slightly. "Seems like someone's been loose-lipped." "They're tight-lipped, all right," the man said, shaking his head. "It's just that I've got people planted among their ranks." After a brief pause, he asked, "So, you need us to catch people too?" "Not catch, clean up vagrants." "Right, vagrants. What's that saying again?" "When needed, they're Hope City citizens. When not, they're vagrants, isn't it?" "Cut the nonsense. This deal only benefits you, no downsides. Are you in or not?" "Deal," the Ashes leader said, still wearing a slightly playful smile. "But I have one condition: the number of organizations you work with in the East District can't exceed 2. Li Rue from the South District had already learned that their vagrant collection program was yielding excellent results, reducing local factions to just 3 or 4. To align with the interests of the inner city, he also hoped to see even fewer factions in the East District. "Fine. Good, then it's settled." The man lit another cigarette. "Gray hair. See our guest out?" "Got it, boss." The young subordinate immediately bowed obsequiously, clumsily imitating formal manners as he escorted the visitor out of the backyard. Li Rue glanced around and addressed his newly recruited men. "Get ready. Big moves are coming soon." In a factory located in the southern outskirts, workers were lining up to undergo disinfection and dust removal procedures. The silver electrostatic dust removal equipment emitted a faint humming sound, meticulously extracting every speck of dust and skin flakes from the workers. Immediately afterward, an automatic spray system coated their uniforms with an even layer of alcohol-based protective mist. This factory produced nutritional paste, which served as the primary food source for over half of Hope City's population. Although most of the workers had been redirected to this role after failing to advance through the education selection process, their work was critical to the city's functioning. It was precisely 1 p.m., marking the end of the workers' lunch break, and a new shift was beginning. The workers moved skillfully to their respective stations, taking over from their colleagues from the previous shift. Throughout the process, the production line maintained its steady rhythm, never pausing for a moment. Hope City's nutritional paste came in 2 types. The first was the traditional insect-based paste, with cockroaches once despised serving as the primary ingredient. These factories were often located near waste processing facilities, where cockroaches would first consume edible waste, which was then processed into the old-style nutritional paste. However, as Hope City's population surged over a decade ago, the production of this paste could no longer meet demand. It was during this time that the Department of Life Sciences proposed a groundbreaking solution: the exotic beast nutritional paste. Research revealed that the bodies of deceased exotic beasts contained a wealth of nutrients absorbable by the human body. This research, led by Zhao Kai, who would later become part of the Black Coffin organization, eventually evolved into the massive new production line seen today. At this moment, a mottled cat crouched on the factory rooftop. A closer look revealed an unusual intelligence flickering in its eyes, far beyond that of an ordinary animal. This was Fran, who had successfully overcome the natural tendency of felines to nap during the day in order to infiltrate this location. She was now searching for a chance to approach the production line. As the workers entered the factory one by one, Fran's gaze fixed on a particular individual. Unlike the regular workers, this man carried a bulging black briefcase and stood beside the line, inspecting the workers. When he casually placed the briefcase against the wall, Fran's eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a predator locking onto its prey. Silently, she maneuvered from the rooftop to position herself behind the man. Taking advantage of everyone's attention being focused on the workers, She swiftly bit down on a corner of the briefcase and held it in her mouth. 10 minutes later, the workers had completed their shift change. A satisfied man casually picked up the briefcase in the corner of the wall and walked through the workers' greetings toward his office. Moments after he disappeared into the factory building, Fran approached the spot where the briefcase had been, chewing and swallowing the artificial leather in her mouth. Her body began to twist and deform, eventually transforming into a dark brown, nearly black briefcase with a faint cat paw mark on the brass clasp. Soon, a cleaning staff member noticed the bulging briefcase and immediately reported it to their supervisor, pointing out its exact location. Upon hearing it was found near the outer wall, the supervisor instantly recognized it as belonging to the factory director. Taking the briefcase and dismissing the cleaner, he began plotting how to use this opportunity to curry favor with the director. With flattery in mind, the man hurried to the director's office and knocked on the door. "Wait a moment before coming in," came the director's voice from inside. A short while later, he called out, "Come in now." The man opened the door, only to find the director standing by the bookshelf with a furious expression, bundles of information coins scattered on the floor. In the instant he froze in shock at the scene he'd stumbled upon. The briefcase in his hand suddenly liquefied, reverting to its feline form, and quickly vanished around the staircase corner. "Didn't I tell you to wait?" the director demanded angrily. The man stammered an explanation. "Director, I found your briefcase outside, just by..." He lifted his now empty right hand, looking as mortified as someone caught with mud on their pants. Ultimately, he slapped himself twice and quietly closed the door behind him. "Unbelievable," the director muttered, continuing to count the money until he noticed a small gnawed hole in the corner of the briefcase. Frowning, he carefully stored the information coins, closed the hidden compartment, and sat at his desk to jot down the next month's priorities: pest control. Meanwhile, Fran had already scaled her way to the upper levels of the nutrient paste factory, using the clutter by the wall. Gracefully leaping onto an exposed metal beam, she surveyed the entire production process from above. Workers retrieved folded carcasses of exotic beasts from large freezers, using iron tongs to place the segmented limbs of insect-like creatures onto a conveyor belt. In the next step, workers smashed the limb shells with hammers, while others cautiously extracted the gelatinous substance inside, ensuring no soldier's bullet fragments were left behind before sending the material into the pipeline. The suction from the pipe pulled the gelatinous substance into the massive mixer. A small cat perched on the beam above watched everything unfold, its round eyes widening further, and drool unconsciously dripping from the corner of its mouth. Companions. So many companions. Companions smell so good. The cat shook its head vigorously, forcing itself to stay alert, and then turned its attention to the production line on the other side. After careful observation, Fulan quickly figured out the factory's production process. 3 conveyor belts were arranged in a shaped layout, with the massive mixer at the center. The production lines on either side processed different types of exotic beasts, mammalian ones from the green cocoons and insect-like ones from the blue cocoons. These creatures, though the weakest in strength, were the most numerous and could be subdued by ordinary humans with coordinated efforts and weapons, making them the primary raw materials for the nutrient paste. Workers busily handled the exotic beast carcasses, sending the valuable parts into the mixer to be crushed and blended. Then, a massive press shaped the mixture into continuous strips of nutrient paste. Workers on the 3rd conveyor belt were responsible for cutting, packaging, and heating the product, eventually sealing it into packages identical to the ones Lin Qingliu had purchased. After confirming everything, Fulan seized the moment and quickly slipped out of the factory while the guards were distracted. She still needed to investigate several other nearby factories. Her master was waiting for her intelligence. Even though the enticing aroma of her companions lingered, the diligent little cat would never let it delay her mission. Meanwhile, a brutal experiment was unfolding in the research institute within the inner city. Mechanical arms wielding sharp blades cut into the exotic beast's skin, its piercing screams echoing through the laboratory. This once mighty third avian exotic beast was now pinned to the dissection table, restrained with specialized materials and the power of 2 superhumans. Its feathers had been repeatedly plucked, leaving it looking like a bald, pathetic chicken. Despite its formidable regenerative abilities, after enduring countless cycles of feather regrowth and removal, the creature's self-healing powers were nearing their limit. Ji Yongxing noticed the edges of the incision still twitching faintly, but the wounds could no longer close. Researchers eagerly collected samples from various organs and tissues, sending them to different project teams' workstations. Though Ji Yongxing had been transferred to the weapons development department, Zhozhua had specifically invited him to observe this rare sampling experiment, hoping the innovative young man might offer fresh insights. Meanwhile, the constantly wailing exotic beast remained fixed to the dissection table, awaiting the next round of live biopsies. As dusk descended, the eastern district of the outer city was brewing for an intense confrontation. A long-established faction and the newly rising group Ashes were on the verge of clashing, with a fierce battle about to erupt. Li Rue stood fearlessly in front of his men, spewing trash talk without hesitation. The insults that burst from his throat grew more vile, quickly provoking the crowd opposite him. A few glass bottles soared through the air, shattering on the ground and seemingly signaling the start of the fight. Both sides clashed in the narrow street, locked in a chaotic brawl. Unlike their usual skirmishes, the members of the Ashes gang displayed unusual restraint this time. Each strike deliberately avoided vital areas, targeting spots that would cause pain but not inflict fatal injuries. During the fight, strange phenomena began to unfold. A burly man, about to swing an iron rod, suddenly found the weapon in his hands transformed into a foam stick. He opened his mouth to shout, only to be silenced by a punch to his jaw. Similar occurrences followed one after another. Sharp knives turned into spatulas, guns morphed into toys, iron rods became sponges. Under the intervention of this mysterious force, the seasoned Eastern faction quickly lost the upper hand. According to the rules of the underworld, the defeated side was supposed to hand over protection money to secure peace. But today's situation was far from ordinary. The victors refused any money and instead pulled out ropes, swiftly tying up their opponents. 3 medium-sized buses had somehow appeared at the street corner, and the subdued vagrants were tossed into the vehicles like parcels. The residents lining the street, long accustomed to such scenes, quietly shut their doors. Only one figure remained watching from a rooftop, a gray-haired boy named L, who observed the commotion below with a faint smirk. He occasionally used his powers to protect his so-called subordinates. Recently, thanks to his and Li Rui's efforts, the Ashes gang had been expanding rapidly. Given his young age and the fact that wearing a mask felt too pretentious, L had let Li Rui take on the role of the gang's apparent leader, while he posed as a mere follower. The arrangement worked well. Li Rui's ability to take a beating made him the perfect distraction, while L could freely use his powers from the sidelines. Through repeated practice in real combat, L's near-exchange abilities had significantly improved. However, he sensed an invisible barrier limiting him. Each time he tried to push beyond his limits, excruciating headaches and distorted vision forced him to retreat. He resolved to discuss this with Dr. Lin, who lived a few blocks away, the next time they met. 54, 55, 56, 60. The last unfortunate soul was shoved into the bus, and the staff member counting heads excitedly grasped Li Rui's hand. Thanks to you, we finally hit this week's quota. His expression was a mix of relief and lingering fear, looking genuinely grateful. Li Rui returned the handshake with a forced grin, the knife wound on his forehead slowly healing. No problem, no problem. Let me know ahead of time if there's another operation. Inter-district, superhuman squad training ground. Relying solely on his acute hearing, Wang Xiao deftly evaded a 3-shot burst from a rifle, despite being deprived of his vision. The bullets whistled past his ears and struck the concrete wall behind him, scattering fine debris into the air. This was a specially designed training regimen tailored by military headquarters for him. As a key candidate among level and above superhumans, Wang Xiao was subjected to a more rigorous training program. Over the past 2 weeks, he had been undergoing sensory enhancement training with the goal of reducing his reliance on regenerative abilities. After reviewing his records, the training team had sternly criticized his frequent use of the bait with a severed arm tactic in the past. Unless it was to protect teammates or accomplish a critical mission, any unnecessary consumption of abilities would be met with disapproval. At this moment, Xiaomu was assisting Wang Xiao with his training. Xiaomu would randomly deprive Wang Xiao of either his sight or hearing for 5 seconds, while an automated rifle controlled by mechanical arms maintained a steady barrage. Through intensive training, Wang Xiao had already honed his ability to dodge close-range gunfire by focusing on his remaining senses. As another round of training concluded, Wang Xiao raised his hand, signaling the restoration of his vision. The two headed to the rest area, where Wang Xiao picked up an electrolyte drink to replenish his energy, while Xiaomu wiped the sweat from his forehead, thoughtfully bringing up the recent surge in beast attacks. Team 12 has been deployed twice in the past 3 days, and they've lost a member, Xiaomu remarked. Wang Xiao nodded silently. It was only after officially joining the superhuman squad that he fully understood the harsh reality of the job. Behind the generous compensation lay the constant high-intensity workload and the looming threat of death. Even their own Team 25 had lost 2 members long ago, and it wasn't until Wang Xiao and Meteor joined that the team was complete again. During their brief break, Xiaomu suddenly mentioned the exploration project. Unfamiliar with the term, Wang Xiao shook his head, signaling his lack of understanding as usual. As a newcomer, he knew little about such internal matters. Official training focused solely on skill development and loyalty indoctrination, while the ever-energetic Meteor often failed to explain key points. Thankfully, Xiaomu, the team's eldest member at nearly 40, often filled in the gaps for him. Noticing Wang Xiao's attentive expression, Xiaomu leaned back in his chair, his gaze drifting toward the ceiling of the training ground. He began recounting the joint operation conducted by the military and the research institute 15 years ago. Anyone who has ever stood atop the walls of Hope City knows what kind of world lies beyond. From the wall, The eastern view reveals a seemingly calm sea, hiding untold dangers beneath its surface. In all other directions, the sight is far more intimidating. A dense, gray mist shrouds the horizon like a heavy curtain, blurring the boundary between heaven and earth some dozen kilometers away. No piece of technology has ever been able to penetrate that mysterious expanse. Have you heard of artificial satellites? Zhang Mu asked, gazing into the distance. Wang Xiao shook his head, his eyes filled with curiosity. That was something we used to talk about a lot when we were kids, Zhang Mu explained. Basically, it's like sending a massive camera into the sky, so it can capture images of the world outside Hope City. Wang Xiao nodded thoughtfully, then asked, what happened after that? Zhang Mu let out a deep sigh. That was around the 30th year of the new era. Hope City had been established for just over a decade, and people were still driven by a strong desire to explore. To build what they called a rocket, the entire city endured a year of hardship. But in the end, every rocket launched into the sky would lose contact at about 10 kilometers in altitude. Some vanished without a trace, others crashed back down, and a few even exploded on the spot. Eventually, they had to resort to manpower for exploration. But even the most powerful superhumans who stepped into that unknown region never returned. Hearing this history, Wang Xiao was left speechless. At 20 years old, he had never given much thought to the world beyond Hope City, nor could he fathom the intense yearning his predecessors had for exploration. This conversation seemed to unlock his imagination, igniting a burning passion for discovery within him. This planet belongs to humanity. What's wrong with reclaiming our lost lands? If an exploration plan were ever revived, he would ensure he was part of it. Zhang Mu, pleased with Wang Xiao's reaction, continued recounting those long-forgotten tales. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao's thoughts were already far away, filled with visions of his future adventures. The next day at noon, as Lin Qingliu was just opening his shop, he noticed his little cat, Fulan, appear at the doorstep. This clever feline mimicked proper manners, brushing her paws against the edge of the doormat before gracefully stepping inside. Lin Qingliu closed the door and immediately took the dusty little cat to the bathroom. Thanks to the divine grace that had endowed her with intelligence and resilience, Fulan was no longer an ordinary, fragile creature. She skillfully turned on the faucet, washing her fur with ease while reporting her latest discoveries from her explorations to Lin Qingliu. From Fulan's report, Lin Qingliu quickly pieced together the key information. After a day of field investigation, Fulan had visited 3 nutritional paste processing plants. One used insects derived from processed household waste, such as cockroaches, as raw materials, while the other 2 used exotic beasts. Among these, one factory was newly established, while the other had been in operation for 5 years. The mention of 5 years made Lin Qingliu furrow his brow. An apparent contradiction emerged. If humans had been consuming exotic beast nutritional paste for over 5 years, why could Fulan only detect the presence of exotic beast auras that had entered Hope City almost simultaneously with them? According to Fulan's detailed descriptions, the production process for the nutritional paste was relatively simple, involving just chopping, mixing, and basic thermal processing. Such procedures were clearly insufficient to deactivate the mycelium within the exotic beasts. Yet, no cases of mycelium invading human bodies had been reported before. Lin Qingliu quickly dismissed the hypothesis that humans might possess a natural resistance to mycelium. This directly contradicted existing intelligence. His own blood required special treatment to deactivate the mycelium, so it was impossible for ordinary humans to have such innate resistance. This indicated that humans consuming these nutritional pastes were likely in some kind of incubation period. What was even more concerning was why the exotic beast nutritional paste had been safe to consume previously. What had prevented derivative entities like Fulan, originating from exotic beasts, from spreading unchecked in Hope City? All clues pointed in one direction. Hope City had recently lost some critical protective mechanism, which had led to the current situation. Faced with this crisis, Lin Qingliu quickly made a decision. Report it. This aligned perfectly with his previous resolve, to avoid taking unnecessary risks until he had reached the 5th energy level through at least one pathway. However, reporting required strategy. He swiftly analyzed possible reporting targets. Air was too simplistic and might not even understand what mycelium was. Zhuang Mian might focus solely on hunting down suspects. Ultimately, he identified the most suitable candidate, Ji Yongxing. As an influential figure in the research institute, Ji Yongxing was not only well regarded across departments but, more importantly, he adhered to a scientific mindset in a world filled with supernatural phenomena. Thus, Fulan, who had just finished her bath, received new instructions. She transformed into a file pouch once more, containing 3 samples of nutritional paste and a report letter. Lin Qingliu grabbed his briefcase and headed toward the inner city. Simultaneously, he activated his Dreamweaver and Infinite Path abilities, effortlessly creating the illusion of possessing an inner city resident ID card. Seizing the moment when the gate guard rubbed his eyes, he smoothly passed through security and entered the inner city. Following the direction of 4th Commercial Street, He located the secret tunnel he had previously sabotaged and once again infiltrated the basement level of the Department of Life Technologies. The underground laboratory had been completely sealed off, with all equipment and experimental records confiscated and secured by the relevant authorities. However, the heavily guarded entrance was no obstacle for Lin Qingliu. Utilizing his dimension-shifting ability, he effortlessly passed through as if traversing a void and arrived at the dormitory area. After a brief conversation with a security guard who had a clear impression of Ji Yongxing, Lin Qingliu quickly located the target dormitory. He didn't enter recklessly, but instead placed a Fran-brand briefcase gently on Ji Yongxing's desk before leaving. Concerned about potential issues in the outer district, he decided to return immediately to monitor the situation. Meanwhile, a meticulous operation was underway in the Research Institute's laboratory. Under the watchful eyes of over 100 researchers, the most skilled surgeon among them carefully extracted a strand of mycelium from the tissue. This filament, which had fully fused with the nerve fibers of an avian-type mutant beast, was the centerpiece of their research. Ji Yongxing stood among the crowd observing the procedure. This marked the Institute's first acquisition of a live, third-tier mutant beast specimen. All previous dissections had been conducted on corpses. A researcher from the biotechnology division had initially discovered this white, thread-like substance resembling a tiny parasite in a sample taken from the creature's abdomen. Activating his ability, Ji Yongxing focused intently on this hair-thin material. Compared to his earlier observation of the mutated Professor Zhao Kai, this experience was significantly less taxing. Through practice, he had learned the patterns of his ability. The better he understood the subject, the less mental strain it caused. The slight dizziness he felt now indicated that while the material was unfamiliar, it wasn't entirely beyond his comprehension. Under strict safety protocols, the mycelium was finally extracted intact. Amid cheers, the prearranged experiments commenced immediately. It wasn't until midnight, when Deputy Director Zhou Zhuan enforced a mandatory rest period, that the day's research came to a halt. Excited researchers discussed their findings as they left the lab. After exchanging ideas with his colleagues, Ji Yongxing returned to his dormitory alone. The moment he opened the door, he froze. His gaze fell on the conspicuous briefcase on his desk, triggering a memory of a familiar face. Ji Yongxing suddenly felt a twinge of unease, a sense of alertness spreading through his mind. He leaned lightly against the door and quickly activated the security procedures stored in his memory, carefully observing his surroundings. Although the chances of an attack were slim, as a professional, he knew that no potential threat could be dismissed. The room was silent, save for the steady rhythm of his own heartbeat. His eyes, glowing faintly with a green hue after activating his artifact pathway ability, scanned every object in the room, searching for any hidden enemy. Yet, he found nothing. Just as he was about to lower his guard and turn his attention to the document bag, the seemingly ordinary package caught his eye. Through his enhanced vision, he noticed a faint layer of chaotic material enshrouding the bag. Although it appeared hazy and impenetrable, his ability confirmed that it posed no immediate danger. Swallowing hard, Ji Yongxing cautiously approached the desk. As he reached out to open the document bag, a slightly haughty yet melodious female voice suddenly rang out. "Do we know each other that well? You're awfully handsy." His hand froze midair, stunned, as the voice unmistakably came from inside the document bag. "I beg your pardon, but who might you be?" he asked, maintaining his composure and polite demeanor. Before he could finish speaking, the chaotic material abruptly expanded before his eyes, clearly visible even without his artifact pathway ability. The document bag twisted and deformed in midair, and a slender figure gracefully leaped out. A multicolored kitten, no more than a few months old, with markings on its back that looked as though something had been spilled across it. Its eyes, like Ji Yongxing's when his ability was active, glowed with an eerie green light, brimming with intelligence. The kitten elegantly tidied up the scattered nutrient paste from its transformation, then calmly perched on the edge of the desk, meticulously licking its paw. "Was that you talking?" Ji Yongxing, now thoroughly captivated by the talking cat, momentarily pushed aside the thought of inspecting anything else. "Of course. What are you staring at?" the kitten replied nonchalantly. It then pointed a paw at the scattered envelopes. "Read this first. If you have any questions, you can ask Miss Fulon." Though uncertain who Miss Fulon was, Ji Yongxing followed the instructions and unfolded the letter. As he read, his initially relaxed expression grew increasingly grave. The letter said, "Pioneer, it's been some time since we last met after the previous incident. How have you been? There's no time for pleasantries. What I'm about to tell you is critical. Recently, the newly produced nutrient paste in the outer districts has been found to contain a substance that wasn't there before. It's a filament-like material capable of integrating with the nervous systems of anomalous beasts, influencing and even controlling them to some extent. Moreover, it's incredibly resilient. Common methods of heat or cold processing are insufficient to completely neutralize it. My resources are limited, and I've only been able to conduct the most basic research, The production of this batch of nutritional paste continues unabated, and its effects on the human body remain unknown. Ji Yongxing retrieved 3 samples of the paste, which had been sent along with the letter, and carefully examined the production dates marked by Lin Qingliu. 3 days ago, 4 months ago, and 2 years ago. Activating his enhanced visual ability, he inspected the 3 samples one by one. In the batch produced 3 days ago, he detected a faint luminescence that would be nearly imperceptible to the average person. The substance emitted a weak but ominous aura, seemingly dormant, but enough to heighten his vigilance. As he set the paste aside, a pair of vertical pupils focused intently on him. "May I ask who you are?" Ji Yongxing inquired. "Fulan," replied the mottled cat with a poised elegance. Ji Yongxing paused, realizing that the letter's mention of someone to consult Miss Fulan must refer to this very cat. He reached out, intending to pat her head as a friendly gesture, but his hand was swiftly swatted away. "What do you think you're doing? Where are your manners?" Fulan bared her teeth and said, "Only my master is allowed to touch Miss Fulan." "And who might your master be?" "Why, the great deity, of course." Fulan let out a haughty hum, as if to unlure closeness to the divine in contrast to this mere human. Ji Yongxing was momentarily at a loss for words. He recalled the earlier sight of Fulan transforming into a chaotic mass of colors, and came to a sudden realization she must also be a recipient of divine blessings, her connection to the deity clearly surpassing his own. Yet, as a scientist, Ji Yongxing maintained a critical perspective on the existence of such a deity. If given the chance, he would like to use his blessed vision to analyze the supreme being. But now was evidently not the time. "Miss Fulan, there's no time to waste. Please share all the known information with me on the way to the lab," Ji Yongxing said, picking up the nutritional paste and standing up. With a nimble leap, Fulan landed on his shoulder. "Take me along. I can tell you on the way." "Animals aren't allowed in the lab," Ji Yongxing replied. "Ridiculous. Who came up with such an unreasonable rule?" Fulan grumbled, biting the collar of Ji Yongxing's lab coat in protest. Suddenly, a gentle swirl of chaos materialized beside him, and a brand new lab coat appeared draped over the back of the chair. Ji Yongxing glanced down and noticed, upon closer inspection, 2 faint, nearly invisible cat paw prints imprinted on the collars of the freshly pressed garment. Ji Yongxing put on a new coat, though in reality, it was Fran, transformed into the shape of a Khotan, sprinted toward the research institute. Through this unique, wearable method, human and cat could communicate directly. To outsiders, however, it merely appeared as if the researcher was talking to himself while running. But in this institute, brimming with brilliant minds, any odd behavior was considered perfectly normal as long as it didn't break any rules. Fran, with an organized and precise tone, reported her findings with Lin Qingliu to Ji Yongxing. As the only one fully in the know, she deliberately withheld certain secrets, though it didn't prevent Ji Yongxing from grasping the core of the issue. "So, you're saying this anomaly only started appearing in the past few days?" Ji Yongxing asked, steadying his breath as he ran. "Yes," Fran replied cautiously, omitting the fact that she herself was part of the anomaly. Instead, she explained that the fungal filaments controlling the mutated beasts were attempting to absorb nutrients from household waste. This information immediately heightened Ji Yongxing's alertness. As a newly transferred member of the Weapons Development Department, he was well aware of the recent major upheavals in Hope City. One of the legendary members of the first superhuman squad, the man who had safeguarded humanity with his powers, had fallen ill. Superhuman number 00005, known as Aegis, was a man in his 50s, as old as the new era itself. His ability to create a protective shield capable of selectively allowing matter to pass through had been the most reliable defense for Hope City. However, as his health declined, so too did the shield that protected the entire city. Its strength weakened, its duration shortened, and its coverage area continued to shrink. The Council had adopted a dual-pronged strategy to address the crisis. The Department of Life Sciences was working tirelessly to find a way to extend Aegis' lifespan, while the Weapons Development Department had resumed various defense projects previously shelved due to high costs, racing against time to find a viable alternative to the shield. Ji Yongxing quickly formulated a plan of action in his mind. First, confirm whether the fungal filaments in the nutritional paste were of the same origin as the living samples. Second, collect production samples of the nutritional paste from the past month to pinpoint the exact time when the fungal inactivation process had failed and cross-reference it with the timeline of Aegis' weakening condition. If the two were indeed related, immediately track the distribution of all compromised nutritional paste and swiftly assess the potential threat posed by the fungal filaments. Time was of the essence, every second counted. Ji Yongxing dared not imagine the worst outcome. He could only hope his efforts would still make a difference. As the sound of his footsteps echoed down the corridor, he quickly arrived outside the laboratory. Swiping his card and signing in with practiced ease, the doors of the most advanced laboratory in Hope City opened for him once again. Unlike his usual solitary work, This time he had a unique partner hidden in his collar, a curious and intelligent creature with a deep interest in science. Pioneer, what's inside that container? A faint voice came from his collar. Pioneer, could you give me a pipette? I promise I'll treasure it. Pioneer, I think I smell, not a friend, but the sinister scent of a strange beast. Is it nearby? Could you stop calling me by my code name? It's really embarrassing, Ji Yongxing muttered, instinctively covering his mouth. At this moment, he couldn't even spare a thought for why a cat would recognize laboratory equipment. Instead, he was fixated on the slightly melodramatic nickname. The codename Pioneer originated from a moment of impulsive pride when he was 16. As a teenager obsessed with biographies of scientists, he had always dreamed of becoming a trailblazer for human civilization. When the organization asked its members to choose codenames, the words slipped out of his mouth without hesitation. It had mostly existed in files and systems until now, but this non-human creature kept calling him by it repeatedly. Feeling a slight flush of embarrassment, Ji Yongxing asked with a hint of exasperation, "You must have a codename too, right? Can I call you by yours instead?" "Fran's codename is Fran," came the smug reply from his collar. "My master says that's called using your real name online. This name was personally given to me by my master, and Fran doesn't want any other titles." Ji Yongxing almost slapped his thigh in regret, should have used his real name as his codename. Although all the members of the organization had already met, making codenames somewhat unnecessary, the thought of new members joining in the future rekindled his desire for that small sense of respect and recognition. Surely, only this cat could be so oblivious to etiquette. Even as his thoughts wandered, his hands moved with precision. Lowering his head to peer into the microscope, he carefully searched for traces of fluorescent mycelium in the mashed nutrient paste. The previously isolated mycelium had been consumed in various experiments conducted by the researchers, leaving only a permanent slide resting quietly on the nearby research table. As he focused on his observations, the magnetic lock on the lab door suddenly made a sound. Familiar footsteps approached, and Ji Yongxing looked up to see a slightly bulky figure standing at the entrance. Deputy Director? Recognizing Zhou, Ji Yongxing's face lit up with delight. The arrival of this versatile mentor would undoubtedly accelerate their research progress. When the deputy director stepped into the lab, there was no trace of joy on his face, and a hint of weariness lingered in his eyes. He raised a device in his hand, glowing with a red light, silently signaling that he had already tracked down Ji Yongxing's whereabouts. "Professor, come quickly. I've made an important discovery," Ji Yongxing called out from the lab bench, pointing to the nutrient paste on the table. His expression immediately put Zhou on alert. As someone who knew this young man very well, Zhou understood that Ji's sudden return to the lab, especially after it had been forcibly shut down, was highly unusual. Zhou hurried to the lab bench and listened attentively as Ji Yongxing explained the third-hand information, simplified by both Fulan and himself. Although the sources of the data had been somewhat distorted, the terrifying implications hidden within still caused Zhou to furrow his brows deeply. He immediately leaned down to examine the microscope, but quickly straightened up in disappointment. "I'm getting old. This paste is too thick, I can't see anything clearly. How did you even discover this?" Under Zhou's skeptical gaze, Ji Yongxing hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal a part of his secret. "Professor, there's something I need to tell you. You're an esper?" Zhou asked calmly. The precise guess left Ji Yongxing momentarily stunned. "Huh. I'm not." "No, I am." After stumbling over his words for a moment, he finally admitted seriously, "Yes, Professor, I am an esper." A satisfied smile appeared on Zhou's face. Was it after that last trip outside? Ji Yongxing was even more shocked. He had intended to use his identity as an esper to cover up a much bigger secret, a fact even his parents didn't know. But Zhou seemed to possess a sharper insight, effortlessly seeing through his changes. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Ji Yongxing put on an exaggerated look of surprise. "How did you know? Are you an esper too? Did you use your ability to sense my transformation?" Zhou, pleased that his bluff had worked, tapped his temple with a finger. "Kid, I used my brain." He pulled over a chair and sat down. "Let me ask you. What's the typical age range for humans to awaken abilities?" Ji Yongxing, as if back in a classroom, immediately replied, 10 years old is the average, with a general range of around 6 to 14 years in a near-normal distribution. "You're correct, but we now have new data," Zhou said, nodding and shaking his head simultaneously. "In your investigation report from the Outer District, you mentioned Wang Xiao, who awakened his ability at 20, just before his death. This shows that past statistical data wasn't entirely accurate. And your changes before and after that investigation were too obvious. You were emotionally downcast before, yet came back brimming with confidence. I don't believe a motivational hero story and a novice psychologist could cause such a drastic transformation. Coupled with Wang Xiao's awakening age, I made a bold hypothesis." Ji Yongxing followed Zhou's rhythm, occasionally nodding or appearing to ponder. as he patiently waited for the professor's conclusion. When Ji Yongxing heard the psychologist's explanation, the weight on his heart finally lifted. However, Zhou remained immersed in his own analysis, lightly tapping the table with his fingers as he said, I believe that besides genetic and age factors, physical and mental health also play a crucial role in ability awakening. Severe illness or intense psychological fluctuations could potentially trigger it. Of course, this is just my hypothesis. Seeing his teacher's satisfied expression, Ji Yongxing fully relaxed. Although Zhou had deduced what seemed like a reasonable explanation, it still didn't touch upon Ji's deepest secret. He nodded sincerely and said, You're absolutely right. Back then, I did awaken my ability. It's hard to explain the exact process it happened during my most desperate moment. I fell asleep and entered a state of deep relaxation. When I woke up the next day, my eyes could see things that ordinary people couldn't. Zhou shifted his gaze to the nutrient gel under the microscope and asked, So, you saw something in this substance similar to the mycelium from earlier? After Ji Yongxing confirmed it, the dynamic in the laboratory subtly shifted. What was once a teacher-student relationship now saw the mentor becoming the assistant, while the student took the lead in the research. With Zhou's cooperation, Ji Yongxing quickly isolated a fragment of the mycelium from the nutrient gel, which, though damaged, was still alive. The two conducted 10 experiments on the mycelium, identical to those performed earlier in the day. The results showed that, apart from being more fragile, the mycelium was identical to that found in the bird-like mutant beast. This discovery brought a heavy seriousness to their expressions. If these mycelium truly relied on the superhuman sacred shield to survive, the consequences of the recent waves of beast attacks could be far graver than they had imagined. Zhou suddenly stood up, quickly adjusting the portable communication device he carried. As the deputy director of the research institute, he had the authority to mobilize significant resources in the inner city. The call was promptly connected, and a vibrant male voice came through. Mr. Zhou, how can I assist you? Contact the hospital immediately and arrange for this sacred shield, superhuman, to be sent to the Life Technology Department's lab at the Research Institute as fast as possible. This is an emergency. The other party paused briefly, detecting the urgency in Zhou's tone, and promptly agreed. After ending the call, Zhou knew all he could do now was wait in the laboratory for further results. Meanwhile, in a hospital ward, a frail man was roused from his sleep. Though his muscular build suggested years of rigorous training, he now lay limp on the bed like a powerless shell. Instinctively, he tried to shield his eyes from the sudden glare of the lights with his arm, but the slight tug of the needle in his arm snapped him to full alertness. He asked weakly, What's going on? The doctor standing by the bedside relayed the notification he had just received. The man lying on the hospital bed fell silent upon hearing that the research institute required his cooperation. He attempted to get up quickly but, weakened by the physical toll of a recent capture mission, struggled to stand and had to settle into the wheelchair brought over by a nurse. Among the three major institutions, the Research Institute was known for its gentle approach, a stark contrast to the efficiency-driven factories and the life and death stakes of the military. The man was well aware of the character of Zhou. The head of the institute would never disturb a patient at such a late hour unless the matter was of utmost urgency. This realization caused the man's brow to furrow, and even the slow pace of the elevator felt unbearably frustrating. Before long, a black car carried them through the silent streets and headed toward the Research Institute. Half an hour later, Shangdun, still in his wheelchair, was brought before Zhou and Ji Yongxing. Inside the laboratory, over a dozen elite researchers were intensely focused on extracting mycelium from nutritional paste, ensuring the precision of their experiment. Zhou took over the wheelchair from the nurse and pushed his old friend forward while briefly explaining the latest discovery. When Shangdun learned that untreated mycelium could pose a threat to humanity, a flicker of guilt crossed his fatigued face. Zhou's explanation soon made the purpose of this urgent summoning clear, testing whether Shangdun's abilities could render the mycelium inactive. Ji Yongxing raised a critical point. The reason humans had been able to safely consume nutritional paste made from exotic beast meat for years might very well be due to Shangdun's powers. Typically, Shangdun extended his protective shield to cover 1 kilometer beyond the city walls, a carefully calculated range that encompassed the death zones of the exotic beasts, ensuring their meat was safe for consumption. This revelation took Shangdun by surprise. Though he had been using his superpowers for decades and believed he understood them thoroughly, he now realized there were still unknown aspects waiting to be uncovered. Can you still activate your ability? Zhou asked with a grave expression. I can, but the range might be limited, Shangdun replied. Zhou sighed in relief at this response. As long as the ability remained functional, even within a confined range, it would suffice for the research. Working together, they managed to summon a faintly purple, translucent protective shield from Shangdun's hands. The shield slowly enveloped a portion of nutritional paste confirmed to contain mycelium. Is that enough? Shangdun asked. Compared to the energy he had expended capturing a third-tier exotic beast just days ago, This effort was negligible. Yes, that's sufficient. You can release it now, Zhozhua said, taking the treated paste and handing it to Ji Yongxing, signaling him to inspect it using his extraordinary vision. Ji Yongxing had already noticed something unusual when Sacred Shield activated his ability. His pupils emitted a faint green glow, and through his unique vision, the pale purple protective shield appeared as a dense net, continuously filtering and eliminating certain substances within. When Sacred Shield's ability faded, Ji observed that the fluorescence on the nutrient paste had completely disappeared. It's fine now, he confirmed with a brief nod. This result brought a sigh of relief to Zhozhua, but a greater challenge immediately emerged: how to resolve the crisis at hand? The facts were clear. Sacred Shield's ability could only destroy the mycelium within the deceased alien beasts, having no effect on living humans or alien creatures. Zhozhua quickly made a decision, ordering the Life Technology Department researchers to split into two groups. The first group was tasked with collecting mycelium for animal testing to study its biological impact, while the second group focused on finding alternative deactivation methods. We need to prepare for the worst, Zhou said. What do you mean by the worst? One of the researchers suddenly asked. Zhozhua glanced at him and sighed heavily. Prepare for the fall of the outer district. The laboratory fell into a deathly silence. Zhou handed his identification card to Ji Yongxing. Take a team with you and collect all sales records of nutrient paste and medicines from the past month. Make sure everything is thoroughly investigated. Meanwhile, Sacred Shield retrieved a communicator from the pocket of his hospital gown and swiftly contacted the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In my name, immediately halt all nutrient paste production lines. Prepare the production reports for each line from the past month. The Research Institute will take over. Keep everyone in place. If anyone resists, deal with them directly. If someone tries to escape, execute them on the spot. He paused briefly. Vane, I'm not crazy. I'll take full responsibility for the consequences. The official documents will arrive soon, but we can't waste a second. As a member of the first squad, Sacred Shield was not only responsible for protecting the city, but also served as a special advisor to the Ministry of Internal Affairs. During a period when his health was better, he had even partnered with the current Deputy Minister of Internal Affairs, Vane, to conduct teaching assignments. After ending the call with Vane, Sacred Shield immediately began relaying information to military high command. Following a rapid series of orders, the dormitory buildings near the Research Institute lit up instantly, and similar scenes unfolded across the city. Through the dark night, silhouettes of people hurriedly changing into work uniforms could be seen. However, the people in the laboratory had no time to pay attention to these scenes, as everyone was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation and focused intensely on their respective tasks. On the other end of the communicator, Vane was jolted awake by the sudden news. Although the operation was unconventional, he quickly compiled the mission details. Staring at the neatly arranged names of the clearance squads on the screen, Vane began sending out messages. Alligator Gar, Blue Ring, Honey Badger. He paused for a moment. And Butterfly. Zhuang Mian and the Butterfly Squad were conducting a dispersed tracking operation in the inner city. Using her binoculars, she observed the Targeta middleman suspected of trafficking discarded Research Institute drugs. These unfinished products, which were supposed to be destroyed, held astonishing black market value in the outer city. Though the mission officially aimed to investigate connections to the organization's followers referred to as the cult by authorities, Zhuang Mian knew this was a completely separate matter. She had already devised a strategy to handle the situation. After all, the suspicious-looking middle-aged man in her sights seemed shady enough. She could easily find an excuse to link him to the cult if needed. Just as Zhuang Mian was about to raise her hand to signal the team to move in, her communicator, tucked inside her jacket, suddenly vibrated. It was a direct line from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, instantly putting her on high alert. She quickly changed her hand signal, instructing the team to cancel the operation, and withdrew behind cover to carefully check the message. The screen displayed an urgent directive from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The Butterfly Squad was to immediately proceed to the southern outer city and conduct a surprise inspection of nutrition paste production lines 24, 33, and 35. The objective was to review all production records and management personnel for the past month. Time remaining, less than 5 hours. The notice explicitly stated that any discovery of falsified records, embezzlement, refusal to cooperate, or armed resistance would warrant immediate arrest, with severe cases subject to execution on the spot. Zhuang Mian lightly tapped her earpiece, issuing a retreat order to her team members scattered across various positions. Though the team had been brimming with adrenaline and eager to act, their rigorous training ensured they followed her command without hesitation. 3 minutes later, the 7 team members regrouped swiftly on a midnight street corner. Zhuang Mian unlocked a seemingly ordinary but specially equipped vehicle, and the team quickly climbed inside. The engine started almost noiselessly, and without turning on the headlights, the vehicle moved under the faint glow of streetlights toward the nearest city gate. When they arrived at the gate, 2 guards were dozing off. While Zhuang Mian was tempted to use her ability to pull them into a dream realm for some practice, she decided against it due to the urgency of the mission. Instead, she got out of the vehicle and gave them a firm shake to wake them up. The man, rudely awakened from his dreams, was about to lash out when his eyes fell upon the golden seal bearing a steel imprint. In that instant, it was as if a bucket of ice water had been poured over his head. A gleaming sword, inverted on the pure gold emblem, radiated an intimidating aura that sent a shiver down his spine, making every hair on his body stand on end. Unable to meet Zhuang Mian's gaze, the guard could only nod mechanically. Open the door. The curt command snapped the guard into action. With trembling hands, he pulled out an ID card from his chest and inserted it into the scanner. Accompanied by the heavy grinding of machinery, the gates to the inner district slowly creaked open. Zhuang Mian led her team into the outer district, heading straight for a two-story building near the 33rd nutritional paste production line. The house, located close to the inner district wall, was considered a high-end residence in the outer district home to Wan Zhangsheng, the production line manager. At this hour, the factory was on its break during a 12-hour shift, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. The 7-member team quickly divided tasks. 2 stayed behind to guard the yard, while Zhuang Mian used her abilities to probe the interior of the house. After confirming there was no one on the first floor, she signaled her team to pick the lock. Leaving 2 more to stand watch, she silently ascended to the second floor with the remaining 2 team members. Outside the bedroom door, Zhuang Mian sensed the presence of 2 sleeping individuals inside. Her lips curled into a faint smile as she savored the thrill of holding others' lives in her hands. At her signal, one of her team members kicked the fragile wooden door open with a single blow. The loud bang startled the 2 occupants awake. When Zhangsheng, a man in his 40s, struggled to maintain a shred of composure. Instinctively, he grabbed the blanket and tossed it toward the person beside him, while his right hand fumbled in the darkness for the bedside lamp switch. As the warm light illuminated the room, when Zhangsheng took in the sight of the 3 uninvited intruders, he suppressed his rising panic and stammered softly, This must be some kind of misunderstanding." Known for his smooth-talking nature and careful discretion, he prided himself on never making enemies and keeping his minor transgressions well hidden. But the moment his eyes landed on the golden emblem, everything became painfully clear. A wave of terror surged through him, and he felt his legs trembling uncontrollably beneath the blanket. Despite the precarious situation, Wen Zhangqing still managed to maintain an air of composure. Instead of showing weakness, he raised his voice, his tone growing even more aggressive. "The purging squad. You are trespassing in a private home. Do you even follow any rules? Are you really the purging squad, or just some gang from the outer districts?" Standing by the bed, Zhuang Mian silently observed this unusual investigation target. As a newly recruited member of the purging squad, he had already participated in several raids. He had encountered people who panicked and fled, and others who resisted stubbornly. But when Zhangcheng was different, his fear seemed to fuel his arrogance. Putting away his badge, Zhuang Mian shifted his attention with interest to the other side of the bed, where a trembling woman was curled up. "More than anything else, I'm curious, are you 2 legally married?" he asked.
Yes. No.
The conflicting answers came simultaneously. The 2 exchanged a brief glance before the man awkwardly averted his eyes. An eerie silence filled the room. Suddenly, as if realizing something, the woman disregarded the precariously draped blanket around her and swung a punch directly at the man's face. "You bastard!" she shouted. She aimed to land a few more blows, but by then, when Zhangqing had already been pinned to the side of the bed by 2 squad members, unable to move. Zhuang Mian glanced at the disheveled woman and waved his hand decisively. "Take them both in." Despite the woman's apparent innocence based on the scene, Zhuang Mian was ever cautious and never let assumptions interfere with a proper investigation. The operation progressed unusually smoothly. The other 2 production line managers were quickly tracked down. Unlike the defiant Wen Zhangqing, these 2 appeared far more compliant. Though their eyes betrayed some guilt, they mostly cooperated with the investigation. As for Wen Zhangqing's lover, despite her fiery temper, she quickly caved when faced with professionals. Unfortunately, it turned out she genuinely knew nothing about the case, and Zhuang Mian left her after a brief questioning, albeit disappointed. The team then split into 3 groups, leveraging their badges to enlist the assistance of nearby security forces. The 3 production lines were swiftly sealed off, and early shift workers were turned away. Production lines 24 and 35 had clear records, with every batch of nutrient paste accounted for. Under light pressure, the 2 managers hesitantly confessed to taking kickbacks. However, the most suspicious individual, Wen Zhangqing, manager of line 33, proved to be a tough nut to crack. His accounts were clearly problematic, and a hidden safe was discovered in his office's false wall. Yet, he refused to speak. His sharp gaze suggested he was fully aware of the squad's tight timeline and intended to hold out for a few hours. His eyes conveyed a "let the world burn after me" determination. This was practically his last stand. Though his resistance was nearing its limit, it posed a significant challenge to the time-sensitive purging squad. Sensing the need for urgency, Zhuang Mian dismissed his teammates from the office, choosing to confront the handcuffed Wen Zhengqing alone. The two men stared at each other in silence for a moment. Then, without warning, Zhuang Mian landed a heavy punch to Wen Zhengqing's side. Acting tough? Huh? The sharp pain in Wen Zhengqing's abdomen caused his face to flush crimson. He gasped for air, struggling even to breathe. Zhuang Mian followed up with another precise blow, rendering him unconscious. The chaotic dreamscape took shape rapidly. Zhuang Mian closed her eyes and let her consciousness dive into his dream. In this hazy, greatened office dream, Wen Zhengqing was hunched over, scrutinizing a black ledger, his right hand occasionally massaging his aching abdomen. Through repeated experiments, Zhuang Mian had already mastered the basic rules of human dreams centered on the dreamer, forming a spherical space with a 10-meter radius. The closer to the edges, the blurrier the details, and beyond the boundary lay a void, akin to an unloaded video game map. The unique aspect of chaotic dreams was that the dreamer remained completely unaware they were dreaming, and their memory of it would become extremely vague upon waking. Zhuang Mian began her search for memories in this dream, where time flowed slightly slower than in reality. 2 hours later, she had obtained all the information she needed, while in the real world, less than 10 minutes had passed. Exiting the dream, Zhuang Mian immediately gathered her team and returned to the office. She pointed to the window and issued a curt command: break open the windowsill. The real ledger is inside. Though her teammates didn't understand how their leader knew this, they promptly retrieved tools from the hallway's emergency equipment cabinet. By this time, Wen Zhengqing had just regained consciousness. Upon hearing Zhuang Mian's words, his face turned ashen. You, how could you possibly know? Because I can read minds, Zhuang Mian replied coldly. Prepare to face justice, scum. The fire axe quickly shattered the windowsill, and a heavy, handwritten ledger fell into Zhuang Mian's hands. She flipped through it rapidly, her gaze piercing as she interrogated the now utterly broken Wen Zhengqing. Falsifying excess losses, forcing overtime, exceeding production quotas by 110 each month, and fencing goods through gangs in the outer district? Her teeth clenched. Cases involving the unemployed were always difficult, as these individuals didn't even exist in Hope City's registry system. As she reached the last page of the ledger, Zhuang Mian frowned. Why hasn't that shipment from 2 days ago been moved yet? Delayed bookkeeping? No. Wen Zhengqing, his face battered beyond recognition, shook his head frantically. It really hasn't been moved. The gang responsible for the handoff suddenly disappeared these past few days. Everything was fine just 4 days ago. Zhuang Mian believed he wasn't lying at this point. He wouldn't dare deceive her. As the captain of the purification squad responsible for managing mid- and high-level affairs in both the inner and outer districts, she had indeed been somewhat out of touch with intelligence from the outer district lately. But what could have caused such a drastic change in less than a month? She glanced at the time on her communicator and decided to contact an old acquaintance to gather more information. An experienced agent always has their own unique information channels. Zhuang Mian understood this well. As a new member of the purification squad, she knew she needed to establish her own intelligence network. Under the cover of night, Zhuang Mian moved alone through the narrow alleys of the outer district. She lightly tapped the communicator in her hand, a paired device she had previously handed to an informant. Half an hour later, in a secluded alley, she met with her carefully cultivated informant, a fugitive from the outer district known as Heartstealer L, a firestarter who had joined the organization long before her. In the dimly lit alley, the two exchanged information briefly. Regarding Wen Zhengqing's goods distribution issue, L provided an unexpected yet plausible explanation. Gang members forced into labor naturally couldn't continue handling distribution. Interestingly, just as these individuals were adjusting to working on the production line, Wen Zhengqing's hideout was raided. Zhuang Mian silently noted down the information. While it deviated from her initial expectations, it was sufficient for an agent solely seeking the truth. With minor adjustments to conceal L's identity, this intelligence could be reported to her superiors seamlessly. As she prepared to wrap up the conversation, L suddenly mentioned the outer district's unemployed population clearance plan. Zhuang Mian only knew the basics, that the higher-ups wanted to eliminate certain unstable elements. But as L began to detail the plan, her expression grew increasingly serious. Meanwhile, the boy responded with an innocent, carefree smile. Are you the leader of the Ashes? Zhuang Mian asked in astonishment. Although this boy had surprised her more than once before, this revelation left her utterly shocked. L shook his head and, with a near theatrical sincerity, replied, I'm just one of the deputies. The leader is someone else. Yeah, right? Zhuang Mian thought to herself, skeptical. However, she shifted to the next topic and inquired about the destination of the last batch of goods. L scratched his head, pulled a sealed pack of nutrient paste from his pocket, and casually opened it. Taking a couple of bites, he nonchalantly said, the goods are just nutrient paste, right? Where else would they go? Of course, we kept them for ourselves. Feeding so many subordinates is expensive. Zhuang Mian was momentarily at a loss for words, but upon reflection, his reasoning seemed irrefutable. She wasn't privy to the full scope of the mission and had no idea that the very product Elle was eating was part of the problematic batch. In the end, she merely collected the gang's nutrient paste distribution records and prepared to report back to her team. Meanwhile, Elle's subordinates had already devoured a tenth of the goods with great satisfaction. Inside the research institute, after Ji Yongxing left the laboratory, an unremarkable white lab coat began to undergo a subtle transformation. It morphed into a massive gray, chaotic matter and silently slid toward a large beaker in the corner. In the dim shadows, the mass revealed jagged, razor-sharp teeth. A faint crunching sound broke the quiet. A researcher, engrossed in extracting mycelium, lifted his head and cast a puzzled glance at the empty lab bench. He saw nothing but couldn't shake the feeling that had heard something crack. Shaking his slightly throbbing head, he attributed it to the illusions caused by overwork. He stood up and walked over to the lab bench, noticing that a large beaker was precariously placed. He absent-mindedly pushed it farther back, making its position more secure. This simple action unexpectedly reminded him of his mischievous cat at home, always knocking things to the floor and then strutting around as if it owned the place. Why am I suddenly thinking about my cat? He muttered to himself with a wry smile before returning to his microscope. At that moment, the beaker, now transformed, began quietly observing everything in the laboratory. Across two lab benches, a small white mouse inside an incubator twitched violently. To test the harmful effects of the mycelium, the researchers had injected all the extracted active mycelium into this single test subject. Everyone held their breath, watching the shocking changes unfold on the mouse. Its fur along its spine quickly turned grayish-white, stiffened, and stood on end like the quills of an enraged porcupine. The twitching ceased, and the mouse crouched on the ground, its body bristling with sharp, spiky fur. Its blood-red eyes gleamed with an eerie light. From a distance, Fran, now disguised as the beaker, observed the scene. Her formless stomach began to churn. The newly transformed companion exuded an irresistible, tantalizing aroma. The injected mycelium represented the researchers' entire current stock. After confirming that humans couldn't digest these substances, they had shifted to biological experimentation. Upon contact with the mouse, the mycelium seemed to come alive, burrowing through its pores, invading its host's body, and seamlessly integrating with its nervous system. A powerful and murderous consciousness descended upon the mouse, surveying the surrounding researchers through its eyes. The suffocating aura of malice instinctively caused several people to step back. Moments later, the mouse went completely berserk, repeatedly ramming against the acrylic walls of its incubation chamber. Its grotesquely overgrown incisors left deep, menacing scratches on the surface. Squeak, screech. The piercing sound of shrill cries, accompanied by violent crashes, reverberated through the laboratory. One corner of the incubation chamber had already developed spiderweb-like cracks, signaling an imminent crisis. Standing at the forefront of the research team, Joshua faced the experimental subject on the verge of breaking free from its confines, his expression calm to the point of indifference. He raised his hand slightly and issued a concise and firm command. Destroy it. His assistant immediately pressed a series of buttons on the control panel. At that instant, jet nozzles emerged from the corners of the chamber, spewing scorching flames that roared through the space, engulfing the entire chamber in an instant. Everything inside the wood shavings, the white lab mice was consumed by the blaze, reduced to ashes and charred remnants within moments. Gazing at the smoldering remains before him, Joshua let out a soft sigh and turned to his assistant to inquire, "How's the data collection going?" "It's done. All 4 cameras recorded complete footage. And the genetic samples? We managed to preserve some blood samples." Joshua nodded. "Good. The harmful nature of the mycelium has been confirmed. From now on, everyone will shift their focus to researching solutions for neutralization." At 8 a.m., Ji Yongxing's desk was piled high with various production records. Some were neatly preserved, while others were battered and torn, clearly indicating that the collection process had been far from smooth. Nearby, a researcher was meticulously comparing daily samples from different production lines. Zhuang Mian, responsible for submitting the records, observed the bespectacled young leader with a peculiar feeling stirring within her. It was as though Hope City had become someone's private domain, an invisible weight pressing down on her. The sensation was both oppressive and oddly reassuring. She took a deep breath to steady herself before beginning her report on the investigation's findings. Ji Yongxing listened with an impassive expression throughout, but when he heard that gang members from the outer district had started consuming the targeted nutritional paste, he suddenly stood up and began pacing anxiously across the office. Just as he was about to contact his mentor, he noticed a notification on his communicatora 3-minute video titled Biological Experiment. Accompanied by the video was an urgent analysis report from Zhou's team. The report detailed that the lab mice in the experiment had been exposed to mycelium concentrations equivalent to 80 of the nutritional paste. Assuming the problematic paste contained the same level of mycelium, and considering that an adult consumes 3 packets of the paste per day, the team calculated that even individuals with strong willpower would succumb to assimilation within 5 days, while the average person would only last about 3 days. Ji Yongxing immediately rushed to the table where the samples were kept, his eyes wide with alarm as he carefully examined them. With the nutrient paste as the focal point, he finally managed to locate the targets with the telltale mycelium, thanks to his streamlined abilities. The production date on the package made Ji Yongxing's heart race. It was from 4 days ago. His mind worked rapidly. The gang had first taken the batch of nutrient paste produced 4 days ago, which then ended up as rations in the hands of another gang. Cold sweat trickled down Ji Yongxing's back as he suddenly realized an important detail he had overlooked. In Hope City, it was perfectly normal for residents to stock up on nutrient paste. However, this wet, unpalatable staple was never hoarded in large quantities. It had no collectible value and a short shelf life. Data showed that the amount of mycelium consumed by most residents in the outer districts was still within safe limits. But Ji Yongxing suddenly thought of a specific group, the drifters. These people had no habit of storing food, living hand-to-mouth and aimlessly wandering the city every day. This revelation made him want to slap himself. He finally grasped the deeper meaning of his teacher's words. Uncontrollable variables are often the ones that most affect experimental results. There was no time for regret. He immediately summoned Zhuang Mian and urgently inquired about the gang. Zhuang Mian's face lit up with a knowing smile. Who else could it be but that guy? We need to find him. Now. Now. Meanwhile, the Esper Saint Shield had already reported emergency incident 0097. 5 hours later, the emergency response plan was officially activated. Half of the inner district's defense forces took to the city walls, taking control of the 4 main gates. These soldiers, who primarily consumed standard cockroach-based nutrient paste, had never been exposed to products derived from exotic beasts, ensuring their reliability. 10 Esper teams were subsequently deployed. Wang Xiao stood in the middle of his squad, with Fenrir joking with Zhuangmu in front of him and the puppeteer and beacon whispering behind him. The 5 of them had been assigned to the southern wall of the inner district, facing a rare sunrise. Quite the coincidence, Fenrir said energetically. Our squad's first battle was fought on the southern wall too, though it was in the outer district. This remark resonated with the team. They had earned commendation for that mission. Since Wang Xiao joined, the strength of the 25th Esper squad had improved significantly. While they hadn't received a formal collective medal, the recognition from that operation had brought the team closer together. It was also from that time on that Zhuangmu began frequently sharing stories about the history of Hope City with Wang Xiao. The orders given to Meteors squads like the one Fengni belonged to were unusually straightforward. No matter what happens, defend the city. This unprecedented command left everyone puzzled. Who would attack the city? The outer district civilians? That made no sense at all. The morning sunlight bathed the walls of Hope City as the guards took their positions. From the high vantage point, the outer district was coming to life. The streets below were filled with people who looked like tiny ants, emerging from their homes and heading to their respective tasks. It appeared to be an ordinary day, no different from the countless ones that had come before. But in a house in the eastern district, an unusual conversation was taking place. Boss, I think I'm having hallucinations. A gang member stood in front of Li Rue, his face contorted with distress. Last night, I felt like someone was talking inside my head while I was trying to sleep. I ignored it at first, but this morning the voice got louder. I can't even understand what it's saying. Li Rue glanced at the unremarkable-looking subordinate and sneered at what he considered nonsense. Wrong meds, diagnosis complete. Take a day off, lazy mutt. He waved his hand dismissively, clearly annoyed. Although he didn't get the response he was hoping for, the gang member was relieved to be granted a day off. He nodded timidly and quickly left the room. To Li Rue, the daily life of his gang members was monotonous and uninspiring. These were unruly, reckless individuals who lacked loyalty and would betray the group at the slightest opportunity for personal gain. But his gang, Ashes, was different. From the very beginning, he had set a grand vision to unify the entire underground world of the outer district, no matter the cost or time required. This bold ambition had inspired hope in many of the aimless drifters under his command. Though they couldn't fully grasp Li Rui's true motives, having a goal was still better than following gangs that only sought profit. Recently, the members of Ashes had shown unprecedented enthusiasm during gang clashes. Especially after witnessing a mysterious figure take away all the captives, they became even more convinced that their boss had powerful connections in the inner district. Their loyalty skyrocketed. Nowadays, some of them even started waking up early, albeit to request leave. As Li Rue reflected on how easy it was to manipulate his subordinates, another troubled-looking member entered the room. Boss, you might not believe me, but when I woke up this morning, I couldn't feel my right hand anymore. This symptom reminded Li Rue of his own experiences over the past few years. His brows furrowed deeply, but his tone unconsciously softened. Come here. Let me take a look. The burly subordinate immediately stepped closer, turning the right side of his body toward Li Rue. Smack! A sharp slap shattered the silence in the room. The previously lifeless right arm of the man suddenly erupted with incredible strength, landing a heavy blow on Li Rue's face. The sudden turn of events left everyone present, including Air, who had just stepped through the door, frozen in shock. Boss, I swear it wasn't on purpose, the man stammered, his voice trembling and almost breaking into a sob as he tried to explain. Usually calm and composed, Li Rue was now seething with anger. Your hand is attached to your body, and you're saying it wasn't you? Before his words had fully settled, that out-of-control right hand struck again, this time lunging at Li Rue's throat with lightning speed. The muscles and veins in the arm bulged unnaturally, and the skin turned an eerie shade of red. The immense force left Li Rue gasping for air, while the man, the hand's owner, desperately used his left hand to pry his own right fingers away, even attempting to kick his arm to free himself. Seeing this, Air immediately rushed forward to help. Together, the two of them managed to wrestle the rogue hand off Li Rue's neck. But like a raging beast, the arm instantly redirected its aggression toward Air, only to abruptly freeze mid-attack and then slump back into its original, lifeless state. Li Rue stood up, rubbing his neck as the deep red marks began to fade, thanks to his exceptional self-healing abilities. Other team members quickly restrained the man, but Air's attention was drawn to something else entirely. What's wrong with your legs? Air asked, staring at the group holding their struggling teammate. Maybe I twisted it a couple of days ago. Feels a bit numb and tingly, one of them replied, scratching his head, and the others nodded in agreement, reporting similar sensations. The symptoms were far too consistent to be dismissed as simple injuries. Air exchanged a wary glance with Li Rue, who immediately called everyone together to individually inquire about their physical condition. The findings were alarming. Nearly everyone reported some kind of anomaly. Some claimed to hear voices in their heads, others complained of numbness and lack of control in their limbs, and a few described persistent nausea. Air quickly retraced their recent group activities. Aside from the recent brawl, there was only he suddenly remembered Zhuang Mian's investigation from earlier and the batch of nutrient paste. He shot to his feet and left the room, intending to find a public phone to contact Zhuang Mian. Just then, the one-way communicator in his pocket began to vibrate. He answered it, and a stranger's voice came through. Fire thieves, how long have you been consuming the nutrient paste you confiscated? How much is left? Have you experienced any adverse effects? L instantly recognized Ji Yongxing's voice. Faced with Ji's rapid-fire questions, he went straight to the point. Apart from me and another superhuman in the gang, everyone else is experiencing varying degrees of symptoms, he said, striding past a public restroom. A loud, unpleasant noise erupted from inside, prompting him to add, the symptoms include auditory and visual hallucinations, numbness and coldness in the limbs, loss of motor control, severe diarrhea, and convulsions. Ji Yongxing noticed the increasingly professional tone in L's words and nodded to himself in approval. As he agreed on a meeting location, he speculated internally. These symptoms are most likely caused by fungal filaments. In the unpredictable and perilous outer district, it made sense for members of their clandestine organization, who were familiar with such phenomena, to gather and address the issue together. Meanwhile, in a psychology clinic in the outer district, Lin Qingliu was preparing to explore the dream of a peculiar patient. The male patient had come knocking early in the morning, claiming that a voice had been incessantly echoing in his head throughout the night. Fearing that his condition might cause an accident at work, he had called in sick to seek help. Seeing the man's near breaking point, Lin Qingliu wasted no time. He led the patient into the consultation room, offered a few calming words, and, while the patient closed his eyes, delivered a precise chop to the back of his neck. The force was expertly measured to induce sleep. Once inside the patient's dream, Lin Qingliu found himself in a modestly sized room. A family of 4 sat around the dining table. With a subtle manipulation of the dream, he made the patient's family disappear and took the place of a family member, sitting across the table to share a meal of nutrient paste. Suddenly, an eerie voice filled the room, seemingly emanating from the walls on all sides. The voice spoke in an unfamiliar language, alternating between tones of speech, commands, and even bursts of fervent intensity. The man across the table clutched his head in agony. Lin Qingliu quickly deduced that this was likely not a psychological issue but a physiological one, something beyond his scope of treatment. Exiting the dream, he was reminded of Fran's past experiences before becoming his cat, sparking a realization. Activating his abilities through the path of knowledge, he enhanced his vision to meticulously examine the patient's body. When his gaze reached the man's brain, he finally uncovered the problem: a long fungal filament coiled around the surface of the man's brain. Even though his body was already incredibly strong, the The sudden chill in that moment still made Lin Qingliu instinctively step back. He quickly regained his composure and decided to act before the situation worsened. Just as he had helped Fran before, he intended to assist this man as well. After all, his own crops were also at risk of infection, and over 10,000 people in the outer district had already been affected. Activating his third pathway ability, that familiar sensation surged through him. In his perception, the world transformed into layered structures of matter, allowing him to seamlessly pass through, extract, or block any layer at will. Swiftly, he extracted a coiled mass of fungal mycelium from the man's brain, no larger than a fingernail. The man immediately regained clarity, shook his head, and looked at Lin Qingliu with gratitude. While discreetly crushing the still wriggling mycelium in his hand, Lin Qingliu smiled and said, "The treatment fee is 100. The man paid without hesitation. Just as he was about to leave, Lin Qingliu added, "By the way, there's a premium wellness package that benefits both body and mind. It's just 2,000. Interested? Doctor, maybe next time. If I head to work now, they'll only dock me half a day's wages." The man replied with a grin, politely declining. After seeing the patient off, Lin Qingliu paced around the clinic, lost in thought, before eventually walking to the window. The outer district appeared calm and peaceful on the surface, but it seemed to conceal an impending storm. Silently, he flipped the clinic sign to display the closed side, changed into the attire of another identity, and blended into the bustling streets. Meanwhile, in a detention facility elsewhere, two guards were discussing an inexplicable hunger. "Hey, man, are you hungry?" "Kind of, yeah. Weird. Thought we had breakfast this morning. Should we eat something else? I mean, we're injured. We need the nutrition." They hesitated, glancing at the storage room that had been repurposed as a temporary holding cell. Inside, piles of confiscated nutrient paste and rations from a small gang were stacked. Unbeknownst to them, faint crimson glimmers were spreading through the air. The moment they opened the door, they froze in shock. The lunatic they had tied up was ravenously devouring the nutrient paste, tearing open the packaging, swallowing it whole without chewing, and then vomiting up chunks mixed with stomach acid. What should have been a revolting sight now seemed eerily normal. Something was coursing rapidly through the guards' bodies. Within seconds, they exchanged a glance, each seeing the crimson glow that had surfaced in the other's eyes. And so, a feast meant only for the three of them began to unfold in the storage room. They knelt on the ground, their cheeks and fingers smeared with nutrient paste, devouring it like ravenous beasts. With each gulp, the mycelium within their bodies began to reorganize, fragments reconnecting and forming delicate threads that extended deep into their brains. The faint, elusive voice suddenly became clear, reverberating like thunder in their minds. The cryptic language carried a message that grew increasingly comprehensible. A great will from above was issuing a call, commanding them to expand the colony and bring more individuals into this eternal symbiosis. The three slowly rose to their feet, their eyes now entirely consumed by a crimson hue. At this moment, they no longer possessed independent thought, but had transformed into tools of the collective, akin to diligent worker bees in a hive. Meanwhile, chaos erupted in other rooms throughout the building. The murmurs of the Great Will echoed like a massive broadcasting system. Each new receiver amplified the signal within a certain range. In the past, the special abilities of the Saint Shield had been able to swiftly eliminate aberrant creatures, preventing them from contaminating humanity. But now, the situation had shifted. The Saint Shield could no longer operate around the clock, and its capabilities had significantly weakened. Sensing this shift, the Great Will of the symbiotic colony quickly devised a simple yet direct plan. Though its intellect might not surpass that of an average human, it perceived the world with clarity through assimilated plants, underground mycelium networks, and the countless eyes of aberrant beasts. From its very inception, this will carried a singular mission: to bring the entire planet under its control. Over the past month, low-level beast tides had struck repeatedly. Each time an aberrant beast perished within the protective barrier, the shield weakened slightly. 4 days ago, the barrier finally became incapable of providing full coverage, leaving only certain areas protected. Although the subsequent attacks resulted in the loss of a third aberrant beast serving as an eye, vast amounts of information had already been transmitted through the invisible sensory network. After nearly 40 years, this will had finally discerned the full scope of the fortress. The entity controlling the protective shield, the researchers in white coats dissecting members of the colony, everything had come into its view. Now, it was ready to launch an all-out assault. A battle of internal and external forces was about to commence. Alarms blared incessantly. Beast Tide spotted 10 kilometers southeast. Beast Tide detected 8 kilometers south. Unusual activity observed on the eastern sea. Red warning lights flashed throughout the inner city. An unprecedented Tier 3 Beast Tide was closing in on Hope City from all directions, and even the long silent ocean had joined the siege. The command center was in chaos, with alarms blaring and tension thick in the air. A group of usually composed middle-aged individuals now wore expressions so strained that the wrinkles on their foreheads could crush a swarm of mosquitoes. They had been dragged out of their beds at the crack of dawn, told that a potential mass riot of unknown origin might erupt in the outer district. Naturally, any human uprising would impact humanity as a whole, so the superhumans were promptly dispatched to guard the inner city walls. However, the sudden onslaught of a fully formed beast tide at this moment sent a chill down everyone's spine. If the outer district fell, humanity would lose at least 60% of its population. At that point, whether Hope City, this half-crippled machine, could continue functioning would be a serious question. The survivors might face extinction in prolonged famine and chaos, or perhaps a small remnant would retreat underground. But that would merely delay the inevitable. I propose we deploy Weapon 005. A voice suddenly broke out. The others fell into either silent contemplation or began flipping through paper files and the data archives on their communication devices. Eventually, a shared look of realization spread across their faces. Weapon 005, the electromagnetic cannon. The man leading the discussion turned to someone beside him. It's a viable option, but what's the cost? The man paused to think before replying. Power rationing. Widespread power rationing. How widespread? For how long? All civilian buildings outside the three main institutions will have restricted power. 8 hours of electricity per day for the inner district, 6 hours for the outer district, lasting a month. The leader sighed heavily. There's no other choice. Get it ready. Also, send every available superhuman squad without an assignment to the outer district walls. Orders were issued one after another, and Hope City shifted into a full combat stance. Yet, unlike previous instances, this time the situation seemed far graver. Boss, I'm starving. Can I grab something to eat? A voice suddenly interrupted Li Rue, who had been reading a book. He couldn't shake the feeling that his subordinates were acting unusually strange today. They seemed like a bunch of kids, exuding trouble from head to toe. Waving his hand dismissively, he replied, Go ahead, bring me one too. The one with the lighter sweetness. The man immediately turned and jogged toward the storage room. Li Rue figured the guy must have been starving in a normal day. He would have at least responded respectfully before leaving. Listening to the uneven rhythm of footsteps fading away, an unshakable sense of unease crept into Li Rue's mind. Something was off. Whether it was the morning's events or that ravenously hungry subordinate, there was an indescribable strangeness to it all. Li Rue wasn't particularly well-read, so he struggled to articulate this odd feeling. But he knew that the true leader of the Ashes was already working tirelessly on the matter. His job was simply to hold down the base. On the other side of the courtyard, El entered with Zhuang Mian and Ji Yongxing, moving with their usual caution. Yet this time, as they stepped into the space, a multitude of gazes turned toward them. Normally, people would spare a glance at this sharp-witted young man and move on. But today, those stares lingered, cold and unsettling, like venomous tongues refusing to retract. Both Zhuang Mian, with his professional training, and Ji Yongxing, with his keen observational skills, quickly picked up on the abnormality. The trio's pace gradually slowed to a crawl. Through their conversations along the way, El had already grasped the current situation. After a brief discussion, the three of them decided to take the most straightforward approach, burning the batch of nutrient paste that hadn't been relocated in time. While fungal mycelium is known for its resilience, it wouldn't survive temperatures of several hundred degrees. However, events unfolded far more quickly than expected. Their steps slowed in unison until they came to a halt in the middle of the courtyard. A strange, unsettling atmosphere hung in the air. Aren't these your men? I've told you, I'm not the official leader. So, the reason they want to eat you now is? That's hard to say. Before the words had fully settled, a sharp sound of shattering glass echoed from the second floor. Li Rue, his face covered in blood, struggled to stick half his body out of the window and shouted down to El in the courtyard, Boss, get out of here. Something's wrong. Before he could finish, a tremendous force yanked him completely out of the window. His body twisted unnaturally in midair, spinning 1.5 times before slamming heavily onto the ground with a dull thud. His head was twisted at an impossible angle. Even Zhuang Mian, who was used to witnessing chaotic scenes, couldn't help but swallow nervously. Who's that? The nominal leader of Ashes, El replied calmly. Ji Yongxing frowned. As a researcher who valued human life, he found El's indifference unsettling. But his sharp eyes caught something unusual about the corpse. At that moment, another figure appeared in the second-floor window, his eyes bloodshot, green saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth. All the gazes in the courtyard immediately turned toward him. Unlike the hostility directed at Ji Yongxing and his group, the onlookers' eyes were filled with a mix of fear and fanaticism when they looked at the man upstairs. The drooling man shouted loudly, Obey the will of the Lord. Kill those who cannot hear his voice. With a feral roar, the crowd around them seemed to ignite with primal rage and began to close in on the trio. Though these people retained some basic reasoning, It was evident they had lost control of their bodies, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light. At that moment, the corpse on the ground began to twitch. Accompanied by the sound of grinding bones, Li Rui's twisted neck slowly rotated back into place. He struggled to his feet and, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes, ran to El's side. "Boss, are these two reinforcements?" El let out a soft sigh and, half jokingly, half seriously said, "Given the current situation, you might actually be the best fighter among the four of us." The joy on Li Rui's face froze instantly. "You know my abilities," El said with a scoff. "I'm not much of a fighter, I only have one move, and that's a killing blow." As for these two, Zhuang Mian and Ji Yongxing, already prepared, had drawn their pistols. "They're not much different from me." A flicker of joy returned to Li Rui's face, but it was quickly extinguished by reality. El's hint made him realize instantly that out-of-control individuals, though jobless drifters, were key members of the Ashes organization. As former comrades, they deserved relatively lenient treatment. The task of subduing these controlled subordinates fell to Li Rui. However, events unfolded unexpectedly. When Zhuang Mian followed the standard enforcer protocol and fired a warning shot into the sky, the sharp sound seemed to strike a nerve deep within those people. Since the fungal control was not yet complete, they hesitated and came to a halt. Seizing this opportunity, Li Rui swiftly subdued several of them, leading El and the others to break through the encirclement successfully. The observer on the second floor remained indifferent to the scene, merely waving a hand lightly. Those partially controlled individuals moved like puppets on strings, surging toward the nutrient paste storage room. Meanwhile, similar incidents were occurring at dozens of locations across the outer district. Members of various gangs, frequent users of the nutrient paste production line, were frantically purchasing and hoarding supplies through their own channels. A terrifying chain reaction was unfolding. More and more people were falling under the control of the fungal mycelium, becoming carriers of the great consciousness whispers. More and more individuals began consuming vast quantities of nutrient paste. Those who rarely consumed the paste or preferred insect-based products either hid at home, enduring the relentless noise in their minds, or instinctively fled toward the inner district. Meanwhile, those fully controlled gathered like a tide at the outer district's walls, preparing to coordinate with the incoming beast horde and launch an assault to capture the outer district, which housed 80 of the population. Amid this chaos, El and his two companions continued their last stand. Zhuang Mian was contacting colleagues, urging them to destroy all the nutrient paste they could find before the mental pandemic spread further. Ji Yongxing was discussing a critical discovery with Zhou Zuooth. Biological field theory mentioned in the archives might be coming true. If the human population were to plummet, the biological fields of the beasts and fungal mycelium would directly influence the uninfected, plunging humanity into an irreversible abyss. On the inner district city wall, the 25th squad of Finer welcomed an unexpected visitor. "Hello there, I'm Shizhong," the newcomer announced, presenting an official transfer order. With threats looming over both the inner and outer districts, many superhuman squads had been reassigned with new missions. Among them was the 25th squad, known for its expertise in large-scale destruction and precise control. "But how are we supposed to get to the outer district's walls?" Wang Xiao spread his hands helplessly. Though he could modify his own body, growing wings was still beyond him. The heavy-set man grinned mysteriously and repeated, "My code name is Shizhong." "Whoa, the wind is so strong." "Captain, what did you say?" "I said the wind is really, cough cough." "Never mind. The wind's too loud, just don't bother talking." Amid the roaring gales, 5 superhumans were flying high in the sky. Despite their efforts to slow down, the altitude forced them to constantly dodge the freezing wind that blasted into their faces. This team's ability to move freely through the air was thanks to a superhuman with the codename Weightless. Earlier, he had lightly tapped each teammate on the shoulder with his right hand, instantly granting them a unique sensory ability. Wang Xiao quickly adapted to this newly acquired power. Just as he'd witnessed when he first met Qingliu, he could now freely control his movements in the air. While this flight ability bestowed by Weightless was remarkable, it came with limitations. It could only be sustained for an hour when used on all 5 of them simultaneously, and the weight of the entire team temporarily transferred to Weightless himself. After a brief warm-up, Qingliu led the team away from the city walls, heading toward the defense zone outlined in their orders. The atmosphere in the city felt unusually tense today. The inner city gates, which typically opened on schedule, remained tightly shut, leaving crowds of citizens waiting anxiously outside. Due to the one-way design of the gates, there wasn't even a single guard they could appeal to. Further away, terrified groups of people were rushing toward the inner city, while in the middle of the outer district, clusters of fervent individuals were converging near various factories. "What's going on?" Wang Xiao asked, puzzled. No one answered. Even the usually knowledgeable Zhang Mu remained silent, his brows furrowed in deep thought. 20 minutes later, the team arrived at their designated defensive wall. The area was already packed with soldiers, their eyes filled with anticipation as they watched the superhuman team descend from the sky. Behind the soldiers stood two pieces of equipment that Wang Xiao had never seen before. These were the weapons they had been ordered to protect. Compared to the conventional weaponry capable of handling first and second-tier beast waves, these new devices appeared far more sophisticated, with longer and more refined barrels. Looking at these obviously powerful new weapons, Wang Xiao felt a surge of excitement. After surviving the ordeal of being kidnapped for his abilities and the brutal battles against beasts on the city walls, he had begun to crave greater strength. Though his journey of advancement was just beginning, the desire to reach higher levels of power had already taken root in his heart. It was as if the barrier between the second and third levels of power had completely dissolved. Others might have noticed Wang Xiao's excitement, but only the puppeteer seemed uneasy and offered a cautious reminder, "Be careful, don't get yourself killed out there." Wang Xiao turned to glance at his female teammate and pointed toward the distant beast tide, which had already kicked up clouds of dust. "You might get the chance to possess a third-level beast today," he said with a hint of a grin. The puppeteer shook her head helplessly. "I'm only at the second level of power. I can't control a beast stronger than myself for long." Without another word, Wang Xiao refocused as the team entered their combat-ready state. At that moment, a special alarm sounded. The beast tide had crossed the 2-kilometer warning line. Behind the team, the long-barreled cannons began to hum softly, with their twin barrels slowly adjusting their angles. In the distance, within the beast tide, a massive dark green serpent nearly 100 meters long, with 4 heads, suddenly paused as if sensing something. It rapidly shifted its position, hiding behind a thickly armored beetle-like creature. Yet, the sleek white cannon barrels didn't fire. Instead, they allowed the beast tide to continue advancing. The giant serpent seemed to relax, its heads cautiously peeking out from behind its shield-like companion. But the moment the tide crossed the 1-kilometer mark, a strange, thunderous boom erupted from behind the team. The sound carried an electric charge that seemed to shake their very souls. The pure white barrels appeared to be wrapped in crackling arcs of electricity, as though they had stolen lightning's power. In an instant too brief to perceive, 2 steel projectiles, each the size of a fist, shot out from the barrels. Even Wang Xiao, who had undergone professional training to dodge ordinary bullets, was in awe of their incredible speed. The next moment, 2 of the serpent's heads were obliterated, vanishing into thin air. To be precise, they were blown apart, spraying a mix of white, red, and other colors across the surrounding beasts like a localized rainstorm. Seizing the moment of the serpent's paralysis, 2 more shells fired simultaneously, shattering its remaining heads. The serpent's massive body, thicker than the largest water barrels in Hope City by several times, first went limp before collapsing heavily to the ground. Its fall alone crushed dozens of unfortunate green cocoon creatures beneath it. After a brief stillness, the headless serpent's body began thrashing violently. Without its senses or any ability to perceive, it flailed aimlessly, either due to the agony of its wounds or the loss of its 5 senses. Its wild convulsions wreaked havoc on the beast tide, causing significant damage in just a few seconds. Standing on the city wall, Wang Xiao watched the scene, utterly shaken. At that moment, he felt an odd impulse to award the medal he had once earned to this serpent Mr. or Mrs. Snake, as he mentally called it. "That was a 4th-level beast," murmured Zhang Mu with a calm tone. The squad fell silent. Not only had Wang Xiao never seen a 4th-level beast, but even the 2 newer female members, Xinbiao and the puppeteer, were left stunned. In fact, among the entire 25th squad, only Zhang Mu and Finier, the 2 more experienced members, had ever encountered a 4th-level beast before. Zhang Mu, a middle-aged man nearing 40, stood quietly, while Finier, despite her youthful and talkative appearance, was also approaching 30. The 2 of them silently observed the unfolding scene. Memories of the last time the electromagnetic cannon had fired came to mind, and they couldn't help but wonder how long the dormitory's power supply would be out this time. The railgun's attack tore through the night like thunder, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of every soldier on the city walls. The massive serpent, its size beyond imagination, had already been spotted by the troops and was now writhing and struggling under the relentless bombardment of the railgun. The railgun crew seemed quite satisfied with the outcome. Eliminating a level 4 mutant beast at close range was undoubtedly the best way to boost morale. Cheers erupted across the walls, raising the previously tense spirits of the soldiers. The tide of approaching mutant beasts no longer seemed as terrifying in their eyes. Meanwhile, on the eastern section of the outer city's walls, another battle was unfolding in eerie silence. This stretch of the wall extended into the sea, forming a massive dam-like structure with tidal power generators installed below. On normal days, the hum of the generators during the ebb and flow of the tides was a familiar background noise for the coastal residents. But today, the area was dead silent. The generators had been completely shut down after the sea beast tide was detected, isolating the inside and outside of the dam. As the gray tide of beasts approached, a row of small railguns, starkly contrasting with their surroundings, emerged atop the wall. These matte white barrels were slowly rotating, charging up energy, each one locked onto a specific target in the sea. Bang, bang, bang. The railguns opened fire, unleashing a barrage of power upon the ocean. While the seawater diminished the projectile's impact, the remaining kinetic energy was sufficient to eliminate mutant beasts near the surface. As for the larger level 3 and above beasts, their massive size caused them to get stranded whenever they attempted to land, turning them into stationary targets for the railguns. Before long, the sea's surface was stained crimson, resembling a blood-red ocean under the midday sun. However, the battle here did little to quell the chaos in the outer city. In less than an hour, most of the nutrient paste containing fungal mycelium had been devoured by the frenzied crowd. As the number of infected grew, the supreme will of the mycelium expanded its influence across the biosphere within Hope City. L and his 3 companions worked to evacuate uninfected civilians while advancing toward the inner city. Even the usually overconfident wild Esper, Li Rue, couldn't help but feel like a lone leaf adrift in a vast ocean. No matter how powerful an individual might be, it was nearly impossible to make a significant impact amidst such turmoil. The one thing he was certain of, however, was that he had chosen to follow the right personnel, despite his youth, had both the background and the means to command respect as a true leader. Before long, the panicked crowd began to gather at the base of the city walls. This wave of refugees from the outer city alone numbered nearly 10,000, with even more people surging in from behind them. Even though there was an artificial river ahead, the crowd behind continued to push forward relentlessly. The persistent splashes from the river confirmed that more people were falling into the water, and quite a few unlucky vendors, along with their carts, were being shoved into the river as well. Stop pushing. Stop the damn pushing. Angry shouts rose one after another, merging into a chaotic roar beneath the city walls. On top of the wall, the soldiers and superhumans standing guard exchanged confused glances. A seasoned superhuman, likely in his 40s, frowned as he observed the chaotic scene below. Having experienced several uprisings in the past, he could tell this was nothing like the riot their superiors had warned them about. In previous uprisings, the rioters at least wielded wooden sticks or iron tools. But these people, they were clearly frightened refugees scrambling for safety. This realization quickly spread among those on the wall. The tense superhuman powers and raised firearms gradually eased without anyone noticing. Suddenly, a harsh static crackled through the loudspeakers, cutting through the noise and causing the crowd to quiet slightly. Years of habitually listening to broadcasts made them instinctively perk up their ears. A deep male voice then boomed. If you want to prove that you're not rioters, stop shouting, stop pushing, and choose a representative to speak with me directly. An eerie silence fell over the crowd. Most of them were bewildered. They had only wanted to go to work at the factory, only to find it sealed off by grim-faced officials. They had tried to return home for some peace, but the streets were filled with crazed people storming the nutrition paste factory. Sporadic muttering and the sound of gunfire had forced them to seek refuge, but the gates to the inner district were closed tight, and the press of the crowd behind left them nowhere to retreat. Just as the mounting frustration was about to explode, a clear female voice rang out from the crowd. I'm the sheriff of the inner district. I've been investigating a case in the outer district since yesterday, and I know everything that's happening here. Let me speak with you. A young woman in a black coat held her badge high, signaling toward the city wall as she made her way through the crowd. On the wall, a slightly overweight middle-aged man in charge of the area listened to his subordinates' reports, his expression turning to one of surprise. She knows everything that's happening today? I don't even know everything. Raising his binoculars, he quickly spotted the golden longsword insignia gleaming in the sunlight. Damn it, she's with Internal Affairs, he muttered under his breath. The man dared not meet the piercing, sword-like gaze and hastily lowered his binoculars. Forcing a calm demeanor, he instructed his subordinates to prepare a safety basket and agreed to let the visitor ascend the city wall alone. Soon, a simple yet mechanically elegant lift device was pushed to the edge of the wall. Amid the hum of the motor, the basket, equipped with guardrails, descended slowly to the river outside the wall. Zhuang Mian decisively pushed through the crowd and stepped onto the basket alone. As the motor reversed, she began to rise steadily. When she reappeared before the city wall defense officer, her sharp gaze seemed even more intense. No, I've seen enough. The middle-aged man waved his hands frantically, as if that invisible sword might truly pierce him. I have no intention of targeting anyone in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Why don't you tell me what's really happening in the outer district? We were assigned to respond to a riot, but the current situation seems... Get me in touch with the military high command. Zhuang Mian interrupted him in a calm tone. Or, if you have the authority, open the gates and let the refugees in for shelter. Don't say things like that. The middle-aged man's plump body visibly flinched, and he instinctively sucked in his stomach. We'll contact them right away. There's no need to make it sound so dire. Muttering under his breath, he quickly stepped into his office and retrieved a communicator bearing the city defense force insignia. Although Zhuang Mian had already reported the situation to her direct superior, Veen, the current circumstances clearly required escalation to ensure a timely response, even if it meant bending protocol. The communication line was soon connected, and an irritated voice came through. "This is the High Command. State your business." "This is Xiao Zhengyuan, City Defense Officer of the South Gate 2 in the Inner District. A representative from the Ministry of Internal Affairs wishes to report critical intelligence directly to the High Command." There was an audible intake of breath on the other end. "Hand the communicator over to them." "Yes, sir." Xiao Zhengyuan, as if relieved to be rid of a hot potato, handed the communicator to Zhuang Mian. She immediately began to report on the situation in the outer district. At the High Command, Zhuang Mian's voice echoed throughout the room via speaker, drawing the undivided attention of all the staff officers present. Due to the limited surveillance equipment in the outer district, her first-hand intelligence was particularly valuable. After hearing the report on the fungal infection and the crowd dispersal, the staff signaled Zhuang Mian to hold while they launched into an intense discussion. The debate centered around two key issues: whether to allow the refugees into the city for shelter, and how to deal with the populace controlled by the fungal threads. At that moment, the latest data report from the Research Institute arrived. Based on the biofield and fungal infection data provided by Ji Yongxing, Zhou Zhua, and other researchers had reached a chilling conclusion. The number of infected individuals in the outer district had reached 600,000, one-eighth of the outer district's population and one-tenth of Hope City's total population. If these uncontrollable individuals were allowed to run rampant, the city defense forces would face a pincer attack from within and without, and the fall of the city wall would become only a matter of time. Hope City could not withstand the catastrophic blow of losing its outer district. The city's survival was hanging by a thread. Even if everyone crowded into the inner district, countless people would perish from food shortages. Yet, if the outer district's residents were left to perish in this disaster, Hope City would still suffer irreparable damage. Worse still, even if the beast tide couldn't breach the city walls, the biofield's effects on the outer district's residents could disrupt the entire city's operations. The heated debate came to an abrupt halt as a resounding slap on the table echoed through the command center. All eyes turned toward the source of the sound, a middle-aged man with a commanding presence, his military uniform stretched tightly over his broad frame. He stood tall, his hair streaked with gray, his chiseled features sharp and defined, and beneath his close-cropped hair, a pair of piercing eyes radiated authority. The perfect blend of a powerful aura and the stature of a high-ranking leader drew a mixture of fear, reluctance, and anticipation from everyone present. "Open all communication channels for the inner district defense forces," he ordered in a deep, unwavering voice. In an instant, all communication terminals, including Zhuang Mian's, were integrated into the command system. A crisp notification tone rang out on every inner district defense officer's communicator. "I am General Wencheng, the highest-ranking commander of the military." His voice carried weight and authority. "Here is the latest order. All inner district gates must be opened to allow uninfected individuals to pass through. Defense forces are to escort refugees to open spaces nearby and await further arrangements. Anyone who disobeys this order will be executed on the spot." He swiftly switched channels and issued commands to the outer district defense forces. All outer district defense units must hold their ground against the beast tide. If an infected individual crosses the boundary, fire a warning shot. If they do not retreat, execute them on the spot. Reinforcements and superpowered operatives are on their way. You must hold out until the very last moment. As the communication ended, a document detailing quick identification methods for infected individuals was sent to each defense officer's terminal. After skimming through the information, many were seething with fury, their hands itching to destroy something in frustration. These cursed beasts could actually infect humans. Despite the burning anger within them, the frontline commanders remained composed, leading their units with steady determination, even as the threat of facing the beasts loomed just seconds away. Elsewhere, soldiers, including Zhuang Mian and Xiao Zhengyuan, had also heard the general's orders. For many, it was the first time they had heard the legendary leader speak. Just as researchers revered Deputy Director Zhou Zhua, these soldiers held a special respect for the general. Now, they awaited Xiao Zhengyuan's specific instructions, ready to take action to protect the civilians in the outer district. Zhuang Mian let out a quiet sigh of relief. Though she might face disciplinary action from the Internal Affairs Department for her earlier actions, saving so many lives made the cost worthwhile. Just then, her gaze swept down toward the foot of the city wall, and her pupils widened in shock. She had spotted several members of the butterfly squad. They looked battered and exhausted, as if they had narrowly escaped a blazing inferno. Their combat uniforms, disguised as casual wear, bore scorch marks and claw tears, while their faces still reflected the lingering terror of their ordeal. Zhuang Mian squinted her eyes and carefully counted the number of team members on the city wall. Only after confirming that no one was missing did her taut nerves finally relax. The time spent together day and night had fostered a deep bond between her and this group of spirited young team members, especially since a few of them were familiar faces from her academy days. As the city gates slowly opened, residents from the outer district surged forward. However, the sight of dozens of dark gun barrels and stern-faced guards wielding peculiar weapons quickly extinguished any reckless impulses. The crowd was soon organized into long lines under the direction of the armed personnel, each person undergoing saliva, iris, and heart rate checks in turn. Although the process was slow, the hope of entering the city for refuge, combined with the lack of immediate danger behind them, gradually calmed any dissatisfaction among the crowd. Zhuang Mian led her squad to join the inspection team. Meanwhile, Ji Yongxing, using Zhou Zhua's identification card, successfully separated from the main group and headed straight for the research institute. Elle and Li Rue, acting as informants for Zhuang Mian, volunteered at the city gates. Lacking formal jobs and credentials, their identities couldn't withstand scrutiny, so they sought to prove their value through their contributions. During brief pauses in their busy volunteer work, Elle repeatedly tried to tap into his abilities, striving to break through an invisible barrier. Li Rue, despite his unhealed injuries and missing arm, worked with fervent energy, driven by a renewed sense of purpose. To the south of the city wall, Meteors' squad had been engaged in continuous combat for nearly an hour. The beasts had grown more cunning, employing feint tactics. One group would stage a fearless assault to draw fire, while another silently scaled the wall hundreds of meters away. Fortunately, the observers in the monitoring room reacted swiftly, issuing timely warnings through the broadcast system. Wang Xiao, his body drenched in blood, looked like a harbinger from the underworld, but his combat style had become much more refined. The results of his intensive training were evident as he learned to allocate his stamina and recovery abilities wisely instead of fighting recklessly. The squad worked seamlessly as a team, repeatedly driving back the beasts that managed to climb onto the wall. Just as they were about to take a brief rest, an announcement blared through the speakers. Squad 25, report to the city defense officer immediately. The order was repeated 3 times. The team exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of the reason, but they quickly made their way to the assembly point. There, they were met by a city defense officer with a grim expression. Fenrir spoke up in a serious tone. What's the urgency? He knew all too well that every second away from the wall could lead to unnecessary casualties. This sudden order left him deeply unsettled. The expressions on the surrounding crowd were equally grim, but the city defense officer had long set aside the usual reverence shown to superhumans. He swiftly pulled out the order from General Wencheng, waving it in front of everyone while playing a short video tutorial on identifying the infected. At the same time, he briefly explained the dire situation in the outer district. As the officer explained, the crowd's initially agitated emotions gradually gave way to a heavy sense of disbelief. Threats that even the monstrous beasts couldn't match had silently infected so many people already. Was there any chance of saving them? Could they still be considered human? These weighty questions pressed into everyone's minds. Seeing that the gravity of the situation had sunk in, the officer continued, "The reason I've gathered you here is that this matter cannot be disclosed to the regular soldiers for now. The battles on the walls are already brutal enough. If they learn there's no retreat and that their families may have already met a grim fate, it'll be nearly impossible for them to keep fighting." He scanned the group before him. "That's why I need at least 1 or 2 of you to set up defenses on the steps below the wall. Your task will be to intercept or eliminate those infected." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the complex expressions on the faces of the group in front of him. As a newly formed unit, the Finial squad relied heavily on the synergy among its members. Each one was indispensable. The abilities of the beacon and the puppeteer complemented one another, and separating them could lead to the puppeteer being accidentally harmed by their allies. The obscure skills, while not particularly prominent, would also be of limited effectiveness against the infected when left alone. Only Finial and Wang Xiao had the capacity for large-scale damage or effective resistance in a short time, but they were also the squad's primary offensive force. Just as the group hesitated, a thunderous crash echoed from within the city wall. Following the sound, they saw a hulking man with bloodshot eyes, bulging veins, and saliva dripping from his mouth violently ramming the gates of the military camp. 2 guards had already raised their rifles, aiming at him, but the man seemed oblivious, his focus entirely on the barbed wire gate. After 3 ignored warnings, the guards opened fire. Although several bloody wounds blossomed across his chest, the man only let out an inhuman roar, his movements entirely unaffected. What was even more terrifying was the sight of dozens, if not hundreds, of similarly afflicted infected flooding the streets behind him. Everyone on the wall fell silent as they witnessed the scene unfold. Finally, it was the puppeteer who weakly broke the silence. "These are the infected, aren't they?" The answer was already self-evident. Forcing himself to stay calm, Wang Xiao turned to the city defense officer. "One last question. Are we ordered to kill them, or merely hold them back?" The officer thought for a moment before replying, The research lab is working tirelessly on a cure, so ideally, the priority should be containment. However, during wartime, military objectives take precedency if they threaten the wall's defenses. You have the authority to execute them on the spot. When the word kill was uttered by the city defense officer, Wang Xiao instantly grasped the true intention of the higher-ups during this battle. The defense of the city walls was paramount, surpassing all else. Even those meant to be protected were no exception. Anyone attacking the walls, regardless of their reasons, was deemed an enemy in that moment. Wang Xiao scanned the faces of every member of the Meteors squad and said in a low voice, "I'll stay behind alone." What? The team members all turned to him, waiting for an explanation. It's simple. Wang Xiao locked eyes with each of them. If the captain stays, it will only lead to more casualties. One person is enough to hold the staircase. Hearing this, the team members seemed thoughtful. Time was running out, and they had to make a decision immediately. Seeing their hesitation, Wang Xiao added, "For them, losing a limb is better than having a hole burned through their chest." This comment reminded Fenrir of his usual combat methods. The thought of using such abilities against their own kind made him shudder. "All right, I agree with Wang Xiao's proposal," he said reluctantly. With the captain's agreement, the other team members quickly raised their hands in support. Time was of the essence, and they swiftly divided their tasks. Wang Xiao would guard the staircase, while the others returned to the front lines to face the next wave of beasts. Only Wang Xiao, the city defense officer, and a few soldiers tasked with fire support remained at the staircase. "Do you have any suitable weapons here?" Wang Xiao asked. Just then, a deafening explosion accompanied by a dense cloud of dust erupted. The gates of the military camp at the base of the city had been blown open. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes gleamed through the haze as the infected swarmed in, shoving and trampling each other in a frenzy, like a crimson tide spreading rapidly. The defending soldiers immediately sent out a signal and, after loading their final magazines, began retreating toward the staircase. Although the city walls were the front line, with the camp already surrounded, the staircase was their only escape route. Two retreating soldiers had barely reached the staircase when they noticed a shadow looming ahead. Looking up, they saw a burly man with a powerful, muscular build descending toward them, radiating an air of unshakable resolve. Recognizing his combat uniform, they immediately realized he was a formidable superhuman, and their tense nerves eased slightly. They pressed themselves against the wall to make way, noticing the black staff in his hand. "Impressive. That must be a special weapon designed for elites by the Research Institute," one soldier whispered excitedly. His companion stared at the staff, scratching his head. "Why does it look kind of familiar?" A few seconds later, an infected leapt onto the staircase's lower steps, its gaping maw wide open as it roared like a wild beast, lunging at Wang Xiao. In the next instant, the thick black staff in his hand was thrust precisely into the infected's open mouth. The force from the stick sent his entire body tumbling backward, directly crashing into several infected individuals behind him. The platform he was on was the lowest buffer zone on the Hope City's towering walls, standing only 5 meters above the ground. Such buffer platforms appeared every 5 meters as standard safety features along the troop deployment staircases. Wang Xiao, though unsteady on his feet, still swung the stick fiercely, forcing back the most aggressive infected attacker. Immediately after, he spun his body swiftly, delivering 2 precise kicks that shattered the railing beside him. As the railing collapsed with a loud crash, Wang Xiao seized the moment and swept the surging infected out through the gap as if clearing away debris. A 5-meter fall could be fatal for an ordinary person. While the infected's endurance levels were unknown, this was the last mercy he could afford. Above this position were platforms 10 and 15 meters. I could only hope the infected who broke their legs would remain grounded below. The soldiers manning the mounted machine guns on the wall breathed a sigh of relief after witnessing this straightforward solution. Despite the infected numbering close to 10,000, the narrow staircase bottlenecked their movements. As long as this superhuman stamina held out, this place would become the stage for his legend. 2 soldiers who had retreated to the top of the wall were watching the scene unfold with adrenaline pumping. One of them, eager to boast again about his theory on the custom weapon, suddenly noticed that a corner of the temporary command post had collapsed. Alarmed, he grabbed his comrade to ask what had happened. His companion laughed and explained, "That big guy wanted a weapon, and the garrison officer had no choice but to dismantle the carbon fiber framework of the command post for him. I heard it's got great strength and flexibility. The officer even said if it's not enough, he'll take more." Below, Wang Xiao was relishing this rare opportunity for close combat training. He scattered the infected horde, sweeping them off the platform one by one, breaking the knees of the fast ones and crushing the skulls of those trying to bite. Amid this battle against beast-like opponents, he found an odd sense of enjoyment in the practice. The 2-meter-wide staircase restricted the infected's movements. As long as they didn't break through the defensive line, there was no need to worry about the safety of those behind. Any stragglers that slipped through were swiftly taken down by the snipers on the wall. In this way, The southern section of the outer city wall was successfully defended with minimal expenditure, and the rare gunfire hardly impacted the morale on the front lines. Just as Wang Xiao felt a slight sense of relief, the infected's assault came to an abrupt and eerie halt. It was as if someone had pressed a pause button. Their movements ceased instantly. In the next moment, whether they were attacking, waiting to climb, or crawling with broken legs, all the infected simultaneously locked their gaze on Wang Xiao, forming an inescapable encirclement. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. At first, Wang Xiao didn't realize anything was amiss, but as he took down the third unresponsive opponent, a strange feeling crept into his mind. Although he couldn't understand why these infected individuals stood motionless like puppets, it only fueled his fighting spirit further. Just as his carbon fiber staff was about to strike the nearest infected person, the drooling face twitched slightly. A clumsy voice, halting like a baby learning to speak, stammered out a few words. Strong, individual. Without hesitation, Wang Xiao swung his staff, knocking the infected being off the city wall. Strangely, another infected individual in the back immediately continued in the same awkward tone. I will remember you. Another swift strike sent this speaking infected plummeting down as well. Wang Xiao merely sneered in disdain. A talking mutant? Had even encountered talking blobs of flesh before. This was hardly surprising. What he didn't realize, however, was that his immense vitality shone like a beacon in the night to the infected. After his previous ordeal involving organ donation, he had grown particularly wary of falling into similar traps. Just as he was about to unleash a fool assault, something unexpected happened. All the infected suddenly turned in unison and retreated like a receding tide. Their withdrawal was abrupt and decisive, without a moment's hesitation. The infected below began surging back toward their encampment, while those on the stairs scrambled to descend, some even leaping over railings. Even the ones crawling on the ground were dragging themselves toward the camp entrance. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. The city defense officer immediately grabbed a communicator to report to headquarters. It was only then that the gravity of the situation dawned on them. The military was the city's only line of defense against the infected. If the infected retreated, what would become of the civilians inside the city? Before long, a response came from headquarters. This unusual phenomenon was limited to this section of the city wall. In other areas, the infected were still attacking with relentless ferocity. Meanwhile, the city defense officer at the south gate of the inner district received alarming news. Approximately 8,000 infected were converging on the south gate. Immediate action was required to expedite civilian evacuation and reinforce defenses. Drenched in sweat, the defense officer was about to send his deputy to find Zhuang Mian, but given the urgency, he decided to run to the base of the city wall himself. At the same time, in a research facility within the inner district, a beaker vanished without a sound. A mottled cat crept cautiously along the edge of the corridor, its nose twitching as if it had caught a scent. A glimmer of excitement flashed in its eyes. With a nimble leap, it landed on the windowsill and peered downward. Sure enough, it spotted a young man strolling leisurely below. Fran pushed off with both feet and nimbly leapt out of the window. In midair, her body instantly transformed into an ordinary white lab coat, which floated gently downward with the breeze. The young man below appeared unaware, but just as the coat was about to land on his head, he extended his arms with precision, allowing the garment to naturally drape over his shoulders. Fran leaned close to Lin Qingliu's ear, whispering her findings. As he listened, Lin Qingliu's mind raced, searching for a breakthrough in this incident. He knew his blood had the ability to suppress the mycelium more precisely. It served as a contamination source even more invasive than the mycelium. At this moment, Fran carried his blood within her, enabling him to maintain control over the seemingly naive little cat. However, Lin Qingliu had no interest in exerting complete control over others. More importantly, his current mental strength was insufficient to sustain such a massive undertaking. Yet, if the research institute's progress came to a halt, tens of thousands of lives would hang by a thread. Even if Hope City were to fall, he might survive as the last remaining person with his abilities. But for human civilization as a whole, that would signify utter devastation. To resolve the predicament at hand, determination alone would not suffice. He needed to gain a new ability to support him. As the creator, he was intimately familiar with the narrative he had constructed and knew what kind of person could receive the abilities he bestowed through a specific divine revelation. He required someone mature and steady, someone who could be influenced by him, but also possessed independent judgment, a candidate who could bring significant breakthroughs on all fronts. As Fran described the situation, an unfamiliar face gradually took shape in his mind. Indeed, risk and opportunity always went hand in hand. Lin Qingliu let out a wry smile as he made his decision internally this time. The location for the divine revelation would no longer be the psychological clinic. Instead, he would personally meet with the most suitable candidate for a private conversation. Fran, where's the person you mentioned now? Do you mean Shengdun? I saw him enter the elevator in a wheelchair, But he wasn't going down. Lin Qingliu glanced toward the towering building ahead, a faint smile playing on his lips. Let's go and meet him. In a room at the very top of the research institute, Shang Dun sat in his wheelchair by the window, gazing into the distance. Since being startled awake in the middle of the night, the situation had only worsened, growing increasingly dire. He was acutely aware that if this continued, it would end in complete failure. He also recognized that the root cause of this crisis lay in the misjudgments he and the upper management had made. But information was always time-sensitive. Even if time could be reversed, their decisions at the time seemed reasonable. Life could be cruelly ironic like that no one had done anything wrong, yet disaster still struck uninvited. Shang Dun let out a long sigh, unwilling to dwell on the impending casualties in the outer district. When he opened his eyes again, the scenery outside the window had become blurred and indistinct. He rubbed his eyes and looked around, only to realize that within the brief moment he had closed them to sigh, the room had filled with an eerie grayish-white mist. The origin of the mist was unknown, but it was steadily thickening in the enclosed space. Fog? Saint Shield vigilantly scanned the unusual phenomenon that had suddenly appeared around him. Though he hadn't been on the front lines for years, his instincts as a seasoned instructor immediately sensed something was amiss. His right hand subtly moved toward the control lever of his wheelchair, maintaining an outward appearance of calm, but inwardly, every muscle in his body was taut, ready to respond to any sudden threat. Hidden within the hallucinatory mist he had conjured, Lin Qingliu carefully observed the legendary superhuman before him. Through the illusionary fog, he noticed a critical detail: Saint Shield's condition was far from the gravely ill image described in rumors. Using the keen insight granted by his artifact-driven abilities, Lin Qingliu was convinced that the man was deliberately disguising his true state. To test his theory and to seize the upper hand in the forthcoming interaction, Lin Qingliu decided to strike first. Silently, he grabbed a stainless steel dinner knife from the table, his muscles tensing as he hurled it with bullet-like speed toward his target. It was only a probing attack, but Lin Qingliu had already braced himself for a grueling fight. After all, according to Fran's intel, Saint Shield's protective barrier was not purely physical, which meant Lin Qingliu's dimensional shifting abilities might be countered. The knife tore through the mist, aimed directly at Saint Shield's face. In that split second, Saint Shield detected something unusual. The flying object seemed to exist in a different dimension from the surrounding fog, defying all logic. But his seasoned reflexes kicked in instantly. A faintly glowing purple shield materialized around him, not merely enveloping his body but extending within a 2-meter radius. The shield then contracted swiftly, trapping the knife just a centimeter from his forehead. Despite the danger, Saint Shield remained calm, even flashing a mocking smile as his gaze locked onto the depths of the fog. His mind raced to identify who might have sent this assailant. Was it someone opposed to his views? Or had they finally decided it was time for him to step down? Through the thick mist, a tall, slender figure began to emerge. Saint Shield scrutinized the stranger, searching his memory for any clues, but came up empty. This was a completely unfamiliar opponent. While the figure's killing intent wasn't overt, the earlier attack had been unquestionably lethal. Can we talk? I'm not looking for a fight right now, Saint Shield said deliberately in a gentle tone, though his words carried a subtle hint of fear. If the other party truly intended to kill him, they would likely pick up on this fear, exactly what he wanted. It had been a long time since Head used that particular move to crush an enemy into pulp. To Shang Dun's surprise, a cheerful voice emerged from the thick fog. Sure, no problem. A figure slowly stepped out of the mist, stopping about a meter away from him. It was a man dressed in a researcher's white lab coat, with striking long white hair cascading down. The distance he maintained was perfect, not too close to make their first meeting awkward, nor too far to seem overly distant. At first glance, Shang Dun immediately associated the man with a researcher, but his thoughts quickly shifted to an internal document. It was a report from a recent incident at the Institute, an account of a malicious event involving a mysterious organization that defied conventional morality. The report also mentioned a figure who single-handedly fought against an elite team of superpowered operatives. That individual was codenamed Humanoid B. Huh. The white-haired man suddenly ran his fingers through the strands covering half his face, slapping his forehead and cheeks with a dramatic gesture. Is that seriously what you call me? Although his tone carried clear dissatisfaction, Shang Dun remained composed. What else should we call you? You and your organization are so secretive, you don't even leave a name behind. If it weren't for the fact that you're somewhat orderly, the inner and outer districts would have been turned upside down by now. You really think that would help you find me? Using a tone reminiscent of a mentor advising a younger generation, Shang Dun replied, perhaps not, but traces would still be left behind. With great rewards come brave individuals, and with severe penalties come informants. Once your organization is labeled as evil, some valuable clues are bound to reach us. No one can cover their tracks perfectly. You know that everywhere you've been, you leave traces behind. Well, Isn't he full of himself? Lin Qingliu thought to himself, deciding to change the topic. Humanoid B does sound a bit unpleasant, doesn't it? You can call me the paper hanger. As for my organization, it was established under the will of the divine. Born to save humanity are the followers. The followers, huh? Shang Dun mulled over the name, recalling how the Minister of Internal Affairs had once referred to them as a cult. It seemed those old texts from past eras hadn't gone to waste after all. All right, they'll remember that, Shang Dun said, deliberately emphasizing his next words. So, Mr. Paperhanger, what brings you to visit me today? The white-haired man looked him straight in the eye and enunciated each word carefully. I'm conducting a selection on behalf of the Great Lord. A selection for what? Followers. Me. Shang Dun was incredulous. As a high-ranking figure in Hope City, he was already on the verge of entering its inner circle, potentially set to take over the Internal Affairs Department, or even replace Wen Cheng as the new general. What was this? Poaching talent from the Foundation itself? Are you insane? Saint Shield couldn't help but laugh at the almost maniacal words of his opponent. However, the smile on his face gradually faded, replaced by a cold and menacing expression. Do you know what it feels like to be crushed to death? Saint Shield extended his right hand, and a purple energy sphere rapidly formed in his palm. This was merely for show. His power required no time to charge, and could envelop his target entirely in less than a fraction of a second. Yet, the paperhanger appeared calm and confident. A faint shimmer glimmered across his body, and his white lab coat vanished in an instant. He opened his right hand, revealing a heart-shaped object slightly larger than a fist resting in his palm. I'm curious, will you crush me into pulp first, or will I shatter your heart first? The two locked eyes, and an oppressive silence filled the room. Both knew the other wasn't bluffing. Truly worthy of the first squad's caliber, Lin Qingliu thought to himself, relieved that even if he were crushed to a pulp, he would survive. Otherwise, cold sweat would already be dripping down his back. He could think of at least 3 ways to kill his opponent, but his mission was to save lives, not to take them. Suddenly, the two burst into laughter simultaneously. Saint Shield, though once burly, now appeared leaner, yet his laughter was deep and resonant, shaking the room like the beat of a broken drum. You're quite an interesting fellow, Saint Shield remarked, scrutinizing Lin Qingliu as though appraising a product. Tell me your true intentions. Let me see what the so-called believers are after. Sure, but I have 2 questions first. Go ahead. First, why are you pretending to be ill? Second, what exactly are the components implanted in your right arm for? Saint Shield maintained his composure upon hearing the first question. But the moment the words, right arm and components, left Lin Qingliu's mouth, a protective barrier instantly enveloped him. Saint Shield's expression lagged behind his actions, and this time, the barrier was no longer pale purple but a deep, intense violet, as though pushed to its limits. What exactly did you see? What do you know? Saint Shield's voice carried a mix of probing curiosity and a faint, almost imperceptible fear. Before Lin Qingliu could respond, the barrier abruptly tightened. The figure inside struggled for 2 seconds before shattering like a mirror in illusion, dissipating into nothingness. At the same time, Saint Shield felt a cool hand gently grasping his heart. It's over. Answer my questions. This is your last chance. Saint Shield froze for a moment, then heaved a long sigh. Remarkable. Your ability is far beyond anything I can comprehend. But as for those 2 questions, I cannot and will not answer. If things have come to this point, the fault lies with me. If it would make amends, I am willing to atone with my life. But let me be clear, everything I've done has been for humanity. Beep. Self-destruct sequence initiated. 59, 58. The voice came from Saint Shield's right arm, and Lin Qingliu's pupils dilated instantly. Shield raised his arm, a bitter smile appearing on his face. Put your hand down. There's no need for that. Lin Qingliu instinctively wanted to sever the other's arm in an attempt to save him, but the truth revealed itself through the eyes empowered by his artifact path abilities. The toxin was spreading uncontrollably through Shield's veins, leaving no part of his body untouched. Even with his capabilities, Lin could only watch helplessly as the poison consumed every inch of Shield's tissue. Slowly, Lin withdrew his right hand and locked eyes with Shield. The murderous intent that had been present earlier faded away, replaced by an indescribable heaviness. Lin parted his lips to speak, but Shield raised a hand to stop him. Countdown. 50 seconds. 49 seconds. Surprisingly, there was no trace of sadness on Shield's face. He looked like a Sisyphus who had finally laid down his burden. He pulled out a specially designed communicator and began recording his final words. Son, I'm sorry to say goodbye this way. By the time you hear this recording, you'll likely have returned from the front lines. I know this might sound disrespectful, but please, don't investigate my death. It has nothing to do with anyone. About the truth behind the ability development, I've never told you because... He paused. Forget it. Son. Live well for humanity and for yourself. The communicator emitted a faint click, signaling the end of the recording. 30 seconds, 29 seconds. I can tell you're not a bad person, Shield said. The pursuit of knowledge is human nature, and I don't blame you for it. Lin Qingliu remained silent in response. To be honest, knowing before my death that there's another organization working for humanity gives me comfort. Relying solely on those above, on the Council of Hope, is not enough, Shield said with a faint smile, noticing for the first time a flicker of surprise on Lin's face. He handed the communicator to Lin Qingliu. I can't say anything else, or I wouldn't even be allowed these 60 seconds to leave a final message. If you ever need my son's help in the future, show him this. He'll trust you. 20 seconds, 19 seconds. Do you want to resolve today's incident? Lin Qingliu suddenly asked. Who wouldn't? Then do me a favor with the last 10 seconds of your life. Pass the trial of the gods and use your life to bring an end to it all. Is that really possible? It's one of the reasons I came here today. A glimmer of determination flashed in Shield's eyes. I wouldn't have it any other way. 12 seconds, 11 seconds. Lin Qingliu quickly inserted a portable USB drive into the back of Shield's head, confirming the blessing. Time ticked away. Lin Qingliu knew that while the divine revelation dream could last decades within its own reality, it was but a fleeting moment in the real world. Ordinary believers awoke slowly because of deep hibernation and the overflow of divine power. But Shield was different. His combat experience, physical strength, wisdom, and extensive knowledge far surpassed that of normal individuals. Even though the divine revelation state couldn't stop death, Lin Qingliu chose to believe in him. 3, 2, 1, 0. The alarm blared. Beep, 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 beep. The blessing has taken effect, and the awakening of the believer Lucas has officially begun. A series of semi-transparent system notifications popped up before his eyes, displaying the new abilities he had gained. Nature Manifestation Abilities Series. Mist Manipulation. Control the density of mist within a 30-meter range. Wind Surge. Generate wind speeds of up to 15 meters per second. Rainfall. Trigger a maximum single rainfall of up to 60 millimeters. Electric Surge. Control area-wide thunderstorms. Earth Fracture. Trigger earthquakes of up to magnitude 6. The moment the ability information finished displaying, Lucas's body began to tremble violently. The aura of life and death alternated across him, his face shifting between vibrant vitality and shrouded decay. But ultimately, death prevailed. Believer Lucas has died. The nature path has entered a frozen state and will automatically unlock upon the appearance of the next chosen recipient. The cold system notification appeared before Lin Qingliu's eyes. At the same time, an overwhelming surge of divine authority erupted from the void, pouring incessantly into Lin Qingliu's body. His nature-based abilities instantly advanced to level 5, and the sudden influx of power left him momentarily disoriented. The entire room shook violently. Mist filled the air. Raindrops began to fall, lightning crackled, fierce winds howled, and the ground quaked. Fortunately, Lin Qingliu quickly activated other pathway abilities to stabilize the chaos, successfully reining in the rampaging energy. The outcome unfolded just as Lin Qingliu had anticipated. Lucas did awaken his abilities. While it couldn't save his life, it granted a glimmer of hope for tens of thousands of infected individuals in the outer district. Nearly 5 months after Lin Qingliu's arrival in this world, he had finally acquired a power that could be deemed formidable. Lucas was like an extraordinary windfall, bringing Lin Qingliu immense strength in one fell swoop. Yet, Lin Qingliu could feel no joy from this, as it came at the cost of a potential ally's sacrifice. He turned his gaze to the man in the wheelchair, whose veins, now dark and purple, spread rapidly beneath his skin, soon covering his entire face. Lucas closed his eyes forever with a faint, almost imperceptible smile that seemed to carry solace and relief. Lin Qingliu could only imagine the breathtaking vision Lucas must have witnessed in his final moments, at the very instant of divine revelation. Perhaps he had glimpsed the method to save humanity, but it was tragically too late. Lin Qingliu let out a soft sigh. It was evident that Lucas's body had been subjected to some form of restriction. Once specific keywords were triggered, the system within him would activate automatically. Based on Lucas's earlier hints, these keywords were categorized into different danger levels, some allowing him a minute for final words, others resulting in immediate death. Lin Qingliu couldn't help but feel a pang of guilt welling up inside him. He gazed at his reflection in the window, a faint, bitter smile tugging at the corner of his lips. Though he'd been playing the role of a deity for some time, he was, after all, only human, neither omniscient nor omnipotent. You're not some god. Fooling others is one thing, but don't fool yourself, he murmured, lightly patting his own face. Then his gaze dropped to Lucas' lifeless body. We'll take care of everything, my friend. Trust me. Before his words had fully faded, a sudden gale swept through the cramped room. Everything, except the area surrounding Lucas, was caught in the unexpected storm. With a deafening crash, the triple-layered tempered glass in front of Lucas shattered into fragments, which were pulled inward by the powerful wind and scattered across the wooden floor. Lin Qingliu commanded the invisible whirlwind, soaring through the broken window and ascending to the rooftop. In no time, he stood atop the research facility, overlooking the inner city and parts of the outer city below. Whatever consciousness resides within those mycelium threads, this farce has to end, he muttered under his breath. With decisive precision, he brought his right hand, blade-like fingers extended, across his left wrist, slicing open the artery. Blood gushed forth, but his expression remained unshaken. The blood defied gravity, coalescing into a sphere held aloft by unseen winds, hovering silently beside him. As time passed, more and more blood poured into the sphere. The life energy he had absorbed during the previous incident now fueled an endless flow of blood, causing the sphere to swell until it dwarfed him in size. Meanwhile, the once clear sky underwent a dramatic transformation. White clouds surged toward the center of Hope City from all directions, darkening rapidly into a dense, ominous storm. The massive blood sphere pierced the cloud layers, splitting into countless fragments that seeped into the storm clouds, streaking the gray-black expanse with faint traces of crimson. Thunder rumbled continuously across the heavens, and lightning tore through the sky, heralding the arrival of a torrential downpour. It was a divine reckoning, a judgment upon all sins, conspiracies, and chaos. At that moment, on the southern wall of the outer city, Finial cursed the sudden shift in weather. As a weather-dependent superhuman, he meticulously tracked the forecast every day. While the infected retreating and the carbon fiber staff brought back by Wang Xiao were undoubtedly good news, this abrupt, overcast sky left him thoroughly vexed. A single raindrop landed on Finial's face. He wiped it away absent-mindedly, but when he looked up, what he saw froze him and placed a chilling streak of blood red in the sky. What the hell? Finial blurted out, his usually composed demeanor completely collapsing in that moment. Instinctively, he assumed it was the blood of the beast they were battling, but he quickly dismissed the thought such an injury under the intense attack of his radiant power would be an insult to his abilities. Besides, he had been standing toward the rear of the formation, far from where any blood could have splattered. Finial whipped his head around, his gaze scanning the four teammates he valued most. Apart from Wang Xiao, who was still locked in combat with the beast, everyone else turned to look at him simultaneously. Even the puppeteer, who was manipulating the beast's corpse, was no exception. When he saw crimson blood slowly trickling down from their hair, a horrifying thought began to take shape in his mind. As if to confirm their fears, the sky suddenly darkened. What began as a light drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour within seconds. The distant horizon seemed to be slashed open by an invisible blade, and blood-red rain poured down in sheets, plunging the entire city into panic. Meanwhile, at gate number 2 in the southern part of the inner district, an intense battle was underway. Since most individuals had not yet been infected, the evacuation efforts were becoming increasingly urgent. The infected, who had fled from the outer district walls, had already reached the nearest inner city gates, but the evacuation of refugees was far from complete. Even with all security checks suspended, evacuating tens of thousands of people in such a short time was a Herculean task. The city defense officer faced a grim decision. Though he was known for his greed and indulgence, he had no desire to see a large-scale massacre occur under his watch. This was as much a matter of conscience as it was a desire to avoid a lifetime in prison. To prevent a stampede, Zhuang Mian began using his physical hypnosis and dream manipulation abilities in an attempt to calm the panicked crowd. His teammates quickly joined the Frail and Blade Brother leapt into action, one focusing on swift assaults and the other on defense, shifting the tide of the battle. Li Rue threw himself into halting the infected's advance, while L concentrated on breaking their will, shielding the civilians who had yet to enter the city. Just then, without warning, the blood rain began to fall. The crimson droplets rained indiscriminately, touching infected and uninfected humans alike, leaving no one untouched. At the same time, inside the research facility, Ji Yongxing was engrossed in an intense discussion with Deputy Director Zhou Zhua. We may have underestimated the importance of biofields in human survival. If there exists a powerful organism capable of controlling nearby individuals through its biofield, could that explain the crisis we're currently facing? Then how do we explain the beast tides? Zhou Zhua questioned. It's because biofields are significantly weakened in densely populated human areas. If such a consciousness truly exists, it would have no choice but to resort to physical confrontation with humanity rather than mental domination, Ji Yongxing replied. He had barely finished speaking when the room was plunged into darkness. A deafening crack of thunder followed, and lightning illuminated the sky in a brilliant flash, drawing the researchers' gazes instinctively toward the window. A few seconds later, as blood-red raindrops streaked down the window, a piercing scream erupted in the room. The most highly educated and science-driven individuals in Hope City found themselves at a loss, unable to explain the bizarre phenomenon before them with any known theories. Ji Yongxing stared at the crimson rain outside, feeling an immediate stinging sensation in his eyes. His throat was dry, and he craved water to ease it, but he forced himself to respond to the earlier discussion about biofields. Perhaps it's the biofield of a god. Maybe a god is helping us resolve all of this? The blood rain mercilessly washed over the city. Strange beasts howled in agony under the downpour, as if corroded by a powerful acid. Meanwhile, the infected began to calm down, breaking free from the mind-controlling voices and starting to recall the hours they had spent out of control. Every human observed the infected and the beasts around them with fearful and wary eyes. In the void-like world formed by the biofields of all living beings, two consciousnesses were locked in fierce combat. Lin Qingliu couldn't discern the form of his opponent, but he knew it was the loudspeaker he had encountered in the patient's mind earlier that morning. Similarly, the supreme will of the mycelium could not clearly perceive its adversary. Despite its energy advantage, this was the opponent's domain, and with its anchor points rapidly vanishing, the battle had reached a stalemate. As the blood rain continued to fall, the supreme will of the mycelium grew weaker. "Who are you?" it inquired. "A god." The opposing consciousness replied succinctly. "I will consume you, weak one. You're welcome to try." When the will of the mycelium finally dissipated, the greatest crisis on the surface of Hope City was resolved. Lin Qingliu opened his eyes to find himself on the top floor of the research institute, with Lucas' lifeless body lying nearby. This time, he hadn't just acted for the organization, had stepped up for all of humanity. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, he let out a long breath. The effort had taken a significant toll on him. If he could reach the 5th energy level through the path of flesh, the physical enhancements would have allowed him to handle this with far greater ease. Unfortunately, in reality, such a possibility didn't exist. The endpoint of any path lay at the 6th energy level, and no human had yet surpassed the 4th level and survived. He set these thoughts aside for now and turned to look around. A cat was intently pawing at shards of broken glass. "How's the progress?" "Reporting to my great master. Just 2 more beams of light to go." "Well done, Fran." This was a task he had assigned to the little cat before the rain began. In an event of such magnitude, someone always had to take responsibility. With Lucas' gift package in his possession, Lin Qingliu's abilities, while not sufficient to save humanity, were more than enough to destroy Hope City. Since he had done the good deed, he could shoulder the blame for the bad as well. Now, it was time to make the organization's name resonate even louder. As time passed, the crisis in Hope City was gradually being resolved. Lin Qingliu sensed his consciousness splitting into countless fragments, each infiltrating the body of an infected individual to battle the encroaching mycelium. These scattered fragments eventually converged, engaging in a struggle within the sea of consciousness to wrest control of the biofield from the supreme will of the mycelium. After the crisis subsided, Lin Qingliu focused on the aftermath. He understood that Lucas had sacrificed his life to elevate his abilities, and Lin was willing to wield this power as a warning to those harboring significant secrets, urging them to think carefully before taking extreme actions. This was an unspoken agreement between the two of them. Fran meticulously collected the last shards of tempered glass, piecing together the emblem of the mysterious organization. "Master, Fran has completed the task." Lin Qingliu gave a slight nod. "It's not enough." "Huh. Does Fran need to do more?" "I'll handle the rest. Go outside and keep watch. Make sure no one comes near." Although Lin Qingliu's perception already covered the entire floor, the task ahead was somewhat awkward, and even someone as trusted as Fran was better off not witnessing it. He approached the emblem assembled from the glass shards and released a small amount of blood. Compared to the blood sphere that had previously enveloped the research facility's top floor, this amount was negligible. Under his control, the blood seeped into the gaps between the glass fragments, making the symbol of the followers appear even more eerie. Some of the blood flowed across the floor, eventually forming the characters "for follower." This was supposed to be a message from Lucas, but now it was up to Lin Qingliu to deliver it to those unimaginative enough to name themselves otherwise. Once finished, Lin Qingliu decisively severed his connection with the blood, using his abilities to reclaim any valuable components, ensuring that even if someone obtained a sample, it would be impossible to trace its origin. As for the blood that mixed with the rain and flowed through the city streets, he allowed it to naturally dissipate, leaving no suspicious traces. With everything in place, Lin Qingliu picked up Fran, letting her transform into her adept form. Using the wind, they leapt out the window and soared toward their residence in the outer district. Although Lin Qingliu's actions had concluded, the aftermath of this citywide event was far from over. After the supreme will of the mycelium was defeated in the biofield's consciousness space, the beast tide began to retreat. However, they launched one final, frenzied assault, the intensity of which surpassed anything seen before. A sudden downpour wiped out a large number of the charging beasts, but the survivors, possessing basic intelligence, quickly found shelter, even if that shelter was often the corpses of their own kind. Under the mycelium's control, these beasts had completely lost any chance of returning to their former state. Their sole value lay in dying on the city walls, even if it meant taking down just one more human or wasting one more bullet. 10 minutes passed. The blood rain came swiftly and left just as quickly. Fennel looked up at the clearing sky, his mind swirling with countless questions that left him momentarily speechless. Turning to his 4 blood-soaked teammates, he asked with concern in his voice, "Is everyone okay?" The group shook their heads. The battle had been unexpectedly easy. Although the initial pressure was immense, the electromagnetic cannons had driven back the powerful height-ear beasts, and then the blood rain from above annihilated the beast tide that would have posed a significant threat to the walls. Aside from some exhaustion, they were virtually unscathed. As for the fallen soldiers on the front lines, their sacrifice was a price everyone had long been mentally prepared to face. However, the situation in other areas was far from optimistic. To the east of Hope City, the sea had turned a deep crimson, making it impossible to distinguish whether the blood belonged to the beasts, humans, or was simply a result of the eerie blood rain. Hundreds of electromagnetic cannon turrets swiveled restlessly atop the city walls, like vigilant sentinels scanning for any stragglers. The ocean provided a natural shield for the aquatic beasts, significantly diminishing the blood rain's effectiveness. Several power generator units had sustained damage to their outer shells, and only the double-layered floodgates had prevented the beasts from surging into the city along with the seawater. The situation on the western and northern fronts was even more complex. Without Wang Xiao overseeing the defenses, ordinary humans were like flickering candlelights in the eyes of the infected, barely worthy of the Supreme Will's attention. Some infected had already breached the defenses and climbed onto the walls. Although reinforcements sent by General Wencheng arrived in time, the battlefield had devolved into a bizarre layered cake. The outermost layer consisted of beasts, followed by the outer city defense forces, then the infected, and finally the inner city reinforcements at the core. If not for the timely arrival of the blood rain, these sections of the walls might have already fallen. The inner city remained relatively stable, with all gates operating as planned except for the south gate too. There, the defending forces and non-infected volunteers were clearing the battlefield, their prior hostility dissolving in the face of their shared struggle. Rows of stretchers lined the walls, most carrying the wounded, though 2 cases stood out. A team leader from the Internal Affairs Department and his informant had both collapsed and developed a sudden high fever after being exposed to the blood rain. The military medics, attributing it to overexertion, moved on to prioritize the care of more severely injured soldiers. Inside the research facility, Ji Yongxing seized the last moments of the blood rain, managing to collect less than 5 milliliters of a sample in a small vial. He was now fully immersed in analyzing it at a microscopic level, using his unique abilities. Ji Yongxing carefully placed the small spotlight on the other side of the glass bottle, focusing intently on the blood inside, now fully illuminated. The mysterious liquid seemed to hold infinite knowledge, captivating his gaze. After observing it closely for a moment, he gently tucked the bottle into his pocket, intending to continue his research later. The experiments had already confirmed the unique properties of the blood rain. It was lethal to fungal mycelium, but completely harmless to other living tissues. The once dominant mycelium rapidly shrank under its influence, eventually dying off entirely. Just as Ji Yongxing was about to resume his work, a sudden commotion erupted outside. The researchers, who had been somewhat relaxed due to the easing of the crisis, were quickly drawn to the unexpected uproar. Moments later, a shocking piece of news echoed through the room. "Mr. Sacred Shield has passed away." The words reverberated in the lab, leaving everyone who heard them in stunned silence. All eyes turned to Zhou Zhuo in the front row. The elderly man, clearly shaken by the news, sprang to his feet with an agility that belied his age. "Roya, Qian Jingfeng, come with me to the scene," Zhou Zhuo commanded, scanning the room before locking eyes with Ji Yongxing. "Ji Yongxing, you come too?" Ji Yongxing immediately understood his mentor's intention. It wasn't favoritism, but rather an acknowledgement of his keen observational skills. This made him briefly question whether he had made the right choice in concealing his abilities, but his thoughts were soon interrupted by what they discovered next. 10 minutes later, when they arrived at the scene, they were greeted by a chilling sight. A bizarre emblem formed from shards of glass and blood, with the word believer written below it in eerily precise, typeface-like lettering. The discovery sent a wave of panic through Ji Yongxing, his breath hitching in response. The lounge was in complete disarray, with items scattered everywhere and shards of glass littering the tables and corners, as if a violent struggle had taken place. Yet, the area around Sacred Shield Lucas' wheelchair remained eerily undisturbed, a pristine oasis amidst the chaos. The renowned 4th-level Esper now sat peacefully in his wheelchair, his head tilted slightly to one side, his expression serene as though he had passed away quietly in his sleep. No one could believe that the high-ranking official from Hope City, who had been giving orders just hours ago, now lay peacefully as a lifeless corpse. A heavy atmosphere filled the room, and everyone felt an unspoken weight pressing on them. Zhou Zhuo was the first to regain his professional composure. His right hand froze just before touching the Saint shield. It would have violated the rules of a crime scene investigation. Forcing himself to focus on the task at hand, he said, "We need to complete the basic records before headquarters personnel arrive." The three people Zhou had brought with him immediately dispersed to begin their work. Although Luoya and Qin Jingfeng were not formally trained investigators, they had experienced several similar incidents before, which was precisely why Zhou had chosen them. Ji Yongxing, on the other hand, was given permission to conduct an independent examination. As Ji Yongxing examined the details of the scene, he moved closer to the window. Leaning half of his head out, he carefully surveyed the surroundings. Where did the attack come from? He wondered to himself. The way the tempered glass had shattered was peculiar. If it had been struck from the outside, there should have been a concentrated point of impact. Looking down, the afternoon sunlight illuminated the ground clearly, and with the help of his ability, he could see that there were no shards of glass on the ground at all. He reported this discovery directly to Zhou, as he couldn't explain to others how he had obtained the information. After a moment of thought, the deputy director remarked, "Negative pressure. It must have been caused by severe negative pressure in a short amount of time." Glancing at the room's sole remaining ventilation fan, he sighed, "Superpower-related crimes. The world is truly falling apart." Ji Yongxing was momentarily at a loss for words. When he saw the other two approaching with new findings, he silently distanced himself from Zhou. At that moment, his mind was elsewhere. What if the investigation eventually leads back to me? Even if I'm unaware of any involvement, my identity as a believer would have serious consequences. What puzzled him even more was the motive: why kill a powerful superhuman who protected humanity? Both Dr. Lin and the paperhanger had said that the mission of the Believer organization was to save humanity from the impending destruction. There had to be something he didn't yet understand, just like the mysterious circumstances of Saint Shield's death. With this thought, Ji Yongxing realized his reasoning might be flawed. Instead of avoiding the investigation, he decided it would be better to actively participate and uncover the truth. The key lay in the death of Saint Shield itself, the cause, the manner, and why he passed away with a smile. He approached the body slowly and activated his ability to observe closely. Saint Shield had a broad frame, showing no obvious signs of physical weakness, though the angle of his right arm seemed slightly distorted, possibly due to illness. The smile on his face looked genuine, as if it came from deep within. Finally, when Ji Yongxing's attention focused on the neck, a faint sense of unease suddenly struck him. Even after deactivating his ability, the unsettling feeling persisted, albeit weaker. "The neck has been tampered with," Ji Yongxing muttered, frowning. Almost instinctively, he reached out to touch Saint Shield's neck, but his hand was abruptly stopped midair by an old yet firm grip on his wrist. Just as Ji Yongxing's hand was about to touch the corpse, Zhou grabbed him in time. The young man immediately realized he had almost made a grave mistake. Tampering with a body at a crime scene could destroy crucial evidence. "Teacher, I'm sorry," Ji Yongxing said in a low voice. "It's all right," Zhou replied calmly, though his tone carried a deeper meaning. "But you need to understand, this is no small matter. Anyone involved will be subject to investigation." Abruptly, Zhou changed the subject. "What did you notice earlier?" Ji Yongxing cautiously glanced around, ensuring no one was within 2 meters of them, then lowered his voice. "A pinhole." That single word instantly altered Zhou's demeanor. A chilling intensity emanated from him as he leaned closer and asked, in a voice only the two of them could hear, "Can I see it?" Ji Yongxing shook his head. "Probably not. I could barely observe it using my ability. Such an extremely fine needle is a restricted material, requiring exceptional craftsmanship, not something just anyone could." "Enough," Zhou interrupted, turning toward the door. "I doubt there's anything else to find here. Come back to the lab with me. We still have plenty of experiments to complete." "What about this place?" Ji Yongxing asked. "Leave it to Luo Ya and Qin Jingfeng. They have plenty of experience," Zhou replied. With his head lowered, Ji Yongxing followed Zhou out of the elegantly decorated lounge. Luo Ya and Qin Jingfeng, who remained at the scene, exchanged a glance, understanding the weight of the situation. For the elderly, this was a heavy blow. Zhou's friendship with Shang Dun was well known. Their task was straightforward: to compile a forensic report under the Research Institute's name to cross-reference with reports from other agencies. Meanwhile, in the northern outskirts of the city, an entirely different scene was unfolding. "How about that? Good thing you've got me as your big brother, or you'd have fallen off the city wall by now," said a chubby young man with a cheerful face, thumping his chest as he boasted to his skinny teammate. The 6th superpowered squad had just completed the reclamation and cleanup of the city wall under Captain Yan's leadership. When they arrived, nearly 100 beasts had already broken through the defenses, but the squad demonstrated their formidable strength. Yan could instantly fire hundreds of near-supersonic projectiles amidst the rubble. The bombardier provided precise firepower in confined areas, and the chubby teammate offered powerful protective barriers within a specific range. Though they had been at a disadvantage in their previous battle in Lin Qingliu's basement when he was in his plasterer state, that encounter had been initiated by the opponent. On a conventional battlefield, their combat prowess was undeniably on full display. At that moment, his chubby hand rested on Gecko's shoulder, attempting to exchange past favors for a dinner at an inner-city restaurant. Just then, an unexpected figure caught everyone's attention. A man in a light blue uniform jacket was running swiftly toward them. The sight put everyone on high alert. That light blue jacket was the exclusive uniform of the support staff for the superpowered squad, and its appearance here was clearly unusual. Before anyone could process the situation, the support staff member, panting heavily, had already rushed up to them. Even more surprising, he completely ignored Captain Yin's presence and directly shoved a standard-issue communicator into the hands of the chubby young man. "Mr. Little Lucas, there's an urgent message for you. I've told you many times, just call me Luke," the chubby young man corrected impatiently. Clearly, he disliked being associated with his father. But given the urgency, he immediately placed the communicator to his ear. The message that came through the communicator hit like a sledgehammer. "Mr. Luke Hartman, we regret to inform you that your father, Mr. Lucas Hartman, passed away at the Research Institute 2 hours ago. Please proceed to room A33 on the top floor of the institute as soon as possible for further details." What? The communicator continued to emit static, but Luke had already collapsed to the ground. His eyes lost focus, and his mind seemed to grind to a halt. The news was so sudden, so unbelievable. Only 2 days ago, his father had personally subdued a third-level mutant beast, attempting an attack. How could this happen so suddenly? The communicator's volume had been loud enough for the surrounding teammates to hear the devastating news. For a moment, everyone froze in place, unable to react, until a few seconds later when they moved to help Luke up. Faced with the sight of their usually cheerful companion now completely shattered, no one knew what to say. It was Captain Yin who finally broke the silence. Using his ability to support Luke's trembling body, he said in a steady voice, "Let's go check it out." "Well, be with you." "Yeah, okay," Luke replied mechanically. Without another word, the group boarded the vehicle prepared by the support staff and headed toward the main building of the Research Institute. The hour-long journey felt unbearably long for Luke. Staring blankly out of the window at the rapidly retreating cityscape, he experienced a profound sense of loneliness and helplessness for the first time. His relationship with his father, Lucas the Shield, was deeply complex. On one hand, inheriting similar abilities filled him with pride. On the other, his father's ability to generate a city-encompassing shield made Luke's own soft light shield seem like child's play in comparison. Outwardly, Luke was always warm and cheerful, but deep down, he was fiercely competitive. Since his ability awakened, he had held himself to the highest standards, never once slacking off in training. Yet his abilities seemed to have an inherent limit. Though he had reached the threshold of the 3rd level, his improvements only made his control more precise and versatile, while the range of his shield remained frustratingly small. Whenever Luke wanted to spar with his father or seek guidance, he was always gently refused and reminded not to be overly competitive. This long-standing sense of disappointment gradually grew into a subtle resentment toward his father, perhaps a phase every young man experiences, much like the frustration of a challenger facing an unbeatable opponent. However, when his only family member passed away, that resentment was instantly replaced by an indescribable sorrow. Supported by his teammates, Luke stepped out of the elevator and entered the suite. By then, the Research Institute, the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and the support team for superhumans had already conducted 3 rounds of on-site investigations. No one interrupted the father and son's final farewell. Everyone quietly left the room, giving them time alone. The suite was in complete disarray, with scattered belongings and damaged furnishings silently telling of the fierce battle that had taken place. Yet, his father's body remained intact, and there was even a faint, peaceful smile on his face. This stark contrast left Luke bewildered, though he knew someone would eventually provide an explanation. He sat at the bedside, facing his father in the wheelchair. The golden glow of the setting sun streamed through the window, casting specks of light across the shattered glass on the floor. In this gentle atmosphere, a childhood promise suddenly came to Luke's mind. It was a story about 2 discarded communicators. In the military, many devices had a fixed lifespan, but decommissioned equipment often still retained some functionality. As a child, Luke had come across 2 such communicators and would often carry them around while playing, pretending to be a great general. Before long, both communicators had broken down. Luke then sought out an unusual child, often praised by adults as a genius, but who struggled to connect with other kids. Offering a pack of precious beef jerky as payment, Luke convinced him to repair the communicators and even received 2 stickers as change. Later, Luke gave one of the repaired communicators to his father, who promised to carry it with him always. True to his word, in the years that followed, Luke often saw the increasingly worn communicator with his father, the stickers long faded, the gray-green matte paint peeling off, making the device look like an ancient relic. But now, The communicator that symbolized their father-son bond was nowhere to be found. Taking a deep breath, Luke carefully searched every part of his father's belongings. A minute later, his suspicion was confirmed. It felt as though vitality had returned to his body, and his instincts told him that this matter was far more complex than it seemed. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Luke stepped toward the door of the suite and slowly opened it. The group waiting outside appeared weary, but upon seeing the young man's swollen, reddened eyes, they all chose to remain silent. "You can go in now," Luke said, pointing to the interior of the suite, his voice slightly choked. The group, already prepared, filed in one by one, and began the meticulous process of arranging Lucas's remains with professionalism and respect. Standing at the doorway, Luke clenched his fists tightly. He knew this would be the last time, though not even in the form of a body. As a fourth-level military esper, Lucas's remains were considered public property of Hope City. Burial or cremation was deemed a waste of resources. This was a reality that the families of all powerful espers had to accept from the very beginning. In this city, even holding a funeral was a luxury. Declining his teammates' kind offers to stay by his side, Luke returned home alone. As he locked the door behind him, his thoughts drifted to the communicator. Nearly a decade had passed, and his childhood habit of stashing items in random places made the search challenging. After much effort and reflection, he finally recalled one of his most frequently used hiding spots. Sure enough, the dusty communicator was there. He powered it on, and the screen lit up, revealing a 20-second voice recording left 3 hours earlier in the voicemail. Pressing the speaker close to his ear, Luke hit the play button. "Son, I'm sorry to tell you this now. Live well, for humanity, and for yourself." Lucas' voice carried a mix of concern and reluctance, interwoven with the rhythmic ticking of something in the background, each tick like a countdown. There was a warmth and sorrow in his father's words, but also a sense of something deliberately left unsaid, as though he hadn't fully decided to reveal a hidden truth even at the moment of recording. Lying on his bed, Luke gripped the communicator tightly. Surprisingly, the immense blow seemed to sharpen his focus rather than overwhelm him. He began analyzing the anomalies of the day, one by one. The communicator should have been with his father. Most items in the suite were damaged, indicating a powerful enemy. Yet there were no signs of combat around his father, suggesting his abilities had been in use the entire time. If his father had intended to destroy the communicator, he could have done so effortlessly, but there were no fragments at the scene. The only plausible explanation was that the communicator had been deliberately handed over to someone. The realization sent a shiver down Luke's spine. His father's final smile, the others present at the scene, the transfer of the communicator, and his sudden departure, each detail felt like a puzzle piece waiting to be solved. With his mind filled with unanswered questions, Luke, who thought he would remain awake for hours, eventually succumbed to the exhaustion weighing on his body and drifted into sleep. The past 24 hours had been extraordinarily long for Hope City. The clock had just struck midnight. Since the moment Fran delivered the mycelium nutrient paste to Ji Yongxing's dormitory at the previous midnight, the city had endured a day of ferocious beast attacks and internal turmoil, finally settling into a semblance of calm. On the streets of the outer district, a few infected individuals still evaded capture. They were the survivors of the blood rain, either having taken shelter in time or by sheer luck wearing protective gear. After the supreme will of the mycelium declared the invasion a failure, these people were abandoned like discarded pawns, left to scurry through sewers and alleyways. As the number of unaffected humans in their vicinity grew, the increasingly hostile biofields disrupted their connection to the supreme will. Naturally, that once dominant will had long since forsaken them. Most uninfected residents were confined to their homes or gathered in open areas of the inner district. Heavily armed squads of soldiers patrolled the streets, and Hope City was plunged into a state of martial law with no clear end in sight. Meanwhile, elsewhere, El and Zhuang Mian had fallen into comas due to inexplicably high fevers, while Ji Yongxing was fully absorbed in studying the complex knowledge contained within the blood rain. Strangely, the crimson rainwater turned indistinguishable from regular water just 10 minutes after the skies cleared, except for the portion Ji Yongxing had collected, which seemed to remain in a unique, solidified state, awaiting his analysis. Amid this somber atmosphere, Lin Qingliu had returned to his small abode as if nothing had happened. As he prepared to wash up and go to bed, an unusual sensation suddenly emerged, accompanied by the familiar translucent panel unfolding before his eyes. The text on the panel scrolled upward slowly, reminiscent of movie credits. Blessing upgraded. Follower L has advanced. Current energy level, 2. Current pathway, unique, space. Manifested abilities, approximate exchange, dimensional shift. The panel continued to display the advancement details for Zhuang Mian and Ji Yongxing, as well as the new abilities Lin Qingliu had acquired: warp, suggestion, and iteration. Each ability was meticulously detailed, outlining its effects and usage conditions, forming a comprehensive ability update report. Lin Qingliu quickly skimmed through the panel in front of him with a practiced ease, much like how he used to devour novels in his past life, skimming through lines with remarkable speed. However, when he noticed that 3 of his followers had advanced almost simultaneously, he froze in surprise and plopped down on the bed. "You 3 went on a team-building trip without me?" he muttered to himself, quickly piecing together the reasoning behind it. As an Esper, he knew that powers adhered to the principle of use it or lose it. During today's operation in the inner city, he had specifically observed the performance of a few of his followers. Among them, Wang Zhao's advancement was the least surprising. His abilities inherently required honing at the edge of life and death. As for Zhuang Mian and Air, today's chaos had provided them with an excellent opportunity to hone their powers, and it was clear that both had seized it well. Ji Yongxing's situation was also within expectations. After all, he had obtained that potent eternal blood. Even if he couldn't advance immediately, it was enough to make him realize that there were many forces in the world not to be trifled with lightly. This series of revelations left Lin Qingliu completely awake. He decided to experiment with his newly acquired abilities. With the growing number of methods he had mastered and the enhancement of his powers, his strength had already surpassed the limits of ordinary Espers. The combination of his 3 abilities was enough to render even an elite team of Espers helpless, not to mention the additional power he had acquired from Lucas. While he was far from being a god in the traditional sense, he was more than capable of dealing with ordinary humans. The rapid growth of his abilities inevitably shifted his perspective. Earlier today, when the blood rain descended, he even experienced a transcendent sensation, as if he were looking down on the ants below. This feeling left him slightly uneasy. Having risen step by step from an ordinary human, he didn't want to turn into a cold, calculating machine too soon. However, his curiosity about his new abilities brought back a flicker of warmth in his humanity. Carefully reviewing his list of powers, he finally focused on the new ability brought by Air. Teleportation? Or blink, he murmured. Concentrating on sensing the surrounding space, he realized that space wasn't solid but rather like a viscous fluid that could be compressed and folded. In higher dimensions, different locations could briefly overlap, and he now had the ability to capture these moments and teleport through the intersections of spatial nodes. Closing the bedroom curtains, Lin Qingliu began practicing the ability repeatedly within the room. He discovered that the skill had a cooldown of about 1 second, but could be forcibly used by consuming more mental energy. Once familiar with the basics, he attempted to teleport beyond the door and to the other side of the wall. Although the ability description mentioned it was limited to the range of his sight, this restriction seemed to warrant further testing. Lin Qingliu admitted that it was inevitable for his manuscript to end up as a discarded draft. Sitting at his desk, he reflected on the many oversights in his storytelling process. Those casually glossed over technical details had now turned into real-world, thorny problems. Just like how the refraction of light through air can cause aiming errors, even the most familiar environments could conceal hidden dangers. He glanced toward the door, then at the wall outside. These ultra-familiar scenes gave him a faint sense of confidence. With the ability of a blood and flesh pathway, staying alive shouldn't be a problem, Lin Qingliu muttered to himself, deciding to put the theory into practice. 5 seconds later, Mr. Lin Qingliu found himself lying on the ground, forced to chuckle bitterly as he sighed. You only have yourself to blame when you tempt fate. The next morning, a new day dawned at the field hospital near the inner city walls. Elle and Zhuang Mian finally woke up from their fever-induced comas, though something seemed rather unusual: the inexplicable fact that Elle had somehow woken up on the floor beneath his bed. Moreover, both of them appeared to be in such good health that they no longer resembled patients who belonged in a field hospital. Sharing a glance, the 2 secret allies caught the knowing smiles in each other's eyes. That night, the entire field hospital was shrouded in an eerie atmosphere. The injured soldiers were baffled to find themselves repeatedly bandaged and disinfected, enduring the stinging pain over and over again. The medical staff, on the other hand, were overwhelmed by the frequent appearances of overlooked cases, their relentless efforts nearly depleting the supply of alcohol-based disinfectant by the end of the night. As the first rays of dawn streamed into the medical staff's break room, they discovered the room in complete disarray, as if it had been ransacked. Papers that had been neatly stacked on the desk were now inexplicably scattered beneath it, leaving the room in chaos. Yet upon careful inspection, they found that nothing was missing. It was as if someone had merely played a prank by rearranging everything. Outside the field hospital, their respective contacts had been waiting for some time. Zhuang Mian's comrades from the Purge Squad and Elle's trusted associate, Brother Dao, arrived on schedule. Using their roles as informants, Zhuang Mian and Elle briefly made an appearance before the Purge Squad and then went their separate ways. Zhuang Mian, still preoccupied with the repercussions of bypassing protocol to report an incident, knew he wouldn't escape a thorough self-critique upon his return. As for the issues involving the infected, fungal filaments, and lunatics, he'd leave those headaches to the researchers. Later that morning, the Institute's broadcast system carried the crisp and decisive voice of Zhou Zhuo. Following this incident, we can now confidently conclude that the biofield theory is valid. Ever the pragmatist, Zhou chose to inform all researchers via broadcast, a method that ensured the timely dissemination of information without disrupting their ongoing work. This reminds me of Professor Charlie's biofield theory. The scholar, who passed away 20 years ago, has finally seen his theory validated. Among researchers, the biofield theory had long been considered a controversial hypothesis. But reality has dealt a harsh blow to the skeptics. Residents of the outer district are no longer disposable resources, but have become the protectors of all humanity. This astonishing transformation stems from a simple yet brutal fact. Humanity's ability to maintain sanity under the oppressive biofield of the alien beasts relies entirely on keeping the population within a specific range. Surprisingly, the relatively small area of Hope City has proven to be a key factor in amplifying the human biofield. The Institute's main computer soon produced a chilling calculation. If the population loss exceeds 30, the biofield of the outside creatures will begin to erode the survivor's sanity. A loss of over 50 would plunge the remaining humans into a semi-mad state. If the loss surpasses 70, even without coming into contact with any mycelium, the survivors would automatically receive the teachings of the supreme will of the mycelium, becoming no different from the infected. The outer district residents, who account for 80 of the total population, a staggering 4.8 million people, if they were to fall to the alien beasts, the remaining humans would face inevitable extinction, even if they sought refuge underground. This harsh reality has thrown most people into despair, but Ji Yongxing stands out as an exception. Just last night, he worked tirelessly, examining blood samples in search of traces of what he called the presence of gods. The young and ambitious Ji harbored a bold idea. If he could identify aspects of a perfect god that could be simplified, could he then uncover the essence of divinity? With this thought in mind, he activated his ability to continuously observe those forbidden substances until his eyes were bloodshot, his vision enveloped in a strange crimson hue. In this surreal state, he seemed to experience a revelation, only to collapse onto the lab bench moments later. It wasn't until 6:30 a.m. that his makeshift, self-assembled machine emitted an electronic sound, waking him up. After regaining consciousness, Ji Yongxing spent some time adjusting to his new ability, trying to filter out the overwhelming streams of information that threatened to overload his mind. As a result, he was unusually late by a few minutes today. As his work progressed, he began to gain a deeper understanding of his newfound capability. Deciding he should schedule a visit to a psychologist, he was eager to immediately use this ability to improve his overheating-prone computer. Meanwhile, in a dimly lit conference room, members of the Hope Council were poring over thick stacks of documents. It had been less than 12 hours since the crisis was averted, and these files comprised all the information that the three major institutions had managed to gather. The room was enveloped in an eerie silence, with the indistinct figures occasionally pausing their page-turning to discuss the emergency from the previous day. After an indeterminate amount of time, a voice finally broke the silence. "We've all read enough, haven't we? Let's talk about this matter now." The council members around the round table fell into a brief silence. Matthew was the first to break it, calmly resting his crossed hands on the table as he spoke in an even tone. "Overall, things are still within a controllable range. I don't see anything worth singling out for discussion." Before he could finish, a council member seated across from him slammed the table and stood up abruptly. "Matthew, you've been like this for years. Every small deviation can accumulate into ultimate failure. Don't forget who we are, and don't forget our ultimate mission." The elder seated at the head of the table raised his hand slightly, signaling for calm, and said in a deep voice, "Let me address this. There are indeed some points worth discussing." He pulled a report from the stack of documents in front of him. First, the clearance plan for the unemployed in the outer district can be concluded. Although the outcome wasn't exactly as we envisioned, the results are close enough. The council member who had initially proposed the plan to apprehend the unemployed quickly picked up the thread. "Exactly. Who would have thought that the undocumented residents would constitute such a significant portion of the infected?" A faint smirk crossed his face. "Well, this works out. I won't need to expand my production lines anymore. Nearly half of the undocumented residents are already dead, and the rest have been detained. Factoring in the civilian losses, these individuals can perfectly fill the gaps in the production lines, and stability will improve." He paused before adding, "Speaking of production lines, are we shutting down all the nutritional paste production for the beasts?" "No need. We'll discuss that in more detail later," the elder replied succinctly. After a brief discussion, it was confirmed that the plan affecting approximately 20,000 homeless individuals in the outer district had been completed. Those who hadn't died under gunfire were sentenced to 3 to 5 years of labor reform, spending the rest of their days on nutritional paste production lines. The elder continued, "The second matter concerns the recent unrest in the outer district. Some soldiers from the outer district city defense forces have shown severe signs of war fatigue. Wancheng is against us handling this indifferently. What's there to discuss?" Vaughn interjected dismissively. The infected can hardly be considered human anymore. Killing them is no different than killing beasts. Vaughn, have you lost your mind drinking all that nutrient liquid? Another council member snapped angrily. Those are soldiers, living, breathing people. They have thoughts and emotions. They're not just numbers on your screen or fake programs in your simulation games. Can you even imagine how they feel when they have to pull the trigger on their own family and friends who've turned into monsters? After a heated debate, the council decided on a three-pronged approach: comfort, commendation, and diversion of attention. Over the next 2 months, broadcast would shift their focus to the beasts. Meanwhile, psychologists from various regions would be mobilized to provide support, with the military's propaganda department overseeing the effort. The budget could be moderately increased if necessary. Once this topic was settled, the elder introduced the third issue. Regarding the organization of believers, does anyone have any thoughts? They must be eradicated. A sharp voice rang out almost instantly. Easier said than done. One counselor remarked disdainfully, sitting upright at the round table. I've reviewed all the footage of the blood rain. The person responsible must at least be level 4, capable of rivaling the top 5 members of any elite superhuman squad. Top 5? More like top 3. Another counselor interrupted in a grave tone, his eyes glinting with seriousness. If this individual can make blood rain fall across the entire city, it wouldn't be far-fetched to think they could unleash a toxic rain next. That's already top 3 level power. The first counselor's face stiffened slightly, clearly uneasy, but he still pressed on. Rankings aside, prevention is key. The faithful, as we know, has at least 2 members. One is immune to most physical attacks, and the other has the ability to manipulate weather to some extent. Damn it! Another counselor slammed the table with his palm. Where are all these powerful superhumans coming from? I propose we increase the number of superpower screenings before age 12 to 4 times a year. We can't let advanced assets like this fall into the wrong hands. Calm down, a steady voice interjected. What we need to discuss now is whether to reveal the existence of the faithful organization and how to classify them. There's no need to go public, someone scoffed dismissively. Lucas didn't even die at their hands. If confidentiality wasn't maintained properly, who's to blame? Suddenly, a young woman's voice came from one side of the round table. Seated there was a counselor wearing a gray hood, her face obscured, but her voice was clear and sharp. Wait, everyone. I have an idea that could solve all 3 of our current problems at once. Spit it out, Nia. An older counselor sneered mockingly. You're nowhere near as capable as your predecessor in this regard. Nutrient-based production, the protective barrier, and tracking down the faithful. Nia continued unfazed. All 3 issues hinge on one person, Lucas' adopted son. Do you remember why Lucas chose to adopt that child? It's because the boy's abilities closely resemble those of the barrier. Her voice grew more resolute. We can make him the new barrier. As for controlling his abilities, we only need to add a suppressor to the existing control components. That's our most advanced technology, something even the Institute's top experts haven't been able to crack. When Nia said "our" with such ease, the expressions of the older hooded counselors subtly contorted. This woman, who had been nothing more than an insignificant figure 2 years ago, now stood as their equal solely because she inherited the title of her predecessor. Though displeased, they held their tongues. After all, these rules were of their own making, and their future depended on them as well. Seemingly oblivious to their reactions, Nia continued laying out her plan. With the lessons learned from last time, the fungal issue won't recur. The nutrient-based production line can resume, and we'll be able to monitor the fungi's activity in real time. Though more frequent replacement of the carriers will be required, this approach will address the first 2 problems. As for investigating the believers, we can still leave that to him. A voice from the shadows of the council chamber declared. We all know that vengeance is the most potent fuel in the world, capable of driving an intelligent being to exhaust everything they have. I trust this child won't let us down after all. I walked the same path. A heavy silence fell over the round table. After a moment, a senior counselor spoke with a trace of derision. Young people these days, such ruthless methods. Clearly, I'm getting old. Nia interrupted sharply. If you're old, then step aside and make room instead of wasting resources without contributing. Her words landed like a hammer, instantly freezing the atmosphere around the table. The elder counselor cleared his throat. It's just that I haven't found a suitable successor yet. That's nonsense. Nia cut him off directly. Your backside is just glued to that chair. Counselor Zhongding composed himself quickly. As one of the highest-ranking members of Hope City and a first-generation Simon, he knew better than to engage in a quarrel with Nia, a third-generation Simon. Nia, your tone is a bit. Zhongding, don't try to smooth things over. I'm not in the mood to argue with you today. Before her words faded, Nia suddenly pulled back her hood. In the dim light, her young and strikingly beautiful face was revealed, her red hair cascading in soft waves, exuding an air of elegance. while her gaze brimmed with unbridled arrogance. "Now you've seen my face," she said with a cold smirk. "If you dare, come and kill me, just like you've done before. I'll be waiting." Silence. She stood, her gaze sweeping over everyone seated at the table. "What disgusts me most about all of you is how you treat humanity as mere tools and expendables, yet refuse to admit it. You want to play the whore but still demand to be sainted. Life doesn't work that way." In the shadows, someone nudged Zhongding's foot and whispered, "Talk her down. She's going too far. How am I supposed to handle this?" Zhongding muttered, adopting the posture of the energy department's overseer. "I'm just in charge of energy. I want no part in your mess." Suddenly, a voice rang out, sharp and furious, cutting through the tension like a blade. "You've gone too far. Didn't your mentor ever teach you how to respect senior counselors? And if they did? And if they didn't?" Nia sneered. "If you all want to play the whore, then I'll be the villain. I'll take over Lucas's son and handle everything related to him. Just make sure to transfer the necessary permissions and data to me. If you've chosen this path, at least don't wait for someone to push you to act." With that, she turned and disappeared into the dark doorway that was hers alone. The light above her seat flickered off. The remaining counselors exchanged uneasy glances. Nia's words had been harsh, but they undeniably offered a viable solution. Seeing that she single-handedly took on the most challenging part of the task, the other council members quickly concluded their discussion on the post-crisis plan for the mycelium uprising. The emergency council meeting was promptly adjourned. Zhongding and a few other council members stood, gave a brief bow, and exited through their respective private doors. The 3 or 4 council members remaining around the round table sat in silence. Once the others had completely left, they simultaneously pressed the buttons on the armrests of their chairs. In the darkness, their bodies seemed to be pulled upward by invisible threads, slowly ascending until they disappeared through concealed panels in the ceiling. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks jolted Luke awake from his sleep. It was the 3rd day since his father, Lucas, had passed away. In Hope City, where funerals were non-existent, death always seemed to arrive with an unsettling ordinariness. Over the past few days, Luke had been consumed with handling his father's affairs, leaving his sleep schedule completely disrupted. Peeking through the gap in the curtains, he guessed it was likely sometime in the afternoon. "Coming." The chubby young man rolled out of bed, hurriedly patting down his wrinkled clothes as he shuffled toward the door. Ouch! He winced softly. His hand had accidentally bumped into the communicator in his pocket. Stuffing it back into his pants, he opened the door. Standing outside were 2 men dressed in identical casual attire. Despite the casual look, the uniformity of the fabric and tailoring made it clear these were custom-made uniforms. The 2 burly men, wearing sunglasses, stood with one hand in their pockets, looking down at Luke, who was about their height yet couldn't help but feel intimidated. "Who are you?" "Mr. Luke, correct?" "That's me. An old friend of your father wants to meet you. Now." "Now." Luke wanted to ask if he could decline, but it was clear these 2 weren't the type to take no for an answer. While he wasn't afraid of showing them the extent of his abilities if things went south, he hesitated should he refuse or not. "Can I at least wash up first?" He rubbed at the crust in the corner of his eyes, apologetically adding, "I haven't been resting well lately and probably look a mess." The 2 men exchanged a glance. "You've got 1 minute." "Got it." Luke ducked into the bathroom, and soon the sound of running water could be heard. Standing in an awkward position, he let the water flow while carefully lifting the lid of the toilet tank. He placed the communicator inside, the sound of flushing perfectly masking the faint splash. Moments later, Luke emerged from the bathroom looking refreshed. The 2 men flanked him, one on each side, as they escorted him out. Luke wasn't entirely unprepared beneath his jacket. He had already conjured a protective shield with his abilities, strong enough to withstand close-range gunfire. The 3 of them got into the waiting car downstairs, which began driving toward the inner district of Hope City. In this circular city, the center was an easy direction to comprehend. As the car passed the headquarters of the factory administration, Luke managed to stay calm. When they drove past the General Command building, his expression grew tense. By the time they passed the Research Institute headquarters, sweat was dripping down his face. "Wait, seriously, where are we going?" Something felt increasingly off. This was Luke's instinctive judgment at the moment. The black sedan weaved through the inner city streets of Hope City, having already passed the bustling yet functionally limited commercial districts. According to the city's layout, the closer one got to the central area, the more significant the location became. As the vehicle passed the headquarters of the most vital research institute among the 3 major institutions, Luke's heartbeat subconsciously quickened. The remaining possible destinations were growing fewer, and the most likely one filled him with unease: the central tower of the inner city, standing above the 3 major institutions. The Hope Council? Does the old man really have such extensive connections? Luke frowned. Although he was aware that his father had been a member of the first squad, his father had never mentioned having any interactions with council members in his memories. As the sedan turned the final corner, a breathtaking spire abruptly came into view. This core structure of Hope City, while having a smaller base than the Research Institute or the General Staff Headquarters, compensated for it with its astounding height. The entire tower exuded a distinctive metallic gray sheen, its shape narrowing as it ascended, yet with intermittent shifts in design. Thick steel cables extended from the tower's body, stretching outward like a massive spider web and anchoring deeply into the ground, adding a wild and untamed aesthetic to the building. As a restricted area, the council building was normally completely off-limits to the public. Even someone as worldly as Luke couldn't help but gape in awe when he saw the magnificent structure for the first time. As the car approached, he finally realized the tower's true scale, far surpassing his imagination. After an identity verification, the metallic gates slid upward, revealing a passage leading underground. Once the vehicle entered, multiple cameras on the ceiling began a comprehensive scan of the car's interior. After ensuring there were no threats, Luke was escorted by two accompanying personnel into an elevator. The elevator ride seemed interminable, stretching on as if it would never end. When it finally stopped, the doors opened to reveal a dimly lit room. In the center was a table, and seated on the chair behind it was a shadowy figure. The two accompanying personnel silently retreated into the elevator, leaving Luke alone in the room. "Mr. Luke, the handsome young man, please have a seat." To his surprise, a young woman's voice came from the shadows. Though her tone carried a hint of warmth that eased some of Luke's tension, he still had to sit cautiously on the small, somewhat uncomfortable stool in front of him, keeping his body taut to maintain balance. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Luke asked warily. "My name is Nia. I'm one of the 10 counselors of the Hope Council. The reason I've asked you here today is to discuss some matters related to your father." The voice sounded unusually young, so young, in fact, that it almost felt out of place. "You're not an old acquaintance of my father, are you?" Luke asked cautiously. "No, I'm not," the woman in the shadows replied. "But my mentor was. Though she has passed away as her successor, I suppose you could consider me half an acquaintance." Luke nodded with the inherent respect he held for council members. "Please go ahead. Take a look at this." Nia waved her hand lightly, and the dim room was instantly illuminated. Projectors extended from the walls on either side, casting an unsettling image before looking a strange emblem formed by shards of glass and blood. The design featured angular wings encircled by a halo, with sharp, arrow-like rays radiating outward. Beneath the emblem, a single blood-red word stood out: follower. Luke's gaze was fixed on the image. Before he could fully process the symbolism of the shattered glass and blood, he recognized the background of the photography was his father's suite, the very room where his father had passed away. The floor, the edge of the bed, even the corner of his father's wheelchair was visible. His chest tightened. That emblema had thoroughly inspected the suite after his father's death, yet he had never seen it. When he arrived, the place had been utterly clean, devoid of anything like this. "Counselor, what is the meaning of this?" Luke stepped through the translucent projection, his eyes locking onto the shadowy figure. "I believe you already have an idea," she said calmly. "Your father, Lucas the Shield, was killed by outsiders using methods beyond our understanding while managing the uprising at the research facility. They left behind this emblem. The blood rain that day." Luke suddenly recalled. The figure in the shadows nodded slightly. "You're perceptive, just like your father." "Yes, the blood rain brought by the followers saved Hope City, but they were also your father's murderers. This is the dilemma we face, and it is why I had these traces erased before your arrival," she continued. "You're 22 now. You should understand. If the truth about the followers killing Lucas the Shield were made public, the explanation for the blood rain would become extraordinarily complicated. That's why the investigation must remain confidential." "Young man," she said, her voice sincere, "are you willing to take up your father's mantle and become the new Shield of Hope City? If you agree, I will adjust your assignment and provide you with a new team. Your primary mission would be to track down the followers. Additionally, like your father, you would need to use your abilities to maintain the stability of Hope City." Luke nodded at first, but then shook his head. "Counselor, forgive my honesty, but my abilities only extend to a range of 10 meters. I'm nowhere near as powerful as my father." "That's not an issue," she interrupted. "Surely your father never told you about his past, did he? Don't you want to know the true source of the shield's power? Why is the Saint Shield so powerful? Even today, after his father's passing, it remains an unsolved mystery in Luke's heart." Sitting in the leather chair of the councilman's office, his hands unconsciously clenched. Since childhood, he had persistently asked his father about the secret to his strength, but every time, he received nothing more than a gentle pat on the head and the advice, "Train well." Even in his final moments, his father's last words carried a trace of hesitation, ultimately taking the secret with him to the grave. Now, however, the impeccably dressed councilman sitting before him seemed to wear an expression that suggested he knew this secret all too well. Leaning forward slightly, Luke spoke with a hint of urgency in his voice. Councilman, I need to know. The councilman adjusted his suit collar and revealed a faint, meaningful smile. Then let me tell you your father's story, he said, his voice steady and magnetic. Mr. Lucas was born in the first year of the new era, the most challenging time for humanity. Under the dual catastrophes of natural disasters and beast tides, only a handful of survivors remained. By the time he was 10, Hope City had only just begun laying its foundational framework. Unlike the crowded streets you see now, Hope City back then could be described as desolate, with the surviving human population almost negligible. The councilman paused briefly before continuing. Your father was one of the few children who survived that era and one of the first to awaken as a superhuman. At the time, society's attitude towards superhumans was more about fear and rejection than the reverence they receive today. But the first deputy director of the Research Institute, a scholar with an unwavering pursuit of fairness, decided to study superhuman abilities. Your father joined his team. Luke's pupils widened slightly, feeling as though he was drawing closer to the truth. Eventually, the research made a groundbreaking breakthrough. With approval, your father and other superhumans underwent modification surgery. 9 individuals participated, but only 5 survived. These became the first members of the superhuman squad. The councilman's tone grew heavier. His strength was forged through unimaginable pain, and even his recent frailty in the last few months is connected to the modifications he underwent back then. Luke's mouth hung open, unable to form words. So his father's silence had been to protect him, and his own relative weakness had long been foreseen by his father. So, the councilman said, locking eyes with Luke, now you also have the choice to undergo this modification surgery. It might go against your father's wishes, but as an adult and as a key member of the superhuman squad, you have the right to know the truth and to choose your own future. His voice softened. Will you continue to safeguard the present in peace, or endure suffering to gain the strength needed to avenge your father? Before you leave, give me your decision. Luke fell into deep thought. The image of the communicator sinking to the bottom of the tank lingered in Luke's mind, his father's dying words still echoing in his ears. He longed to honor his father's wish to live well, but the fire of hatred burned relentlessly within him. The believers might be humanity's saviors, but they were far from being his redemption. Luke lowered his gaze, his clenched fists pale with tension. I'm sorry, father. This time, I might disappoint you, he murmured. Then, raising his head with resolute determination, he declared, Madam Counselor, I have decided to become the new sacred shield. From the shadows, Counselor Nia rose to her feet, the sound of her heels striking the floor echoing through the room. Good. You haven't let me down, she said, her voice carrying the authoritative tone of a counselor. Remember, the pain that follows it will be the source of your strength in the future. I will remember, Luke replied calmly. As the door creaked open and Nia's footsteps faded into the distance, the room suddenly lit up as bright as daylight. Only then did Luke realize he was in an operating room. The desk he'd imagined before was nowhere to be seen. What lay before him was unmistakably a surgical table. Without hesitation, he lay down on it. Metallic restraints emerged from beneath the table, securing his torso and arms in place. The section of the table beneath his right arm detached and rotated into a lateral position. A mechanical arm approached, draping a green surgical cloth over his line of sight, while another placed an anesthesia mask over his face. Within seconds, Luke lost consciousness. In the observation room above the operating theater, Nia and other counselors watched the scene unfold below. Impressive methods, one counselor remarked. Thank you for the compliment, Nia responded flatly. These valuable tools are dwindling, might as well make the most of them while we can. In the operating room, a surgical blade attached to a mechanical arm began to rotate, cutting into the skin of Luke's right forearm until the bone was exposed. 2 ring-shaped components with indicator lights were attached to the bone, quickly expanding to encircle it. One of them began flashing a green light rhythmically, signaling the activation of its operational mode. The other remained dormant, awaiting the trigger of forbidden words. The wound was swiftly sutured, and the section of the table holding Luke's right arm returned to its original position. The safety mechanism and remote control have been implanted. Now, proceed with the installation of the inhibitor, Nia instructed. The surgical table slowly shifted, flipping the unconscious Luke onto his front to expose the back of his head. A surgical blade and an electric drill moved into position simultaneously. The piercing sound of the drill breaking through the skull caused several counselors in the observation room to avert their gaze. But Nia remained fixated on the procedure. 10 minutes later, a flat, compact component was successfully implanted into the back of Luke's head. A finer and more intricate suture scar was clearly visible on the back of Luke's head, even more so than the one on his arm. Along with implanting the components, the surgical team had installed a slow-release local anesthetic device. Once the procedure was complete, a specialized gas released into the mask began to rapidly dissipate the anesthetic's effects. Luke's eyeballs moved quickly beneath his eyelids before he abruptly opened his eyes. By this time, the area around the operating table was completely cleared. Every robotic arm, surgical instrument, and medical supply had been swiftly removed within mere seconds before he regained consciousness. Blood stains on the ground, blood-soaked gauze, and even the faint, lingering scent of burnt tissue in the air had been meticulously cleaned, as if nothing had ever occurred. A concealed metal door on the opposite wall quietly slid open, and a 1-meter-high transport cart slowly rolled in, resembling the serving carts often found in upscale restaurants in the inner city. Luke scanned his surroundings warily, even glancing at the ceiling, but the one-way transparent glass barrier obstructed his view. Eventually, his focus shifted to the transport cart in front of him. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the front of the cart. Though slightly distorted, Luke immediately recognized it as Nia's voice. The counselor was currently standing in a room above, looking down at Luke like a puppet master, microphone in hand. "Luke, how are you feeling now?" she asked. Luke glanced at the fine suture mark on his arm, testing his arm and body movements. "Not bad. It hurts a little, but it's bearable. But why does the back of my head feel swollen too?" "A pain relief implant was placed there," Nia explained. "It will minimize your discomfort over the next week, ensuring your mobility isn't affected. Once the wound heals, it will dissolve naturally into your body, so there's no need for removal." Luke nodded in acknowledgement. He had always trusted the Institute's advanced technology, especially under the supreme authority of the Council. After a brief hesitation, he cautiously asked, "Am I now the new sacred shield?" He still found the idea hard to believe and was almost afraid to confirm it, as though he might disappoint his father. "Why don't you try for yourself, Luke? This is something you need to face," Nia replied with a tone of certainty, her words tinged with subtle persuasion. Luke remained silent. Taking a deep breath, he extended his right hand, attempting to summon the familiar soft glow of the shield as he always had. Yet, nothing happened. It felt as though his ability was being restrained by an overwhelming force. His powers churned and swelled within his consciousness, but could not break through the barrier. Sweat began to bead on his forehead. Just as he was about to give up, a faint, purple orb of light suddenly materialized in his hand. It was entirely unlike his previous gel-like ability. Its mere appearance exuded a sense of transcendence. Almost instantly, a tingling, electrifying sensation coursed through his arm and spread rapidly throughout his entire body. He didn't have time to distinguish whether the sensation came from the glowing purple orb in his palm or the wound on his forearm. An uncontrollable surge of exhilaration had already flooded his chest. Luke's hands trembled slightly. Had done it. He had really done it. A deep longing for his father welled up within him. How he wished his father could witness this moment. Holding his breath and steadying his focus, Luke began to attempt controlling the glowing orb in front of him, just as his father had done in his lifetime. From the front of the transport vehicle came Nia's voice. "Well done, Luke. You truly are Lucas's son. Even your demeanor is identical to his." Back then, immersed in his joy, Luke failed to notice the subtle discord in her words. Behind a one-way mirror, Nia's lips curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. This young man had clearly lost his ability to make sound judgments. She continued to coax him. "Your abilities, both before and after enhancement, are so similar to your father's. Since that's the case, why not try expanding the shield to cover the entire City of Hope?" "Understood." Luke wiped the sweat from his forehead with his left hand, clenching his teeth. As his mind willed it, the protective shield in his hands rapidly expanded, growing dozens of times larger to encompass the entire room. As the shield widened, its vibrant purple hue began to fade. At first, it felt like pushing a massive boulder uphill, each inch requiring immense effort. But then, suddenly, the resistance vanished. The shield seemed to take on a life of its own, effortlessly penetrating floors, walls, and eventually enveloping the entire spire. It became nearly transparent, silently and seamlessly expanding to cover more and more unsuspecting residents. Within a minute, the shield had passed over the research institute, the general staff headquarters, and the factory headquarters, covering the inner city and ultimately enveloping the entirety of the City of Hope. When it brushed over the carcasses of mutated beasts on the factory assembly line, Luke felt the world spinning around him. Meanwhile, in the dark sewers of the outer city, dozens of infected individuals suddenly clutched their heads in agony, curling up on the damp ground. They banged against the walls frantically, letting out desperate cries. "Oh great Lord, do not abandon us." The commotion quickly attracted the attention of the surface patrol squads. Inside the spire, Luke felt as if his temples had been struck by a sledgehammer. His body shook violently, and he could barely stay on his feet. Yet his father's image shone like a guiding lighthouse in his mind, giving him the strength to persevere. During this process, countless fungal threads quietly perished, and the City of Hope returned to a state of calm. As the shield swept over a modest clinic in the outer city, Lin Qingliu, who was in the middle of counseling a patient with psychological trauma, suddenly furrowed his brows and fell silent. What's wrong, doctor? Why did you stop? Why are you frowning? Am I going to die? The patient asked anxiously. The patient, with a look of fear on his face, anxiously questioned Lin Qingliu. After the incident he had gone through, he seemed paranoid, leading his family to bring him to a psychological clinic. No, you're fine. Lin Qingliu gently patted the patient's shoulder, speaking in a calm tone. Order has been fully restored. We have to believe that Hope City will not abandon anyone. That kind of thing won't happen again. Although these words of reassurance didn't completely quell the patient's anxiety, as a special kind of psychologist, Lin Qingliu had other methods when words failed. He would resort to using his superpowers to soothe his patients. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, Luke stood before the operating table, confirming the state of the protective barrier. When he learned that the barrier had successfully enveloped the entire Hope City, his clenched fists finally relaxed. As he stood up, he could distinctly feel an odd sensation in his body, like an invisible weight pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. Yet, this sense of pressure gave him an unusual feeling of reassurance, as if the burden of avenging his father had taken a tangible form, constantly reminding him never to forget his purpose. He nodded in the direction of the transport vehicle's voice, and Nia's voice followed. You've done well. 5 seconds ago, we received confirmation that all the mycelium preserved in the lab has been eradicated, and the protective barrier is fully functional. Luke, on behalf of the Council of Hope, I hereby announce that your codename is now changed to Sanctuary Shield, and you will inherit your father's superhuman serial number, 00005. The hatch of the transport vehicle slowly opened, revealing a pile of heavy documents. These were all the intelligence reports related to the followers, gathered by Nia using her highest clearance. Among them were 3 inflated reports written by Zhuang Miantuo detailing the Butterfly Squad's operations to capture suspected followers and dismantle counterfeit production sites, and one about apprehending an assassin moving between the inner and outer districts. Despite the grand scale of these actions, the actual results were rather limited. At this moment, however, Luke had no time to critique these reports. Instead, he focused intently on fulfilling his agreement with Nia, meticulously reviewing the files one by one. Meanwhile, in the office of the Purge Squad, Zhuang Mian suddenly sneezed. Are you all right, Captain? A team member asked with concern. After the Southgate incident, the squad had grown even more respectful of their captain, who had fearlessly led the charge. I'm fine, carry on with your work, Zhuang Mian replied, waving her hand dismissively. She wasn't the type to fall ill easily after all. She had survived being shot multiple times in a torrential downpour. While luck had played a significant role, she still maintained a certain level of confidence in herself. However, a trace of puzzlement lingered in Zhuang Mian's mind. 2 hours ago, Teacher Weian had suddenly issued a notice. All matters related to the followers were now classified at a higher level, and the Butterfly Squad was no longer responsible for such investigations. Initially, this order came as a relief to her, but it was quickly replaced by deep confusion. Why had she been abruptly removed from the investigation? Had she been exposed somehow? Yet, after careful consideration, she couldn't find any evidence to support that possibility. According to the regulations of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, Zhuang Mian sat upright and tense in Deputy Minister Wayne's office. As the squad leader of the Purge team, she was well aware that canceling an unfinished mission could trigger a formal investigation. Noticing her anxious expression, Wayne offered a reassuring smile. It's not your fault. This blood rain incident involves the Believers. Yes, that's what they call themselves now. A special investigation team has been formed to take over. You and your team are relieved of this task. You've all cooperated well during this period. The Purge team is never short of missions, so head back and wait for new orders. Hearing this, Zhuang Mian felt a wave of relief. She meticulously organized all the files related to the Believers and handed them over to the official in charge of the handover. Afterward, she led her team to their new assignment. They were now in the office, studying the details of their new case. Captain, why do all these files seem to involve factories and assembly lines? One team member asked, puzzled. Zhuang Mian looked up and explained. The impact of the mycelium infection is too significant. There are barely any clean operators running those production lines. We need to focus on the most severe cases to bring this incident under control. Hearing this, the team members exchanged somber glances before burying themselves back into the case files. At the Ashes stronghold in the outer district, El sat in the main seat, while Liruyance, known as Brother Blade, stood beside him like a loyal servant. There was no longer any need to hide their identities, as the Ashes organization now consisted of only the two of them. As the epicenter of the first outbreak, El had suffered devastating losses. Li Rue, do you feel regret? El asked suddenly, his tone lacking its usual authority. Li Rue flinched slightly, the question reminding him of the moment he was recruited in a dim alleyway. Yes, a bit, Li Rue answered earnestly. Although you're the boss, I played that role for so long. I can't manage that many people, El interrupted. It's just the two of us now. Are you still willing to follow me? How could I not be? Li Rue replied with a bitter smile. From the day you helped me reattach my arm, my life has been yours. But boss, what do we do now? Although the gangs in the outer district have suffered heavy losses, they haven't disappeared completely, El said, his gaze dark and intense. Let's turn them into ashes. Just the two of us? Just the two of us. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the superhumans, Finial entered Squad 25's lounge with a mysterious air. Two pieces of news, one good, one bad. Which one do you want to hear first? The bad one, said the laid-back Vision, lying on a bed. I prefer to get the bitter part over with. The bad news is that it's almost certain that Mr. Shield has passed away. The room fell into a heavy silence, and everyone sighed in unison. Mr. Shield had been a highly respected superhuman, admired by those who knew him as well as those who had only heard of him. And the good news? The puppeteer broke the silence. I've come across some fairly reliable information, Finial said, lowering his voice. The higher-ups are planning to restart the exploration program. As everyone's eyes turned toward him, Finier's lips curved into a faint smile, clearly reveling in the attention. Everyone's heard of the exploration plan, right? He scanned the room, his gaze eventually settling on the youngest face in the group, Wang Xiao. I know about it. Wang Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Brother Zhangmu mentioned it to me not long ago. Then I won't go into too much detail, Finier said, his tone turning serious. The recent outbreak of infected riots, combined with the passing of His Excellency Shengdun, has left the members of the Hope Council restless. After extensive discussions, they've decided to restart the plan, retrace the steps taken decades ago, and explore the world beyond the wall. After all, his voice grew heavier. Anyone aware of these two events understands that continuing on this path will only lead humanity to a slow demise. As Wang Xiao listened intently to the captain's words, he keenly noticed that Zhang Mu, standing beside him, suddenly stiffened. Since advancing to the second energy level, Wang Zhao's sensory perception had sharpened significantly, though not as drastically as when he first ascended from an ordinary person to the first energy level. It was enough to detect such subtle shifts. He recalled how Zhang Mu always seemed to carry a hint of unspoken sorrow whenever the exploration plan was mentioned, often alluding to how it had been neglected and forgotten over the years. A sense of doubt began to stir in Wang Zhao's heart. Finier continued, what I want to say is that the bodies of ordinary people are far too fragile. The exploration team will undoubtedly be selected from among the superhumans. I know you've all been working hard, but I hope you can push yourselves even further. This will be an incredibly honorable mission. These words immediately resonated with the team. The two female members, Puppet Master and Beacon, already had a spark of excitement in their eyes. This was no surprise, being superhumans officially recruited by the government. They enjoyed privileges unimaginable to ordinary civilians and naturally bore a deeper sense of loyalty. Although Wang Xiao appeared calm on the surface, his heart was filled with longing for the world outside the wall, like a boy eager to search for seashells on the beach at low tide. Yet, amidst the enthusiasm that filled the room, Zhang Mu stood with his head bowed, seemingly out of sync with the surrounding atmosphere. When the team's emotions had somewhat settled, Zhang Mu slowly raised his hand. Captain, I have something to say. Seeing the most senior member of the team with such a solemn expression, Finier dropped his casual demeanor. Go ahead. We're all comrades who trust each other with our lives. There's nothing you can't say. Captain, if you intend to lead the team in the selection process, then I ask for permission to leave Squad 25. This statement instantly froze the smiles on Beacon's and Puppet Master's faces. Wang Xiao let out a deep sigh, as if confirming his earlier suspicions. Without looking at anyone, Zhang Mu continued, let me explain. There are two main reasons. First, I'm not young anymore. While superhumans age more slowly than ordinary people, I'm already in my 30s and no longer at my peak. Moreover, my abilities are of limited use in exploration missions, and my combat skills are weak. I would only be a burden to the team. In that case, I would be a burden too. The puppeteer on the side suddenly spoke up, her youthful and delicate face showing a rare trace of anger. She looked directly at Zhang Mu, her voice firm as she said, when I activate my ability, my body falls into complete unconsciousness. If an enemy kills me during that time, my consciousness will be forever trapped inside the alien beast. The fact that I've been able to fight until now is entirely thanks to everyone protecting my body. She paused briefly before continuing. I know this creates trouble for everyone, but am confident that my contributions more than make up for this flaw. Mr. Zhang Mu, as my guide, I trust this isn't your true reasoning. Why not tell us the real reason? Wang Xiao looked at this usually quiet teammate in surprise before turning his gaze to Zhang Mu, waiting for his response. A flicker of sorrow crossed Zhang Mu's face. That's my second reason, he said. I've mentioned the last exploration mission to each of you, but why is it that only I remember it? Only I keep bringing it up? His voice began to tremble. Because my parents were members of the last two teams in that mission. I can't let people forget that failure. I can't let their sacrifice be in vain. As if unlocking a door to long-buried memories, Zhang Mu continued. My parents were among the earliest group of superhumans. Though their abilities were ordinary and they weren't well known, as a registered superhuman couple, they were assigned to different teams. My father's team was the first to lose contact. They had ventured 20 kilometers south of Hope City, which was the last point where his signal disappeared. In fact, we lost contact with them after just 10 kilometers. That morning, my mother seemed to sense something. She dressed me in the fine clothes they had given me, prepared a table full of food, and then left. At this point, the man in his 30s was already in tears. After that, all I received were 2 death notices, 2 compensation payments, and a broadcast announcing the indefinite suspension of the exploration mission. Choking with emotion, he said, I'm not staying behind because I fear death. It's because of my mother's last instructions before she left. I don't want them to worry about me from the afterlife. I'd rather quietly live out my days here. The members of Squad 25 fell silent. Zhang Mu's usual quiet demeanor and older age gave him an air of composure, which often led his teammates to overlook his feelings. Now, Xi and Biao and the puppeteer realized how little they knew about this teammate and understood they had no right to make decisions for him. Zhang Mu wiped away his tears and once again donned the mask of calm indifference. He stood up and walked over to Meteor, patting him gently on the shoulder. I'll write and submit the resignation myself. Captain, you all focus on training. Good luck. After taking a few steps towards the door, he suddenly turned back, his expression serious as he looked at everyone. I just remembered something. If you ever leave Hope City, be extremely cautious of the mist. The mist? Meteor immediately frowned. As someone with an extraordinary sensitivity to light, such information always heightened his vigilance. Yes, Zhang Mu nodded, his voice low. After I joined the headquarters special task force, I came across some files. The last message my father's team sent back was just one sentence, the mist is thick. With that final warning, Zhang Mu silently left the activity room. The atmosphere grew heavy. Meteor's earlier excitement faded, replaced with a solemn expression. We all understand the dangers this implies. But for Hope City, I will give it my all. As the captain, failing to address Zhang Mu's feelings is my fault, but I also respect everyone's decisions. This is the last chance. If you don't want to go, there's no need to raise your hand. Even if I'm the only one, I will still participate in the selection. As soon as he finished speaking, Meteor was the first to raise his right hand. Without hesitation, the other 3 followed suit, raising their hands with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, in a psychological clinic, Lin Qingliu had just seen off his last patient. He turned on the radio on his bedside table, one of the few ways to stay informed in Hope City. The broadcast featured a man delivering a bitterly resentful speech of thanks, recounting how the Outer District City Defense Forces had suppressed an infected uprising a few days prior. After the speech concluded, a woman's voice quickly took over the broadcast. Following an impassioned summary, the announcer said, this news was brought to you by Fran, a reporter from the Hope City Spire. The name Fran was noticeably distorted, as if something had briefly interfered with the broadcast. Lin Qingliu glanced at the radio knob adorned with a cat paw and sighed softly. Interesting, isn't it? In the swirling chaos of colors, a mottled little cat affectionately rubbed against his arm. Fran, you've already chewed through so many things. It's a good thing we haven't spent the money Elle sent us yet, or the 2 of us would be out begging on the streets. Fran, ignoring her owner's playful complaint, deftly climbed up his arm and perched on his shoulder, nuzzling against his neck. I once read a book where the ending said, you're not a medal to hang around my neck forever. What do you think, Fran? The little cat detected the seriousness in her owner's tone and was instantly startled. A terrifying thought crossed her mind. Could she be abandoned? Fran's body trembled, and she almost lost her footing, slipping from her perch. Thankfully, her feline instincts helped her land steadily on the ground. She immediately leapt lightly onto the nightstand and turned her soft belly toward Lin Qingliu, silently offering an apology in a submissive pose. Lin Qingliu watched this scene and sighed softly. I'm not going to abandon you. Have you ever heard of a term? Fran tilted her head, her face full of confusion. The term is jungling, Lin Qingliu said with a smile. Seeing Fran shake her head blankly, he continued to explain. Just think about it. You're a mythical beast, part of the wild creatures. Now that you've chosen to switch sides, isn't this the perfect example of a defection? You'd be an ideal candidate for setting a precedent in recruiting and converting. Meow. Fran let out a shocked cry, her voice filled with disbelief. The idea was so unexpected that even if not all mythical beasts were as intelligent and adorable as she was, her owner's imaginative plan alone was enough to leave her utterly speechless. I know it's not going to be easy. Whether it works or not will depend mostly on your performance. Lin Qingliu reached out to gently rub Fran's head. Once you reach the 2nd energy level and learn how to use illusions to scare people, they'll let you go jungling. But don't count on me to help you, then it'll be all up to your little brain. Hearing this, Fran let out a sigh of relief. Her life was spared, after all. Now, I'm going to listen to the radio. Transform. At Lin Qingliu's command, Fran immediately morphed into the shape of a radio. The broadcast began, with the announcer stating that Hope City was recruiting military psychologists, offering both part-time and full-time positions with excellent benefits, including family perks. Successful applicants could start after passing the evaluation. Lin Qingliu frowned slightly, sensing something unusual about the announcement. Connecting it to the recent surge in his clinic's business, he suspected that soldiers in the military camp might be experiencing psychological issues following recent events. This realization sparked an idea. Rather than passively receiving information as a civilian psychologist in the outer district, why not join the military directly? While this thought might stem from his desire for official status, it would undeniably provide better cover for his identity. Meanwhile, in the central spire of the inner district, Luke was deeply engrossed in analyzing information about the followers. His mind was unusually active, seemingly unaffected by physical exhaustion, as he greedily absorbed every detail. Standing nearby was Counselor Nia, who had appeared at some point. The woman, not yet 30, watched the chubby young man poring over the documents, a satisfied smile playing on her lips beneath her hood. When Luke finally raised his bloodshot eyes, Nia slowly lifted her elegant hands and clapped softly. I hope you can bring me good news. Rubbing his tired eyes vigorously, Luke replied with determination, Rest assured, Counselor, I will personally uproot the followers completely. Name? The security officer glanced down at the form. Lin Qingliu. Age? 20, 21. Graduated from? Short-term program in psychology at the 3rd Medical Academy of Hope City. Short-term program? Huh. The officer's tone carried a hint of disdain. What's wrong with a short-term program? A good short-term program is no worse than a long-term one. Lin Qingliu suddenly raised his voice in protest. His unexpected reaction left the officer momentarily stunned. After a brief pause, the officer pointed toward the other side of the hall. All right, take this form and follow the man wearing the military cap over there for testing. It was August, and Hope City maintained its usual mild temperature, with the seasons blending seamlessly into one another. Lin Qingliu had been diligently listening to the Franbrand radio every day, eagerly awaiting news of recruitment. When the announcement finally came, he gathered all his documents and headed to the security office to apply. Approaching the man in the military cap, the latter quickly scanned through Lin Qingliu's information, then looked up to size up the young man. His gentle and harmless demeanor made him seem like someone naturally suited for psychological counseling. Wait on the vehicle outside until we have enough people. Still need to wait for more people? Of course. Did you think there wouldn't be many applicants? No, I mean, in the Eastern Outer District, there aren't many doctors around. At that moment, another security officer leaned in close to the man in the military cap, lowering his voice. That serial killer targeting doctors a few months ago hasn't been caught yet. A lot of people in the outer districts have moved away. Psychologists are still doctors. The man in the military cap muttered in sudden realization. He turned back to Lin Qingliu. No wonder there are so few applicants. Wait half an hour. If no one else shows up, I'll take you myself. By the way, aren't you afraid of the murderer? Not really. I know a bit of martial arts, Lin Qingliu replied with a sheepish grin, scratching his head. The man's eyes lit up. Not bad. They'll report that. You'll get a solo test, and passing it might earn you extra points. Lin Qingliu nodded and walked outside to wait by the open-top military jeep. Less than 15 minutes later, the man in the military cap, apparently impatient, strode out, hopped into the driver's seat, and started the vehicle with a soft hum of the engine. The two talked as they drove toward the military camp. Although the infected riots had subsided nearly a month ago, and things seemed to have returned to normal on the surface, tensions lingered beneath. Wang Xiao was engrossed in training his physical fitness and recovery abilities, preparing for the upcoming selection of exploration team members. The 25th squad was now down to just 4 members. With no new recruits in sight, their combat effectiveness had taken a hit. Recently, Fennel has been busy lobbying his superiors, requesting that any new superpowered individuals be assigned to his team as a priority. His situation is hardly better than that of another superpowered individual, Zhang Mu, who, due to his reluctance in battle, had his application approved but was subsequently subjected to various penalties and reductions in benefits. Zhang Mu had long anticipated this outcome and had packed his belongings even before the official transfer order was issued. Now in his 30s, the former superpowered individual has shed his codename and returned to using his real name. He currently serves as an ordinary soldier on the city walls, performing basic guard duties. Considering that both of his parents sacrificed their lives for Hope City, the authorities have been lenient in their punishments. Meanwhile, the squad led by Zhuang Mian was conducting a large-scale raid in the affluent districts of the inner city, with the arrests extending to nearly all the relatives of those involved. The sheer scale of the operation gave Zhuang Mian a fleeting illusion of hope, but memories of her past life constantly reminded her this was nothing more than an elaborate charade. Ji Yongxing's recent days have been both busy and fulfilling. During the day, he worked diligently in the weapons development department, even receiving special orders from frontline superpowered individuals, including Wang Xiao. Among these, the exploration armor requested by Wang Xiao particularly piqued his interest. Although Hope City already had several mechanical armor designs in its archives, resource limitations made mass production impossible. By night, Ji Yongxing's dormitory remained brightly lit, the lights never extinguishing. A month ago, after he believed he had successfully analyzed a drop of divine blood and gained partial knowledge of creation, a grand plan began to take shape in his mind. With his vast knowledge, the support of his superpower, and access to laboratory components, half of his dormitory had been taken over by a massive machine. After 3 consecutive sleepless nights, the machine finally emitted an electronic voice, tinged with emotion. "Good evening, Pioneer, my great creator. Please give me a name." Ji Yongxing's face lit up with joy, though he felt a bit awkward about the title. The codename Pioneer indeed made him feel a little self-conscious, but as the creator, he took the task of naming seriously. After some thought, he solemnly declared, "From now on, your name shall be Tianmu." L has been busy lately with his escapades in the Outer District, role-playing, as Lin Qingliu jokingly puts it. Every time Lin Qingliu hears updates about L, he can't help but smile. A capable orphan punishing criminals under the cover of darkness, accompanied by a dependable middle-aged partner. Doesn't that sound like a young version of Batman? Except for the lack of superpowers and a limited budget, the kid might as well be Bruce Wayne in the making. However, the reason Lin Qingliu keeps getting these updates is far less amusing. L is constantly getting injured. As one of the few doctors in the eastern part of the Outer District, Lin Qingliu can't help but laugh bitterly at how he's been unwittingly cast as Alfred, patching up the wounds of his young vigilante. Who could have predicted things would turn out this way? A gang leader who once made money by harming himself to buy serum, and a 13-year-old boy who, just months ago, was being chased and humiliated on the streets, have now become the most feared crime-fighting duo in the Outer District. Over the past 2 weeks, the Hope City Security Bureau has been having an unusually easy time. Every morning, they're greeted by a handful of subdued thugs, left at their doorstep. Though the city's vagrancy cleanup program has ended, there are still gaps in their unpaid labor force. For the security officers, these deliveries are practically a gift from above. This has sparked a competitive frenzy among the officers, who now race to arrive at work earlier than their colleagues to claim the spoils. They have no idea where these presents are coming from, but for L, dealing with untrained street thugs is nothing more than an exercise in disarming and outmaneuvering. As for the more stubborn gang leaders, L teams up with Li Rue to handle them. These tougher opponents often leave L with new injuries, but that's the extent of his losses while they pay the ultimate price. Despite the repeated injuries, L remains resolute in his mission. He wants his name to strike fear into the hearts of anyone with ill intent. He knows all too well that he isn't a natural-born leader, nor is he likely to inspire genuine loyalty in others. During his feverish recovery in the infirmary, he had the chance to use Zhuang Mian's connections to clean up his record and transform from an undocumented inhabitant of the Outer District into a legitimate citizen. But L turned down the opportunity. It wasn't just because the structured life of a proper citizen didn't suit him, it was also a matter of pride. After all, it was he who had carried the near-dead Zhuang Mian through torrential rain to Lin Qingliu's clinic. The thought of becoming Zhuang Mian's subordinate now was an indignity he simply couldn't swallow. After much internal struggle, the stubborn teenager made his choice. Instead of assimilating into the Outer District or escaping it, he decided he would take control of this chaotic domain. In a simple suburban neighborhood, people follow the rules not because the rulemakers are kind, but because those who make the rules have the power to enforce them. In the military camp, Lin Qingliu was undergoing the critical phase of the selection process for military psychologists. Having successfully passed the first round of theoretical knowledge assessment, he was now facing the challenges of the practical stage. The military had a significant demand for psychologists, but the standards remained stringent. After all, the person tasked with handling the soldiers' emotional burdens needed to be exceptionally capable. The evaluation consisted of 3 parts: theoretical knowledge, practical operations, and a compatibility test with the military. This compatibility encompassed not only daily habits but also physical fitness. Ever since acquiring his special abilities through the path of knowledge, Lin Qingliu had become increasingly adept at mastering the knowledge his former self had studied, as though he were an insatiable vortex of learning. In the examination room, while other candidates were still racking their brains, Lin Qingliu's pen moved across the answer sheet like a rapid-fire machine gun. During the break, he even casually pointed out 2 punctuation errors in the test paper, a display of confidence that earned him silent nods of approval from the examiners. That evening, he further demonstrated his exceptional skills by swiftly subduing 2 veteran soldiers who had tried to provoke him. As the 2 begrudgingly ran punitive laps around the camp, casting resentful glances his way, Lin Qingliu's evaluation score quietly rose by another 10 points. The following day marked the start of the final practical assessment. The candidates were assigned cases carefully selected by the military, each involving individuals on the brink of mental collapse. Some had been severely traumatized in battles against beast hordes, while others had discovered infected loved ones among the casualties. These patients were so deeply distressed that even routine psychological broadcasts had little effect. Lin Qingliu was assigned a man who had fallen into deep isolation. This patient was like a bottomless dry well, and none of the previous therapists had been able to break through his emotional barriers. But for Lin Qingliu, this was his area of expertise. His private psychological clinic had been thriving recently, thanks to a combination of factors. The aftermath of the L incident causing many peers to leave, the increase in patients with psychological issues due to the infected uprisings, and most importantly his supernatural abilities gained through the path of dreams. This ability allowed him to directly enter a patient's mental world, identify the root of the problem, and implant therapeutic suggestions. The only requirement was that the patient needed to be asleep, whether naturally or with assistance. By now, Lin Qingliu was highly skilled in using this ability, though its further potential was currently limited by the number of followers he had and the energy level of his dream domain. Composing himself, Lin Qingliu turned his attention to the silent man before him, ready to implement his treatment plan. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.